Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates played yesterday in spring training, lost to the Boston Red Sox 12-4. It's the third straight loss for the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's the third game. They've also given up 10 or more runs in a spring game. They've got the Blue Jays this afternoon at 1 o'clock. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they played yesterday, and the Penguins... they played the Colorado Avalanche, and the Penguins lost that game 4-1. That is now 3 straight losses for the Pens. Their next game is coming up on Friday. They're going to play the Vegas Golden Knights on the road, and then they've got a game against the Minnesota Wild, also on the road on Sunday. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan of the Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next. Right here on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Don't miss celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori and Don Engebretson, the Renegade Gardener, this weekend only. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle and stroll through a fully furnished model home by Buckhorn Showcase built right inside the Convention Center. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
This is Ron Schlauer from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
At the Home Depot, it's our business to support yours. Partner with your go-to source for building your business. We can help you streamline your operations by supplying the whole job from start to finish. Any questions? Our Pro Desk is ready to answer the call with supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. Elevate your efficiency and take on more projects with the partner you can trust. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as the pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. And this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the show that is the pre-show to the Fan Morning Show pre-show. A lot of openings. It's like I'm an opening act. So just good enough to be entertaining, but not slightly as good as the main guys around here. But nonetheless, I'll do my best. And you can participate in this show, 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And we can talk. We're going to go around a little bit today because I have some different thoughts about different things, about different sports topics. With this show on every weekday, 5 to 5:40 in the morning. I talked to some people at our 15th anniversary party last week, and, I've heard a variety of people that I didn't realize, were listening. Because for me, if it were up to me doing this show, I wouldn't wake up. I never waked up. I never listened to Crowley whenever he was doing the show, whenever he was the producer. I just didn't, because you don't wake up, I'm naturally more of a night owl, and that's why I used to work nights here a lot, is because I could handle working, past midnight. But waking up was a struggle, so it was surprising getting into this role. But, yeah, I didn't realize the amount of people who came up to me and talked about their lives. There were people that, they just naturally wake up early. And I'm like, all right, great. There are people that work overnight, and, I'm their drive home, which I never considered. So I appreciate everybody that listens. It's very kind. It's very nice, all of you, and the nice things that you say. And I'm grateful to be here talking to you this morning. So I just want to remind you of that. And let's do the thing. So, rainy outside this morning. It's no good. So just watch out when you're going outside. It's still kind of warm. Yeah, 49 degrees. It's still kind of warm, but the rain makes it feel a little bit colder. That's only going to last until about 2 o'clock throughout the greater Pittsburgh area from what I'm seeing right now. So, it's going to be a rainy morning, though. So, if you're outside, just expect rain, up until 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon throughout the Pittsburgh area. And it should still be warm today. It's just that rain's going to make it feel like it's colder, but it's going to be one of the warmer days. And then tomorrow the high is supposed to be, 40? 40 degrees. Let me look again here. Yeah, 40. High of 40, low of 30 tomorrow, and it's going to be around those temperatures until next week. But once we spring the clocks forward on Sunday, after that, Monday, right now, projected high of 55. Tuesday, projected high of 64. Wednesday, projected high of 64. So the warm weather seems to be coming. Spring is on the way. It's very exciting. I've been talking about on the show plenty of times how cold weather, no good. Not a fan of it. I'm ready for baseball season. I kind of like the change in temperature. I won't lie. There's about a month or two where I'll go through fall and the chilly temperatures of November start to come in, and I'm like, all right, I like the change of pace here. I like the little, crisp air, those freezing-ish temperatures. I like it. I like the change. But yeah, after a while, I get so much. Same thing with summer. When August comes around, September comes around, sometimes I'm like, hey, give me a little rain. Give me a little cold. Let me build a snowman, make it snow. So, enough about the weather. It's supposed to be warm, though, next week, so get ready for that. But part of the reason, actually, there's kind of a tie-in here. Because yesterday I went outside. Seth Davis, one of our part-time producers here at 93.7 The Fan, and somebody that works with the promotions team, he was talking to me in the studio the one day this week. I think it was Monday he was talking to me, and he said, Callis, when are you going to go play baseball? Like, I want to come. Like, let me participate. And I was like, well, geez, yeah. Yeah, I guess you can, couldn't you? So we went out yesterday since it was nice. And I chose to go out yesterday because I knew today was going to be a little rough out. There was rain projected in the forecast and potential snow from what I've heard as well. Hopefully I don't want it to snow, but it's definitely raining right now. Either way, yeah, I wanted to go out yesterday because it was warm. It was a nice day. And we went out, and I did a workout with him yesterday. So we threw a little bit. We hit a little bit. We did fielding drills a little bit, infield and outfield fielding drills, because I did offer to play left field as well. So I got to get ready and to react and to throw, and all the good stuff. So we did that, and it was great. And so the only other time that I worked out outside was with my brother-in-law a few weeks back, about a month ago. But, then life got in the way a little bit. So I didn't have much time to go out. So it was nice to go out again. But this time it wasn't freezing. When I went out with my brother-in-law, it was a little cold. This felt like a spring day. And it was awesome. And I'm like, yes, I'm back in the zone, getting back working out, sweating a good bit, running a good bit. I was feeling great. Now, the reason why I bring this up, and you guys know, it was just announced, the Washington Wild Things made it official. There's an Ireland baseball team that's coming to Washington to play over the summer against a Washington-based, or just, greater Pittsburgh area-based all-star team. And I'm on the all-star team. So, we're playing legit baseball. It's not, Seth asked, too. He's like, so what, you're playing softball? And I was like, no. No, this is going to be a legit baseball game. June 7th it is. So, as more information comes, you should definitely get tickets. Big reason why is because some proceeds will benefit Riley's poorhouse. It burned down in, I think it was November of this past year, 2024. So they're looking to reopen sometime in 2026, and this money is going to go, toward them in their efforts to rebuild and to restart. So it's a great event. And that's why I'm primarily doing this, is because I want to, I want to help that cause. And I was honored to be asked to play. And so I'm going to do my darn best to, be as healthy and as best in shape as I possibly can be. And so we worked out, and I hope that I can do that regularly. Obviously, probably today is not going to be the day because it's getting raining. But, I hope to get out at least 2 days a week and just do general exercises, and then maybe do some workout videos at home, or play play the Wii a little bit and just get moving playing Wii Sports Baseball. Either way, though, I thought this was interesting, and I talked about this a little bit on the Bethel Park Sports Show that I do every Tuesday night, and I want to relay this to you guys as well, because it was just an interesting thought that I had. So when I was growing up and I was playing baseball, and that was parallel to, watching baseball, watching the Pirates play, eventually becoming a Yankees fan, from the other league, right? And I'd had a little more favor toward the Pirates growing up too, though, just because they were the hometown team. But just watching these different teams, and then learning about different teams. When I learned about, okay, this is what the Yankees are, here's who they have. And then it was here are the Red Sox are, and here's who they have. And learning about the Cardinals and who they have, and all, rivals of the Pirates at that time too. And it was all really cool. Video games played a part in that too. I've talked about that before, how video games helped me learn about players on other teams, because, back in those days, primarily you're only watching your team in your city. I wasn't really paying attention to national games. I was trying to find the Pirates all the time. So video games were nice. It was just a way to introduce me to the understanding that there are other, players on other teams, and there's, the whole 30-team thing going on in Major League Baseball. So then I'm playing and I'm learning about Major League Baseball, and then I'm watching Major League Baseball. Then the Pirates are becoming a good baseball team. Like in 2011, Pirates are a good team. And then they weren't. 2012, Pirates a good team, then they weren't. And then 2013, 14, and 15, they're winning. And at the same time, like, I'm playing baseball, and I felt like I had so much enjoyment in watching the sport. And then I was playing, and I was enjoying playing the sport. And I had that passion all the way around. But then I was thinking, like, the less I started playing, like, the less I was playing the game over time, the less I feel like I enjoyed watching. Because I was starting to get into the theme of, like, well, baseball's really fun to play. Like, when you're the one setting the mind games, when you're the one manipulating strategies in an effort to throw your opponent off, like, that's fun. But watching it in action, the stall tactics that catchers used, or the relentless times that pitchers would step off the mound, watching it not as enjoyable. Which is also why I'm glad that they implemented a lot of these pace of play rules. I think they've helped make the game more enjoyable, but I don't know if I'm the only one that feels this way. Like, baseball, when I played it, because I would think, too, when I was playing, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be those guys one day. And, I thought that growing up. I did want to legitimately play professionally growing up, until I started pursuing broadcasting. Then that passion kind of went away. But, like, there was a lot of passion growing up in middle school and early high school where I was like, yeah, I want to be those guys. And that kind of fueled my passion for watching, too, because I'm watching the Major League athletes play, and I'm like, yeah, I want to be, I want to be them, and I think I could be them, and that's interesting to me. But then, the less I played and the less I was involved in the game, watching, the more I was like, I don't know. Is this that interesting? And again, pace of play rules have made it better because now that, you don't have to watch very slow pacing strategy unfold. The players are actually incentivized to execute, not pick off infinitely, not wait years to throw a pitch, not have catchers have infinite opportunities to call timeout and go talk on the mound. But yeah, I was thinking about that, and I don't know if anybody else out there feels the same way. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370, and on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. If you prefer to type out your response, you can do that on X. Again, at Callis_33. Does anybody else feel that way? Like anybody else that used to play? Like you played and it was fun to watch, but like when you stopped playing, like did you feel something different? But the reason why I bring this up is not to necessarily say like, man, Major League Baseball lost its spot in my life. Like I'm still very passionate about the sport, and I still root for the Pirates, and I still wish them the best, and I hope that they can make the most of what they have this season. But just thinking about it, like, I'm interested, like, I'm wondering if I'm going to have a different perspective on the Pirates now that I'm back into training and working out and taking swings and being out in the warm weather and doing these fielding drills and being on the diamond and being in the dirt, and having all this equipment that I'm going to play with as well. I have a bat that I bought. Like, I never really used wooden bats when I was, in high school and then in college. Like, we were always encouraged to use metal if you could. And so, like, I still have a wooden bat that I bought when I was a senior in high school. A 34-ounce wooden bat that I bought. And I'm so excited to use it because I've never used it in a real game. Like, this is the first bat I ever bought with my own money. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to play, and I'm so excited to help out this cause. But I also wonder just like how my perspective on watching Major League Baseball may change again now that I'm getting back into this and actually working out myself and doing things myself. No way am I saying like, oh yeah, well I'm gonna be as good as a Major League Baseball player. No, I'm gonna do my best to be as good as I possibly can be. But just from my own personal experience, I'm just sitting there like, man, what's this going to look like now? Like, how am I going to watch baseball again? Like, because I'm discovering things already, too, that I'd forgotten about before, like about how I, used to field a little bit, like how I used to strategize, how I used to, grip the baseball and throw. And all these, like, strategies and all these different things are coming back to me. Shout out to Awaken 182 for being on that program. I mean, losing 50 pounds. It's helped me feel better and have the energy to go and work out and fit this into my schedule. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how I perceive the game now that I'm, again, like participating in a legit competition, an Irish all-star game, so to speak, coming up in June. June 7th, Washington Wild Things Park. Irish team coming to play a Washington-based all-star team. Very excited. And again, it benefits a good cause, Riley's Poorhouse. So, what do you think? I mean, you kind of feel that same way growing up about baseball? Like maybe you stopped playing and you felt like watching wasn't as great, or maybe you're the complete opposite. Maybe you're like, Nick, no, I actually fell more in love with the game after I stopped playing because I could just enjoy it and watch it, whatever. Whatever you think, 412-928-9370. There is a caller on the line right now that wants to chat, so I will let that caller speak. Good morning. What's your name?
Yes, John, South Hills.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm glad. I think like you, when they instituted the no more Garcia Pyre rule, where he couldn't step out for 15 seconds after every pitch and adjust his clothes, and the Earl Weaver bill, where he used to go out and argue with the umpires about nothing. And one last thing, did you watch the Penguins lose last night? And if you did, would you trade Tom Messino after he was point blank looking at the goaltender when the score was still 1-1 and he passed off? He gave up a wide open chance. Him versus the goaltender. What do you say?
Well, thanks for the call. First of all, I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You out there can get a phone line as well. No, I didn't watch the Penguin game. I don't have any strong opinions. Other than I say anybody but Crosby, trade him. I don't know. Be smart about it. Embrace the rebuild. I'll see you in 3 years. Some people think that the rebuild's going to take less than 3 years. They think that's possible. I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend like this team can still be competitive. Jason Mackey brought up a good argument yesterday on the morning show that I could get on board with, but I'm not totally sold on. About trading Rickard Rakell in particular, but I would trade anybody possible as long as it's done with some sort of intelligence and with some plan. Because the rebuild's not taking less than 3 years. I mean, there's an argument too. Like Jake Gensel would have helped the Penguins make the playoffs last season. My counter to that is where were the Penguins going last season? Even if they did squeeze into the playoffs, you think they're winning a playoff series? You think they're going to win a 7-game series? No, I don't. I think many of you out there would agree as well. Even if they have Jake Gensel, they're probably not winning a series. They're probably not making it past the first round, and they're definitely not winning a Stanley Cup. So, okay, you made a mistake maybe trading Jake Gensel. Well, now you're here. They're in last in the Metro. Trade whoever you need to trade. And yeah, there's plenty of frustrating moments that happens in games. I stopped watching because I'm just not interested. I'm not interested in hockey at this point. Like, I'll look at the final scores. I'll look at some box score stats. I'll watch some brief highlights. I'll look at things that happened in the game, But no, I mean, most of the time, like, I'm not watching hockey at this point. Like, I'll talk to you about things and I'll entertain these conversations, but my big stance down the stretch, I mean, the trade deadline is Friday. NHL trade deadline is Friday. They need to start thinking rebuild. They need to start thinking about actually breaking this team down and acquiring assets that can contribute to future success. But it's going to take a little while. So embrace it now. Like, embrace this. If you want to go to games and cheer for them to lose, do it. Why not? I would support that decision. Don't be mean, be respectful, be responsible. But yeah, I mean, cheer if they lose. Why not? They're rebuilding. They need this. They need to rebuild. And it's going to take more than a couple years for them to rebuild. Don't pretend like it won't. Like, don't hurt yourself. Don't put yourself in more pain by thinking that this team is redeemable in any way. And I don't think it is. They're slower. They look unmotivated. They're not where they need to be. Rebuild. Use those draft picks that you have. And see you in 3 years. I've mentally prepared myself for the next 3 years of them doing this. And, I'll try to catch a game when I can, but they're not appointment viewing anymore. And I'm not ashamed to say that. Like, hey, be bad. That's fine. I support being bad. I'll see you, like I said, I'll see you in 3 years. See what you've done in 3 years. See what you've built up from your struggles here. I'll see you in 3 years. That's all I got. Yeah, I did not watch last night's game. And again, I mean, the hour that I wake up for this show too kind of affects, what sports I watch. Like, am I staying up to watch a game at 9 o'clock when I got to be up this early in the morning? No. I don't think anybody else who may have to be up early for work would stay up and stomach the Penguins. There's just no point. They're bad. We know they're bad. The only thing I'm focused on right now is what are they going to do in these next 3 days before that NHL trade deadline. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking forward to. Who are they going to trade? What are they going to get back? Are they going to do anything? And if they don't do anything, I'm going to be upset. I don't think they'll do nothing. But there are some names out there right now for the Penguins that could totally be up for being on the trade block. So, not watching, but I'm hoping that a rebuild is forming here and proper moves are made to set this team up for future success in developing young talent and hitting that reset button. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show. We're going to have more sports talk coming up next, so if you want to get a phone line and get in quickly when the second segment rolls around, you can. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show, and it's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain-soaked roadways awaiting you as you head out for the Wednesday morning rush. Also, the possibility of some high winds could make for a difficult commute, so be sure to keep your speeds under control as those roadways could be slick in spots. Still have ongoing work on the Parkway East. Watch for single-lane restrictions in both directions there between the Monroeville and Penn Hills interchanges. Meanwhile, you can expect the HOV lanes to remain closed until those structural concerns are addressed. There are also one-lane each direction restrictions on Route 28 under the Veterans Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
My name is Joanne. I'm 75 years old, and I have lost 35 pounds on Awaken 180 weight loss. I was pre-diabetic. I was ready to go on cholesterol medication. My blood pressure was up even on medication. Now I have no need for cholesterol medication. My blood sugar is fine, and I actually am cutting down on my blood pressure medicine. I have knee replacements and hip replacements, and I had difficulty walking, and now I can walk without any problem. I feel lighter. I feel more energetic. It is a lifestyle that will help you to lose weight without medication.
Thanks, Joanne. Chris Muller here. Stories like Joanne's are the reason I continue to share the Awaken 180 message. The results speak for themselves, and I'm confident you'll have the same success if you let them show you how. Do what Joanne did, what I did, and what over 24,000 others have done, and choose the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, Truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went...
I'm so excited.
Yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Pleasure to be with you. Seems like I'm running out of time, if not already out of time. So, just to rehash, the Penguins are not good. Trade everyone, except for Sidney Crosby. That's my blanket statement there. I'm interested to see my perspective on baseball now that I'm working out. Just see if I'm a little more into the season, this season with the Pittsburgh Pirates, and hopefully they'll be good, but hopefully the entire sport will get more interesting to me from my perspective, and I may pose that question more often, throughout this week and throughout the months that I'm, working out. Like, how do you feel? Like, do you feel more engaged in baseball, or did you feel more engaged when you were a player back whenever you played? And then I do want to address the Steelers a little bit coming up this week, just with NFL free agent NFL free agency opening up wide. Is Justin Fields coming back? What would the value he could bring be? All that stuff we'll talk about throughout the week. But I'm out of time. So I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm going to pass it on to the next show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show. That's coming up on the other side of this break. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Don't miss celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori and Don Engebretson, the Renegade Gardener, this weekend only. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle and stroll through a fully furnished model home by Buckhorn Showcase built right inside the Convention Center. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Spring is just around the corner, and that means sunlight pouring through your windows, and you don't want that light to reveal pet dander. You don't want that light to reveal dust and dirt and salt stains. No, spring is about revival. It's about renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the over 10,000 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with Single Care. It's easy.
Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain-soaked roadways as you travel out for the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways remains fairly steady, but we do have an accident on the northbound side of Route 28 as a vehicle spin out into the median. Crews on the scene near the Harmer on-ramp, so give yourself some extra time. There already are some delays and restrictions getting by. Also, the HOV lanes remain closed along the Parkway North and the Crosstown as structural concerns are addressed. In addition, single lane each direction restrictions in effect on Route 28 underneath the Veterans Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber.
And 20 KDK just posted on Twitter. It's Larry going like this. Just doing a peace sign. Yeah. I feel like we need to each take a selfie taking the peace with a peace sign and send it to Larry because he looks like such a friggin' dork. Love you, Larry. Albeit for me to criticize a legend, but wow.
Criticize a legend that's in Florida right now. That's nice.
Yeah, you just go to Florida. Pony's in Florida.
Yeah, that's nice.
They don't take Molsey or Donnie.
Nope. Or us.
Or us. Half the PM team is out in Bradenton. The other guys are. F them, I guess.
Right. Molsey has to stay here.
Molsey's scratching his name into the mouse pad over there like he's in prison, like he's Red counting down the days in Shawshank Redemption.
Like a jail cell.
Yeah.
Just practicing his signature. Chris Muller.
Just scratching it into the mouse pad.
Jeez.
Anyhow, it's cabin fever time of year. Yesterday was really nice, but this is the time of the year where like the temperatures are going to fluctuate. Like you just don't want to be inside.
Uh-huh.
And he's sitting there, Pony's out at the ballpark outside, 75 and sunny, and Molsey's just scratching his name into the mouse pad.
Yeah. What am I going to make tonight? What kind of soup am I going to make?
Tuscan-inspired soup.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm great.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm great.
We had great conversation before the show, bouncing all over the place. Your playing days, the 2012 Buffalo Bills, all the way to the 2004 Detroit Pistons and Los Angeles Lakers. Yeah. We were looking up Maurice Clarett.
Yes, we were all over the place.
We were all over the place. You were teaching me about SGA, yeah.
Gosh.
Who's scoring 33 points a game in the NBA, playing 34 minutes a night, which to me is just insane.
Oh my gosh. Then we ended with the whole, Dallas Mavericks. If I was a Mavericks fan, I'd just sell all my stuff. I'm done. That's a whole dumpster fire organization. Then they raised the prices.
It would be like, honestly, if the Penguins traded Sidney Crosby at 25 years old with no warning whatsoever.
Yep.
And then your other star gets hurt for the season and the guy you trade Crosby for gets hurt for the season. Like Malkin goes out for the year. Crosby's been traded.
Like Lindros. Didn't Lindros always get hurt?
Always got hurt.
Yeah, like traded for Lindros.
And he gets hurt.
Yeah.
Like trade Lemieux for Lindros, and then he gets hurt, and Yager gets hurt, and you just lose your mind. Callis, how are you doing this morning?
It was great. Then that conversation was so great that I could hear some of it.
I know I'm really not trying to be quiet in the mornings, despite your request, but I am trying to be nicer to you. Doran, you were talking about a time where when you were with the Bills, you guys played in Buffalo, and you went and played in Toronto.
Yeah.
And you just got your asses beat.
50-17 by the Seahawks. And then Marshawn Lynch, before the game, because obviously he used to play for the Bills, he came in our locker room half naked and just was like walking around trying to talk to everybody, and security had to come in like,
hey, dude, get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here.
I love Marshawn Lynch, man. I loved his game, but I also loved that he was the Skittles dude. I loved that he took that golf cart for a spin when he played for Cal, and then looked it up. He said, at least, that he would take a couple of shots of Hennessy before every game. Takes all kinds. If I took 2 shots of Jameson before every show, I'd get fired for that, I think.
No, you wouldn't.
No,
I don't think so.
No one would know.
No, you'd be fine.
I wouldn't be fine because I would fall asleep.
You would?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh.
I think the booze would push me to sleep.
No, not just 2. Well, maybe.
I mean, look at me.
Yeah, maybe.
I ain't what I used to be. Cal, you get your signatures yet, man?
Nope, I need one more.
One more signature.
Don't need one more.
Have you gone door to door?
No, people don't like that.
No, they don't.
You want to stay away from having to do that.
No, I have a no solicitation sign on my door.
Do you?
Yeah, and people still come up. I don't care, but we have it up because baby nap schedule and the dog barking, and you don't want to wake the baby up. So I always feel bad. People will come to the door, and sometimes they'll come and they'll look and they'll be like, all right, I'm out of here. A lot of the time, people still knock and ring the doorbell. That irritates me.
Yes,
There's a sign right there.
For sure.
It says right there, don't solicit.
Don't knock. Like, nah.
Now with Guardian, that's great. Because I used to get all freaked out when people would knock on my door in the middle of the day. Like, you trying to come front door, someone's coming back door, someone's going to tie me up and steal all my stuff.
I'm so obsessed with the Guardian app that, like, I'll hear, like, a truck coming down the street, and then I'll immediately go to my doorbell cam to see, like, what truck is, like, is it Amazon? What is it? Like, just driving down the street, I'm like, oh, that doesn't sound like a regular car. What is that?
What is that?
Yeah, let me see.
We got some sort of war machine coming down our street. I love the Guardian app.
That's great.
Could I ask you guys a question, though?
No.
Okay. Well, I just did anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
So if we're gonna start making signs, once we get all these petition signatures and
for
stuff.
your campaign.
Yeah. Would you put a sign in your front yard?
Yeah, for you, of course. But we don't live in Green Tree.
Right.
The more publicity, the better, though. Why does Adam Crowley have that sign in his front yard?
I have no problem doing that.
Mount Lebanon's close enough. Maybe not Doran, because Doran's out.
Well, people could be driving. Yeah, you're right. There could be a lot of Green Tree people driving through Lebo. And out South Fayette, you get people driving around. Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, I would just do it just because it's you.
Let's
go. I really don't care.
I'd wear a shirt.
Yeah. I do. We do whatever you needed us to do.
I'm so excited. Yay.
Not whatever, but, like, within reason.
Yeah.
Within reason.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'm not going to take, like, a pie to the ass like you were saying yesterday. But
no, that's not good. That's not good publicity.
Shirts, talk about it.
Can you just watch 13-9 then? That's kind of what I was getting at.
Social media.
Social media would absolutely do a little callous push. For sure.
Well, thank you.
We'll watch 13-9. It'll probably be sometime in the summer when it's slow, sports-wise. Maybe during the MLB All-Star break or something
What
like
if the
that.
Pirates are good? Then what?
Maybe during the MLB All-Star break when they ain't playing.
I can't believe you never watched the game.
Rich Rod was on with Starkey on Friday.
Oh, not the morning show with Adam Crowley, West Virginia, known goon. Yeah.
My wife did make a good point, though, that if I booked Rich Rod, people might be like, why are they talking to him right now this time of year?
Mm-hmm.
Because people might not give this show the benefit of the doubt because they'd be like, oh, Crowley's just trying to talk about his Mountaineers. Starkey did a really good journalist interview with him.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. He started asking about 13-9, and Rich Rod talked about the game and what that meant for his career and what that meant for the program. But then when Starkey started to kind of nail down on the specifics, he's like, oh, I don't remember the specifics. That's where I am, because I watched it once. I'm the same way with Super Bowl 43 Steelers-Packers. I have not even so much as watched the highlights of that game because it pissed me off so much. That was the night my dad and I were putting down the Jameson.
Yes.
Big time. But I've never rewatched that game. Certain losses, you can't go back and watch them. And they'll put that Super Bowl 43 on NFL Network. They'll do Super Bowl week stuff like that. I will not go back and watch it. I will not, and I probably should for the job just to jog the memory. I'm sure we'll reference it. We have referenced it, Rashard Mendenhall's fumble, stuff like that. But there's probably a ton of details of that game I just don't remember.
Yeah. There's a ton of details that I've forgotten about the 13-9 game, too. I mean, just like little stuff like Tommy Duhart recovering a fumble. Like Tommy Duhart barely played that whole entire season. Stuff like that. That it was on, I think, like a year ago. I think it was on ESPN. A year or two ago.
You know what when it was, and it could have been multiple times too. Does ESPN Classic still exist? That channel was awesome.
I don't think so.
I don't think it does either. I don't have cable, so there's that. I saw it on the ACC network, Pitt Best Games. I'm like, yo, that ain't no ACC game.
ACC team.
It's so crazy to me because they'll do these little vignettes too when they have trouble selling ads, I'm guessing. And it'll be like, this ACC player of the blah, blah, blah. And it'll be like Larry Fitzgerald going up making catches against like Syracuse.
Yeah.
Both are ACC teams in a Big East game. And it's still real weird. Oh, look at what he did against Boston College. Oh, my God.
Like, would I be considered an ACC player now? Instead of a Big East? I mean, I know that it would reference Big East, but like it would be part of, like, I guess, I don't know.
It's funny because in a different context, I thought about this just last night. Matt Painter, the head coach of Purdue, he took the mic after their win over Rutgers last night, and he told the crowd that their last 5 years, it's the winningest stretch of Big Ten basketball in a 5-year period ever. And so what that made me think was, okay, well, UCLA's in the Big Ten now, and they won all those championships, and they won 88 consecutive games. So, like, that doesn't count because it happened in a Western Conference. But, you know, I'm guessing that at some point Big Ten Network's going to be running highlights of
UCLA,
of those UCLA teams.
Right. That is interesting.
Yeah. I was thinking about just that thing. For you, I
don't know.
I don't know.
I would guess.
Claim it. Claim it. Big East and ACC.
Right.
Claim it.
Mm-hmm. That's weird.
College sports is screwed up anymore, but
yeah, I mean, we'll get into ACC stuff tomorrow because of the whole Florida State and Clemson deal with Pat.
People are blowing me up. Sorry, Steelers, Packers, Super Bowl 45. Yeah, I think I said 43 twice. My bad. That's the one I want to remember.
I mean,
yeah, we'll get into that realignment stuff with Pat and Florida State and Clemson. Going to be sticking around at least for a little while now. Texter, hook up the rabbit ears if you want to get the cable. My father-in-law does that.
Like the old school rabbit ears.
He'll come down into the basement. He'll take like a paper clip, and one of the big paper clips, and he'll like make it big, and he'll attach it to the thing.
Nah.
Yeah, he will. He does that at Leanna's grandmother's house too.
What?
Yeah. Like the one day I came down, sat in my basement, I was trying to watch ball, and the TV wasn't working. I was like, "What the heck's going on?" And my wife was like, "Yeah, my dad was down there fiddling with stuff." So I call him, and he's like, "I was trying to hook up the rabbit ears." Like, oh, dang.
I don't even know if Cal's like remembers that you had to be on a certain station to play video games when we were younger. Like you had to be on Channel 3.
Get it on Channel 3, baby.
Yep, Channel 3 or Channel 4.
And you had the white, the red, and the yellow that
components.
you had components you had to plug into the back.
Yep.
But one of them you didn't actually need.
I think it was the white.
But I forget which one. It might have been the white.
Yep.
Well, no, the
Here it comes.
white and the red were like left and right audio. So if your TV was mono, you could only plug one in and it would be fine. But if your TV was stereo, it would just be the separate audio channels, and yellow was video.
See, my wife was explaining last night to my 5-year-old that we didn't have cell phones growing up. Not until I didn't get one until I was in 9th grade.
Yep.
And you would have been later than that.
Yep.
Same thing with my wife. And we were explaining to her that, yeah, for a while growing up, our phones were attached to the wall.
Yes. That's just a wild concept if you're younger.
She had no clue. We were trying to explain to her pay phones. She did not get it. And then my wife did a terrible job describing it to her, and I didn't tell my wife this. She's going to hear it on the pre-show. But my wife was like, it's kind of like a water fountain, but for a phone. I'm like, I get it because they're in public. Which water fountains are a crazy concept. Do people drink out of the water fountain anymore? 412-928-9370. Like, I don't.
I don't.
I ain't bending over to a friggin' water fountain.
Man, like I have to be really thirsty, or I'll get a cup and just like.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Water fountains are weird.
They're weird.
Yes.
They're weird.
Sometimes I'd be in a rush out of the bathroom before my stomach was repaired by Awaken 180, and it's because I didn't have time to go to the break room to get like a cup, so I would just like get a quick sip from the water fountain, rush back in, and start the.
I mean,
early morning show.
sometimes this will be a Twitter poll. Sometimes you have to just wet your whistle?
Yeah.
Yes or no. Sometimes you do just got to wet the whistle.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday was really dry too. I mean, it's warm, but it's dry. I got an alert on my phone. Oh, it could be forest fire. I'm like, I ain't living in a damn forest, but whatever. And my lips are all dry, so I could see. Yeah, wet the whistle.
I remember in school when we were younger too. Like, I mean, I would ask to go get a drink of water instead of like going to the bathroom, but I wouldn't go get a drink of water. It was just because I didn't want to sit in the classroom anymore. Do you like? Did you like to get a pass? Like, I just need a drink of water, and they'd be like, "Here's a pass," and I would not go get a drink of water. I'd just like, all right, I just want to just walk the hall.
Nothing better. It was like kneeling down on the football dorm, or like possessing the ball like the Eagles did against the Steelers this year. You're just trying to kill the clock.
Yes,
all the time. We had a hall monitor who was employed by the district. She might still be there. And I'm saying this out of respect because she kicked ass at her job, but she was public enemy number one, Mrs. Wagner.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You got caught in a hallway by her. Your life was hell. My senior year, I found a hall pass. Like, we had the legit plastic hall passes, and I kept one in my backpack at all times. I walk around the hall with the hall pass. She'd stop me. What class you in? Oh, got the hall pass? Yep. Be good.
Yep.
Just kill all the time.
Oh, yeah. We had that one teacher or that one administrator that would write us passes all the time.
Like a cool one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I need a pass. Here you go. I need a pass, like a paper one.
Nothing better now, just wandering the halls?
Right. I wonder, do they still do passes like in high school?
It's a great question. 412-928-9370 to the parents out there.
I mean, I know that they're allowed to
Text
have
us.
their phones. Like, so why even have passes? Just like, yeah, I got to go to the bathroom. All right, come back.
You know what happened to me one time? We used to play the drinking game quarters with water at lunch at the school table. We just bounced quarters. I don't know why. I think it's because Beer Fest came out. We were like obsessed with the movie.
So were we.
What a great movie.
Oh,
so we would play quarters. Well, I would drink a lot of water, and then that period I had Mrs. Gill's biology class, and I would pee like 9 times. And the one day she's like, honey, you're going to the bathroom a ton during class. Like, do you just not like the subject matter, or what's going on? I said, listen, I was drinking a ton of water at lunch or playing this game. And she's like, don't play the game. But I was like, I go like, you know how my bladder is.
Yeah.
I go like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times a damn class.
Do you not like the subject matter? Like, that's the schooling that you're getting.
Right.
They'd be like, you can't pee anymore. Pee yourself. Like, you're sitting in the class.
Oh, back at Catholic school, that's what they would have done to me. You go urinate yourself in the back of the classroom.
Right.
But she was like, do you not like the subject matter? What's going on here? She's like, you're doing okay in my class. I'm like, I just got pee, lady. I'm so sorry.
What were you just playing on your phone?
Sorry. I got a Guardian alert.
Oh, okay.
And I wanted to make sure everything was cool. There was an animal in my driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doran, did you have a hall monitor at West Day?
I can't remember. I don't think so.
That's that Mount Lebanon education.
Yeah,
You just got your
so.
paid hall monitors.
I mean, what was I going to do? I mean, I was going to skip class, but it's not like I'm like walking down the hall, smoke a cigarette.
I mean, we would go to like the locker room all the time. Like, that's where I would go. And they kind of gave us leeway, but like if I was like, hey, I got to go to the bathroom, I would time it out where there's like 15 minutes left in the class, and I would just go to the locker room, go eat a snack or something, go watch some Fresh Prince. Like, we had a little TV, little box TV in our training room in high school for football, and I would just go watch Fresh Prince or something.
I would try to go to the band room as much as I could.
Yeah.
That was my escape. And our teacher was real cool. I brought a Wii in one time after our holiday concert the one year.
I see things have changed.
We were playing rock band because, band class. Good times.
Yeah. Teachers were fine.
Yeah.
Back then. I'm sure there was a period where it was really hard and teachers were stern.
I just can't believe back in when'd you graduate again? When'd you graduate high school, Carly?
I was 09.
So that era, there was still like a paid hall monitor. That's just strange to me.
It would not surprise me if Lebo was still doing that now with the paid home monitor. One of the last days of our junior year, me and my buddy Nick, we grabbed a whole bunch of bottles of water out of the cafeteria, and we were going to ditch school, and we were going to go get on the tee and then go to the Pirate game. And so, I don't know, it was probably like 11:30. We got all the water bottles and we're leaving. And Miss Wagner stops us in the hall. And she's like, what are you doing with all those water bottles? And my buddy Nick is like a big-time sweater, upper lip, and he's just drenched in sweat. And he's looking at me. I'm looking at him. I'm like, all right, which one of us is going to come up with the line? He's like, these are for our friend. And she's like, yeah? He's like, our friend, Jake.
Just totally lying, sweating.
Okay, why does Jake need 16 water bottles? Because like 95 degrees was the end of the school year. Yeah, Jake's not feeling too good. And she bought it.
Oh, wow.
And then we were out. And we just filled the backpack filled with water bottles, got on the tee.
Oh, that's nice.
Nobody in the stands. I was wearing flippy floppies, put the feet up in the upper deck. Ah, God love it.
Ferris Bueller.
That's right. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you might miss it. I was butchered. That kind of did. Texter, I went to Perry High School. We had full-on security instead of hall monitors. Yeah.
That happens.
Couple texters. Passes are now electronic. Kids sign out an iPad in the front of the room and go, shut the hell up.
Really?
That's going to be the world's most disgusting iPad.
Really?
Take an iPad in the bathroom?
No,
they just sign out with it.
Oh, I'm a dumbass.
They just sign, like you would just assign the paper, right? Just sign the tablet. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I'm so dumb.
You thought they took the iPad to the bathroom.
Should understand how technology works. I have a school/sports-related question. Trying to look at the show sheet. At some point in the first hour of the show, I got a school-related question that is perfect, I think, for this time of year. And it's kind of a pre-show topic, but we'll bring it into the regular show because it's March 5th. And there's only so many different ways you can slice Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, for God's sakes. All right, history was made in professional sports last night, and I think there's a big conversation to be had there. We're going to have it coming up in 30 seconds. We'll bounce all over the place today. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
LeBron, open three. 22 seasons, 40 years of age. LeBron James, 50,002 points.
All right, before everybody switches their radio dial, we're not going to make this an NBA-centric segment. You'll see where we're going with this. But LeBron James buries a three, 50,002 points, the first player in the history of the NBA to go over that 50,000-point threshold. He's 40 years old. It still feels to me, Doran, like he's at the height of his powers. And that seems to be a theme around sports right now. Crosby passes a couple of legends on the scoring ranks over the weekend. Gordie Howe, Brett Hull, Alexander Ovechkin. Bobby Hull, one of the Hulls. Alexander Ovechkin is chasing down Bart Gretzky. What's his name? He's chasing down Wayne Gretzky, the Great One's all-time goal-scoring record. He's up near 40 years old. Guys are playing not just longer, seemingly, than ever, but they're not just hanging on just to hang on. Guys are playing into their 40s at an elite level. Was it Southside Jake in Are You Smarter Than a Plumber asked us the second leading receiver in his 40s all-time in NFL history? It's actually Tom Brady. Tom Brady, the second leading receiver for a 40-plus-year-old in the history of the NFL, but he was playing great quarterback into his 40s. We're in the golden age of the guys who should be getting gold watches, Doran.
Right.
And it makes you wonder just how long Sidney Crosby can go, but there's some big-time discussions we could have with all of this. Like, what are the unbreakable records in sports? I'd like to do that one with you to open things up lighthearted and what is a downtime in Pittsburgh sports. We'll get into all that. But LeBron James gets $50K, dude. He ain't slowing down.
He's not. And this just ties into everything that you said. And we kind of talked about this maybe a week or two ago. They're just getting better. And I feel like with LeBron, and I know how people think about him, I feel like it's not about the records right now with Sidney Crosby, with Ovechkin, with LeBron and some other people that are out there and still playing at a high level. I feel like it's really truly about winning and winning one more championship. Like their goals, like you'll see some guys that are like, okay, I'm going to hang on as long as possible because I want to break this record. I want to get this hitting record. I want to hit this home run record or stolen base record or whatever. I feel like with the guys right now that are pushing the age of 40, and Sidney Crosby's one of them, I feel like it's literally about getting that last run to a championship, and then these records are following it. I really truly believe that.
Oh, like, LeBron wants to win. No doubt.
He wants to win a championship so bad, and now that he has Luka, and even before he got Luka this year, he's just been on a tear. And I honestly think he's taking it personally with his son, and that's why he's on a tear.
Oh, it's so cool.
So you always find. You don't always find, but these guys are finding inspiration somewhere to keep playing the way that they are. Think about how many times that they've had to inspire themselves to go reach the places that they've gone to throughout their careers. And now it's all right, how many times can you motivate yourself to do that at this age when have you already done it? You've already won a championship. You've already won multiple championships. You've already got this title. You've done this. You've done that. It probably is hard to find the fuel to motivate yourself to play at this level, and I'm talking about the three that LeBron, Ovechkin, and Crosby, but they keep finding
Steph really fits the conversation too.
Steph too. I mean, obviously Klay Thompson's gone, his buddy, and they're thinking that this whole dynasty's done, but they figure out a way to get Jimmy Butler, and they've won the last 10 out of 11 games.
It's why even last night, Doran, before the game, because it's the Avs, because of Crosby's relationship with Nathan McKinnon, he was asked by local Colorado media, hey, a lot of people around here would love to see you come out and play. It's oh, my God, you roll your eyes. But you understand it on a national level. We here in Pittsburgh know Sidney Crosby wants to finish his career in a Penguin sweater, and he believes, you'd have to think, that at some point at the end of his career, they're going to get back into the playoffs and they're going to contend. He wouldn't be here and doing it if he didn't think that. But nationally, people see what the Penguins' record is. If you watch them play for more than 10 minutes, you realize this team sucks out loud. And so nationally, and even internationally in Canada, perhaps soon to be nationally, LOL, they think this guy wants to go chase a cup maybe someplace else. He doesn't, but each and every one of these dudes that we've mentioned, something makes them tick.
Yeah.
To where I think there's a lot of team-oriented stuff. There's loyalty, but there's the championship chase. And they're all doing it at a super high level. Crosby's got 66 points in 62 games.
Mm-hmm.
He's 37 years old.
Right.
It's insane to me. Alexander Ovechkin is on one of the best goal-scoring clips. He missed a lot of time this year. One of the best goal-scoring clips of his career. And LeBron James is almost averaging a triple-double. Technology is good, but I also don't want to, and nutrition's good, I don't want to diminish the true greatness of these guys, though, because again, nutrition and technology and things of that nature will allow you to play in your 40s, in your late 30s if you want to. The fact that they're all doing it at such a high level is, I don't think we should take it for granted.
No.
It's an amazing thing.
It is an amazing thing, and you think about the attributes of why, right? That's what we're talking about. And if there was one attribute, I mean, it's the motivation, it's the nutrition, the taking care of your body, and, the advancements of medicine and rehabilitation, things of that nature. Things are 15 years ago you tore your Achilles, 20 years ago you tore your Achilles, you'd be done. Now you come back in 4 months, you can come back in 5 months. So things are changing. But I think for these guys, and to be able to play at that level at this age, they are their mind has grown throughout this process of them being a great, that their mind can take them to be what they are now. They are so much smarter than everybody else. They are 1 step, 2 steps ahead than everybody else with their mind. Even though their body is getting older, they're taking care of it. But LeBron is just so much smarter. He knows where guys are going to be. He knows the plays that work. He knows, matchups. He knows what team he's going against. He knows what coach he's going against. He's probably the same age as some coaches that he's going against.
Oh my God.
Ovechkin, Crosby, they know lineups and things of that nature and what a coach likes to do and, how they want to attack him personally, on the ice and, try to stop him.
You're so right about it.
They're students of the game.
We were laughing because, again, we did this deep dive this morning. We went into the early 2000s of the NBA. And that Lakers team that had Karl Malone and Gary Payton and Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, they were third in the league in scoring at 98 points a game. When LeBron James entered the league, it was a different sport.
Yes.
A different sport. Now
Yes.
guys are canning threes with their eyes closed, hand in their face, catch and shoot, 50 feet out. Doesn't matter. They're canning threes, and the sport has totally changed. Meanwhile, LeBron, the only player in history to have 50,000 points. I think about the league that Crosby entered, where the bottom pair defensemen that he'd be going up against, and he's talked about this before, these plodding, big, slow, would punch you in the face defensemen, and that was tough to play against, but also for him at that time, his speed, I mean, he would turn those guys around like a revolving door. Now, everybody in the NHL can skate at this unreal level, but he knows how to play the game, which is what you're saying. I think about Crosby in the Four Nations face-off, Doran. He was tied for the tournament lead in scoring. He can't. He's not a bad skater anymore. Don't misconstrue this, but he ain't a top 5 skater in the league like he was for the majority of his career. He didn't look out of place.
No.
Why? Because he thinks the game. He knows where guys are. I mean, you think about the Nathan McKinnon backhand pass, the power play goal that they scored in game number 1. He knows he's going to be there. He doesn't see him. He knows he's going to be there. Puck's right on his stick. So it's brain mixed with the ability to really take care of your bodies. And these are all these guys that we've mentioned, with the exception of Ovechkin, which is unbelievable. All they do is think about what goes into their body.
Yes.
And what they need to do to recover. And they just live the sport pretty much 24/7, 365.
I think there's something to be said for being able to play through different decades and eras and types of the sport, and how, like you're saying, how it's changed. Because now you're not just facing, all right, there's this era of basketball players that are playing right now. And then 5-6 years ago there was that era. There's that era of hockey players. Like, if you get somebody like Crosby, Ovechkin, and LeBron, who've played in an era that was tough, that you're getting beat up, like you weren't shooting threes, you had to take it to the hole, like you had to do these different things. Like they've experienced all that, and now it's just in one person. Like they can bring that. Like somebody like SGA, he wouldn't have been able to make it back in 2000 playing basketball, getting fouled all the time,
break him in half.
Right. But LeBron had that experience, and now he's playing at a high level because of that experience and that toughness and the way things have changed, and he's just adapted but kept all that in one. That's why he's dominating too, because these guys have no idea how to play against something like that, and LeBron can bring that out. It's like the old guy, like my dad, he's always like, let's play horse. My dad's a great shooter. I'm like, no, I'm smart enough to know not to play you in horse, but he knows that he can shoot. Like he knows what spot on the court to go. And he's 60-some years old. Like that's like LeBron. It's like, yeah, I know that I can go right here and then step back and hit this shot. I've done it a million times. You've just been doing it for a couple years. I've done this against Michael Jordan. I've done this against Kobe Bryant. Real dogs. I'm going to do it against you, too. I don't care if I'm 40 years old. Sidney Crosby going against, how many old time? He played with Mario.
And it's fascinating, everything you just said, Doran, like the eras that these guys have spanned. And it was a really good conversation to start Starkey's show yesterday, talking about the faces of all the particular sports right now. Think about the McDavids of the world, Austin Matthews, Nathan McKinnon, all these electric hockey players. I think the NHL is in a really good spot right now with the talent in the sport. And scoring is up, and it's really fun to watch. And I realize hockey is always going to be a niche sport, always going to be, a regional sport. I get all that. But the league, for those who love hockey, is in a really good spot. Crosby and Ovechkin still face the league.
Still the face.
You think about SGA, LeBron James, the face of friggin' NBA.
No doubt.
All these old heads still getting it done while you've got these leagues in really healthy spots. It's really a testament to these guys' greatness. And so it got me thinking on the drive in, Doran, okay, now that players, the truly great ones, can play for as long as these guys have at such a high level, what records that we thought were previously unbreakable are now breakable? I never thought anybody scored 50,000 points in the NBA. I never thought anybody would catch and pass Wayne Gretzky's goals. I never thought anybody would catch and perhaps pass Jaromir Jagr's points. That might happen with Sidney Crosby. So what are some records that now might be in jeopardy to be broken. 412-928-9370. And we can talk about team records and stuff, too. I think it's just a fun way to start a Wednesday, a hump day, when there's a lot of negativity going on in Pittsburgh sports. So 412-928-9370. You want to chime in on this conversation? We'd love to have you. You could text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Penguins both lost yesterday. Pirates lost to the Boston Red Sox 12-4. It's 3 straight losses for the Pirates in spring training, and 3 straight times they've given up 10 or more runs in a game. Another spring training game today for the Pirates at 1 o'clock. That'll be against the Toronto Blue Jays. Pittsburgh Penguins lost 4-1 against the Colorado Avalanche. They've lost 3 games in a row now. They've got the Vegas Golden Knights next on Friday on the road. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 22 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Saquon Barkley got himself a 2-year contract extension with the Eagles after winning the Super Bowl, and he will now be the highest paid running back ever. Now, all you other loser teams, don't get any ideas. Paying a star running back on a bad team is like hanging a fancy chandelier when your pipes need to be fixed. Focus on the basics first. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check you have gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, is your home for NBA live betting. You can miss the first few minutes of a game, might miss the tip, might miss the whole first half. Jump in the fourth quarter. You might have to go somewhere in the fourth quarter. You're just there for the start. Either way, you can make your picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. I watch Golden State all the time. Quentin Post, if you're looking for over on threes, that's kind of all he does. He's a new, interesting player for them. Get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platform.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Clouds and sun with rain today, the high 64.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Overnight rain showers causing problems now. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crystal on the scene of an earlier accident blocking both left lanes of Route 28. It occurred on the northbound side near the Harmer on-ramp. Traffic is getting by, but you're finding heavier traffic getting by in that right lane on the southbound side of the roadway. Once you get by there, you're going to be encountering lane restrictions once again this morning on 28, single lane each direction underneath the Veterans Bridge as crews continue to address the structural concerns on the Parkway North and Crosstown's HOV lanes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
LeBron James, first NBA player ever to hit the 50,000-point mark. Got it on a three-pointer last night. What are the unbreakable records in sports? We're having fun this morning. We have fun every morning, but let's keep it light this morning. 412-928-9370. We talk about unbreakable records, and there are some that are always going to stand. Like, I don't think we're ever going to see an NCAA basketball team win 88 consecutive games again like UCLA. Like, there's too much parity in the sport, and there's not enough continuity. Like, you could have one of the great teams of all time. Like Auburn, they're saying, oh, if they win it this year, they could be one of the great teams of all time. Okay, maybe. See how it goes for them. But, you know, you got Jahani Broome, who's a hell of a player, but he transferred in, I believe. I mean, guys are going to leave. Guys are going to jump to the NBA. You're not going to have the same team together for years, right? Which makes that harder. And I think the collective sport around that hypothetical great team is also better than it was back in the 1970s. So that's one that comes to mind. Now, individual records in college, like Tyler Shook played 7 years of quarterback, and he's flying up draft boards right now. 7 years, Doran.
Yeah.
R.J. Davis, I was watching the North Carolina game last night. He's played 169 ACC games. Tied for the most all time with Armando Bacot, his teammate from North Carolina. So college records, point scoring records, stuff like that, I guess at some point could be broken if guys have this extra eligibility.
Yeah, and then now guys are going to want to stay in college with NIL too.
Good point.
I mean,
I think NIL is great for college basketball in particular because it's either, do I want to go to Europe or do I want to go to G League? So maybe the players right below the superstars who are going to go be lottery picks in the NBA, they're going to stick around longer. Sorry to cut you off. Kenny Pickett would not have come back, I don't think, if not for NIL. Like Kenny Pickett, I I mean, he wanted to improve the draft stock and all that, but you also got to make it worth my while because I could have been a 4th, 5th round pick and still been making money.
Well, the COVID year too was really big then. Like that.
That's right.
That's
really.
True. I don't even know if Kenny got NIL money. I think he may have just been like the beginning, maybe.
You know what? It was. I might be. Yeah, it might be the COVID thing that I'm thinking about.
It was a COVID thing.
Just taking advantage of the extra year of eligibility to improve draft stock.
Yes.
But yeah, all that. So I do think some of these big-time college records could wind up being broken. But, like, just as an example, I don't think in Major League Baseball, the way that the sport has evolved, we're never going to see anybody break Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak.
Right.
The guys just don't care about that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We might see long walk streaks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the 3 true outcomes: strikeouts, walks, home runs, launch angle, exit velocity. I don't think anybody's like, oh, one day I want to break Joe DiMaggio's record. Like, how many games did Brian Reynolds get up to last year? He got into the 20s. Yeah,
23?
I mean, and that's a hell of a feat.
Yes.
But for somebody to do it for 56 games, we're never going to see that again.
I think NFL records will be broken because they keep adding games. But in my opinion, that should be separate. Like 16-game season, whatever it was before, 14-game season, like they should be their own records by themselves.
The old
it's
asterisk.
Not fair.
Yeah.
It's not fair if you have 18. Like, they're going to go to 18 games. So, like, I do believe that Eric Dickerson's rushing record is definitely going to be broken. You're going to do it in 18 games. He did it in 16 or 15, whatever it was.
14, yeah.
14. Did it in 14 games. You're going to get 4 more extra games. 100% is going to be broken.
Someone just texted in, Doran still holds that official 4.40, though. That's damn right.
That is true. That is true.
Ain't nobody flirted with that this year.
No, not
at
even
the combine.
Close.
Not even close.
Uh-uh. Evan Ingram was the one that flirted with it the most back in the day. 4.42.
4.42.
Yeah.
That's the closest?
Yeah.
That's still like really not that close. Like not really. Like when he ran it, you're probably going,
I was like, oh.
Like, click.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Oh, okay. Then he ran another one. It's like, all right, you get through the first one. It's like, all right, I got another one. You usually get faster on the second one. So it's like,
all right, now I know what I'm doing. I feel good. I'm a little nervous for the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, Cy Young wins record. Won't see anybody get within 100 wins. I think, at this top of my head, I think he's got 511 wins. Most pitcher wins all time. MLB. If it's 511, give me $1. 511. Bang!
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
I'm such a friggin' loser.
I think Wilt Chamberlain's will be broken at some point.
100 points? That's an interesting one because we've seen guys in the 70s of late. We went over that list randomly the other day. Kobe had, what did he have, 88? No.
81.
81. It was 81 for Kobe. If you can get 81, I mean, five shots away, depending on the variety of flirting with 100.
Mm-hmm.
The way these guys shoot,
right.
They're just created out of a lab.
I mean, Wilt Chamberlain didn't have three-point line.
Which, insane.
Yeah. So
insane. Stop that guy. Can't.
Like, I mean, you think somebody like Steph Curry, if he's just shooting threes all game and he's on one, like he kind of was on one a little bit last night. He was slow in the first quarter, but like in the second half, he didn't miss. Like if he was on one all game, it was just shooting threes, yeah, he could break it.
Yeah.
I think it'll be broken, at least in our time.
Somebody like that.
Right.
I do think that one's got a chance. But I think about Cy Young, okay, 511 victories. You know, one of the old thresholds to get into the Hall of Fame, you get 300 wins, you're in rarefied air. I don't think we're ever going to see that again. So in some instances, these records will be broken because of the change of the game. Major League Baseball, starting pitchers don't go deep enough.
No.
Frequently enough.
Nope.
Like Clayton Kershaw has 212 wins right now. He's not going to get to 300. He's the best shot you got. He's 36 years old. He could maybe pitch until he's 42.
Maybe.
It's tight.
Yeah,
but if he does it, I'll go out right now, not even so much on a limb. He might be the last guy to ever get to 300 because when he started pitching all the way back in 2008, you were still allowed to throw innings back then.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he had 5 complete games, 2, 3, 6, 4, 3. I mean, even those aren't huge numbers.
He never got hurt, right?
Not really.
Right, like that's a component of it too. Like you got to avoid the Tommy John. Like
of late, yeah, he never had that big time injury until like 32 years old. He only pitched 10 games that season. But up until he was 32, every year 29, 26, 27, 33, 27. He rubber arm. 232 innings, 233 innings. We don't even do that anymore.
No.
Get up near 250. So that's never going to happen. What are some of the unbreakable records? 412-928-9370. We'll keep peppering this in over the course of the show. You can tweet us at _ Adam Crowley, at Score and Doran, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I never thought Gretzky's record. Now, points I don't think will ever be broken. But I never thought that Wayne Gretzky's goal-scoring number would be broken. And I just want to look up Ovechkin's stats real quick. The longevity, but also the consistency for a guy that he's kind of like Babe Ruth. Like, he likes to party.
Yep.
Like, you see him without his shirt on, you're like,
he's not a hockey player.
oh my God. Like him and Kessel. Like, Kessel would take his shirt off, would not, I should say, take his shirt off in the locker room. But you know he had jelly rolls. He looked like Santa Claus. Ovechkin. Pardon me for this, but I think people 52, 46, 65, 56, 50, 32, 38, 32, 51, 53, 50, 33, 49, 51, 48, 24, 50, 42, 31, 31. Insane. Insane. He's played 20 years in the NHL. Fewest goals he's ever had in a season was 24, and he only played 45 games that year.
Jeez.
Monster.
All
right, give us some of the unbreakable records. 412-928-9370. I want to go down a nostalgia path coming up next too, Doran. We'll do all this. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Boston Red Sox. Pirates have a game against the Toronto Blue Jays today at 1 o'clock. Penguins lost to the Colorado Avalanche yesterday. Their next game is going to be on Friday against the Vegas Golden Knights. Pittman's basketball plays NC State tonight. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Doran.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out the website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines. It's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Leon's Billiards and More of Wexford is once again having huge home and garden show specials at the show and in their store. These once-a-year specials are good on pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air hockey tables, dartboards, and professional billiard service. Not ready for delivery? They'll hold your products until you're ready. See why Leon's is #1 for all your game room needs. At the show, at their showroom in Wexford, or online at leonsbilliards.com. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow, so you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Discover unbeatable flavor at Get-Go. Every day is Fish Fry Day because the captain is back. Dive into wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Or satisfy your hunger with a Captain Platter featuring wild-caught cod, crispy shrimp, and craveable hush puppies. Don't let these delicious options sail away. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field. It restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
LeBron James, 50,000 points in the NBA, only player to ever do it. Alexander Ovechkin chasing down Wayne Gretzky, old dudes breaking records. So what are the most unbreakable records in sports? And Doran, we got a text here that I love at 412-928-9370. Pirates' record for triples in a season was 36. Yeah, that's not going to be broken. Do you know who holds the record? You don't, because I didn't.
Like a player?
Yeah.
Like what? I mean, give me a year.
We were not alive. Ron Cook, not alive.
Oh, no idea.
Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson?
1912. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. It is 6:38. Wow. Now it's time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. A lot of good text here. Brodeur shutout record. Yeah, that's probably never going to be broken the way that the sport is now. I mean, back then they just ran a trap. And, I mean, you're lucky to get 20 shots on goal in a game.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would stand on his head if need be. I mean, you could clutch, you could grab. The league was really in a bad spot then for the bulk of those shutouts where you just didn't want to play those guys. And you didn't want to watch them play either, for God's sake. Cal Ripken Jr. Ironman record, Doran, 2,632 consecutive games played. We just don't do that anymore. We do the load management thing. And for good reason. Like, Brett Favre's streak's never going to be broken, I don't think. Remember whenever his ended, it was like negative 20 degrees, and they were playing outside, I think, at Minnesota Stadium because they were building that new, beautiful stadium they have in Minnesota. He got sacked.
Yep.
And, that had to have been like getting sacked on the concrete.
Oh, horrible. Horrible.
Does that feel bad?
Yes.
Yeah.
Real bad. It's like the burns, though. It's like the brush burns of it. It's not even like the landing. It's like, okay, like you're not going to wear sleeves. Most players don't wear sleeves. So like then you're like, it's like scraping your arm across the pavement. Yep.
Ow.
Yep.
Yeah, because that grass is not grass.
It's
at
ice.
that point. Yeah, that's awful.
Yes.
I want to go down Nostalgia Road in a second here, and I guess we kind of are talking about old records. Dan wants to weigh in from McKeesport. Good morning to you, Dan.
Hey, what's up? One record I was thinking about that's never going to be broken is John Stockton's assist record.
Yeah.
That will never be broken.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. Appreciate the call, Dan. Oh, dang it. My bad, Dan. Call back if you want to. 412-928-9370. That's I did not mean to do that. Itchy trigger finger. What does that mean? I thought he was just going to be like, John Stockton's assist record. And we'd both be like, oh, okay. And then he was like,
he was going to say something else.
Texter, Gretzky's 200-point season record. Yeah, that's just never going to happen. You want to talk about a sport that's totally changed.
Right. I was thinking about that, too.
Yeah. And even the goalie pads.
I was thinking about that, too. Like, that, like, you're getting old whenever, like, the equipment and, like, the jerseys, the apparel, and, the game has changed. But, like, I just think about, like, football, like, with the helmets. Like, there's helmets. Like, I can't wear the helmet. Like, they can't wear the helmet that I wore in, like, middle school. It's banned now.
Yeah.
You can't even wear that type of helmet. That's how old, I am.
Oh, my God. The evolution, there we go, found the word, of equipment is
crazy.
Crazy in all sports. You think about all the dudes who wear neck rolls in the 1990s up into the early 2000s. Like all the if you had a middle linebacker that wasn't wearing a neck roll, he sucked.
Right.
Like you were a great player. You're wearing the damn neck roll.
Well, that's what I was thinking about. That's why it sparked in my mind because I was watching the reruns of the Avalanche and Penguins last night, and they showed the Avalanche goalie, and he was kind of looking up the scoreboard. I was like, who does any goalie wear that neck protector, the glass neck protector thing, that plastic one anymore? Like, no goalies wear the neck protector.
I thought they were required to wear them now.
No goalie wears them.
They have the little Velcro one, yeah.
They don't even wear that, I don't think.
I loved those back in the day.
Which one? The Velcro one or the
one that hung there, the plastic one?
Yeah.
I wanted to be a goalie so bad growing up, Dorm, but I didn't have the athletic ability.
I think you'd be scared of the puck, too. Have you ever got, like, hit with the puck?
Yeah, in the shins once. I got hit with puck many times wearing pads and stuff, but I got hit in the shin with a puck once playing pawn hockey. Wasn't even a hard shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Buddy.
Yes.
I thought I was done.
Done.
Lemieux, 13 shorties in a season and scoring 5 goals 5 different ways in one game. Those are both good ones. I mean, hockey's going to be played forever. Like, I could see the 5 goals 5 different ways at some point because the talent now is just like this Celebrini guy for San Jose. He's so damn good.
Mm-hmm.
He's so damn good. But Lemieux is better than everybody. Speaking of the pads and the equipment, like how many of Gretzky's he got nothing on. Lord, I'm looking at. I didn't notice that last night.
I don't think any of them do.
How many of Gretzky's goals were on the ice too? Like, he wouldn't even pick a corner. He would just kind of casually slide the puck under a goalie because they didn't go down the same way they do now. They weren't doing the butterfly thing. It just – I don't even have fun watching Gretzky highlights. Like, Lemieux was spectacular. Gretzky was just a machine. Man. Texter, John Force, 16-time funny car champion. That's right. We still doing funny cars? Or did they get canceled for making offensive jokes? Bang.
I don't even know what that is, honestly.
They're hilarious cars. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We were talking about hall passes in the pre-show. When this time of year comes around, March, and it starts to warm up a little bit, and This weekend, it's going to be lighter outside. You start thinking about Stanley Cup playoffs. You start thinking about the NCAA tournament. Did you guys have teachers that would put the NCAA tournament on?
No doubt.
Oh, it was the best. Big East tournament, too.
No doubt.
It was great.
Yeah, roll the TV in?
Yes, you would roll it in.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a box TV, and you'd be watching Pitt play. You'd be watching all the games.
Yes, every single game.
And any teacher, like all the dude teachers
Yes.
you knew wanted to do that. Callis, did you have teachers that did that? You would watch the NCAA tournament games?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's the best.
I think we did something around the turn. We would fill out brackets too, within the class, and it was school related or something. So we could actually follow. It was a teaching moment, I guess.
Oh, that's a smart play.
Yeah, something. I forget what it had to do with, but it was a teaching experience, I guess. We filled out brackets, and it was yeah, this is how you do a bracket.
There's probability here.
Right, exactly. Something like that.
There has never been a 16 to beat a 1 back then. There's a 38% chance that a 12 beats a 5.
Yep.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Fun with sports numbers. That's the only kind of statistics that ever stood out to me was sports ones. I can't remember any years or anything even in history, and I was a big history guy. But you start talking Barry Bonds, 762 home runs. There you go. Cy Young, 511 wins. There you go. Someone just texted and said, you guys had no idea about John Stockton's assist record. Yeah, I do. Right off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Right off the top of my head, 15,806.
I had no idea.
Definitely didn't look that up.
No, I didn't know that.
I knew he had the record. I didn't realize that it was so far out ahead of the next guy, who was Chris Paul. Chris Paul has 12,370 assists. Wow. John Stockton, damn near 16,000 assists. Wow. Russell Westbrook with 9,800.
Really?
LeBron James, 11,487. To the surprise of no one of my favorite players growing up, Steve Nash. Short little white guy.
Yeah.
I liked watching Nash play.
He was a good player.
He had the stupid hair.
Yep. Really good player.
Yeah. Someone texted in Mulsey's 9 3-pointers. That's right.
Yep.
All right. We've probably tapped this, but if you want to weigh in, you can at 412-928-9370. The fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll bring it back to current Pittsburgh sports next with our Bradenton Bucco breakdown, and then back into the football talk. Well, not back, but into the football talk for the first time today, coming up at 7 o'clock. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball is a game tonight against NC State on the road. Then Pitt has one more game coming up on its regular season schedule. Its last game will be this coming Saturday, and they've got a home game there against Boston College. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain-slicked roadways continuing to produce accidents. The latest one in Sewickley Borough on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard at River Avenue. Also, crews remain on the scene of that earlier accident, blocking both left lanes of Route 28 between Harmer and RIDC Park. Traffic in the southbound side very heavy from Harmer past the accident scene. And it looks like we have an accident as well reported on the Parkway West. This is on the outbound side approaching Parkway Center, causing delays inbound for you between Carnegie and Greentree and outbound back to Banksville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local Type 1 diabetes support network today.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over.
We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You think it's just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now. Only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll get to the Bradenton Bucko breakdown in a second here. But we got a text here, a tweet, I should say, Doran. When I taught fourth grade math, we did decimal numbers. I took them outside to run a 40-yard 3 times. They then had to put their times in order from least to greatest. Combining sports and math is so fun.
Nice.
I love that.
Nice.
What a teacher, dude.
That's great.
We also went down memory lane to talk about our favorite teachers letting us watch March Madness.
Yes.
Back in middle school, high school, what have you. And someone texted in and said that there's an email that gets sent out every year in their school district that says you can't do it.
That's messed up. Why?
So I said, you got to sneak it anyway. And they wrote different times, bro. That's ridiculous to me.
Ridiculous.
Absurd to me. I'll never forget, Doran. I've told this story before. I'll make it brief. The 2005 NCAA tournament is the first time I ever had money on the line for anything. Me and my buddy Dan made a bet.
So I picked Arizona to win the national championship. That was the year that Illinois was undefeated all season long, and then North Carolina ultimately wound up winning the national championship. Well, Arizona was up big time on Illinois in the Elite Eight. They had a massive lead. That was Salim's
2005?
2005. That was Salim Stoudemire with Arizona, who shot 50% from three. He was Steph in college before Steph existed. Shot 46% from three in his collegiate career. But who cares about Salim Stoudemire? Didn't think you'd hear his name today. Well, I had $50 on the line. And I was in 8th grade at the time. And when Illinois came back to win that game against Arizona in overtime, I dropped the F-bomb, and my parents heard me for the first time swear, and we had a big talk.
Well, how did you get $50 in 8th grade, honestly? I mean, Mount Lebanon, I get it. Like, you guys have money, but, like, where'd you get $50 from? I know you weren't cutting grass. I know you didn't have a job. Where'd you get $50 to put on? You didn't have $50. You were just hoping that you would win.
Well, I was hoping that I would win, and then I had to go to my parents, who then gave me the lecture on sports gambling at 13 or 14, whatever it was, years old.
Did you have $50?
I wound up paying him, but I had to ask my parents for it. I worked at Brugger's Bagels.
At 8th grade?
No. You remember your first paycheck? Mine was like $11.86.
Mine was $30.09.
Oh, my. What? Did you say $13.09?
Yeah.
Go to hell. I was like, who are these FICA people?
You're like, what?
Why are they stealing all my money? All right, now it's time for the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. Doran Henry Davis is hitting like 270.
Yeah.
That's spring training. Take it with a grain of salt. But you know what? I'd rather him do that than suck out loud.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard yesterday Noah Hiles on with the PM team, and he thinks that Andy Rodriguez could start at AAA, and Henry Davis looks to be right now their best defensive catcher.
Really? Defensive catcher? Wow.
Yeah. He's made great strides. I heard John Parado say something similar to that. I heard Andrew Destin yesterday say something similar to that with Joe. So, hey, maybe the arrow's pointed up on one Henry Davis. I could see why you'd want Andy to play in the minors because he missed most of last year and got some at-bats late in the season. Give him time to get back in the swing of it, catch, like 6 games in a row, see how the arm's doing, get all that done. If Henry Davis is going to be your catcher 2 times a week and maybe you mix him in a couple of times at designated hitter when Kutch needs his regularly scheduled day off, I'm okay with that.
I have to see it to believe it. He's one of those guys. I have to absolutely see it to believe it. Like, I'm glad that he's, finding some confidence right now and playing very well in spring training. But once he gets to the majors, I feel like it gets in his head. Every time he gets brought up, brought back down, it gets in his head. So I have to see it to believe it. Like, it's great, but I want to see it at the big leagues.
The thing everyone says about Henry Davis is that he cares too much.
Yeah.
And I respect that. He's the first guy in. I was reading the show notes yesterday. I did a bunch of Pirate stuff because Ponies in Bradenton. And I forget who was on the air with them, but they said Henry Davis is always the first one in. He's always the last guy to leave. And they appreciate that about him. But what Henry's trying to do this year is, it's weird, but kind of care less. Like, put less pressure on himself.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happened with Joey Bart. Doran, Joey Bart, oh, you're Buster Posey. Buster Posey's out. We're going to draft you high. You're going to replace him. And you're probably gripping the bat too tight. Then you come to Pittsburgh, and it's like,
whatever.
All right, second chance. Let's see how this goes. And grips it and rips it. All right, there's your Bucko Bradenton breakdown for the day. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. Did I say it wrong again?
Yeah.
Well, we made up the same. We can call it whatever we want.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want
It's the breakdown of the Buccos from Bradenton.
Right.
It's the baseball Bradenton Bucko breakdown.
Correct.
The breakdown of baseball of the Buccos in Bradenton.
Right.
Alliteration.
Yeah.
Triple B.
Yep. Big baller brand.
Didn't his foot get cut off?
Yeah.
LeVar Ball?
Yep.
What if his name was LeVar Foot? Would they have cut his balls off? Coming up next, a national insider makes the case that Jackson Dart to the Steelers could be like one of the quarterbacks in last year's draft
taking off and playing real well. Which quarterback? Who said it? Would it work here? We'll get to all that. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning, the rain has arrived. It'll stick around for the morning, while low severe weather is also possible later today, with straight line winds the biggest concern. Hell, even a tornado will be possible. Morning temperatures are in the mid-50s. A big chunk of the afternoon's looking dry and warm. Storm chances ramp up after 4. Expect a couple of rounds of storms throughout the evening. I have highs today hitting the mid-60s, noon temps in the upper 50s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code IDEA25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code IDEA25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code IDEA25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season, and right now new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. You want to be tracking these teams that are getting hot at the end of the year, getting ready to make a little bit of a run, maybe some underdogs. There's a local one who might fit that bill. $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder & Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder & Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder & Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some good news on the roadways. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania injury attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Crews have cleared a couple of earlier accidents. The latest one on the outbound Parkway West. It had blocked the left lane near Parkway Center. And traffic, however, still very heavy there, heading back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and onto the approaches to the Fort Pitt Bridge's lower deck. Also, an accident cleared on Route 28. All lanes now open between RIDC Park and Harmer. Traffic is starting to get back to normal, but still some heavy leftover delays. Now, an accident once again as crews are on the scene in Sewickley Borough, Route 65 at River Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Ray Fittipaldo going to be joining us 1 hour from now. He put out his post-combine mock draft, Dorn. It must be an easy time of the year, kind of, for a beat writer. I mean, you got to travel to the combine and maybe to go down to, where is it, Mobile, Alabama for the Senior Bowl. But every week, hey, what am I going to write about? I'll just do a mock.
Just do a mock draft, yeah.
I'm just going to do a mock draft.
I mean, all the way up until into April, yeah. I mean,
and I
things
bet you
change, too, all the time.
They change all the time.
Which is fun.
Guys come in, they meet with the Steelers, they'll have their official visits. The Steelers will go out to pro days. So it evolves. And if I'm Ray, once a week, I'll put one of those suckers out. And you know what? Suckers like me are going to click on it.
Right.
So we'll talk to Ray about that and more coming up at 8 o'clock. More draft-related things coming up with us in a minute. But I just saw this and I thought it was interesting. Skype is shutting down on May 5th, Doran. I missed this. How the hell did Skype not become the video call app of choice for COVID? Like, how did they screw that up so bad?
Right.
Like, they should be growing.
Yes.
Skype should be at the height of its powers right now.
They let Zoom take over, right? I mean, Zoom became big in COVID, I think.
Yes.
And it's Skype. But it's just better. I guess there's better, like...
They never evolved.
No, they didn't.
How does that happen, Skype?
Skype, I think, started charging while Zoom was free for a while.
Wow.
Zoom started charging, too, but Zoom became more...
Well, Zoom did it the right way. They're like, if you go over 40 minutes, you have to pay, or you can get, like a corporate account.
Right.
And then you have to pay for that, and you can keep the thing going for as long as you want.
Right. Well, Zoom's also free, too, with 3 or fewer callers.
There you go. Cal is all about that Zoom.
Well, you know, yeah.
He knows. Okay, that's why he's going to get elected to Green Tree City Council.
Right.
Town Council.
Do you know what they did, by the way?
Municipality Council? What's
that? They had a lady who wasn't at the meeting, like one of the council people. They held a phone to the microphone to have her talk. It was unreal.
We one time did a women's college basketball game at U92 in Morgantown. Connecticut came in. And that was at the height of Gino Auriemma's powers. And they had won 1 million games in a row. And so we were going to broadcast the game. Well, all of our equipment failed. So we called into the station, and we did play-by-play and color commentary from our phones. Yeah.
Jeez.
We couldn't afford to not be on the air, but it sounded like absolute trash.
Jeez.
That was college?
That was college, yeah.
That's still a college radio station. We're talking about like a council meeting for like...
That's Green Tree.
Yes, come on.
Would never happen at Lebo. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dane Brugler, he mocked Shedeur Sanders to the Steelers in a mock draft yesterday. We have seen now Jackson Dart mocked to the Steelers by Field Yates, who's a big-time up-and-comer in the industry. So maybe when Josina Anderson said there's going to be some interesting changes with the Steelers, Doran, perhaps there's some scuttlebutt that the Steelers could be interested in a quarterback 21st overall. We're seeing more and more people who are in the know, who do this for a living, say, man, look out for the Steelers at 21. Well, then Mike Mayock, formerly of NFL Network and then the GM of the Las Vegas Raiders, he said Jackson Dart could make a Bo Nix-like impact with the Steelers. And so I went and I looked at Bo Nix's college stats and Jackson Dart's college stats, and the thing that both guys have in common, they completed a very high percentage of passes. Both really accurate guys in college. Okay, maybe Jackson Dart is similar to Bo Nix. Could the Steelers get a Bo Nix-type performance in your mind out of Jackson Dart as a rookie?
No.
I don't think so either.
No. They've showed that they can't develop a quarterback. And I just wouldn't put that. I think that Jackson Dart's going to get overdrafted. I think he could be like Bo Nix. I think he resembles Bo Nix in ways, but I think that he's not Bo Nix, and he's not going to be in a Bo Nix situation. Bo Nix was in a good situation. Listen, we trashed Sean Payton a lot. We are not big fans of him.
No.
But he is a good offensive mind.
Yes.
He is a great offensive mind, actually. And what the situation was with Sean Payton, he wants to mold the quarterback that he gets. And Russell Wilson, you got two alphas in the room. It was never going to work. And that got nasty. And I just didn't appreciate some of the stuff that was on Sean Payton's side with the Russell Wilson thing.
That he put on the record, too, publicly.
Exactly. But I could see why Bo Nix has been successful in his rookie year in Denver, because Sean Payton wants to mold and have somebody do things his way, and Russell Wilson was just not going to do that. He was like, no. So he got a talented quarterback, and he gave him some leeway, and it's successful. So good for them. But I don't think that Jackson Dart, if he comes to the Steelers, it would be like that.
I don't think so either, Doran. And I remember watching that second game of the season this year. It was the one where the Steelers were heavily penalized. Broderick Jones had a couple of penalties on the same series. You saw the great throw from Justin Fields on the rollout that wound up getting called back for a Broderick Jones hold. I remember watching Denver thinking, this team's not going to win 4 flipping games.
Right.
I thought, this is one of the worst teams in the NFL. They weren't letting Bo Nix do anything. I'm not sure he could do anything. And what did we see from Bo Nix? He just got better and better, and they spoon-fed him more and more as the season went on. And then on the first series against Buffalo in the playoff game, he launches a bomb. You think the Steelers in a playoff game would let a rookie quarterback even attempt that pass?
No.
Me neither.
No.
Now, I'm not saying Jackson Dart can't be like Bo Nix. I'm saying I don't think it could happen here, Mike Mayock.
Right. That's the point.
I'm not seeing it from an offensive scheme standpoint. They had Cortland Sutton. They had a good running game. Their defense was good. But Sean Payton is the straw that stirs that drink. I think Arthur Smith's a good offensive coordinator. People are going to kill us for that, but we think he's a good offensive coordinator. But is Mike Tomlin going to allow a young quarterback to develop? They wouldn't trust Russell Wilson. They wouldn't trust Justin Fields in the first 6 games, who had played 4 damn years in the NFL. Who's to say that he's going to come in here, Jackson Dart, and all of a sudden they're going to, okay, now this is the guy we're going to let play football.
No way.
It's not going to happen. And again, Sean Payton didn't let Bo Nix do it early, but he understands that to develop a quarterback, you can't have him play scared. It can't be don't throw it over the middle of the field. It can't be don't take risks. It can't be run the ball 40 times a game. You need to develop a quarterback. You need to give him an opportunity to learn, develop, and get better. And the Steelers just don't do that. So if you don't want the Steelers to take a quarterback 21st overall, I get it, 412-928-9370. But let me flip it this way. If the Kenny Pickett thing never happened, would you be okay with Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders? Like, did Kenny Pickett, in the way that failed, because of him, because of them, does that make it so that you don't want a quarterback? If they didn't draft him, would you be thinking, Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders, come on down? 412-928-9370. I want to talk about that coming up next. Chris in Uniontown, among others, chiming in. It'll be the subject of the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll as well, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost yesterday to the Boston Red Sox. They've got a game against the Toronto Blue Jays coming up today at 1 o'clock. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Colorado Avalanche yesterday. Their next game is going to be played on Friday. They're going to go on the road and play the Vegas Golden Knights. And the Pitt men's basketball team has a game tonight against NC State. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 22 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Kyrie Irving has a torn ACL. Anthony Davis has the body of a 90-year-old. And Luka Doncic is sitting with his wife on the beach when he's not throwing alley-oops to LeBron James. Even Mark Cuban couldn't see things getting any worse for the Dallas Mavericks. Somebody go ahead, please, check on Klay Thompson as well. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Fabric Talk.
Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Disabled vehicle blocking the right lane of the outbound Parkway West at the Banksville on-ramp. Traffic is getting by in the left lane past the scene. However, you still have some slowdowns there. Starting to thin out a bit on the outbound side, but you still have delays back through the Fort Pitt tunnels and onto the approaches to the Fort Pitt Bridge, stacking across the Fort Duquesne Bridge and onto the North Shore Expressway, and as well on the Parkway East approach. You're back to almost to Grant Street. Meanwhile, the inbound Parkway West, you are still stacking near the top of Green Tree Hill, Parkway East at Wilkinsburg, and on the Parkway North, you have delays around Bellevue, Westview, all the way down past McKnight Road, pretty heavy all the way down the East Street Valley. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com. Two men and a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just got a text that Skype blew a 28-3 lead during COVID. Seriously. It's as if they saw the pandemic coming. Like, we got the perfect technology, and then they failed. Failed, Doran.
Crazy. I used to use Skype all the time. Back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Whenever I'd be, like, in a city with playing for a team and Rochelle would be back home, Skype her all the time.
Yeah, you need to see their face.
Yeah. Didn't have FaceTime.
No, my wife and I, we were in a long-distance relationship. She went to Elon for a bit. I was at West Virginia, and we just talked on the phone. It's a miracle we made it, honestly. We just talked on the phone for, like, months at a time.
Yeah.
And for, like, hours at a time. Now I hate talking on the phone.
I hate it.
One of my buddies calls me, they want to talk on the phone, like, hey, listen, I love you. I'll talk to you for a little bit, but I ain't sitting there for a half hour.
No. I hate talking on the phone.
It's the worst.
Hate it.
My wife talks to her sister all the time on the phone and her brother all the time on the phone, and they'll sit there through, like, 20-second pauses. And I'm usually like, this is where I hang up the damn phone. They'll just sit there. Okay, all right, yeah, so you had a good day? Yeah. Like, all right, that's it. That's the end of the conversation. They just sit there on the phone. I guess it's love. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Mike Mayock says that he thinks if the Steelers drafted Jackson Dart, he could have a Bo Nix-like impact on the team this year. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. And then we flipped it this way. If the Steelers didn't draft Kenny Pickett and none of that happened, would you be more interested in a Shedeur Sanders or a Jackson Dart? My hypothesis is people will call up and say yes, because I think I would be. Like, I'm so tainted by that being the bad draft class for quarterbacks, them taking one at 20, and all the similarities that exist here. The Steelers picked 21st. It's not looked at as a great quarterback class. Next year's supposed to be so much better, and there's so many similarities, Doran, that I think I got the sports-related PTSD. Like, I just don't want to see that happen again. That's where I come down on it.
Well, I think, because it didn't work out, too. I mean, it just, and it was a reach. It was a reach for Kenny, and then you're thinking Jackson Dart, okay, like now he's jumping off the draft boards. Like usually it's like if this guy's a bona fide first-round pick, he's a first-round pick the whole time, and maybe he'll slide a couple spots, but he's going to be a first-round pick. Like Jackson Dart, I think coming into January was a third-round pick. we were talking about?
Right. Like,
He's
ooh, he might be worth taking a flyer on a little bit later on in the draft.
Yeah, he was in the realm of like Will Howard and Riley Leonard. And then all of a sudden he moves up. So to me, like, that's overdrafting. Like, I don't care. Like, what could you possibly do as a quarterback from January, where you're a third-round pick, to April and then becoming a first-round pick? Like, what could change? Your film doesn't change. I don't care what you run in a 40. Like, okay, like if Jackson Dart ran a 4.3 flat, okay.
I used to work with a scout back in my old job, and what he would say is, you don't count a strength twice. And what he means by that is, if a guy's fast and you go to the combine and then he runs a great 40, don't make him fast twice.
Right.
He's fast.
He's already fast.
So what is Jackson Dart doing that you're not counting twice? I still think I would be tantalized, though, if the Kenny thing never happened. Because
for sure.
I think about where I was mindset-wise back when they did take Kenny, and I was falling in love with a different quarterback every week. Ooh, Malik Willis. Ooh, Desmond Ridder. He's so good at the line of scrimmage. Ooh, Kenny Pickett. He's so mature for his years. He's NFL ready. And I just got into that space that I feel like I'd be in right now with Shedeur Sanders, with Jackson Dart. Like, ooh, Jackson Dart's accurate. Ooh, he can also run. Ooh,
Yes.
Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
This guy's accurate. People have compared him to, kind of, Tom Brady. I love that. I'd be doing all the same damn stuff.
We'd be calling for the Steelers to trade up to draft one of these guys. If
Yes.
the guys were there. If this Kenny situation never happened. You know, if we went through the Mason Rudolphs, the Mitch Trubisky's, the Russell Wilsons, the Justin Fields, right now we'd be like, if we don't trade up to get a quarterback, it's ridiculous. We got to get Jackson Dart. We got to get Shedeur Sanders. We got to even try to get Cam Ward. We got to get Tyler Shook. Oh, he's a guy. You know, we can get Tyler Shook.
Doran Tyler Shook. I mean, we have 7 years of tape.
Yep.
All of a sudden, his ass flying up draft boards.
Right.
That's the one that gets me the most. All these draft nicks out there. And who was it? Greg Cosell. He said, I'll tell you whose tape I like the most. Just like 3 weeks ago. Tyler Shook's. Well, the tape's been out there for a damn long time. He played 7
Almost
years.
a decade.
He's going for his doctorate.
He has a decade worth of tape.
Oh, my God. Seriously. 7 years in college? That's supposed to be a good thing? I don't know about all that.
I mean, I just don't. If a guy's can throw and a guy's accurate, like it's on tape, and you know, the GMs and scouts, they'll harp on, oh, well, we got to see what we're investing in an interview process. Like, you could find that stuff out, like, before that. Like, you could ask their coach.
Yes.
You know, their coach is going to sell them, obviously, because they want, you know, a high draft pick to be represented by their school. Obviously, their head coach is going to sell them, but a lot of head coaches are you know, going to tell the truth. And
yeah, because it's a reflection on them.
Right. Like you can figure out if a guy is worth a pick or not without even having to sit down and then, oh, man, he interviewed well, so let's just shoot him up to the first round.
I mean, I'm a nice guy. I think I'm fairly charismatic. You get me in a room, I feel like I could impress coaches. I can't throw a football. Like, leadership skills, things like that. Like, they're going to diagram plays. Okay. Can't you evaluate most of that from the tape?
Yes.
Yes.
That's why, like, I would be very worried. And I know the situation that you're presenting, 100% all in. Probably, I would be. But right now, I just think he's going to get overdrafted. And I hope that I'm wrong. I hope he has a great, long NFL
career. Sure, I want all these guys to succeed.
But even if he gets overdrafted, it may work out. But it wouldn't work out in Pittsburgh if they drafted him at 21, which would be an overdraft in my estimation.
Right, and so this conversation's twofold. Would you be more excited about these prospects if the Kenny thing never happened? And then the other side of this is, do you agree with Mike Mayock that Jackson Dart could come in and be Bo Nix? Bo Nix had a great season last year. He was outstanding, really. Jaden Daniels overshadowed him, but Bo Nix, 31 teams, if they came in, needed to get a rookie, would sign up for exactly what Bo Nix did last year and been happy about it. The only one would have been Washington that would have said, we like our guy. Like that. He had a great year. Mike Mayock thinks that Jackson Dart could come in and do the same thing this season with the Steelers. Do you think he could? 412-928-9370. You can text us as well. Someone writes in, Skype was sold for $8.5 billion almost 15 years ago. Not a fail. All right, Forbes. All right, Mr. Forbes magazine. Thank you for that. I feel like $8.5 billion ain't a lot of money for Skype.
No?
I have no clue.
That's a lot of money for a video service.
It was always grainy.
Yeah, it was bad.
It went blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it was like dial-up. It was dial-up AOL.
Remember those days?
Yeah, it was the same thing.
I think that's why Microsoft sold it off, though. And then they got their Microsoft Teams now.
Yeah, which someone else texted and it's more secure.
Okay, so who bought it and failed?
Great question. It's hard to say. I'm going to have to read The Economist.
That's the failure.
Whoever bought it and tanked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You bought it for $8 billion and then you didn't use it.
Yeah, there must have been a reason why you bought it, probably not to fold it now in 2025. Chris in Uniontown probably wants to talk about sports and not Skype. Hi, Chris.
Hey, good morning. I disagree with y'all about Jackson Dart. I've been screaming that for the last 3 to 4 years. I watched him in Utah when he played for Corner Canyon. He was a beast then. He's the beast now. He'll win us a Super Bowl, and I'm willing to bet $300. And you can call me back when he win it, and we'll, I need that cash app.
Assuming that doesn't go under in the interim. Chris, so you're like a Jackson Dart hipster, right? Like you've been on this guy for a long time. What about him makes you love him that much?
He's Tom Brady 2.0.
Oh my God! I mean, if he's Tom Brady 2.0, then everyone in the league should be lining up to draft him number 1, Chris.
No, he's a different type. I watched him in high school. They was ranked like 3rd in the country when he played. He followed behind that Wilson dude. Zach, what's that Wilson guy played for the Jets?
Yeah, Zach Wilson. See, you're all over the Utah guys.
No, he can handle our weather because Utah's cold in the winter too. I watched him. Go watch his high school tape, and then I'll call you back later on today or tomorrow, and go watch his high school tape.
Yeah, Chris.
And then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Chris, let's stay in touch over the course of this draft process, and we'll figure out what happens in the draft, and you'll be our Jackson Dart beat guy, okay?
But I don't know about Tom, and he don't develop quarterback. They have to get a quarterback.
I know, man. That's the rub.
That's the rub right there.
And thank you for the call, Chris.
That's the problem right there.
That's
the only problem he got.
Give us a ring back anytime, Chris. That's great. 412-928-9370. I mean, that's where I am too, Doran, is like there's no such thing as a sure thing at any position in the NFL draft. Generational talent. People thought Ryan Leaf, Peyton Manning. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? Who are we going to take? Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf. One guy, nothing.
Yep.
The other guy, 2-time champion.
You never know.
Hall of Famer. You have no idea.
Mm-mm.
But what they need with Tomlin is a guy I think that there's a consensus on. Like, they need a guy. Like, I've said this with them in corners before. People say, oh, they don't do a good job drafting corners. Well, they take like Terrell Edmonds, secondary player who's like a 3rd-round projected guy. Artie Burns, who's a late 2nd-round projected guy. They were the outlier on those guys. I don't want to see an outlier on quarterback. Like, I don't know where Kenny gets drafted if the Steelers don't take him. Maybe someone trades him in the 1st round. Maybe he's a 3rd-round pick. I have no earthly idea. Don't take the outlier. Take a guy that everybody's high on, and it doesn't mean he's going to work out, but I think there's a better chance of that happening than a guy like Jackson Dart, where it's like the opinions are varying on it.
I'm going to text. I have a lot of scout friends. I'm going to text 2 of them, and we're going to get their actual board draft grade on Jackson Dart right now as we sit, and we'll read it off. Obviously, I'm not going to say the names of the people. Yeah. We're never going to do that, but I'm going to see where Jackson Dart is rated on their draft board right now. And we'll get a nice estimation of whatever the consensus is about Jackson Dart.
I don't know if we've done this on the air or not. We've definitely talked about it off the air. You got guys that you talk with like this, they're pretty damn spot on to where guys wind up getting drafted. Yeah, shoot a little texty out there. And you can text us, 412-928-9370. You can also ring us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Here's another question. Should the Steelers just be drafting a quarterback high every year until they find one that sticks? Shador Sanders been mocked to him. Jackson Dart's been mocked to him. Do you just keep drafting them until you find your franchise guy? 412-928-9370. That's on the way, plus your calls. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays tonight against NC State. That game begins at 7 o'clock. It's a road game for the Pitt men's basketball team, so you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan or on the free Odyssey app. Pitt has 2 more games left on the regular season schedule, including tonight. Their last game is going to be this Saturday. They're going to play at home against Boston College. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Look, I need to get this off my chest. The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log onto the app, I find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open boxed or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location and pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
Chris Muller here with Paul, who dropped 45 pounds thanks to Awaken 180. Was losing weight hard with Awaken 180?
Program at the beginning, like anything else, is tricky because, you live a certain way and then you change it. But again, the support they gave me, the way it was explained to me, it was doable. It was amazing. Anybody can do this if you set your mind to it. But with the help you receive from the folks at Awaken 180, you can do this. My mental health is better. My energy is better. My relationship with my coworkers is better. My relationship with my wife and my family, my driving. There's not anything in my life that isn't better. Everything was affected by what I was eating. Awaken 180 gave me the ability to see life through a whole different lens.
Thanks, Paul. Awaken 180 isn't hard. It's an adjustment with how you approach foods. It sounds simple because it is, with the solution for weight loss. See for yourself online at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party, Sunday, March 9th from 3:30 to 5:30 as Pittsburgh takes on Minnesota. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shedeur Sanders mocked to the Steelers by Dane Brugler. He writes The Beast for The Athletic. I print it out before every single NFL draft, Doran, and then don't read it. I just kill a whole bunch of trees. We always do the draft show every year. I don't know if we're doing it this year. I kind of don't want to. I'm tired. There you go, Craig. I haven't told you to your face yet.
Same. Same.
First time we did the draft together was the Kenny Pickett draft.
Yep.
And you were getting all the inside information, and it was an awesome moment, really, in station history, because we had it live on the air, and the coverage was great. Not just us, but the other people who were part of it.
You remember who produced?
It was Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yeah.
I also wore a tie that had all of the NFL logos from the 1990s on it.
Mhm.
I wanted to be
I
a
remember
professional. 2 weeks after that, I started as the Fan Morning Show producer.
Yes.
Wild times in our lives.
Very wild.
Sleeping on couches in here.
Grinding.
Working. Busting our ass. And now we feel like we don't have to, so Craig put Donnie on the show.
Yep. And cows.
But I remember printing out The Beast so that I would have it to reference, and I was highlighting things. Well, just what a waste of paper.
Yeah.
It was like 650 pages. So Dane Brugler has mocked Shedeur Sanders to the Steelers. We've seen Jackson Dart now mocked to the Steelers. And the question at 412-928-9370 is, should the Steelers just draft a quarterback early on in the draft every year until they find one that sticks? And I used to believe that, Doran. But I don't anymore, because you can't just give a guy 1 year and then take another guy. And you would say, okay, well, then that next guy could be a tradable asset, or the first guy you drafted could be a tradable asset. Yeah, but then I feel like you're at least married to a guy for 2 years. And let's say they take Jackson Dart, 21st overall, and he just out and out stinks this year. Well, then next year, what if because you stunk, you wind up being in position to take the Manning kid or whomever's out there, or Drew Allensley has a great year. And
Sellers from South Carolina.
Yeah, any of those guys.
Nussmeier.
Yeah. And you just say, we're going to give it another shot with Jackson Dart. Let's take a top 10 wide receiver. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it might be the worst thing in the world, because I don't see them doing that. So I'm not taking one every year. This year for me, it's about, you could take one later on in the draft because you need backup quarterbacks. I get that. But to take one early, no, not when you need another wide receiver, not when you need a running back, not when you need defensive line help, not when you need cornerback help, not when you could make an argument you need offensive line help. There's not a shortage of needs for this team. And if you draft the wrong quarterback, you're not filling those needs. Oh, yeah, and by the by, you also got the wrong quarterback.
Well, this kind of falls into my philosophy that if I was a general manager, is that where would guys fit in multiple drafts? Where would Jackson Dart fit? Where would he be ranked next year? Where would he fall next year? Would he be in the top 5 of quarterbacks? Would he be top 3? Would he be top 10?
It's a great question.
That's how I would base on if I should draft Jackson Dart this year. Is where would he go next year's draft? Where would he go in last year's draft?
Well, that's like the director of the Senior Bowl came out this year and said the top quarterback in this draft may, and that's Cam Ward, may have been drafted last year ahead of Bo Nix.
Right.
But not the other 5 guys that got drafted in the first round. And he said even that was close. So the best quarterback in this draft might not have cracked the top 6 last year. You're right. You have to think about that.
Yep.
I can't do it every year.
Like if you go back to multiple drafts, like if you placed, and I know it hasn't panned out, but if you placed Trevor Lawrence, he's a good example, in last year's draft, you place him in this year's draft and next year's draft, I think he's still going 1-1-1.
Yeah, and even that hasn't worked out. So like it's not a sure thing. It's not a science. Like you're taking educated guesses on these guys.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're right about Lawrence. Like, he was a can't miss guy.
Right.
Andrew Luck, can't miss guy. They're few and far between.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what the Steelers need. They need a guy that is a consensus top 10 type talent who is also, quote unquote, pro ready.
Yes.
They need as sure of a thing as possible. Jackson Dart, a month and a half ago, like you mentioned, was a third-round pick kind of guy. So the consensus ain't there on this dude. And Shedeur Sanders, someone just texted in and said, I thought Shedeur Sanders was going top 5. I've seen a lot of draft nicks say he could be a top 5 pick. He could fall out of round 1. I don't need the Steelers taking that guy because I characterize a guy like that, Dorn, as a project.
Yeah, but how long are you a consensus at where you're at, too? Like, I would weigh that in. Like, how long did we talk about Shedeur Sanders being the second best quarterback? I feel like a decent amount of time throughout the last 6-7 months.
Mm-hmm.
He's been consensus, like, behind Cam Ward. I would take that into effect, even if he does fall. Like, okay, like, everybody had him for the longest and consistent time as being this guy. Now he's slipping without even working out or doing anything. I would still – I'm probably in the minority here. I would still weigh my options. That's a different type of animal right there, I think, if he falls.
Shedeur over Jackson, I would be on that.
Yes.
If
he's falling
if they
back.
had to, yeah.
Not climbing to it.
Mm-hmm. Like, ooh, this late riser. Well, why wasn't he viewed as a top guy to begin with?
Right.
That makes a ton of sense to me, Doran. 412-928-9370. I had a thought. I lost it. I'll see if I can regain it during the break. And, okay, here it is. So we've talked about what we would do. We've talked about the scars of the past. Do we think the Steelers might take a quarterback 21st overall? Like, do we think they'll actually consider doing it? We'll get into that coming up next. Also, one of the great things in sports they're trying to ruin. The man is trying to ruin. We'll get to that too. Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock. Doran's getting text from sources.
Yes,
we'll hit you with that too. Oh, my God. We only have 2 hours and 15 minutes left. How can we jam it all in? We'll try real hard. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates have a game today against the Toronto Blue Jays. That's after they lost to the Boston Red Sox yesterday in spring training. Penguins lost 4-1 to the Colorado Avalanche. They've got another game coming up on Friday against the Vegas Golden Knights on the road. And Pitt men's basketball plays NC State on the road tonight. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Mueller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of new accidents to deal with now. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. The first one in McCandless, crews on the scene at the intersection of Blazer Drive and McKnight Road. The other one in the Strip District at the intersection of Penn Avenue and 30th Street. Route 28, your jam before the Route 8 at the bypass. Pretty well heavy from there into the north side. Don't forget those lane restrictions north and southbound underneath the Veterans Bridge. The Parkway North where the HOV lanes are closed. Your delay starting before Camp Horn Road all the way down the East Street Valley and on the crosstown coming off the Veterans Bridge over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound and the Parkway East that stacks at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people die from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You think it's just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Do we actually think the Steelers could draft a quarterback 21st overall? We'll get into that. Ray Fittipaldo joining us in about 10 minutes. We're interested in Jackson Dart. Not necessarily for the Steelers to take him, but what people think about him. And Doran reached out to a couple of scout buddies. Is that the way to put that? And you got 2 responses so far. What are they saying?
Scout number 1 says, we're just now sitting down to finalize everything, but the consensus in the building is he is a 1 to 2 guy, round 1 to 2.
So would fit in the 21st overall pick range.
So basically, I'm getting from that is late first, early second.
What if you traded back and got some picks, like got an extra second round pick, and then you got like I'm just throwing a number out there, like the 29th pick in the draft? I would not.
Depends on who's in front of you and needs a quarterback or wants a quarterback, which would probably be nobody because it'd be playoff teams that have their quarterback. The Rams would have fit that if Stafford would have left.
What if a team, again, total hypothetical here, what if Genty's falling and a contending team says, all right, we want to trade up into round number 1, 21st, take Genty, or they're like 28th or something like that. I'm just picking numbers out of my hat here.
Mm-hmm.
So you trade back, get an extra second-round pick.
I would love that because then you can get D-line, you can get running back, you can get
both in round 2.
Receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And you just, and then you just kind of hope and pray with Justin Fields, or you might can get a quarterback.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Then you take Jackson Dart late.
Right.
What'd your other scouts say?
Other scouts.
Oh, boy.
Scout number 2. We're all over the place with them. So I respond and say, what, like round 1 to 3? No, in response. 3 at the earliest.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I can't.
That was my response. I said, oh, damn.
I can't touch that guy.
3 at the earliest.
I can't touch that guy then. If there are that many differing opinions on the guy, I just can't. I can't do it. I want a guy, let's just say next year, where any scout you would text goes, that's a top half of the first-round talent. I need as close to can't miss as possible. Because you're getting a guy that some scouts think is a 3 to 6 round quarterback, and we think that Mike Tomlin and company are going to get the best out of him?
Right.
No, I can't do it. Can't do it. That was valuable.
Mm-hmm.
And you sent out 4 texts, right?
Yeah, so we're probably gonna get some more throughout the show, but I expected that, and I'm glad that that's the way, honestly, that it went. Because if I would have got 2 texts back saying round 1 to 2, then I'm like, oh boy, here we go.
Right in that range.
But now the consensus is I don't know. All over the place, basically what the second scout said. All over the place. That's kind of what I feel like the consensus probably is.
Is all over the place on the guy.
All over the place. And I thought all over the place meant like round 1 to 3. Jeez, they said no, 3 earliest, maybe 3 to 6.
All right, so they're out on that guy.
Jeez.
Do we think the Steelers would take one at 21? I'm leaning that they might. I wanted that to come off as a stronger take. I think they would consider it. I wanted that to come off as a stronger take. Yeah, I think they draft a guy 21st overall. There we go. Found the take. Here's why. They don't know what the hell they're doing at quarterback. I mean, they have no idea. They took Kenny round 1 when who knows if anybody else thought the same way, but a quarterback didn't go until the 3rd round after Kenny Pickett. They gave Mason a first-round grade and told everybody who would listen that he had a first-round grade. And Mason's carved out a nice career for himself. And he played well at the end of last season. But no one watches him right now and goes, oh, yeah, he would have been worth taking in the first round. I'm not saying they made a mistake drafting him. But saying publicly, oh, yeah, we had a first-round grade on him, that's a bad evaluation.
Hairball.
I did get a hairball there. They brought in Mitch Trubisky and thought that would work out. Like, they really thought that Mitch Trubisky could help lead them to the playoffs and not have to play Kenny Pickett. And then they wind up having to pull that Band-Aid off three games in.
Mm-hmm.
They had the weirdness with Russell Wilson this year. Oh, no, he's definitely the guy. Then Justin plays well, and they immediately go back to the hurt old quarterback. And then at the end of the season, when it might have made sense to go back to Justin Fields, they keep sticking with the guy. They have no idea what they're doing at quarterback. Thus, absolutely, they could take 21st overall. And you know what, man? It would not surprise me. Wrong move would not surprise me.
Nope.
We'll ask Ray about that, among other things. Coming up next, there's a Schefter report out there that I'd like to get Ray's opinion on. That's all on the way. Ray Fittipaldo, our Steelers insider. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet. Plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
This season, A new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems. And much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
One more accident in your way. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This year, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews in the final stages of clearing an accident in the Strip District intersection of Penn Avenue and 30th Street. Meanwhile, Parkway West delays between Carnegie and Greentree inbound of the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jams at Churchill. Route 28 stacked from Fox Chapel Road down to the Highland Park Bridge. Then again approaching the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. Parkway North, due to the closure of the HOV lanes, you have delays there from Camp Warren Road down the East Street Valley and on the crosstown off the Veterans Bridge towards 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers Insider, joins us every Wednesday at 8 a.m. He joins us right now, and he's brought to you by the Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home team for over 90 years, lgkg.com. Ray, good morning to you. How you doing on this fine Wednesday?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well.
Ray, we saw your mock draft go up. We'll get to that coming up in a couple of minutes, but there's an Adam Schefter report out there that says the Steelers would love to lock down a quarterback this week before the quote-unquote legal tampering, before the new league year.
Yep.
Do you think they're close to doing that? Do you think it's going to get done this week? What's your read on the situation?
No, Adam, I don't get the sense that anything is imminent, and I think, agents, use these deadlines like Monday as a negotiating ploy. So I think more than likely, if we see something get done, I think it'll be over the weekend. But listen, if it gets to Monday, I think Fields' agent is taking a real gamble if it gets to that point. I don't get the idea that the Steelers really want to sit around and wait and let this get to free agency. So if that is the ploy on his part, it better work and it better get done by Sunday night, because I think the Steelers will probably go in a different direction if they don't get Fields done by, Monday, early Tuesday at the latest.
Ray, who could you see the Steelers realistically picking with the 21st pick in the draft if two of these guys fall and one guy climbs the board? Shedeur Sanders falls to 21, Aston Genty falls to 21, or Jackson Dart climbs to the first round and to the 21st pick. Who could you realistically see them picking?
Yes.
Oh, man, Dora, I hate them all. I don't want any of those guys. Listen, I wouldn't mind Jackson Dart in the second round, but I don't think they could risk taking another quarterback in the first round when there's not really a consensus on him. And listen, I don't have the inside information. I don't know where he is on the Steelers board, but I don't think Jackson Dart is really a solid first round talent. I mean, if I had to give you an answer on that, I would probably say Genty, but I wouldn't be thrilled about it.
I wouldn't be thrilled about it either, Ray. I would pause if Genty were available then and think about it, but then I think I'd move in a different direction. Ray, do you think – let me ask it this way, actually. What % chance do you give them of taking a quarterback 21st overall?
5%, if that.
Okay. So, Shedeur Sanders, if he's sitting there, because I've seen some say could be top 5, some say he could fall out of round 1. If he's there at 21, you don't think that they would take him?
I don't think so. What's the reason he's fallen? If he's not a first-round quarterback for 20 other teams, why should the Steelers be why would the Steelers want to do that? I just think, guys, look at the way Denver built their team. I'm not saying Denver is a Super Bowl contender by any stretch at this point, but I think they're really a solid playoff team now with Bo Nix. But they built up their defense first. It was like even before Sean Payton got there. They got Nick Benito. He's a really good player. They got Zach Allen. They got Surtain. Right? I mean, they built up that defense, and then when it was time to add a quarterback, when they had a conviction on a guy, they went out and got Bo Nix, and look what happened. Rookie leads them to the playoffs. So I just think the state of the Steelers' defense right now isn't good. They still want to play like that conservative low-scoring style game, and you need a good defense to do that. I think this is the perfect draft to build up your defense, and you just get your franchise quarterback later.
Ray, what do you think about Darius Slay?
You know, Dorn, I think in a different situation, again, I don't think they're close, but for me, when I think about free agency now, we saw how this worked out a couple of years ago. The Steelers have done this a lot. You know, get guys at the end of the career. It doesn't work out. It didn't work out with Patrick Peterson. It hasn't worked out with a few others that they've brought in. Just spend a little bit more money, like on a guy coming off his first contract. Maybe that guy's 25, 26 years old. Hey, listen, you might have to spend $16 or $20 million a year to get that guy, as opposed to, like, you know, whatever you're going to pay Darius Slay. I mean, what were they paying Pat Pete? Like, Pat was making like $8 million a year. So you're probably going to have to spend more. But to me, I would rather get that young guy coming off a first contract rather than, you know, go that same old route again, and, you know, a route that hasn't necessarily, you know, worked out for you in the past.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Ray, when you go to Permani's, do you get double meat on your sandwich?
It depends what I get. When I go to Permani's, I'm a big fried egg guy. So I never go double fried egg, but that's usually my choice there.
Well, the reason I ask is because you went double big old meat in your mock draft. You had the Steelers take a Derek Harmon, defensive lineman out of Oregon in round 1. And how about this, Doran? Second-round pick, Alfred Collins, defensive lineman out of Texas, drafting a D lineman in each of the first 2 rounds. I mean, I do think that's probably more plausible than them taking a quarterback, Ray, but what's your logic there on those 2 guys in particular?
Yeah, so for Derek Harmon, he is your replacement for Cam Hayward eventually when Cam does retire. But the nice thing about Harmon, he's got versatility. You know, until Cam retires, he can help you out up and down that defensive line. He could play all over that defensive line, but he is that prototypical 6'5", 315, same body type as Cam Hayward. So he's your future 5 technique. And then when you look at the depth of this defensive tackles draft, you got a lot of really big defensive tackle body types, noses, 3 techniques, you know, in the second and third round. And Collins is one of those guys. I think you could you know, plug him into the middle of your defense, maybe move Keanu Benton to 3 technique. And all the issues we saw late last season, you know, when the Ravens were running roughshod over them, you put a big 330-pound tackle in there in the middle, you clog things up a little bit. I think you become a little bit harder to play against. So I definitely think it could happen. It may not happen 1-2, but I could see it happening 1-3, 1-4, either of those scenarios. Any 3 of those scenarios I could definitely see happening, you know, in a month or so.
Ray, do you think the Steelers missed out on Deebo Samuel?
No, because, you know, the Commanders are picking up all of that salary. And I think the Steelers, and you could tell by the price the Commanders paid, it was only a 5th-round pick. So I think the Steelers and a lot of other teams were kind of waiting for the 49ers just to cut him, and then you would get him at your own price. You know, Deebo, good player. He's only had one 1,000-yard season. He's older. Do you want to pay a guy like that $18 million a year? Obviously, the Steelers had a price in mind, and I don't think it was $18 million a year.
Darius Slayton. I'm going to do this because you got Darius Slay, Darius Slayton. I mean, the Steelers can't get both of those guys, Ray, because I'll screw it up all the time. But Darius Slayton was a guy that I know Mulsey was interested in at the deadline. There were some whispers about it then. He seems to me the guy who could be a good fit for this team. I don't think you'd have to break the bank. I think he's a clear upgrade over what they have. You could still address wide receiver position in the draft. And now there's some more whispers out there that the Steelers might be poking around. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, Slayton, and, you know, this is a half-decent free agent receivers class, especially if you fold in the guys who are maybe trade candidates as well, guys like Cooper Kupp and, you know, guys of that ilk. So, and Slayton, you wouldn't have to pay a ton of money to. I think he would probably project as like a number 3 in your room. You know, you're not getting a top 2 guy. So, yeah, if you can get that guy for like mid-tier free agent money, and I kind of struggle with what that number is going to be now because the salary cap went up by so much. But whatever that mid-tier contract is, you know, not in that $20 million a year range, but, you know, somebody in that middle tier, I think that's a good option for the Steelers because they're probably going to end up drafting a guy second, third round.
Ray, this was wonderful. It always is. We appreciate your time, and we will talk to you next week. And are you putting out a mock draft every week now?
No, I'll do one after free agency, probably end of the month, and then last one right before the draft.
Do you love these, though, Ray? Because, oh, man, I don't know what I'm going to write about right now. Shoot, I'll just throw another mock out there. I mean, I would imagine that the numbers on your mock drafts, and I know you guys track these kinds of things, I'm sure they're through the roof.
Well, yeah, they always are. And a couple of sports editors ago told me something, and it's always kind of stuck with me. He said, what you're doing in the off season is you're selling hope to people. And people around Pittsburgh, they consume Steelers 24/7. If you give them any hope about what may or may not happen down the road, they're going to eat it up. So, yeah, that's certainly true with these mock drafts.
Ray, awesome. Appreciate it, buddy. We'll talk.
All right, guys. See you.
Thanks, Ray.
Ray Fittipaldo. What a man.
Yes, he is.
Of the Post-Gazette. Texter, it's Justin Fields' birthday. They have to sign him today. That'd be a hell of a birthday present for Justin
pretty cool.
Fields.
Yeah.
Fields.
Yep.
Why can't I say his name?
Yep. Fields. How old is he? 26?
Believe he just turned. We're going to find that.
26, jeez.
I think he just turned 27.
Really?
No, did he just turn?
I think he's 26.
He just turned 26.
Yeah.
Not pretty good.
25.
Someone texted in earlier, too, Doran, and said, if Justin Fields were in this draft, he would clearly be the number one quarterback.
Yes.
Clearly.
Yes.
Someone else wrote in, why didn't the Steelers just pay the fifth-year option on Fields? You couldn't do that then. I get why people would ask that now. I think the conversation with that Najee Harris is a more valid one.
Right.
You'd be paying Justin Fields, $30+ million, and he never took a snap for
Right. You would have to just hope that, well, you probably had a plan that he wasn't even going to be your starter anyways.
Right. You had Russell Wilson already, then you acquire Fields.
Right.
You pick up that option when he was going to be your backup quarterback last year, and he never took a snap for you. I get why the question was asked. I think it's a good question. I just think if they'd have done it then, we'd have been right to crush them for it.
Mm-hmm.
And even now, even if they had done it then, I don't want to be paying Justin Fields
million.
that kind of money. No
Right.
way. On 2 years, sure. But
unless he was
on
the
1
starter
year, no.
all year and they won a playoff game.
Right.
That's the only way you could justify that.
Even if you extrapolated what he did the first 6 games over the course of a 17-game season, I'm not paying $30 million for that.
Nope.
Because that would not have been even as good as
Sam Darnold. Right.
And I ain't paying him that.
Right.
All right, I want to go over those first 2 picks in Ray's mock coming up next. We'll react to what he had to say. You can chime in too, 412-928-9370. Then I got a Sidney Crosby take for you, Dorn, at the bottom of the hour. We're jumping all around today. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays tonight on the road against NC State at 7 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can listen on the radio or on the free Odyssey app. Pitt's got 2 games left, including that one on the regular season schedule. So the one tonight, and then they've got a home game on Saturday against Boston College, and that game will be the end of their, their regular season schedule. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Lions, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shedeur Sanders is catching a lot of heat following the NFL Combine. He didn't work out. He didn't take meetings seriously. Well, damn it, don't take every report that you hear seriously. At this time of the year, teams put out a lot of rumors in hopes that prospects will fall right into their laps. And with the last name Sanders, we know how that goes. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisor Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football here thinking I did something spectacular, dropping 45 pounds. But then Steve pops in and he dropped a whopping 150 with Awaken 180 weight loss.
I got started because I was sick and tired of just being sick and tired all the time. Wanted more from life, and I knew that at my size, I wasn't being who I could be, who I want to be for not only myself, but for my wife. And I was like, something has got to change and it's got to start soon. I mean, the program is so easy. Everything is really written down for you on your first day. Having someone there to help you and also keep you accountable, just having that someone to talk to, and even the fact that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life is amazing, because our lives change on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And sometimes you need help figuring it out, because keeping the weight off is a lifetime commitment.
A lifetime commitment is what you'll receive with Awaken 180. 45 pounds to lose like I did, or over 100 pounds like Steve, Awaken 180 can get you there and keep you there. Free support for life online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
Shut the front door.
winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accident reported on the outbound side of Route 28. This is between the Route 8 Etna Bypass and the Highland Park Bridge. That's causing some slowdowns there. Inbound delays from Fox Chapel Road down to the Highland Park Bridge. Then again at the Route 8 Etna Bypass. Accident being cleared in Penn Hills. Crews on the scene. 11,000 block of Frankstown Road at Harvard Drive. Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound a little heavy past Green Tree. And then again from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. And if you're traveling the Parkway North, of course, the HOV lane's closed, causing delays on the main line back almost to Camp Horn Road, down the East Street Valley and across the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Doug Whaley going to be joining us today from 9 o'clock until 10. We always love talking to Doug, but particularly around this time of year when there's all kind of rumors going on in the draft, NFL free agency, because he was an NFL GM, worked in front office for decades, knows how the sausage is made. So looking forward to talking to Doug today from 9 until 10. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Ray, in his mock draft, had the Steelers taking a defensive lineman in each of the first 2 rounds, Doran. I don't like it.
Nope.
And I don't know that he's saying that's what they should do, but he's right now on March 5th predicting what they would do or could do, depending on how the draft falls. You want to take a defensive lineman in round 2, please, have at it. Great players in this draft. The 2 guys that he had mocked to the Steelers, I like both dudes.
Mm-hmm.
I think that both could be first-round picks. So I like that. Just get me one or the other. I don't need both guys.
Right.
Because you need wide receivers. You need weapons. You need to score points. Omar Khan said that at the Combine. You got to score points. And I get that they gave up 299 rushing yards. You don't need to fix your defensive line overnight. But you do, I think, almost overnight need to add a bunch of weapons offensively so that when you get your quarterback, you give him the best chance to succeed. And if it's Justin Fields, who just turned 26 years old today, you want to give him the best chance to succeed and see if he can maybe be that solution for you.
Cam Hayward's still here.
Correct.
I know you want to plan for his retirement whenever he's done and fix the D-line. So I don't think 2 guys. You have so many other needs elsewhere that if you drafted 2 D linemen and still have Cam Hayward, it's just going to get, it's going to be a packed room.
and listen, you're 100% right about that. Cam Hayward, if he showed his age at all last year,
okay,
all right, it's a little bit different. But you can get by and then some again with another year from Cam Hayward. I don't see any signs that this is going to be the year he sucks. Eventually, it's going to happen. Eventually, we're going to go, oh man, Cam Hayward's done. I wouldn't predict that to happen this year. So you want to go with the Eagles model, and you want to draft defensive lineman, offensive lineman, offensive lineman, and they've done the offensive lineman thing the last few years. The Eagles also mixed in a Devonta Smith, and the Eagles also mixed in an A.J. Brown because they understand the value of skill position talent too.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't only win because of the trenches. Big deal, great way to build, and they've hit on just about all those guys. You also need those players who are going to score touchdowns for you. And they've noticed that, they've acknowledged that, they've done it that way. Steelers can do it both ways at one time. And I still think Keanu Benton's going to be a really good player. It's not like they haven't addressed the position.
Right.
And I frankly expect them to address the position during in free agency too. Go out and try to add a defensive lineman. 412-928-9370. I have a Sidney Crosby take for the next segment. We haven't gotten into this yet, so let's do it now. The Eagles gave Saquon Barkley a new deal.
Yes.
They ripped it up, gave him over $20 million a season as a running back, $36 million guaranteed. Allow me to talk out of both sides of my mouth here, Doran. If any running back is deserving of that money, it is Saquon Barkley.
Yes.
He took a team that was on the precipice 2 years ago, didn't win it, a team that last year fell apart down the stretch, and he was the best player, undoubtedly, on a team that dominated in the Super Bowl. And one of the reasons they were able to dominate as much as they did offensively is because the Chiefs were focused on him. So he is deserving of that money. I want to be clear. I also think it's bad business by the Eagles. you had him for 2 more years at a much lesser cap hit. Like, you still had the guy. He's not going anywhere. All you've done, you haven't upgraded your team by doing this. You've still got the same player. Now you're just paying him more money. And of all the organizations in football that I could see doing something like this, I would not have had the Eagles on my bingo card as paying that much money for a running back.
Well, I mean, they're just showing their respect for him. And what he gave them, we're going to give you. We're going to reward you. And we want you to do this again for us. Like, this is a good business back and forth. Good partnership, I guess, if you will.
You know what? It does show that.
Yeah.
Hey, man, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And
great job.
Screw the Giants that wanted to screw you. Obviously, you showed that on the field, but we're here to take care of you because you've taken care of us. That's good business.
You're right, dude. It is
purely business.
It is the antithesis of what the Giants did.
Yeah.
The Giants wouldn't go to 12.5 for him.
Right.
And now they're paying him $20 million. The other offshoot of this is anybody who thought that 3 years, $20 million for Najee Harris was going to be possible, I'm here to tell you that ain't going to be possible. Now, he's not making Saquon money, but Saquon has now reset the market, so that's now what the top running back makes. And there's going to be a trickle-down effect there, too. So if you think Najee Harris is going to come back for like 6-7 a year, like he would have on the 5th-year option, someone's going to have to pay him closer to 8, 9, maybe even $10 million.
Yep.
And that's going to be a no for me, dog. Like Najee, think he's a cool dude, durable, never fumbles, except in that Philly game when they ran the toss play to him. There are reasons why I understand Steelers fans like the guy. 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons. But I don't want him at 6-7. I sure as hell don't want him at 8 or 9.
No.
And I think that's what it's going to cost now. The resurgence of the running back market,
It's coming back. It's coming back.
Doesn't that just tell you? People say it all the time. Everything is cyclical.
Everything is.
You start playing all this nickel defense, dime defense, get smaller, faster people on the field. And all of a sudden, let's get big, fat, and run it up your backside.
Yep.
And that's what they're doing.
Yep.
It goes in waves. Genty's the closest thing you're going to find to Barkley, like this offseason. I wonder how all this affects how he's viewed. You know?
I bet you it does. I think it was already trending in that direction. Like, I mean, this past year. I mean, it wasn't just Saquon. I mean, Derrick Henry, obviously, and Christian McCaffrey was hurt. But, I mean, even the previous year, I think that running backs are going to show Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, like all these guys that can do multiple things and that are explosive, that can take it the distance. Like Saquon out of Genty, Gibbs, Bijan, Saquon's probably the slowest. Like breakaway wise. So it's like, oh man, if we can get Genty, like he can break open a game for us and go the distance. Bijan Robinson can go the distance. Jahmyr Gibbs can go the distance. Obviously Saquon can. Running backs, I mean, are going to become valuable again. Again, if you can do that. If you can do that.
If you can be a game breaker.
Yeah.
Not 4 yards, cloud of dust, which is what we're seeing at a Najee Harris. Like Najee Harris to me, Doran, is he gets what is blocked for him. And then at times, he'll break tackles, but he never takes the distance.
I mean, and these guys that we just named outside of Genty, I mean, those guys, they're averaging 4 catches a game, 4 for 30. It's quiet. But, out of the backfield, dump downs, check downs, whether it's screens or whatever, one-on-one with backers, like they can do so many different things, and they win. And whenever they win, like your defense is so exposed. Whenever you have a running back that can run on linebackers and just crush them, and you get those yak yards after that, like that just changes your offense.
And it's not a risky thing.
No.
Like so Martavis Bryant's first game with the Steelers was against the Texans, and he caught that touchdown, and he ran into the end wall. Like he's like the kid from Mighty Ducks. He didn't know how to stop.
Yeah.
Bang. But the Steelers from that point forward, they were 4-5, somewhere in there, and they scored 30 points a game thereafter. And Martavis Bryant obviously had a lot to do with that, but also in that game, Ben checked one down to Le'Veon Bell, and he took it for a massive gainer. And from that point forward, they threw the ball a lot to Le'Veon Bell. Yep. And when you've got a guy that talented, long-winded here, but when you've got a guy that talented, you can get the ball in his hands, and it's not a risky play, and you can still wind up 40, 50, 60 yards, that's one of the best plays in football.
Yeah.
Boy, you think Le'Veon Bell wishes he was playing now?
Probably.
He wanted to be paid like a number 1 wide receiver and a number 2 wide receiver and a number 1 running back right now, and now you've got Saquon Barkley making $20 million in a season. Timing. It's all cyclical. He just got in one of the lulls. 412-928-9370. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We got a full hour of football coming your way with Doug Whaley. It'll be fascinating to get his thoughts on the resurgence of the running back position, so much more. So all football for an hour. So we're going to take a little break from football coming up next. And I have a Sidney Crosby take/question. That's next. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost to the Boston Red Sox in spring training yesterday. Pirates have a game against the Toronto Blue Jays today at 1 o'clock. Penguins lost yesterday to the Colorado Avalanche 4-1. Penguins' next game is on Friday on the road against the Vegas Golden Knights. And Pitt men's basketball plays tonight at 7 against NC State. More fan headlines? Go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man.
Wow.
There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Spring is just around the corner, and that means sunlight pouring through your windows, and you don't want that light to reveal pet dander. You don't want that light to reveal dust and dirt and salt stains. No, spring is about revival. It's about renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the over 10,000 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
If you ask enough people, how are you, you'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams.
For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit.
People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way.
So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at PetiteKitchens.com.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Don't miss celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori and Don Engebretson, the Renegade Gardener, this weekend only. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle and stroll through a fully furnished model home by Buckhorn Showcase built right inside the Convention Center. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you.
Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Crosby after a loose puck at center. Carrying in across Russ. Back in front. They score! Tic-tac-toe from this top line. And they continue to be red hot as Ricard Raquel's got goal 29. And the Penguins have tied this game.
See that? Rest of the National Hockey League, this Ricard Raquel guy, pretty damn good. 29 goals, outside shot at 40 this year. The best goal scorer on the market in a league that you look around and you see that there's like 6 sellers right now, and everybody else says, yeah, we could use some more goals. Yeah, we could use a little bit more top 6 pop. Also, Crosby with the assist. So Crosby now has 66 points in 62 games, and this is something we talked to Starkey about before his show yesterday, Doran. But one of the reasons that some Penguins fans don't want Ricard Raquel to be traded is because they want Crosby to keep up that streak of consecutive seasons at over a point per game.
Mm-hmm.
And this means a lot locally. I'm sure it means something to Sid. This ain't Gretzky's goal record. This ain't passing Jaromir Jagr for second all-time in points. Like, to me, yeah, it matters, and it shows Crosby's consistency, his greatness. But this isn't a record that is in the Mount Rushmore of hockey records. And I still think Crosby could do it without Ricard Raquel. To me, though, let's say he can't. Let's say you trade Raquel and Crosby doesn't do it. I'd still, with all due respect to Sid, love you, brother, I would still trade Ricard Raquel because that's what's best for the franchise.
Yeah, it depends on what you're wanting right now. Like, do you want to see Sidney Crosby, or do you want this team to get better, to this team to rebuild, to get back to winning cups and competing in playoffs? And just like you said, like, who's to say Sidney Crosby can't do it without Ricard Raquel? How many guys has he done it? Has been on his line before? I mean, you said it yesterday. Who was the one guy that he's
Brian Gibbons.
Like, he's worked with guys before. I mean, he still does his thing. So I don't know. Like, depends on what you're looking for. Like, I know that we're in the dumps right now, and I said that the Penguins are in the territory of the Pirates, where we're looking for milestones, and we're not worried about the wins because we know that they're probably not going to come. We're in Pirates territory. A couple of years ago, maybe with McCutcheon and all the milestones that he was embarking on, that's all we could hang our hat on. But to make this team better, and if you have a trade piece like Ricard Raquel, why wouldn't you want that to happen? Like, I mean, it's not, like you said, it's not a big-time milestone that he's accomplishing.
And all the people who are saying, oh, man, you don't want to screw up Crosby's point-per-game streak, and I want to see him continue it, too, like, for Crosby purposes, and it is a cool record. But, like, for all those people, they obviously have a ton of respect for Sidney Crosby. Yeah. Yet they seem to think he can't get it done without Ricard Raquel.
Right.
Here are some of the players Crosby is assisted on, by the way. I was looking that up while you were making valid points over there, Doran. Harry Zolnarczyk, Crosby once set up for a goal. Scott Wilson, Chris Thorburn, Mark Straight, Lee Stepniak, Nick Spaulding, Martin Skula. I mean, there's a list of a lot of not great players there, Doran. Elaine Nazardine, that's a blast from the past. Jason Megna. There's a lot of guys who, had cups of coffee in the league. Eric Cairns, Philip Boucher, Daniel Winnick. God, that guy sucked. Daniel Sprong, that guy sucked. Joseph Melikar, a defenseman. Jeff Petrie. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And I realize Crosby's not in the prime of his career right now. 66 points in 62 games. He's going, he can play a max of 80 games this year. You're telling me with 20-some games to go, well, let me make sure I see how many games they have left. You're telling me he can't get 14 points with anybody?
Right.
And I'm guessing there'd be some sort of young, skilled-ish player that would come back in a return who you'd want to see with Crosby anyhow. I think both is possible. You trade Raquel and he still gets the point streak.
Absolutely.
But even if he couldn't, why wouldn't you put the team first? Right. Why, as Penguins fans, would you not want to capitalize on the best season of Rickard Raquel's career when you have no earthly idea what he's going to do after this?
No, I will back what Mackey said yesterday. I am in the camp where you're basically looking for a Rickard Raquel with the picks that you would get by trading him. So I would keep him, because I think that he could be a part of the rebuild, and that's what you're looking for, guys like Rickard Raquel. You already have him here
for $5 million.
For $5 million, I would keep him in that way.
And I totally disagree with that, but at least I can buy the logic behind it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're going to be ready to contend 3 years from now, which is when his contract expires, and he's kind of been this up and down guy all over his career. So I'm trading him right now regardless, but I think your logic is good logic. He's $5 million. The cap is going up. He's going to score 40 goals. So these are the kind of players you're ultimately going to want to be on your team. I do get all of that. But anybody who says, don't get rid of Raquel because Crosby's got this streak.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who cares? Yeah. Are these the people who cared about Antonio Brown 5 catches for 50 yards?
Right.
I can't do that. Penguins schedule. I want to see just how many. I want to make sure I got this right here.
I think that you're.
How many games are left? So the Penguins have played. So you've got 18 games left. If Crosby accounts for 14 points, I should say, in 18 games, he will have done it.
Mm-hmm.
It could be me on his right wing. If he's got an NHLer on his left wing, he's going to get 14 points in 18 games.
Right.
Donnie Football's texting in. What's going on here? He said, it's amazing to me that people think Raquel is the only thing holding together Crosby's points per game.
Right.
That's exactly you can't. We love Sid. We need him to hit that streak. Well, if you love him that much, it's because you respect him. And if you respect him, you understand he's going to bank pucks in off dudes' shin pads, and he's going to wind up getting 14 points. We'll take a quick call on this. Mark in Freedom. Hello, Mark.
Hey.
What's up?
I hear a lot of people saying that the Steelers should draft a wide receiver, but the draft pool for wide receivers is weak. So why not get some of those free agent wide receivers and draft, a corner, defensive line, couple of running backs, and then with a good running back, you're adding a weapon. And then if you got like a Devontae Adams and a Darius Slayton, you got a good wide receiver room. You could draft the young one down the road.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate the call, man. And if I may. Hey, you guys need to talk more hockey. All right, hockey segment. Hey, I don't think the Steelers should draft a wide receiver.
How long was he on the line? Did he just call it?
About 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
Okay.
We got more. 412-928-9370. We'll try to squeeze you in before Doug Whaley joins us for a full hour when we will talk about the Steelers and what they could do in round number 1. I'll give him what he waited for just for a second. Yeah, it's not a great wide receiver draft class. That's why you'd have to take one in round 1 because you're not going to get the same value in round 2, 3, 4 as you would have in years prior.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a little bit of both, Doran. Go out and get a free agent.
Yeah.
Whether it's Devontae Adams,
draft one.
Darius Slayton, and you draft one.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Does Crosby's point-per-game streak matter to you as it relates to trading Rickard Rakell? 412-928-9370. We don't need logic. Doran makes a lot of good points. Mackey makes a lot of good points on why you'd want to keep Rickard Rakell. But how about just the Crosby point streak? Does that factor in for you at all? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on that coming up next. Also, they're trying to ruin one of the great things in sports, Doran, and I'll tell you why that can't happen, why they shouldn't do it. And by they, I mean the man. The man's trying to change things. And we have a platform, we won't let it happen. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost yesterday to the Boston Red Sox. Pirates are on a 3-game losing streak now in spring training, and they've given up 10 or more runs in their last 3 games. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Justin tried to sell his home in Wexford several years ago with a different real estate agent, but didn't get any results. So when it was time to sell his home again, he was a little skeptical about hiring a real estate agent based off of previous experience. However, after doing some online research, he found Gina in all of her 5-star reviews, and that's whenever he gave Gina a call. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro over Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews clearing an earlier accident in Penn Hills, 11,000 block of Frankstown Road near Harvard Drive. Also an accident on the outbound side of Route 28 approaching the Highland Park Bridge off-ramp. That's causing delays back toward the Route 8 on-ramp as you head onto that northbound side of 28. Inbound delays from Fox Chapel Road down toward the Highland Park Bridge, and then again at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North, the closure of the HOV lanes affecting traffic on the main line. Your Parkway North delays now from Camp Horn Road all the way down past Perrysville, and then slow approaching McKnight Road all the way down the East Street Valley. Crosstown, heavy coming off of the Veterans Bridge all the way over past 5th Avenue. And the Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms out toward Settlers Ridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season, and right now new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. You want to be tracking these teams that are getting hot at the end of the year, getting ready to make a little bit of a run, maybe. So underdogs, there's a local one who might fit that bill. $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll get to the reason this music is playing in a moment. Doran, I love this town.
Mm-hmm.
We're having a nice hockey talk in the last segment.
Yes.
Reach out to a caller. Wants to weigh in. You know, the Steelers shouldn't draft a wide receiver in round one. That's what we get.
Yep.
Hey, let's talk Ricard Raquel. Nope. Not good enough wide receivers in this draft. Don't take one.
Yep.
Then we got a text here. Steelers wide receiver draft sleeper. My guy, Torrey Horton from Colorado State. 6'2", 196. Just ran a 4.46 at the Combine. Mountain West second all-time wide receiver. Dangerous in the open field, returning kicks. Incredible hands. Crazy quick feet with a great route runner. Under the radar due to an injury this past year. He's got some Devonta Smith vibes.
That's where we're at. That's where we're at.
Unsolicited draft sleepers. I love our texters. They're really informed. They listen to you, Doran. They learn things about football. I just love that. I love that, too.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what we're talking about. Just an unsolicited dude. From where did he say this guy's from? Colorado State.
Colorado State. Keep an eye out for him. 4.4. What did he say? 4.46.
4.46. Gives him Devonta Smith vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Devonta Smith had to have run faster than a 4.46.
Yes, he did.
He
also was
Heisman Trophy guy.
140 pounds.
Yes. Yeah, dude, I thought he was going to get broken in half.
Yeah.
Like Tutu Atwell, different size, obviously, but Tutu Atwell, my God.
Tiny.
Little tiny guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's Jeffrey in Mount Pleasant. He wanted us to know. Thank you, Jeffrey. We appreciate the scouting report.
We'll mark it down to see where he
I'll
goes.
write it down, Jeffrey.
Yeah. No, the receiver.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll write it down. Jeffrey. Jeffrey.
Can't read my handwriting anyhow. The reason this music is playing is, of course, well, it's March, and there's been some steam to expand the NCAA tournament from 68 teams to 76 teams. And let me tell you something, Doran. You can't freaking do that. Because my team, West Virginia, it looks like they're going to get in. They're not good. Ohio State's got like 3 more wins than losses. They're pretty much a lock. They're not good. I watched Georgia. They're 4-12 in the SEC. They're not good. These are a lot of the bubble teams right now. North Carolina, bubble team. They are 1-10 in quad 1 games. They haven't beat anybody all damn year. Oh, beat Duke, you're in. What, then they'll have 2? And that's good enough to get in? The bubble is soft now, but the games last night were incredible. I stayed up late. I shouldn't have. I was watching my team, and then my daughter's crying, so I'm, like, exhausted today. But I was able to watch and follow a lot of these games. Buzzer beaters, overtime games, double overtime games. A lot of those games aren't going to matter if they let 8 more teams into the tournament.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be the mid-majors that get in. It's going to be more of the mid-high major teams.
High major, right.
Like crappy schools like Iowa.
Yep.
That's going to get in.
Yep.
They're the teams that are going to benefit, and the bubble teams right now aren't any good. You're going to water down the field. You're also going to make the end of the regular season mean even less than it already does in a lot of casual fans' eyes. I haven't heard one good reason, apart from money, and that's the one.
That's what it's going to be.
Why they would expand it.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
They're going to do it, aren't they?
Yep. Uh-huh. Always capitalizing. Financially.
I say it every year around this time, man. It's the most perfect thing in sports. It's pure. It feels pure, but then there's gambling. You hang out with your friends. It's all day long. Work days. It's tremendous. Upsets early, but then the big-time programs usually funnel their way through to the end. It's pure sports bliss. Don't water the thing down.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ruin the end of the regular season. Don't do it. That's it.
Yeah, I like it. You're passionate about it.
I feel like it's a yearly soliloquy from me, but a lot of good stuff last night that I was watching that I thought, man, like, this Oklahoma game, like who would care? Ohio State, Nebraska, Indiana, like, none of it would matter. All these garbage-ass teams, my team even, all these, we can't make a shot. Mm-hmm. All these bad teams would already be in.
Right.
And then the bubble teams that would be playing would be so ass that, like, and now I got to watch this and pretend like it's supposed to mean something? No, thank you. All right, thank you for indulging me there, buddy.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Coming up next, Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Lots of nuts and bolts behind-the-scenes stuff I want to ask him about. Bunch of Steelers rumors. We're getting to the time where you actually have to finally pick a quarterback. So all that, draft talk on the way with Doug Whaley for a full hour. That's next, Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, HofbrauhausPittsburgh.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
South Park Township, we have reports of downed wires. Crews are now on the scene on Brownsville Road near the intersection with Sylvania Drive. Also an earlier accident, final stages of clearing in Penn Hills, 11,000 block of Frankstown Road. This is near Harvard Drive. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound heavy from Roslyn Farms and 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North heavy from Bellevue West to you down past Venture Street. Crosstown is jammed from the Veterans Bridge past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Wednesday with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village at St. Barnabas. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's right. We are joined by our good friend, our football executive insider, Doug Whaley, and the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Doug, where do we find you today? Good morning.
Morning. I'm in South Lake, Texas. A little chilly today. It's only 49 degrees, but it is sunny.
We finally got him, Dory.
We got him.
It's the first time that's ever happened, Doug, where you've been someplace else, and it's actually warmer here in Pittsburgh. A little rainy today. Yesterday was beautiful. Went to the park, Dory.
I heard.
Spent some time outside. Wanted to have a beer outside. My wife said no. That's how that went. Did you just go,
How good do you feel when you can? How good do you feel when you can just go outside and not be shivering and have to put on 15 layers of clothes?
Best feeling.
Absolutely. Like today, it was raining when we walked in here, but it actually felt like nice summer rain, even though it was about mid-50s. All right, Doug. So Adam Schefter, ESPN's NFL insider, says that the Steelers are really pressing to get something done with one of these quarterbacks this week before the quote-unquote legal tampering period, before the new league year starts. Obviously, that's what they're trying to do. Is there any reason why Justin Fields or Russell Wilson would want to do that, would want to sign now before they can really get even more in-depth with other teams?
Well, make no mistake about it. This legal tampering period, it's just for the optics of it. Last week at the Combine, Justin Fields' representatives and Russell Wilson's representatives have cased every team that would have an interest or reached out to them and say, what's your price tag? And the only reason they would, in my opinion, get something done before not only the legal tampering, but before the official start of free agency is that the Steelers' price tag and compensation was well above what everybody else was going to do. So that would be it. Just the money reason. They know that, hey, Steelers not only have promised us what we think checked off all our boxes of what we wanted, but more importantly, went above and beyond the benchmark of financial compensation.
How many plan B, C, Ds do you have if you're in this situation, Doug? Like if you're in a situation where you want a guy, you might not get him. They might test free agency. Like how many backup plans do you think the Steelers have right now in the direction they can go at quarterback if things don't go their way of plan A?
Well, one of the main rules in evaluation and player evaluation is don't fall in love with a guy because you never know what's going to happen. You're not for sure going to get him. Like in free agency, someone he could decide to go somewhere else, or in the draft he can get drafted by another team. To have a backup plan, they have to have a backup plan. But the problem with the backup plans are they're not as good as the main plan. So they probably have, hey, let's say if we don't get Justin or Russell Wilson, we'll go after player X in free agency, but then that puts more importance on the draft. Now, maybe now we start really putting those quarterbacks in the draft maybe up around earlier than what we have them on the board now because of the need. And this is the problem when you have so many needs, and especially at a position like the quarterback position, it forces everybody to look a lot better than they usually do.
I want to ask this correctly because, and I rarely say this about something I ask, I think this is actually a good question. So, if you are the general manager, if you're Omar Khan, do you have a philosophy here? Like, okay, we're trying to win this year, and we're going to find a quarterback come hell or high water that's going to help us win this year? Or is it, okay, if we swing and miss on Fields and Russ and there's not a lot of great options out there, we could wind up with a not-so-great quarterback and then we lean into a tank? Could who they wind up with at quarterback change the philosophy of the way they operate this next season, I guess is what I'm asking, Doug.
I just knowing, and this is a guess, knowing how they have operated and from the top with Art and with Coach T, I don't think that second option is ever on the table. They feel that they can compete every year for a playoff spot. It used to be a championship. Now it's to win a playoff game. So what they're going to do is say, okay, if we don't get Wilson or Fields, we'll get player X, not Sam Darnold, but whoever's out there. And we're going to build such a tremendous team around them. We're going to get some offensive weapons to put around them. We'll restock that defensive line, get another corner, and make sure that the quarterback's a part of the reason we win, not the reason we win. And that's their thought process. And that's in the end, that's not a bad process because you're really building a foundation. So when you finally get that quarterback, you have pieces in place to help elevate his game until his game gets to the point where he elevates everybody else's game, a la Ben Roethlisberger.
Doug, how do you truthfully, like Doug Whaley, how does Doug Whaley feel like this is going to go with the Steelers in this quarterback situation? Like, how do you think it ends up at the end of the day?
Right now, I would say I would have a better feel on Sunday, but if they don't get Justin Fields done, it's going to be one of those tanks, but not wanting the tank, because I just don't see anybody out there that can come in and at least hold serve to what Justin Fields and Russell Wilson did last year. And add to the fact that the pieces around that person are going to be young, especially if you're talking about offensive weapons that are a threat. They would have to come through the draft. I don't see them, if they're not going to spend on a quarterback, I don't see them spending on offensive threats in free agency. So it's going to be a young team with an average to below average quarterback, and it's going to be a very strong test of Coach Tomlin's coaching style and what they can get out of a team that is not talented at the most important position.
Yeah, Doug, because of that, and really because of the way the Steelers have operated offensively the last few years, do you think they're going to have a hard time getting a free agent wide receiver to want to come here?
Absolutely. I mean, just think about it. What receivers want to do is catch the ball, put up stats, and make touchdowns. And if you have an offensive system and a quarterback that are all about handing it off and getting 3 yards in a cloud of dust, For who, for what? So you're going to get that second tier type of wide receiver that's saying, okay, I'll go there and I'll be number 2 to George Pickens, but it's the best option I have. So it's going to really hamper. And then another thing you got to think about too, and we've talked about this in the past, even if you are a quarterback trying to resurrect your career, you're going to look at the past 2 or 3 years of quarterbacks not only drafted, but coming here trying to resurrect their career and saying, what did they do for them? How is this going to help me? Not only the style of play, but what you have set around to help my player development has not been proven in the Steelers organization for a long time. Again, name me a player, especially at the quarterback position, that they've developed.
No, we can't.
None.
Thank you.
Doug, this is more of a nuts and bolts, like behind-the-scenes kind of question, but the salary cap, it was announced that it went up quite significantly the other day. I'm sure you in the front office, you're estimating that long before it's ever announced. Like, do you feel like you had a great understanding of what the cap was going to be projected to be even before it was announced by the NFL?
Yes, they have labor meetings usually the first or second week in December here in Dallas, and we'd always come to that. And there you would get a really good idea that the projected salary cap for the next year, it may be off 4 or 5 million, but you had a general idea like, hey, let's go in knowing that this is going to be the number or thereabout, and just be in that range 10 to 20%.
All right, last question kind of in that vein. So there's players the Steelers can restructure their contracts, right? And I mean, it's happening all across the NFL right now, and it'll continue throughout the offseason. What is that process like? You just call up a player and say, hey, we're going to do a restructure. Do you need to call up a player and talk about that? I mean, I imagine you would, but how's that all work?
Oh, it's easy. It's because think about it this way. All it is front loading, giving you cash now for something that we were going to pay you later.
So why would anybody say no to that? Right.
Exactly. And you call the agent and be like, hey, listen, we're going to make you look really good for your client. And then you can also use this as a recruiting tool for other clients, especially the free agents or the college guys that you're trying to recruit now. We're going to restructure, maybe add a year or two, but give you a bunch of cash right now that you don't have to wait for. So it's a no-brainer, and it's a win-win for everybody, really.
Much more with Doug Whaley. We got him for another about 45 minutes here. The changing running back market, the quarterback draft, so much more to get into with Doug, and we'll be doing that until 10 o'clock. Right now, it's a Nicholas Aricalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost yesterday to the Boston Red Sox. They've lost 3 games in a row now. They've got another spring game coming up today at 1 o'clock against the Toronto Blue Jays. Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Colorado Avalanche yesterday. They're going to play the Vegas Golden Knights on the road on Friday for the next game. And Pitt men's basketball has 2 games left on their regular season schedule. They got a game tonight against NC State on the road. That game's at 7 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on The Fan. And there's a game coming up for them on Saturday. Their final regular season game will be a home game against Boston College. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Has one single trade ever been confirmed to be so disastrous so quickly? Never! For there to be any chance of the Mavericks winning the deal that sent Luka to the Lakers, they needed to win a title this year. It's a narrow window, but that was the play. Kyrie's now out for the year, AD might not come back till next, and the Lakers are rolling. Mavs fans deserve better than this blatant act of self-sabotage from their own team. I'm Bart Winkler.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A bit more trouble on the roadways heading into the midday. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. We do have that earlier accident in the final stages of clearing in Penn Hills, 11,000 block of Frankstown Road at Harvard Drive. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill, while the outbound heavy from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. And the Parkway North is cleared out, but still heavy on the Crosstown, jammed past 6th and 7th Avenues over toward Bigelow Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
You know what you want to say, bad dog. You chewed up my couch, now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. Two Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. You got a question for Doug? You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The number for that, 412-928-9370. Doran's got a good NFL quarterback draft question to kick things off this segment. But first, Doug, so Luka Doncic gets traded. Anthony Davis comes in. Now Kyrie Irving is out for the season, and it seems like Anthony Davis not going to return in light of that news. Like, this franchise went from on top of the world pretty much last year, playing for the whole kit and caboodle, to now, I mean, you got fans walking out and the place is empty with 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Like, this ain't on the GM. This is all on ownership. How would you be feeling in that situation to go from that to pure disaster in a matter of months?
The only silver lining, Cooper Flag. That is it. So you may unintentionally fail forward because of the way the ownership puts you in that position. And now, obviously, the NBA has the lottery, so there's still a chance that it may not happen. But that could be one of those things where all these bad things happen, and next thing you know, they win that lottery and they got Cooper Flag, and they're next year or 2 years from now, they're knocking on that conference title or NBA championship type situation. So, but as a GM, you're like, wait a minute, what just happened? I just had one of the top 5 players in the world on my squad. We were just in the championship, and now not only did I lose the top 5 player, but the 2 other players that we got that we thought could at least hold serve until we got something else are out now. So,
and albeit
it
for
would
me,
be very
Doug,
miserable.
Albeit for me, sorry to cut you off to say this because there's only 30-ish jobs of the 30-ish of these jobs in the entire world, but I would have quit. I'd have walked out. Now, you made me trade Luka, and now all this hell's happening. I'm walking the hell out. All right, Doran, you had a football question here.
Well, Doug, let's go back 2 months ago. Let's go back to the beginning of January, and let's think about 2 guys. Let's think about Shedeur Sanders, and let's think about Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart, I think his evaluation was around a 3rd-round pick in January. Shedeur Sanders, probably the 2nd quarterback to be taken, top 5 pick in January. Now there's reports saying that Shedeur Sanders could slip to the end of the 1st round or even out of the 1st round in this draft, and Jackson Dart can climb up into the 1st round of this draft. How is that possible? Like, how do things like that happen? I mean, it's not like, Shedeur Sanders didn't do anything in the combine. Can really the interview process really make a guy slip? That's the only thing I could kind of rest my head on is thinking, how in 3 months, 4 months can somebody slip without really doing anything?
And I will tell you this from being in that seat and being in this seat now. The reason why, especially at that position, the quarterback's position, above all other positions, this is the time where guys can move up and down the draft because of the interview process. And that's when you sit in with Shedeur or Jackson Dart and start watching their film and start understanding their thought process of why they did what they did, trying to figure out what they understand about coverages, how to read coverages, and how far they are about in the mental part of the game is some of the reasons why quarterbacks can move that, and we in the media aren't privy to that knowledge that the NFL teams are by sitting in on those meetings. And I was sitting in on a lot of quarterback meetings, and there's times where you're like, this guy doesn't know anything, so he's going to be a lot further along or further behind than others, and it's not on talent. And that's why it gets a little skewed when everybody says, well, just look at his production on the field. Yes, that's 90% of the grade, but in a quarterback, you're looking at maybe dropping that down to 80%, and that mental part and where he is as a quarterback and the quarterback acumen of how to play that game and how quickly he can get to being at a top level of being able to read defenses, make decisions, and understanding the quarterback position. That's why a Jackson Dart may start moving up and a Shedeur Sanders may start moving down. I remember one quarterback that at the time we were talking to him was projected in the first round, and we sat down and we said, first question is, what is the thing that you're most excited to learn about in the NFL? And he goes, reading coverages. I never had to read coverages. They just told me where to throw the ball. Red flag. And that's why the guy went in the 5th round and he was out. But going into it, all the media, if you looked at his games and his stats, you're like, this is a first-round talent. So that's where us in the media, we have to be careful because we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle to put it together and paint that final picture of a quarterback.
Doug, I'm curious how you would advise a quarterback in that situation. If you were his representation, like, do you want the guy to be honest, go in there and say, yeah, I can't wait to learn how to read a defense, or do you want him to lie through his teeth?
Well, you got to be honest, because if you're lying and then we just put you on the film and say, okay, what coverage is this? And you're like, you're like, not only did you lie, you don't know anything, so you're definitely dropping down. So, and we used to always say, and I tell people, college guys that ask me, 99% of the questions we ask in those interviews, we already know the answer.
Right.
So be honest. Now, there's sometimes you're surprised, like, oh, really? Whoa. But yes, tell the truth.
Like, I mean, honestly, though, Crowley, like, that's on the agent. That's on the agency, because usually during the draft process, it's from the All-Star games to the combine to the pro days and then to the draft. Like, if you're an actual talent that's going to get drafted, like, a part of that process is getting in shape. It's running the 40. But it is board work, too.
Watching a lot of film.
Watching a lot of film and breaking stuff down and preparing you for your job interview. So, I mean, that's a lot. If a guy can't read coverages.
Oh, man.
I mean, that is on the agencies.
And then there's another time we were talking to a quarterback, and we're like, 5 times a game, no matter if this guy's covered, double covered, or what, you throw it to him. Why is that? He goes, because my head coach told me he's our best receiver, and when he's covered, he's still uncovered. Throw it to him. So you pick up little knowledge like that help in the end put that final grade that, again, we in the media, all the ESPN, the draft pundits, they don't have that, and that's why sometimes guys can get skewed where we're saying from the outside, he should be drafted a lot better, but he drops, they don't know what they're doing. I think they know a lot more what they do than us in the media, just because they're privy to a lot more information.
Doran, you know all the answers to these questions, but I think listeners, most of them like me, and they don't know what the hell's going on. So, Doug, would you be sitting there with a quarterback prospect? Would you ever pull up bad tape from what they did in college and go, okay, show me, what would you do differently in this situation? What were you thinking, things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why that came up. We were like, why are you throwing to this guy? I mean, he's covered. And he goes, because my coach said it. He's a freshman. We told him we were going to get him the ball, and he's our best wide receiver. So I threw him the ball. So that's the type of stuff. You throw in the good, you throw in the bad, and you see not only the reasoning, but how he responds. Did he try to throw the coach under the bus? Did he try to throw his player under the bus? Did he take the blame? So that also plays a factor in it as well. And it's really, it's a psych test. And you want to see because that position, it's almost like golf, but a little more on the physical side. But the mental aspect of that quarterback position is something that you really have to dive into and take to heart. And again, it's something that unless you're in those meetings, you just don't know.
Doug, do you think they might take one, 21st overall quarterback?
Ooh. I hope not. And it's not indicative on the quarterbacks in the draft. I just don't think they have the surrounding cast right now to put that quarterback in the best position. That's right now. We'll see what they do in free agency. If they get a bona fide wide receiver in free agency, a complimentary running back in free agency, and then I might say, why not? But if they hold serve and just get, as I call them, dust settle free agents, guys that are second tier, you're just setting your quarterback up and your franchise up for another setback, and you're going to just be spinning your wheels. 2 years from now, that guy will be gone or be benched, and you're looking for another guy, and you haven't gotten any better.
Couple of names have been linked to the Steelers. Devontae Adams said on the Kay Adams podcast, Up and Adams, that he would like to play for Mike Tomlin. This was a couple of weeks ago. Darius Slay had a good relationship in the past with Terrell Austin, and on a podcast last year said if he didn't play in Philadelphia, would like to play for Mike Tomlin. Want to run some of these names by you when we come back. Also, the ever-changing running back market. Saquon Barkley just made $36 million guaranteed when the Eagles didn't have to do that. So still a lot to get to with Doug Whaley. That's all on the way, but first, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost in their spring training game yesterday to the Boston Red Sox. It's now 3 in a row lost by the Pirates. They've also given up 10 or more runs in each of those 3 losses. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
I'm PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It's the best time of the year. March Madness is here. Conference tournaments are in full swing, and UNC Wilmington has been dominating the CAA. The Seahawks finished 14-4 in conference play and swept Charleston this season. With their high-powered offense, they're a serious threat. My pick, UNC Wilmington, plus 190 to win the CAA. Let's cash in. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smart and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
My name is Joanne. I'm 75 years old, and I have lost 35 pounds on Awaken 180 weight loss. I was pre-diabetic. I was ready to go on cholesterol medication. My blood pressure was up even on medication. Now I have no need for cholesterol medication. My blood sugar is fine, and I actually am cutting down on my blood pressure medicine. I have knee replacements and hip replacements, and I had difficulty walking, and now I can walk without any problem. I feel lighter. I feel more energetic. It is a lifestyle that will help you to lose weight without medication.
Thanks, Joanne. Chris Muller here. Stories like Joanne's are the reason I continue to share the Awaken 180 message. The results speak for themselves, and I'm confident you'll have the same success if you let them show you how. Do what Joanne did, what I did, and what over 24,000 others have done, and choose the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3-room Zero Resified starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party, Sunday, March 9th from 3:30 to 5:30 as Pittsburgh takes on Minnesota. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Celebrate Ashley's 80th anniversary by getting a great night's sleep. Buy a Beauty Rest Black mattress and get a free adjustable base, putting the luxury of custom comfort and function at your fingertips. Plus, enjoy even more flexibility with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Leon's Billiards and More of Wexford is once again having huge home and garden show specials at the show and in their store. These once-a-year specials are good on pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air hockey tables, dartboards, and professional billiard service. Not ready for delivery? They'll hold your products until you're ready. See why Leon's is #1 for all your game room needs. At the show, at their showroom in Wexford, or online at leonsbilliards.com. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Little breaking NFL news. The Kansas City Chiefs are trading Joe Thuney to the Bears in exchange for a 2026 fourth-round pick. So a bunch of people are reporting that right now. The Chiefs, whose offensive line got worked in the Super Bowl, now weakening it, but most people believe they've got something cooking.
Oh, yeah.
They got something big coming.
Uh-huh.
So stay tuned for that. And the Bears, hey, we have a franchise quarterback, couldn't keep him upright this year. He's running like a chicken with his head cut off. Let's go out and let's get a good football player. Help protect that guy. Doug Whaley with us from 9 o'clock until 10. And, Doug, there's a couple of names that have already been linked to the Steelers thus far. Darius Slay, just released by the Philadelphia Eagles. He's 34 years old, still graded out well last year. Is that the kind of guy that would make sense? You've been beating the drum on a cornerback for a while now, saying it's one of the Steelers' top needs.
You know, when I think about it, and when you brought those names up before the break, I kind of started thinking, okay, how can the Steelers compete now but start building a foundation for the future? You get a Devontae Adams. You sign Justin Fields. You get a Devontae Adams. You get a Darius Slay. You got an offensive weapon to go along with George Pickens. You got a corner that can play at a high level but also help tutor JPJ. Then you go in the draft and get another corner, get another wide receiver. So you're competitive now, but you have some rookies that can come in, start learning the system. You don't have to depend on them now to produce at a high level. But when the Slay and Adams age out, then you have those guys ready to come in and take that role over, and then you have that foundation. And when the Steelers were rolling, that's what we used to do. When you have that veteran that's maybe 2 or 3 years from either aging out or his contract's up, let's get his replacement in now. He can learn the system, learn how to be a pro, give us some contributions on special teams and maybe a spot starter here or a solid backup that contributes. So when that vet ages out, you have a guy ready to come in and produce at a high level and not have that roller coaster of a rookie. So that's where you can live on both sides of the ecosystem of competing and building a foundation. And then you got Justin Fields. You give him a 2-year deal with an option for a third. After next year, you're going to know, is this guy what we want? Is he progressing? Then you go get that quarterback in the draft that year after that. And then you can even actually leverage those picks because you've had that foundation built where your needs aren't as great. So to me, that would be what I'd roll out to Mike T and to Art and say, this is how we can compete now. and set us up for a championship run in the future.
That sounds like the perfect scenario, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I mean, that sounds like the perfect scenario. You get Devontae Adams, you get Darius Slay, you draft young players at that position, at corner, at receiver. I mean, that sounds fantastic. Doug,
and then you throw in a D lineman too. Sorry to jump in, but D lineman for Hayward.
And maybe a running back too.
Yeah.
And you can
definitely a running back.
That's all possible, right, Doug? Like you can would you trade picks? Like would you trade the 21st pick if you were going to go that route and get more picks? Like maybe another second round pick, because it's a deep draft for running backs, it's a deep draft for D line. Would you think about trading that 21st pick if you're the Steelers to get more picks to pick those other positions?
Absolutely, especially if we checked off a lot of boxes in the free agency market. So, hey, Art, we're going to have to spend, but in the end, it's going to cost us less because we're going to have that foundation of young players that we can start drafting now and be able to compete and be able to. And Coach T is going to be like, yes, that's not going to make me strain my coaching staff to try to maximize what we have. Now let's put these guys in positions to keep being successful instead of putting in positions to try to be successful. And that's two different things.
Just because a player's drafted in round one doesn't mean that there's a first-round grade on that particular player. And everything I've read about this draft is there's not a ton of legit first-round grades. So trading back does make a ton of sense. I mean, this team is not devoid of needs. And if you can address as many as possible through the draft, I think that's the way you go about doing it. But, Doug, I want to switch gears a little bit here. Saquon Barkley had just finished up the first year of a 3-year contract. Well, now the Eagles have guaranteed him $36 million. They're going to be paying him $20 million a season, resetting the running back market, the most money a running back has ever made. On one hand, I say, man, this guy was going to be there for the next 2 years regardless. So financially, I'm not sure I agree with it. But on the other hand, he earned it, and you're also putting a lot of faith and showing a lot of faith in a guy that helped you win a championship. How did you view that whenever you saw the Eagles sign Barkley to that deal?
I'll tell you how I view, then I'll kick it to Doran. You are setting a bad precedent that is going to come back and bite you.
Ooh.
Doran, you come in, you're a free agent, you have a bang-up year, and you are the reason why they win their next Super Bowl. Are you going to go in and say, give me a raise, you did it for Saquon, where's mine?
Yeah, true. But
you're setting yourself up for some holdouts. So I understand why they did it. But I just said you better be careful because now you're setting yourself up for guys to come in and saying, I want that same love or I'm holding out.
No, you're absolutely right. But, I mean, they're probably banking on not having that guy to win them that Super Bowl like Saquon did. So that's why I know that they're giving him respect, and I think it's more of a good partnership type deal. Like, hey, we respect what you did for us. We're going to give you this money. So, I'm okay with it, but you're right. There could be a guy that comes in and it's like, look, I did this for you. I want to be respected as well, and they might not do it.
Yeah. Like, let's say A.J. Brown next year.
Right.
He has another great year. Hey, you rewarded Saquon. Where's mine? Devontae Smith. So just that's the only part that gives me a little pause. What I would have done if I would have done it, it was like, listen, we're going to give this to you and we'll put it out there that we adjusted his contract. I wouldn't give numbers or anything like that, and I'd tell the agent the same. If we're going to do this, we got to keep it between us, which never would happen. But just because, again, I'm just thinking how's this setting you up for your next move? It's really packing you a corner in the next move when someone says, I deserve more.
Doug, the conventional wisdom a couple of years ago was, hey, don't spend money on running backs. Don't draft running backs high in the draft because you can get bang for your buck at that position. It's really more about your quarterback, your offensive line. Now, all of a sudden, it's trended all the way back in the other direction. Jahmyr Gibbs gets drafted in the first round. Saquon Barkley now makes all this big money. What do you attribute that to? I mean, it seems like the typical cyclical nature of the NFL, but a few years ago it was never pay running backs, and now you got one getting paid $20 million a season.
I think it comes down to when it all comes down to it, it's how talented is this player? There wasn't a generational type talent running backs that were coming out and producing at that time. But when you have a Derrick Henry, a Saquon Barkley, a McCaffrey, those guys, no matter what, no matter if you're a center and you're the most talented, you're going to get paid. And I think just the nature of the game had trended in the lower levels to pass happy, spread the field. So you didn't have those running backs that were there developing into instinctive type game making running backs that are used in that way. So now if you find one and the smart offensive coordinators are going to say, let's put this guy in positions to be successful, and he's a running back, well, let's lean into what we have. If you got lemon, make lemonade. So that's where I think like you said, it's a little cyclical, but I think a lot of it has to do with the lower levels of football not emphasizing that running back position.
We'll see if that turns around after deals like that. One more segment with Doug Whaley on the way before we hand things over to Pomp and Joe. I still want to say Cook.
I know.
It's still beat into me. Pomp and Joe. But one more segment with Doug coming up next. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost yesterday to the Colorado Avalanche. They're not going to play again until Friday when they play the Vegas Golden Knights on the road. Pirates lost by a bunch to the Boston Red Sox yesterday. They have the Toronto Blue Jays this afternoon at 1 o'clock in spring training. And Pitt men's basketball is a game tonight at 7 o'clock. They are playing NC State in their second-to-last game, their penultimate game of the regular season. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 22 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Heading into the west end, you're jammed approaching South Main Street all the way down to the Circle and West Carson Street. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 just a little bit heavy past the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. And the HOV lanes closed till further notice. No reported delays on the Parkway North inbound. That's fairly steady. A little bit heavy, though, on the crosstown past Bigelow Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
The Lindy Group is the paving industry leader in high-quality asphalt, concrete, paving, and utility services. Active in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia, Lindy employs diverse teams of people in all trades and operations positions. Put your skills to work in an environment where smart thinking, high-quality craftsmanship, and attention to detail are recognized and rewarded. Build better with Lindy and learn more about us at www.thelindygroup.com.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Join Lamont on March 13th for a 5-course wine dinner. Prosciutto wrap mozzarella, gnocchi calabrese, Mediterranean branzino, steak pizzola, and baked Alaska bomb, paired with amazing wine. For reservations, visit lamontpittsburgh.com or 412-431-3100.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, Chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
schultzford.com. 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 schultzford.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. And it's time for the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. So the Bears traded a 6th-round pick and a 4th-round pick for Joe Thuney. They also traded for Jonah Jackson, a Pro Bowl offensive lineman from the Rams. So 2 offensive linemen, 2 good ones, in the last 24 hours to protect Caleb Williams. Doug, the Steelers' offensive line they've invested a ton in these last few years. And this season you're going to see, of course, Broderick Jones move to left tackle, and you're going to have Troy Faltanu at right. Do you see them addressing offensive line this offseason, or is it now sink or swim with these investments and see how it all comes together this year?
If they do, let me say this. I think it's sink or swim. It's like, listen, we invested a lot and through a commitment to you. Let's see this commitment pay off. But that wouldn't, in my opinion, have them add maybe a veteran swing guy, be it veteran swing guard tackle, veteran swing center guard, so you have that depth. Because, again, these guys, especially Broderick Jones, he hasn't taken that step. And you need that safety blanket, if he doesn't, to have somebody plug and play to be able to make up for maybe a missed opportunity on that draft choice. And Faltano, he's still an unknown. We think he's going to be good, but there's always a difference between a hope and a plan. And the plan is, if he's not, we have this veteran guy that can come in and step in. Or injuries, again, are always part of the game. Don't hope that they're going to stay healthy. Have a plan if they don't. And that's where you set yourself up from being a middle-of-the-road team or a team that scratches their way and claws their way into the playoffs to a team that's competing in the playoffs, having a plan.
Doug, what team do you think is on the rise, and what team it's like, all right, look out for this team this year. They could surprise you in the NFL. Like last year's team was Washington, was the Commanders, and they've obviously added Deebo Samuel, so they're going to get better. Which team, in your opinion, is like slowly trending upwards and probably could make some noise next year?
And I think it's the team that's are showing you what their focus is, and that's the Chicago Bears now. I've been high on Caleb Williams since I saw him play his second game ever at USC and saw him do some things that I haven't seen many quarterbacks do in my life. So to have that cornerstone already there, for them to start putting pieces around and having, again, a plan to make this guy jump to the next level, I think it's the Chicago Bears.
Doug, this was wonderful as always. Thanks for squeezing us in. You always do, even when you're out of town. We'll talk to you next Wednesday as we will really have a bunch to talk about then. I mean, we should know which quarterback the Steelers are going with. Doug, appreciate it, buddy. Be well out there, okay?
All right, fellas, be safe.
Thanks, Doug.
You're the man. Doug Whaley. He's the best.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Yohe, also good. He, of course, of The Athletic, one of the very best hockey beat writers in the country. He tweeted out 5 minutes ago, "Good morning, hockey fans." He tweets that out anytime it's a big Penguins game. Well, they don't play today. They don't play until Friday after the deadline. I'm guessing something's going down today on the trade front, Doran.
Probably.
And we'll talk about it tomorrow at 5:40. We've got Pat Bostic in with us tomorrow from 7 o'clock until 10. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Up next, Pomp and Joe. Peace.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan would like to thank everyone who attended the Fan 15 anniversary party. We look forward to continuing to bring you the best sports coverage and talk in Pittsburgh. Special shout out to our fine partners, including Boyd and Blair Vodka and Rum, East Suburban Sports Medical Center, Hampton Beer Outlet, New Flow Men's Health, Icy Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Join March for Babies on April 27th at PNC Park to improve the health of families. With your help, we can tackle America's maternal and infant health crisis, one person, one community, and one step at a time. Every step counts. Thank you to signature sponsors Highmark Whole Care, Allegheny Health Network, UPMC, and UPMC Health Plan. Register at marchforbabies.org. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. And we are getting closer to the playoffs. And right now, so many games are going to pave the way for what happens at the end of the year. Matchups that are really good measuring stick games, and one of them is going to get played Sunday night between the Cavaliers and Bucks. We've seen the Knicks struggle against the upper echelon of the NBA, so it's really a three-horse race in the East. Bucks, Cavs, Celtics, and two of these teams are going to play. I love Cleveland. They do not have a winning history since LeBron left or a marquee player per se. I love the team basketball they play, so I like them in this matchup, and new FanDuel customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Beachview section of the city. Crews on the scene of an accident, 800 block of Crane Avenue near Gladys Avenue. Also in the 9 Mile Run section of the city. Accident being checked out in the 1000 block of Parkview Boulevard near Frick Lane. Parkway West, you're still jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Now your delays are at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, the Parkway North have cleared out. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates will play the Toronto Blue Jays in spring training action from Bradenton at 1:05 today. Buccos currently have lost 3 games in a row in spring training action. 12-4 was the final score against the Red Sox as Andrew Heaney made his first start for the Bucs. Went 1 2/3 innings, 2 hits, 4 runs allowed, did walk 3, and struck out 1 batter. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'll just say it's different, Bob. That's all. Not better or worse. But when I come in the morning and see you, you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. When I saw Ron, he was highly depressed. It's just a very big difference. That's all. And I think part of Ron's problem is he would come in at like 5 in the morning and sit in that conference room.
Yeah, I never understood that. He would overdo it.
Right.
You know, in terms of paralysis of analysis of whatever he was doing.
It's like getting to the game, 8 hours early. And then, are you ready for kickoff? He was always ready. He was ready to play.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but his demeanor was, it was contagious. And it was depressing. That's all.
Well,
and then when I see you, I come in here and see you, you're dressed in green. You have the Constellation Senior Players pullover with a green undergarment there, a green golf shirt, and a green hat. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Everything's got to match.
How color coordinated you are.
Got to do that.
And
I feel strongly about that. I'm a big, just how you dress seems to reflect how you are or how you feel, I mean,
yeah.
And I think that's important. I've thought that in my whole life, and that carries over into golf.
Yeah, I mean, you're never in a bad mood, and it's wonderful. Have you noticed this, Limits?
I have. I've noticed you have a good demeanor when Bob's here. It makes me wonder what your demeanor is like when Bob is not here, and it's just me with you.
It's more of a father-son relationship thing.
That's right.
That's what that is.
We have a field trip planned. Did you know that, Bob?
And you're going to see Wright State, which is a tough team. I think they beat Robert Morris once this year, but that game is going to be a big game for them. I hope Robert Morris can pull it off and go all the way
So
into
do I.
the tournament.
That would be wonderful, and we have a clip to play for you later. of the Duquesne, Dan Burt, the Duquesne women's coach, who complimented my basketball. Plus, you missed Rich Rod last week on
you
Friday.
had him on? I didn't know that.
And we've got
how
a
was
couple
he?
juicy quotes for you, Bob, to react to.
Okay.
Limits, everything well over in your corner of the world?
Everything is going very well.
How come you never wear the shirt that or the jacket I regifted you for Christmas?
It is not jacket weather right now, and you know I've worn that at least 5 times.
No, probably 2. But I'll take it.
I think more than that. But it's the first day of fish fries today, Joe. I'm excited. Ash
Bob.
Wednesday.
Do you do the fish fries?
Oh, I love them. We try to hit different ones, all over if we can. Got to find out. I know KDK TV has a fish fry guide where you can get on and it tells you all where to go. So,
what do you like as a side, Bob? I like the macaroni and cheese with a nice piece of cod or haddock.
That's very good. I mean, every now and then, I'm trying to wean myself off of French fries.
Yeah.
I like French fries, but I'd rather somehow
Easier
get
said
a
than
baked
done.
potato. Yeah, something better than. But it's easier said than done. You're right about that. Are you a coleslaw fan? I love coleslaw.
Yeah, I'll do macaroni and cheese and coleslaw and a piece of fish. In fact, now I want to get it tonight. Is that happening all over the place tonight?
It will.
It might be packed wherever you go tonight.
That's okay.
Shrimp.
We'll get there early.
Pierogies.
You like shrimp in your fish fry, Bob?
No.
A little mix of seafood?
I'm not a big shrimp person.
No?
I like a lot of seafood, but that's not one of them.
Lobster?
I love lobster.
Bluefish?
Yes.
Catfish?
Yes.
Tilapia?
Yes.
Cod?
Yes.
Mahi-mahi?
Mahi-mahi.
Scallops?
No.
Wow.
No,
That
too
surprises
rubbery
me.
for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how they're cooked, I think.
I guess. Do you like Bronzino?
Very much so. There's a place I go to that has Bronzino over that stuff. What's that stuff that everybody eats? It's almost like rice.
Like a pilaf.
Like a pilaf, but it's not. It's not couscous either. It's some substance under there. Somebody help me.
Well,
What is it?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I got messed up with looking at the one time I got it. I was looking forward to having it, but then they served it with the head still on, and I could not
Can't
eat
do it.
that fish. I
Can't
was
do it,
looking at
Bob.
the fish as I was about to eat him. He's looking back at me, and I
Yeah,
was
you
having
can't. No.
flashbacks of The Sopranos, so I couldn't do it.
I can't eat something with the eyes still in. I mean, it's ridiculous
No, I don't wanna look at
to
anything.
serve a fish with the head still on, isn't it?
Yeah, why would they do that? Like
They do it everywhere.
They do it a lot,
Not
unless you
appealing.
request. I think you have to request. Could you please don't serve the head to me?
Yeah, I don't want to see it. I don't want it seeing me.
No, I feel
Did I ever
guilty.
tell you, Bob, that in the Adirondacks I stepped on a sunfish and its eye popped out?
No.
Perhaps I was traumatized by that.
Maybe so.
I think
that would
so.
traumatize me, I think.
Yeah, I've heard that
Right.
story a couple times.
I know, but I didn't think Bob ever did.
I didn't. That was the first time.
Would you like to tell him
I just did.
even more about it?
No, it's a fairly straightforward, self-explanatory story, I think. I
Pretty
stepped on a fish and its eye popped out.
Sad story for the fish there, Bob.
Very sad story for the fish. He was still flopping.
See, that's even worse.
Yeah.
When you see like lobsters being, still alive, being put into the hot water, I can't.
Do you
watch
feel like they suffer, Bob?
I don't know.
They must.
I feel like I suffer. I don't want them to suffer, so I suffer. It's all good though.
Is it? I don't know. I'm not a big lobster
You don't
guy.
like lobster?
Not really. I think
Oh,
it's
my
this
goodness.
thing that you want. I want to love it, and I want to think that, like so many other people, this is some delicacy that I love so much. But bottom line is, when I eat it, I'm really not enjoying it.
What
First
is
of
the
all,
most outrageous thing you've ever eaten in terms of like a delicacy that is not often available anywhere around here?
I mean,
then-
I don't know about delicacy. I've had some strange meats before, like bison out in Edmonton at the Stanley. Is it the Stanley or the McDonald Hotel?
Was it good?
It was good. I mean, it just tasted like regular meat. I had venison, deer meat, in Montreal one time on the road. That was incrinculent. How about you?
The most
Bird balls?
No, Japanese blowfish. That's
Ew.
It's very expensive. And
If one of those bites you, can you die?
Well, there's poison in them. You have to you have to be licensed, I think, as a chef to make sure you get most of it out. You leave a little in.
That would leave me a little nervous at the table. Limits. If I knew
Well, we
that
did
if the
that
chef didn't
we
do
did
his...
that as a TV story, so I had to go through with it. But I think I was saying to myself, this would be fitting for me to take a bite and then die. Would
have been a hell of a way to go. Do you eat caviar, Bob? What is caviar? Snail pellets?
Fish eggs or something.
Fish eggs?
I don't like it.
You ever eaten that, Limits?
I don't indulge in all these outlandish foods that I don't understand what they are.
My friend Steve Wolf, he cooks squirrel soup.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Yeah, they do that out in the countryside, Bob, up in your Port Allegheny, up the way of
Poor
Brockway.
little squirrel. I'm thinking
They'll shoot
about
and eat anything. They will.
I know. I have certain limits.
Have you eaten alligator?
I have.
They have that in Florida. Little alligator nuggets they had.
I've had antelope, which is a very kind of sweet tasting meat.
Yeah.
Good, different.
I ain't eating that. How about porcupine meat?
Is there such a thing?
I don't know. Is there limits?
The texter said that you were referring to risotto earlier.
Risotto is exactly what I was referring to, yes.
There's probably porcupine meat.
Delicious. Anyway, we digress here, Bob. We have a six-pack to open with on a Sunday in honor.
To follow all that food up, we need a six-pack.
In honor of our old friend, Ronald J. Cook. What was Ron's middle name? Do we remember?
We wouldn't even know his birthday. I don't think we'd know his middle name.
Did you know that Ron never told anybody what his birthday was?
Yeah, I know, because I always asked him, when's your birthday? And I never got an answer.
Would he get upset with that question?
I don't know why. He looks good for his age.
He got very upset with Vinny one time when Vinny asked him what he commonly tipped on a meal. And Ron snapped. Did you know of that story?
No, why?
Because he felt that was personal information he didn't want to divulge.
Well, today more than ever, tips are expected and higher than most, and that's fine as long as you get the service you want.
Yeah.
But that might be if you're not into tipping, this question always comes up. I remember asking Ron this once. When you get takeout, how much are you obligated to tip on a takeout?
You asked Ron that question?
Yeah.
What did he say? He said nothing.
He didn't give me an answer, and he said, I don't take out.
You talk about alligator nuggets. Ron had alligator arms when it came to picking up the old check. Remember that, Limits?
Never went to dinner with Ron, but yes, I knew so much about the free and free light and taking advantage of all the above.
Anywho, the Penguins last night play well, but lose. That's all they do is lose. And I see where our friend and yours, Josh Yohe, tweets out today. Good morning, hockey fans. And as Crowley said at the end of the morning show, he usually tweets that out on a game day or some other type of event is happening that day. Could it portend a trade here, Bob?
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought the same thing when I saw that tweet. Because Josh doesn't do that unless it's a special occasion.
Unless something's happening, right?
I would expect something to happen. The question is, how far will they take it? And I think that's been the case all the way through. How far will they take this? Raquel scored last night, had the only goal, and that gives him 29. That improves his market. People should want a 29-goal score, but will they do it now or not? He has time left on his contract. They may look at that as a reasonable contract moving forward, that if you had to pay it next year when the salary cap goes up, it may be much more than that. So, again, though, you have to ask yourself, what are we going to be next year as a hockey team? If you're Kyle Dubas.
I have a two-word answer to that. Not good. I mean, which is fine. Again, they've not intentionally, they've unintentionally reached a place where it's way better than the middle. They've hit bottom here. They've hit bottom against their own will. So here they are. They're going to be here for at least a little bit. Next season, I would say it's a pretty good bet they're going to be scraping bottom. Would you?
I think that depends on how they go through this offseason. And if they do, again, last night I'll say this about them. They don't quit. They play hard. That's sort of a moral victory kind of thing. But last
that's
night,
the least I can say about a pro athlete.
But they were better last night than Colorado.
Yeah.
I watched the game. I came away thinking without what happened late in the game, they got a power play, they scored, and then empty netters, whatever. I thought the Penguins were the better team, and I felt that against the Rangers when they played. The one game all season I never felt that about was that 6-1 loss in Philadelphia where I thought they just kind of quit. But
Here's my real question from last night. I would have scratched Raquel.
Because they didn't makes me think he's going to be around here.
Yeah, me too, which I think is a mistake. I mean, this guy's stock is absolutely soaring right now. It's just soaring.
Well, how about if he continues to do that next year?
Well, good's that going to do you? You're going to be terrible either way.
Well, if they make moves that can help them next year, I could see them moving up a little. I mean, the wild card is normally a collection of about 8 teams separated by 4 or 5 points at this time of the year.
I'm not really interested in that. I'm interested in tearing it to the studs and rebuilding a championship
I think it's hard
team.
to do that. I've watched in hockey teams try to do that, and it's difficult.
I know.
It takes many years.
I've watched a lot of teams hang around in the middle for decades at a time as well.
Sure.
So either way, I'd rather accumulate picks and prospects and young players, maybe get rid of one of these Dubas albatross contracts. Maybe somebody will attach that to Raquel. I just think they're crazy if they don't pull the trigger now on this guy. There's no guarantee that he's going to stay healthy. There's no guarantee he's going to be this hot of a commodity at any other time in his future ever other than now. Next. Here's a question for you, Bob. It seems the big argument against trading Raquel is that Sid should be fortified with 2 line mates. So...
Well, they traded Gensel, and he was a permanent fixture on that line.
Right, but now they have Raquel and Rust.
But my point was they traded Gensel. They did it once, right?
Sure.
They can do it
but
again.
The argument I hear against trading Raquel is that Sid, don't take away another one of Sid's line mates. You already took Gensel. To which I have a couple of answers. One is, how come nobody ever talks about Gino, owing Gino a line mate? Why isn't that ever a topic?
It really never is. And
Any idea why?
It should be. I don't know why, other than you only have so many forwards who can be top 3 forwards, and to get to top 6, I don't know if you can expect guys to score 35 goals as a second-line winger.
I don't think it's Kyle Dubas's mandate here to tend to the top line on a terrible team. I don't think that's the mandate. The mandate is to try to ensure a future for the Penguins, a championship future for the Penguins. I really don't care that much about what the top line looks like on a lottery team, and maybe a high lottery team. I really don't. I get that you want to have... Sid can still play with Rust. He can play with Gino if they want to do that. And I know that it's important for Sid and for a lot of people that he continues this streak of a point per game every season in his career. He's at 19. He needs one. He needs to do it this year to break Gretzky's record. Well, he has 66 points in 62 games. He'd still get to play with Rust, maybe Gino, and go on the power play.
That's what I'm going to say. He gets power play.
I'm not worried about Sid. I don't doubt Sid. Dubas is the one I doubt, Bob.
Well, again, I think he's here long term. He signed a long contract. This is all part of what he has to face now. And we're going to find out in the next 2 years just how good he is at, shuffling the deck, picking prospects, and developing those prospects. But that's, again, a long-term proposition. It's not one of these things that could be overnighted unless you just go crazy in free agency. You somehow get rid of a couple of contracts that allow you to do that. You bring in 3 guys who can make a big difference and a goalie who could be top-notch.
Yeah,
that's a lot to ask.
When I say I doubt Dubas, that's one reason why, is contrary to popular belief, he had free reign to basically do what he wanted when he got here to try to win now with Crosby, and he wound up throwing money around at the likes of Ryan Graves and Tristan Jarry. And as we sit here right now, Kyle Dubas owes Graves, Jarry, and Carlson. Graves, 1 assist. Jarry, a lot of the season rotting in the minors. Carlson has assisted on more opponent breakaway goals than anybody in history. $55 million combined.
And that's on him.
He still owes those guys. So would you trust him going out into a big free agent spending binge? I sure wouldn't.
Well, they obviously think so. They wouldn't have given him that. I think it's a 7-year contract. If they felt strongly about his abilities, and they did, then it's on him to prove it now. And I don't think they're going to be making changes there in any time. They have too much invested in him. So
me neither.
It's up for him to figure out what kind of magic he can pull with some of these moves, and also draft picks and development of the draft picks.
I just don't think they have the luxury to be hanging on to soon-to-be 32-year-old wingers.
Do you think, yes or no, Letang or Malkin will say, yes, I'll waive my no-trade clause by Friday?
No for both, but Letang may be in the offseason. You?
Yeah, for now, no for both. But I do think at some point it may come to where, do you want to be part of this as we move forward? Because unless they just want to be here, and that's great, except at some point you want to try to get something in return and start turning the page here on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you're going to have to live with to have a few of the aging veterans on somewhat hefty deals. It's another thing to have 5 or 6 of them. That's another reason that you got to try to move out Carlson this offseason. If not by the deadline, maybe someone will take him for nothing. Just get rid of the money. And Raquel, who doesn't have a no movement clause, you got to start rooting out some of this. And he's a really good player. That's the whole point with Raquel. He's really good, and he's never been better in his career than right now at this specific moment with a bunch of teams desperate for goals so they can win in the playoffs.
I just hope that in addition to picks, you may get a number 1 fine.
Might get a good young player.
I want a player. I want somebody who's on the precipice of being here, who's being blocked or not having an opportunity in a system that's loaded with talent, whether that's a defenseman or whatever. I want somebody who can come right in and play.
Me too. And I look at the Blackhawks, what they got for Seth Jones, a first-round pick, and then a 23-year-old NHL goalie.
Who was thought at the time when they drafted him that he would be a franchise goaltender. And they drafted him even though they had Sergei Bobrovsky down in Florida under contract at $10 million a year. They still felt that, they pulled the, okay, you're good, but we want him because he's going to be your successor kind of guy. And for whatever reason, that's not worked out.
Not really, although he's having a pretty decent year here. His save percentage is up to .912. He's only 23.
Yep. And his first game with Chicago was terrific.
41 saves on 42 shots. Yep. That's what. And if they can get that for Seth Jones, why can't the Penguins get it for the premium ability to score goals?
Yeah, you would think it'd be more difficult to move a defenseman at this point versus guys who can put the puck in the net. A lot of teams need that. And the good thing is there are a lot of teams that are clumped together in these playoff races. So you would think there are teams out there that are going to be looking to add on if they can. So the more the merrier. Bring them all on.
412-928-9370 off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line on which you can communicate with our friend Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. My voice sounds very deep and good today, Bob, although I always pale in comparison to you.
Your voice does sound good today.
Do you think so?
It's an incrinculant sound.
It
sounds like there's a potential song out there for you to tackle at this point.
Done
there may be. No, not that
for
one.
Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
Not that one. Do we have Bob singing that? I thought I did pretty good, but Bob's always better at everything.
You did very good.
It's anything I can do, Bob can do better. And it hurts, Bob.
It's not true.
It hurts.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
See what I mean? Everywhere I turn, you're overshadowing me.
You just need to get down deeper in those octaves, that's all.
Next. Bob, we talked about this yesterday. Shedeur Sanders seems to be falling in the draft. Do we believe this? And B, what if he's available for the Steelers?
I say no to that.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of his in terms of what I think he could be at the next level. I've watched a lot of their games. Very talented kid, no doubt. But I also think he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who can, be in that position and be that leader in that huddle that I think you need to be. Now, that may be just me watching what I watch with no other information, but that's my feel on him. I don't believe he's going to fall that far, and I do think he's going to be one of the top 2 quarterbacks taken before pick number 15. So I think Cam Ward will be gone. He will be gone too, I think. I don't think he's going to fall that far. If he does, why do you think it is?
Well, in reading various accounts of the Combine, there were some teams who felt like he went in there and had absolutely no interest in talking to them. Now,
that's what I'm talking about.
As some have said, maybe that's an indication he knows where he's going and sort of blew them off.
I wouldn't take that chance if I were him.
Next. Thank you, Limits, for your kindness and your great sense of timing on those.
I'm glad.
You're supposed to say you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Ray Fittipaldo's post-NFL Combine 7-round mock is out, Bob. And he has the Steelers at pick number 21 going with 6'4", 313-pound defensive lineman Derek Harmon from Oregon. You like or not like?
I mean, there are a lot of defensive linemen. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know a lot other than watching a few games of theirs. If he's a guy who could come in and play immediately, and I think that's going to have to be the case here because they need youthful production on that defensive line, then I would take him, yeah. But there are going to be a lot of guys who fall in that same exact category. The defensive line draft is going to be deep in the first couple of rounds.
You know who I want at 21, and that's Dr. Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart,
who's
I
moving
know.
up quickly. But defensive line, I'm not going to complain about defensive linemen. I think Omar Khan already should have addressed this. I think he left himself woefully short on the defensive line, which I had pegged, at least depth-wise, as their weakness last year. Thank God Cam came up with what I think is a miracle season, given what he had been through in his age. All right, next. Listen to this, Bob. In the 4th round, Ray Fittipaldo has the Steelers taking Will Howard, Ohio State quarterback. I'm going to let you and Limits duel this one out. I'll let you go first.
Imagine being on a vacation for a very long time.
What was that?
That's his thought about what you just asked me.
I'm going on vacation soon. What just happened there?
That was me looking up Derek Carmen's profile and the NFL Network seemingly playing a video that I don't see on this page.
Bob's, when is your next vacation? You just took one to Pebble Beach.
Yeah, that was a golf trip. A vacation to me is sitting at a beach doing nothing. I was playing golf. It's hard work when you struggle sometimes.
That's true. That is a good point.
I don't know, sometime in June and July.
Limits, Will Howard, thoughts?
I'm sorry for the distraction, but
No.
Will Howard would be a bigger distraction, I feel like, because people would try to convince themselves that Will Howard in the 4th round could be a Steelers starting quarterback at some point, and I'm just not interested.
Bob?
If they do that, the developmental quarterback just to have on the roster, whether or not he turns into anything or not, I'm not sure. But that wouldn't stop me from redrafting that position next year when it's deeper. Just because you draft someone in the 4th round doesn't mean you're obligated to keep him around forever and develop him forever. If he shows promise, sure. But if he doesn't, then you can move on.
Yeah, I'm not really into the 4th, 5th, 6th round. It's a wasted pick to me. It really is. How many guys from there become your guy? I understand late 1st, 2nd, Lamar, Jalen Hurts territory, Dak Prescott even territory in the 3rd.
Was
he a 3rd? Was he a 4th? Okay.
4th, and Brady's the only other one that comes to mind. Although Purdy now in the 7th.
There have been guys.
I think San Francisco's kind of in a conundrum about what to do with Brock Purdy.
But generally speaking, I look at Will Howard as a project that's not worth it at 122. I want Jackson Dart.
I know you want Jackson Dart, but you want him in the 1st round, which
yes,
I think
do.
Would be a little bit of a reach.
No, it wouldn't. Or at 52, let's hear remember Mike Mayock? Bob?
Sure.
Last we heard of him, remember when Antonio Brown and him got in a big spat?
Yeah, it didn't work well for Mike when he got on the other side of the...
Maybe the only general manager-player fight in NFL history almost we had?
Did Antonio have burnt feet or frigid feet at that point?
Both, as a matter of fact. They were so cold they were burnt. But let's hear what Mayock said about one Jackson Dart, the dart thrower.
This was on the Rich Eisen show.
Let's just say both Dart, Shuck, anybody else who you might be able to be, who might be able to fit in, is available at 21 and the Steelers are on the clock. What do you think, Mike?
I think that Pittsburgh could look at a Jackson Dart and say, with what he does well, and we marry him to a run game and a defense, and we might have a situation that's similar to what we saw in Denver last year. And this is a talented kid. Really, he can spin it. I looked at him against Alabama in 23, and I think it was LSU last year. Those, amongst other games, he got sacked 11 times in those 2 games. Took a beating, hung in there, made a bunch of throws, but on throws over 21 yards in those 2 games, he was 2 for 16, okay? And a lot of it was he was taking a beating, and his receivers couldn't win one-on-one. So it's really, there's 2 sides to every story here, and you got to get the fit. And could Pittsburgh pull a trigger there? Sure. But I'm nowhere near ready to say that Tyler Shuck is ready to go at 21 or anybody else in the draft. The way it looks to me today, Rich, is I think 3 could go in the 1st round, and I don't see a 4th yet.
The 3rd being Jackson Dart. Does Mayock help sway you a little? Did all the text I sent you the other day help sway you?
No, nothing swayed me. I have.
What about at 52?
No, I would do it in the third round if I felt I had to get a quarterback, and it would be his. I would choose him over Will Howard. I'll tell you that if I had the choice. But I saw some of those games that he was talking about, and I know offensive line has a lot to do with it. But boy, he was hesitant to throw on a lot of them also. So I don't know. I think any one of these guys who come out, none of them to me are going to, short of Cam Ward, I don't think any of these guys are going to immediately start anywhere.
Would you move mountains to trade up to the number 1 spot and get Cam Ward?
No.
Thank you,
It
Bob.
would take a lot of mountains. I think next year there'd be far fewer mountains to move, but it'd be more advantageous if you're going to do it next year.
Next. Adam Schefter. Steelers are determined to sign a quarterback this week, Bob. And he thinks, this isn't really news because it's what we all think, but it's maybe a little more hefty, the weight behind it here. He thinks Justin Fields is, quote, first up in the pecking order. Does this go down this week, and is it going to be Fields?
I've said Fields all along from the beginning of the offseason. I thought that was the move they should make. And, I'm a little surprised it's taking this long, to be honest. We're getting closer to where it has to happen before it gets to free agency, even the legal tampering. You don't want that going on, him getting a taste maybe of what. So it may cost him a little bit more to do business right now. Maybe that's the hang-up. But I would be interested in doing that for a couple of years, and whatever the number is, because I think he had a year under his belt here. You can still address quarterbacks down the road and see what happens with him. But I'm not ruling out that he can't get better, and that's my take on him all the way. It's that I think he can get better. I like his arm. I think he has to be more decisive in the pocket. And I think he can do that in the right system.
I felt all along that they want him. They have a funny way of showing it, it feels like. And I wouldn't be surprised at any development, not Sam Darnold, not Aaron Rodgers. At this point, nothing would surprise me given what's transpired over the last year plus with the Steelers quarterback room. But I've always felt like Fields would be the guy. And, yeah, it certainly wouldn't surprise me.
Are you surprised it's taking this long? Because I thought if they had made up their mind, and said, this is the guy we want, it would have been done by now.
I know. That's the thing that stands out. Maybe it's the old Steeler thing of check and see what options you have and come back to us. But what if he has a better option?
Well, you don't want to see him have a better option. Where would those options be? Giants, Jets, Raiders, Saints? I mean,
maybe. Just because those teams need quarterbacks doesn't mean they're offering Justin Fields pole position. Nobody did last year, right?
Then what happens to Russell Wilson, do you think?
God only knows, Bob. Do you think Russell Wilson plays if
he's not a starter?
If at least he's not promised pole position in camp, do you think he plays football anymore?
That's a tough one because he's gone on record as saying he wants to play until his mid-40s. If that's how he feels, the answer is yes. But if he's not comfortable just being a backup, then the answer may be no. I think yes. I think he will go on in the hopes that somebody gives him an opportunity, whether that's by injury or failure from the quarterback in front of him.
Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. It's rapidly turned into something close to a 12-pack, Bob. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan.
Inspired by Ron.
Yes.
Just keep popping away.
He's on at least number 11. It's 10:30.
He gets up early, so I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah.
It's actually afternoon to him right now, 10:30.
Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. One more. Did you see this item where David DeCastro, our friend, is looking to open a medical marijuana dispensary on McKnight Road, of all places? Maybe Le'Veon can stop by and smoke and drive again, Bob. You think?
At 100 and some miles an hour.
No, that was AB.
That was AB,
yeah.
That's right.
That's quite a place for Steelers.
Medical marijuana apparently has a really good place out there for people who need it and how it affects them, but you got to have the card. It's a lucrative business, Joe. I've seen a lot of people make money off of it. So
now, when you go into these places, from what I understand, I have not been in one. Is it like shopping for, candy bars or your favorite smoothie? There's different flavors, right? You can get like chocolate, blueberry.
Well, I wish some of the people who smoke it on the street of Pittsburgh would get some flavor to it because it stinks down there when you're walking around. I want to get some like blueberry or something like that.
Am I right about that, Limits?
I think so. I've never been in one of those places before, but
neither have I. I don't
think you're right.
Do you fill it out like we did at that burger place in Oakland, like what you want in the marijuana and what flavors? I think you do, actually.
I don't think it works that way. It's probably where they already have it like pre-made or pre-packaged, and you just probably pull it off the shelf.
Is that true?
I think. I don't know. I haven't been in there.
No, I'm being serious here. I was talking to somebody
you were
about
kidding.
about a month ago. You choose your own flavor.
Okay.
I've got DeCastro's number here. I'm going to give you the number. Can you text him to join us today?
Sure.
We'll ask him everything we wanted. I can't believe that this is on McKnight Road. Do you remember that when Le'Veon Bell? And
yeah, absolutely. They were
the ironically named LeGarrette Blount.
We were going to Philadelphia for a preseason game, and at that time, they're normally very specific about when they leave that airport. They get in that plane and they're gone. We're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and there's something going on. We didn't know. Sitting in the back, we don't know. And then when we got to Philadelphia, we found out what had happened. So I think they drove there.
They did, and as a punishment, instead of suspending him, Tomlin made him play in the preseason game, which was great. What story is this? Oh, this is from last Friday. Jeremy Fowler on Wilson. I thought that was a new headline. Yeah, I don't know if Russell's going to wind up playing next year. He doesn't strike me. Mr. Unlimited does not strike me as the clipboard carrying type. At least not willingly.
But if he suspects that he might get a chance through something else, he may decide, I want to keep doing this. Then again, if he's signed as a backup, he's not going to make the money that he wants. So who knows?
Coming up, who does Ben think the Steelers quarterback should be next year? We have an answer to that question. We also have some Pitt basketball coming up with George Michalowski. We have Starkey's Card of the Week. We have Jake Caulfield. We have all kinds of things going on here, Bob. It's very exciting today and wonderful to have you on board. Let's talk about the Good Feet store. Joints in my big toes. Hurt for lots of years. Didn't know what was wrong. Got misdiagnosed. I'm sure a lot of you can relate when it comes to foot pain, low back pain. That's when I discovered the Good Feet store. And Good Feet Foot Arch support's designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft. They work with your feet, your shoes. You don't need to go out and buy new shoes, anything like that. Whatever the problem might be, I experience less pain. You could too. Plantar fasciitis, burning in the balls of your feet, needles in your heel, whatever it might be. Visit a store or go to goodfeet.com. I went out to the Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's a Good Feet store, Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and there's one down in Crowleytown, otherwise known as Morgantown, at the Suncrest Town Center. So come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Raiders are releasing Gardner Minshew as their former quarterback, and the Penguins last night in Colorado against the Avalanche put up a fight but ended up losing 4-1 as the Pens gave up 3 goals to the Colorado Avalanche, including 2 empty net goals. Rickard Rakell scored his 29th of the season, assisted by Sidney Crosby and Brian Rust. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 22 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You are an NFL franchise that is not going to win the Super Bowl this year. Do you A, build for the future, knowing this year might suck for your fans, or B, sign a veteran like Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers and hope for 8 wins and maybe a playoff berth and an exciting year? The answer is A. It's always A. Any team that has no chance at a Super Bowl should not aim for a ceiling of mediocrity. Pass on these guys and give the fans something to celebrate, albeit a bit later. I'm Bart Winkler.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people die from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You thinking just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident. Call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Chris Muller here with Paul, who dropped 45 pounds thanks to Awaken 180. Was losing weight hard with Awaken 180?
Program at the beginning, like anything else, is tricky because, you live a certain way and then you change it. But again, the support they gave me, the way it was explained to me, it was doable. It was amazing. Anybody can do this if you set your mind to it, but with the help you receive from the folks at Awaken 180, you can do this. My mental health is better. My energy is better. My relationship with my coworkers is better. My relationship with my wife and my family, my driving. There's not anything in my life that isn't better. Everything was affected by what I was eating. Awaken 180 gave me the ability to see life through a whole different lens.
Thanks, Paul. Awaken 180 isn't hard. It's an adjustment with how you approach foods. It sounds simple because it is, with the solution for weight loss. See for yourself online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Coming up on the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Welcome aboard here on Pomp and Joe. Hopefully you're watching us on YouTube. You should subscribe to our YouTube channel. You would recommend that too, wouldn't you, Bob? It doesn't cost anything.
Yes, subscriptions don't cost. I think that. So, thanks, Austin. I think sometimes people think when you hear that word "subscribe," that means money. It doesn't.
You can see Bob's beautiful outfit today. We have George Michalowski coming up in a minute here on Pitt basketball. First, however, Ben on the Steelers quarterback situation. He has weighed in with an opinion from his football and podcast. Let's hear it.
I'd like to see what Fields can do in another year of that offense. Like, you know, like whether you want to bring someone else in, but let's see what he can do in a second year of an offense because there's some familiarity. Right? He's had a new system every year. Like he may be more comfortable. Obviously, we're not taking into account contracts and all that kind of stuff. But I'm with you. I'd like to see what Fields could do another year. Some of the mobility stuff would be interesting. Know he's got a good arm, and again, not taking anything away from Russ, but it feels like that Fields could be the pick of the future if you wanted.
There you go, Bob. He agrees with you. You agree with Ben.
Yeah, totally. And I think that's what I want to see. I think there is some untapped talent still waiting to emerge, and maybe this will be the team that brings it out of him.
Can you believe that the Cleveland Cavaliers are 51-10?
They are legitimately.
How many teams in NBA
and they
history?
Added two pieces that for a team that's winning as easily as they're winning these days, or as systematically as they're winning. They brought in one of the better guys to help them. Hunter is like, I think he's a 18 to 20 point a game guy, good defensive player on a team that has a lot of, tremendous starters. Their bench is now better than most, so they got it all.
How many teams have won 51 of their first 61 games? A handful,
I would
maybe?
think Golden State did it a few times.
They definitely did.
Chicago back in the day.
Golden State has the record. Cleveland would have to go like 19-1. That just shows you what Golden State did. By the way, Bob, I was outraged the other day. They don't show Cleveland games on NBA Network, which I pay for.
Why?
At my house.
I mean, they don't show.
We're included in a blackout.
Oh.
Because we're close to Cleveland.
2 hours, but you're not in there.
I know.
BMI.
We're not that close to Cleveland.
No, we're still 2 hours away.
Oh, I called up somebody. Somebody got an absolutely blistering message the other day from me when that happened. I was livid. I pay for NHL Network, NFL, and NBA. That whole thing.
I know, and you want to see the games that matter.
Yeah, I want to see the best team in the league that plays 2.5 hours from here, and you're including Pittsburgh in a Cleveland blackout market?
Yeah,
are you kidding me?
Doesn't make sense, especially if you're charging people for that opportunity to watch these games. That's why you do it, so you can watch the games that are not in your locale, and you're not. You can't get them any other way.
Unbelievably outrageous. All right, Bob. Let's go to the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, where we find our friend George Michalowski from Pittsburgh Sports Now. George, man, every week this seems to get worse and worse. I guess my first question today is Jeff Capel in any kind of trouble in your opinion, or does the money they would have to spend to move on from him make that a non-issue?
I think it's a non-issue, guys. This year, at the least, I think we'll see Jeff Capel back as head coach of Pitt next year. I think it would be let's think of an adjective. I think it would be an idiotic decision to waste money, and it's not a waste. I understand why fans could feel that way with one tournament in 7 years, but it feels like a waste to me in this day and age when you need money everywhere you can get it to compete with the big dogs, to raise money for the team. Now, a lot of people have been talking about this in the last week. I do not think you can blame this season's struggles on lack of NIL money for this team. I know they could do more with more NIL money. They could have built a better roster. Maybe they could have landed a shooter if they had more money. But, man, I mean, this team has the talent and had the talent all year to get to the NCAA tournament. They didn't get it done. I mean, they still can with a miracle run here next week. But, yeah, I think we'll see Jeff Capel back.
You know, I don't know if I totally agree with that. I watched Louisville, which completely decimated its team. They all left after they got rid of their coach. And here they are, and they've completely changed it in 1 year, I think, strictly through transfer/NIL. So it is possible. There's a part of me that thinks Pitt just didn't do enough, mostly because they probably can't do enough. But I think there were some people out there that could have ended up here that didn't.
Yeah, you know, it's tough to compare them to Louisville because Louisville is one of those programs that, I mean, maybe not a blue blood, but they've got outstanding and illustrious basketball history, money that goes into athletics at that school, money that goes into basketball support at that school. I think we can all agree historically is better, in a better spot than Pitt. So it's tough for me. They did a great job, one, hiring a fantastic coach, and two, that fits the culture, and two, going out and spending a lot of money. But at the same time, I mean, Pitt lost to them by 4 earlier this year. I mean, this recent game over the weekend was close most of the way. So I still think, like, this Pitt team should have been able to finish in the top 5 of the ACC. I still believe that.
What's the number one reason they didn't?
Man, so I've argued this year that they didn't have a volume three-point shooter that really killed them, led to Jalen Lowe and Ish Leggett having a lot of pressure to create shots, led to teams being able to guard those two guards with more aggression. I do think they have had rebounding. They've had hustle stat, I guess I would say, issues. I don't think this team is fully played to the best of their abilities together, chemistry-wise. You can't tell the story of this season without telling the story of Damian Dunn's injury problems. So I would say those things. But, yeah, the lack of a volume three-point shooter. I know Zach Austin has been outstanding, 39%. He's made 53s this year. But, man, you look around the league, and you know, Louisville's got Rain Smith. I mean, Chucky Hepburn as well. I mean, there's guys who are making – they're going to end the season with, 80 to 100 three-pointers made. Pitt's not going to have that. And I think the way that teams have defended Pitt, also, I mean, we could go on and on, but Pitt's defense, Bob, I know we've talked about that recently, but I think Pitt's defense has struggled mightily as well. I think it all compounds once you start losing games, though.
So with Damian Dunn and Ish Leggett graduating and being done after this year and Jeff Capel seemingly returning, George, what's the fix here for the Panthers moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, Austin, it's going to be a really, really interesting offseason. The obvious big story is going to be, will Jalen Lowe return to Pitt, whether it's the transfer portal route or the NBA route. Those are always options, too. I'm not speculating. I haven't heard anything about his future, but they're options nowadays. I mean, he had the chance, and Capel has said this, to leave and get more money elsewhere last year. People were calling, even though he was committed to Pitt. So that'll be the big story. I mean, where they go from there really depends on what happens personnel-wise with Jalen. With honestly not that many other players on the roster, I think are crucial. I think they're going to have to bring in a really talented, deep portal class this spring. They've got a good freshman coming in. They should have Biba Cummings back. Amsel Delilich, obviously all these guys are going to be important. Cam Corrin, I know he gets criticized online a lot, but I do think he can be a good big on a winning team. So they're going to have to get toughness. They're going to have to get shooting at the very least in the portal. And if Jalen Lowe is not a Panther next year, they're going to have a lot of work to do. It's going to be a completely new look team.
George, we appreciate the time as always, man. We'll talk to you next week as we get ready for the ACC tournament.
All right,
See
guys.
you, George.
We'll
Thanks.
later. Yep.
See you, buddy. All right, Bob. Man, that doesn't look good now, does it? Pitt situation
and
in
if
basketball.
Jalen Lowe leaves, they're really going to be trying to find people. They're going to have to dig deep into pockets to get money to bring some of them in. It's just the way things are right now. So.
Capel's got to feel good about one thing, though. He's got a lot of security and a lot of money no matter what happens, you know? That's what we all want, you know?
Well, sure, if you can get that. But I think those days are going to be changing. I don't think you're going to see coaches get 8 to 10-year contracts or 7-year contracts anymore. There's no real need to do it. So
they're stuck over there. They're well, I shouldn't say that. It's still by choice. It almost reminds me of the Pirates payroll, which, by the way, is out. Did you see that?
I can't imagine what it is. It's probably less than it was last year, right?
Well, it's weird how they configure it. It looks to be a little bit more since the Heaney signing. If only I could find it, Bob, huh?
Heaney, by the way, pitched yesterday and gave up 4 runs in just about an inning and a third, I think it was, against Boston. So they've had 3 straight games now where their pitching is – not that that means anything in spring training. I understand.
It means nothing,
but,
I think.
But, you know, we'll see how this goes. I just – you know, they put so much into metrics. They should put more into money, not metrics, money. I like metrics only to a certain degree. Then you need people who have stats.
Well, here's the payrolls. The Mets lead Major League Baseball because the Dodgers are deferring, or at least largely because the Dodgers are deferring.
They have like 8 contracts. They have over $1 billion they're deferring.
Yeah, right. So they're really technically they've more money committed in contracts for sure. The Mets have the biggest payroll according to ESPN at $333 million, followed by the Yankees at $310, Dodgers at $270. And then at the other end of the scale, you have the Sacramento/Las Vegas/nowhere Athletics at $66 million. And the second lowest is the Pirates, and they say the Pirates are at $87.3 million. That's according to ESPN.
Okay, how? I mean, their biggest contract
Don't ask me,
Ryan
Bob.
Reynolds, right?
Yeah. I don't know. That's what they have.
If you add up enough $4 and $5 million 1-year players, I guess you come to some. To me, it's how they spend the money.
It's the second lowest payroll in all of baseball. It's $3 million lower than the Tampa Bay Rays, for God's sakes. And then the teams they'll be competing with, like the Brewers, it's $33 million less than the Brewers. It's 20-some million less than the Reds. The Cardinals are up at $178 million.
And the Pirates could do that.
And the Cubs are at $229 million.
Pirates can do all of that if they wanted to.
I don't know if I expect them to go for 229.
No,
I'll take
100. Go out to 130, 125.
Sure.
So you can do
yes,
that.
go in Brewers
and that
territory.
would be 2 good players.
Yeah. Go to Brewers territory at 120. It's time for the General, Bob. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. General Patton, we're going to make our guesses now. Bob, what do you got? I got LeBron
go
for going.
Steph Curry.
Okay.
I think he's been on a roll right now, General. I think 56 points the other day, 12 of 19 from 3, and ever since Jimmy Butler arrived, he's been on fire.
I'm going to go LeBron from the NBA, who just scored his, 50,000th point? Yeah, combined points in regular season and the playoffs. Limits, who you got?
Those are some great guesses. I don't know if this is a high-profile guess, but I'm going to say Rickard Raquel with his 29th goal and could be traded at the deadline.
General, what do you got?
Gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate you having me. All good guesses. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll throw in one of all those along with what we have, because what I have, you were going to have a hard time guessing, but it's interesting. I got a Cooper Flag card.
Ooh.
Bracketology time. It's his first card. This is the intriguing part, Joe. I know this is of interest to you. Because of the NIL, these guys can now get cards. He got his first card. He's clearly been dominant. We're going to see a lot of him in the month of March and early April. We're going with a Cooper flag card. And then I also have a piece of clerical thing I want to clean up. Last week we got carried away on some other things. I got a Mike Lang card.
Oh, that's a good one.
Mike Lang only had one card, and I'm going to throw that in with this week. So we'll go with Curry, Raquel, LeBron, Cooper Flag, and Mike Lang.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. This is a bonanza.
It is a bonanza. And speaking of bonanzas, don't forget 2 weeks from today, you guys are going to be at the store broadcasting live. So we're going to raise some money for Feed the Need. We're already starting to get the auction items ready, working with Amy, getting the website situated. So planning on raising a lot of money, feeding a lot of people.
That's awesome.
Bob, have you been there yet?
Nope.
I can't wait till you see this place. You're going to walk right back into your childhood. And
I wish we could do that, actually. Literally do that.
This is the closest you'll get. This is like Willy Wonka's play. I mean, it's unbelievable. Thank you, General.
We're also politicking to get Austin coming with you.
That would be great, too.
Then who's going to run the board?
Donnie Football.
Do you take the board with you, Austin?
Austin, is the board portable?
No, the board is not portable. We'll need to see if Joel Nelson or Sean Myers could come in that day.
That would be great. General, we appreciate everything. We'll talk to you next week.
You guys have a good week. Thank you.
What a man he is, huh,
Great
Bob?
man. I look forward to seeing that place.
Oh, you won't believe it. Do you need any, like, framed photos for any of your
I have
man
a
cave?
lot of things that I need framed. It's hard to find people these days to do that.
But do you need new ones? Do you need maybe something from the Penguins Stanley Cup years?
I have a lot of shirts.
Yeah?
That I've purchased at auctions that I want to put into frames, but it's expensive to do it.
Yeah.
And it used to be a lot different. Now the prices have just soared. So
I think the General may be able to help you there,
maybe
Bob.
So I look forward to that.
Coming up, the Penguins, a huge topic this week going into the trade deadline. If you look at the lottery right now, the Penguins, I think, have the 5th or 6th pick, but that's even deceiving because they played more games than everybody. So they're going to move up or down, depending on how you look at it, Bob. And when I run the simulator here on the great website, tankathon.com, sometimes the Penguins come up with the first pick. Here, I'll run a simulated lottery. They get the 7th pick. They get the 2nd pick behind Nashville on the next simulated lottery. They're right there. They're horrible. They have 16 regulation wins in 64 games. Can you believe that?
Now, wait a minute. How is that possible? Isn't it? What is their record? They have more than 16.
16 regulation wins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, in other words, that's it out of all those games.
The only team with less
their record wins and losses is 24 and like 39 or something like that.
24, 30, and 10.
So that's 24 and 40.
Basically, yeah.
The 10 ties are loser points, so it's 24 and 4. They've won only 24 of 64 games.
Only 16 of them in regulation.
Wow.
How about that? And the only team with less is San Jose with 12. The Penguins are essentially the 2nd worst team in the league, maybe the 3rd worst right now. They've actually they've outperformed the metrics here to where they're probably going to draft. I'm going to say 4th or 5th, but they have a shot at the number 1 pick. Now the mighty have fallen. All right. We'll talk to Jake.
Here's something interesting. Sam Hubbard has retired from the Cincinnati Bengals.
Ooh, he was a good player.
He's a good player, yeah.
All right. We're going to talk to Jay Caulfield about all things Penguins next, what he thinks the Penguins should do with Ricard Raquel. That's next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
As Bob mentioned, Sam Hubbard, the Cincinnati Bengals pass rusher, has retired. Born in Cincinnati, it's been his entire 7-year playing career in the Bengals, is no longer going to be a part of the organization. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
It's
51 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a great celebration for halfway to Oktoberfest with this great deal. All month long, get 3 32-ounce crowlers of their flagship Bierce Lager, Dunkel, or Hefeweizen for just $20 now through March 31st. Try it with March's feature pairing, Marzen Beer, along with house-made cabbage rolls. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lose to the Colorado Avalanche 4-1 last night, and that now sparks a 3-game losing streak for the Pens. Penguins will play in Vegas at 10 o'clock, but first is the NHL trade deadline on Friday at 3 p.m. with Rickard Rakell, one of the most attractive pieces potentially that could be moved in the entire NHL. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Jay Caulfield joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob, let's go out to the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline where we find our friend and yours, Stanley Cup champion Jay Caulfield, brought to us by Tom's Watch Bar. Jay, glad you could join us. It's getting to be that time of year here. Uneasy times in the locker room. And my first question is, Rickard Rakell, do you think the Penguins... Let me phrase the question. Let me phrase
boys, I can barely hear you.
Oh.
So you know, I can barely hear you.
Bob, why don't you say
Hello,
hi to Jay?
Can you hear
There
me,
you
Jay?
go, Bob, I got you. Yeah, I got you, Bob. I got you.
All right. Well, can you hear me, Jay?
Joe's faint.
I'm faint.
I think you said Rickard Rakell, but I can't hear Joe, but I heard you, Bob.
Something's
Do you
gone
wanna co- do you
horribly
wanna come
wrong,
over
Limits.
here?
Are you sabotaging the show?
Joe,
Not at
Joe,
all.
speak
I
from
don't
your
know.
diaphragm.
Okay.
Lower the voice. Let's go.
Jay, I'll yell as loud as I can. Let me phrase the question this way. What kind of return would it take for you to trade Raquel?
Well, listen, I know I just had a talk with Austin as well, and I'm going to give you a side, Jody, you're not going to agree with it all, but I agree that he's a piece that, pushing the 30-goal mark. He's got a couple years left, 3 years left at $5 million a year. That number alone, if you're trying to build, I'm going to give you the argument why not to move him. So if you're trying to make this, still building around Sidney Crosby, and you're trying to make a push like that, why would you move a guy that is producing and performing the way he is with Brian Rust, and he's a $5 million number for 3 more years? That's the one argument on the side of, you've been building picks, all that. I think certainly Ricard Raquel, with what we see in the market, is going to draw a number one, and you'd hope you can get a player, right? If that's what happens. But my opinion is if you have one line that can be, you're still trying to build this, that's the word, around Crosby, and you're moving forward, why would you get rid of a guy that you're trying to get back? You got how many years with Crosby? That's the thing. Like, it's not like Sidney Crosby's 22 and you've got all this time to go. You're trying to build around Sidney Crosby, and if you have wingers with them right now, why would I blow that up? That's the argument on the other side. And then the flip side is his value any higher? No, it's probably not. So you should be able to get something. When I've seen the other deals right now and what people are getting, what teams are getting, then he would be in line with the same thing, and the Penguins can make that move. But for me, you have a line with Crosby, and he's at a really good price. I don't know. But there's the two sides of it for me, Joe and Bob.
And I said that to Joe earlier, that, the fact that he makes what he makes, and it's for multiple years, when you look at the cap going up, and when you look at how much money he will be worth, let's say if he was a free, it'd be up to $7 million or in that range probably. So I can understand that part of it. I do. But I also know that they seem to be jaywalking a fine line here, which is trying to hang on to certain things, but then, rebuild others. That's not easy. But I also know, as I told Joe earlier, that I've watched teams like Detroit. I've watched teams like Chicago now. You get the number 1 overall pick and still be light years away. And Bedard right now is in that situation, I think, in Chicago. And Detroit hasn't been in the playoffs in how long? So it's a dangerous thing to do a total rebuild. Do you think they're kind of going halfway at this, just trying to pick and choose? And again, if Ricard Raquel was at the end of a contract or with 1 year left, I think it would be an automatic move. With 3 years at that price, does change the equation.
I think it does too. And if you're trying to, I think what's happened is the Washington Capitals have made this added. It's brought added pressure in the teams that are in the same position, and the Capitals and the Penguins mirrored each other over all these years. And then now all of a sudden they get a reprieve by guys being injured and going on long-term IR, and that freed up cash. And then the outstanding job that their management team has done and put together. Now they're winning this year. That makes it, can other people duplicate that? Remember, they got the break, and I think we talked about this before, but they did get that big break with Backstrom and Oshie going on long-term IR. And that's a different scenario. But I think other teams are hoping they could do that, or fan base wants them to do that. I still think if you're going to lead and you're letting Sidney Crosby know, and it's all based on their discussions and what they feel, but if you're doing that, and the number you just mentioned, Bob, what we just talked about, it's hard to do that. I also have heard through the grapevine that the next 2 years in the draft and a lot of things, you're not going to know guys at 16, 18 years old, what they're going to be like. It's different than football a little bit. But, the draft's not, from what I've heard, and when we were all together over the last couple of weeks with Mario's camp and guys around and around the league, the draft might not be as strong as what they've had in years past. So if you're stockpiling draft picks, you might not find when is this going to be built up? Is there somebody that can change the game right away? I don't know. But from what I heard from guys talking the other day, that might not be out there.
How about if there are players involved, not draft picks? young players who already have been in the league?
They need that. That's what they have to have too, Bob. You're right. That has to be there. Somehow you have to be able to. They're happy. Every day we hear they're happy with Wilkes-Barre, and there's guys down there. But even then, we see the step that it is from the NHL up. I think what you just mentioned, Bob and Joe, we talked about this before. Guys that have proven their young talent, it's out there. Can you come in and make a difference? I think that has to be part of a changeover or a rollover. I'll mention again Capitals. Pierre-Luc Dubois. It hasn't worked anywhere he's gone, and all of a sudden he's found a home in Washington. What's out there? I'm sure they're searching for that kind of thing, Bob, to try and build this roster so it's not looking like the rebuild that a lot of people feel needs to happen and not. But I think the Sidney Crosby factor in this, it's the communication you've had with him. What is he? Is he a player that's going to stay around for a rebuild? That's when I go to the words will be mentioned in the beginning. You got Raquel and you got Rust. And it's a line that dominates games still today. They're dominating games when they're on the ice. If you're trying to build, why would you move a guy that's only $5 million a year with 3 years left? That's what you're trying to find. And it's time. I'm giving the timeline over Crosby, what they think Sidney Crosby is going to do in the timing of those contracts. And again, but I also know Raquel's value is at its all-time high. So it's a double-edged sword a little bit.
Yeah, it is. And I do see both sides of it. I just, the other part of that, is this the Rickard Raquel we're going to get, like every year through his contract?
Yeah.
I don't know, because the years before he got here, he was struggling for about 3 years. Then he was really good when he got here. Then he struggled badly last year and was banged up, and he's getting older. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a tough call.
Right? I agree with that. And one thing about it is, as an athlete, injuries that can really derail guys. And he didn't talk a lot about it, but when you're going through injuries and you're not feeling the game, it's tough. But he battled back from that, and he's in a groove, a comfort zone with these guys. But you're right. You're right. That's out there too. And by the way, if I'm a GM on the other side, I'm going to go, okay, what about last year? I'm going to go, hey, he's playing with Sidney Crosby. I'm going to go down the line and throw everything at them too. Like, he's got 30 goals this year, but he's playing with Crosby and Rust.
Right.
They're not just going to go. They're going to use what you just said against any kind of deal. But it certainly seems like the market and what it's bringing, what these other deals have already produced, that somebody's going to pay a big number. Whether it be a player, a really good, a number one, whatever it might be. But if I'm a GM on the other side, I'm going right back at them and going, okay, what about this, and this? He's having a good year this year, but that's what they're going to do. It's like if you went into arbitration as a player. The last thing, I remember Craig Patrick saying, you never want to be in a meeting when it's arbitration. You don't want to be a player listening to what somebody's going to throw back at you. Let your agent handle it, right? Let them handle it. You don't want to be in there. Well, the same thing, I'm sure, between GMs. They're going to throw the same stuff at them. And Rickard Raquel is that guy. But I still like, there's both sides of it. There's great points on both sides. But the Penguins in this, mirrored in this position right now, I believe something needs to happen in a degree where the Pittsburgh, the Penguin fans, the base, know that they're trying to make moves for the better, and they need to see something.
What do you do, Jay, about the goalie situation now? Tristan Jarry's up here. I assume he's going to play at some point, although Nedeljkovic played well last night. He's been erratic at times. You got Blomqvist, who's not ready. You got guys in their system. But is it good enough at this point? I looked at what Washington did with Logan Thompson, how they pried him away from Vegas, and they got a guy who was kind of blocked, and he was somehow available, and they cashed in on only 2 third-round picks. What do they do at goalie, especially with Tristan Jarry when we're talking about him?
Yeah, you know what? As bad – we looked at something last night, Bob, and I'll get right to your point in a second. The Penguins are second in the league in goal differential, second worst in the league in goal differential. I think they're like minus 53. San Jose is in the 70s, minus 70-something. With that being said, though, the Penguins' goals for are higher than all these other teams who are at the bottom feeders, that kind of thing. The goaltending, and even with the defensive play in front of them, is one of the major reasons why they're in this position today. Right, it just is. Now, early in the year, they were under siege, And I would defend, the position that the goaltenders were in. Then in the second half of the year, the game was better, and then they just couldn't make the save when you needed it. They're in this position right now because of certainly the way the team is built, the underperforming, the way they play defense, but they couldn't. The goaltending never solidified itself. Now, I think the guy that you were talking about, Logan Thompson. Now, the one guy that just went to Chicago that night. That could have been a guy. There is a
that's
guy
what I told Joe earlier.
Maybe.
Yeah,
that's the kind of one you're talking about, Bob. I don't know what they love Ned. They love what he does and what he means and how he can be a benefit to the younger guys coming up. We saw what happened with Blomqvist. It wasn't ready for prime time, and I'm not sure he was ready to be in the backup role, which is a different mindset together, all across the board. If you're not a guy that can handle being a backup role, you're going to have performances like we saw. I think they didn't want to get him beat up anymore because it was too much for him. But they've got the young Russian there. They've got Blomqvist and continue to develop, and they've got Ned and you see Jari up. I think it's a huge thing that's going to have to be addressed. And if it's not in this deadline, then over the summer, certainly they're going to look at all these pieces. But yeah, Bob, the Logan Thompson thing, they found something there in Washington. It's certainly a big part of turning them around. I think that Spencer Knight would have been is going to be that same kind of piece that ends up going to Chicago. So we'll see. I'm not sure what else is out there, Bob, and what you got to do, but you just needed like Tristan Jarry to be the guy when he gets signed to the contract he did, and it just never materialized. And that's a move that certainly set the Pens back and puts them in this lackluster position right now.
Lastly, Jay, what was it like around trade deadline time in the locker room, on the planes and buses and all of that? I imagine it's sort of an unnerving time for people.
Yeah, it is. It is, Joe. It's also one of those times of the year that keeps you kind of alive in a long season because everybody's talking about it, right? So it's, you get through the holidays and you get January and February and it's long, and then you're coming up to the trade deadline. And it's if you're a guy that's being mentioned, if you're a guy that's, I've said a lot of times it's not the guy that gets mentioned that gets moved. Right, it's all the buzz around one player, and he's not the guy that goes. It's somebody else that you least expect. I find it to be. We've seen a lot of deals go down over the years, and a lot of great friends and great teammates that have moved on, and it's a harsh time for that. I think as a player, a lot of times, and I remember talking to Ulf Samuelsson and guys, old school players. A lot of times when a deal goes down, you're just happy it's not you. Right? If you want to be where you're at, you might look at each other and 3 o'clock goes by, and you're just said, hey. Guys are going to move on, but I'm still here kind of thing. That sounds kind of selfish, but as far as the game is concerned in your individual game, you don't want to move. You want to be in Pittsburgh. Everything that they do for you here when it's a winning way, it's going to change. It's going to get back to that. But guys don't want to move on. It's a tough spot to be in. Families are involved, kids, a big change of lifestyle for that player. But what happens is the player moves on. He's shipped out, and the wife and kids, they're the ones that have to pick up, have it even more difficult because they're packing everything up and moving on from there. So there's a lot that goes with it, Joe, and but it's the talk, and it's a lot. And I've said, and it's changed though over the years with the salary cap. If you go back in the day with Craig Patrick and guys were wheeling and dealing, there was a lot of things taking place and deals could be made. It's a lot different right now, but still, it's an uprooting situation, and guys can be on edge. And again, sometimes I feel it's not always the one you hear about the most. It's the one that's kind of quiet, and all of a sudden, some other players moving on that you didn't think was going to happen. And I do remember one deal when I was in New York my first year with the Rangers. At 3 o'clock went by, and everybody was like, all safe and happy. And 3:15, it took that long for the fax to get through, and it was a major deal that sent guys to L.A. and Marcel Dion came back to the Rangers, but it was after 3 o'clock. Now that doesn't happen anymore. That's when you had the old, landline and doing the fax.
Right.
And it took longer than the date. So again, much different today, but still can be a very difficult situation for a lot of players. But everybody understands it, Joe, and they know it's part of the game. And when your team's underachieving and not where they want to be, I think most people are vulnerable.
Jay, we appreciate the time. Have a good week. I imagine you'll be back on the golf course.
Oh, he's always on the golf course. Don't let that fool you.
Guys.
He's honing his game every day.
We're trying, Bob. Bob. Listen, you guys have a good week, too, as well.
All right.
See you, Jay.
Thanks, Jay.
See you. Bye.
Bob, we have another Jackson Dart fan. I'll tell you who next while we do the Limitless Express. Jay was on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Why don't you tell us what's coming up on the Express?
What wide receiver is available, what wide receiver could be available, and who is linked to the Steelers due to a coaching connection? That is coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball's final ACC road game is tonight against NC State at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, and also listen on your Odyssey app, beginning with the pregame show at 6:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The cliche is records are meant to be broken, but I'm not sure that's the case when it comes to LeBron James passing the 50,000-point mark like he did on Tuesday night. LeBron is ahead of the next player on this list, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, by nearly 6,000 points. That's 3 seasons worth of basketball, and he's showing no signs of slowing down at the age of 40. LeBron will hold a multitude of records when he does retire, and this one seems safe. I'm Maggie Gray.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Some sun this afternoon with a shower thunderstorm, the high 64.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people die from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid.
doesn't stop when the temperatures drop. At Shooters Golf, it's always tee time. Our heated, climate-controlled bays and cutting-edge top tracer technology let you play 18 holes year-round, rain or snow. I know, I play Pebble Beach over there all the time. Whether you're perfecting your swing or playing a full round with friends, you'll stay comfortable while enjoying the game you love. Plus, fuel up with a beer and a bite from our full-service bar and kitchen. Book your bay today at shootersgolf.com and keep the game going no matter the season.
Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydrojetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland. And so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I love you. I love you. On trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Don't you, Joey?
Tony! You know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, you know, TJ or Cam come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing? You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
Bob, you know what that means. There's a train a-leaving, so you better hop on the Limitless Express. Let's do it, Limits.
Get on, Bob. Get on the train as Joe Thuney, the offensive lineman Pro Bowler for the Kansas City Chiefs, has been traded to the Chicago Bears for a 2026 fourth-round draft pick. So the Chiefs don't get a pick in this year's draft, and they make their offensive line worse. Joe, what do you make of this? Chicago gets better, but what are the Chiefs doing here?
Well, Joe Thuney was a disaster on the outside, but that's because he's a guard. And as a guard, I was just reading, he is the highest pass block win rate in the NFL the last 2 seasons. So Chicago here is going all in. This is the second guy that they've picked up. In a week, Jonah Jackson was the other. They have 2 new guards now. They're going all in to try to protect Caleb Williams. Doug Whaley was on our morning show today, Bob, saying he was asked to pick one sleeper team like next year's Commanders, and he picked the Bears. I think this is a great move.
I don't understand what Kansas City wants to, unless it's a financial burden they find themselves in or whatever.
I think it is.
But that's a good, if you're Chicago, that's a good upgrade to have. Both of those guys are. And yes, to protect Caleb Williams, if you're going to make that investment and make it work, you got to surround him with the right people, and that includes offensive line. But, man, that's only a fourth-round pick. I would have expected a little bit more.
Well, here's the thing. As I read further, the Chiefs placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on their other guard, Trey Smith, and that's worth $23.4 million, which would make him the highest-paid guard in the league. So now you know why this happened.
Yeah, I guess down to how much money you're going to put in that offensive line, especially when you have one getting that kind of money.
Well, there are problems on the outside.
No, I know that, but still, it's good to have depth in an offensive line if you could keep it. But I guess they felt that was good for Chicago. They're doing what they need to do in terms of, correcting a wrong, and their offensive line was not helpful last year in developing Caleb Williams.
We'll always remember Matt Eberflus, won't we, Bob?
Did he sign on with somebody as a coordinator?
I think so.
He did.
Especially the Thanksgiving Day game when he never used a timeout. Remember that?
Yes.
That was so
obvious. I thought, what are we doing?
He signed on as the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys. Maybe he'll become Matt Eberflus there. You think?
I don't know.
Next.
Shadur Sanders, Travis Hunter, and Abdul Carter had dinner with the Cleveland Browns coaches at a local steakhouse last night. Good to them. They had a really nice meal, I'm sure. Is this Shadur Sanders talk about him, Dane Brugler, and his mock draft, having him going to the Steelers at 21 and others falling in the draft? Is just somebody blowing smoke, or do you think that there's something real here? Because if the Browns are meeting with him, there's a real chance he can go in the top 5.
The Browns have got to do something, and I would agree. Their quarterback situation is a mess right now, and they got to redo the thing if they can, and that's what this is probably all about. So I still don't see a scenario where he falls all the way down to the Steelers. That thing has come up a few times now.
Do you see one where Jackson Dart goes ahead of him?
Is there one like that? I don't know. Probably.
Do you see the one like that maybe happening?
Again, I'm not sold totally on Jackson Dart, so I think all these guys have flaws, and they could find that those flaws are going to be problematic in the NFL when you face a bunch of, top-end defensive players at virtually every position, unlike in college. So I think it's a whole different kind of game, and unless you have the ability to deal with that, and Shadur Sanders is a very good athlete, don't get me wrong. I have a hard time finding him being available at 21. I think he's going to go ahead of that.
Man, the mock draft I'm looking at right now has Travis Hunter going 3rd to the Giants. Can you imagine getting Ohtani 3rd here? This guy's going to play offense and defense. And he should. Do you think he should?
I know he wants to. That's a lot of football. And I find him probably better as a defensive player than I do offensive player.
So do I. I'm not saying every snap. I think every snap defensively, and then,
I mean, you could use
15 to 20 snaps offensively.
But he makes it sound like he wants to play every single down on every single play.
He's incredible, Bob. To get him as the 3rd pick would be the steal of the century. Although I do love Abdul Carter, and if you're Tennessee, do you take Sanders first? Browns take Abdul Carter, and then, man, it would just be impossible for me to pass up this kid unless there was a surefire quarterback. How about you?
I really like Travis Hunter. I like listening to his, they asked him about his growing up, what he had to go, what he had to face, how he worked. His work ethic stuck out to me like tremendous. He was one of those guys who was always first to show up, always last to leave, never got enough of it, wanted more instruction. He's a guy who is going to be a difference maker. I totally agree with that.
May I interject something here, Limitless Wonder?
You may.
This Yahoo mock draft has Tyler Warren all the way down at 18 to Penn State and Ashton Genty going to Denver right before the Steelers. If either one of those guys should make it to the Steelers or even close to them, Bob, would you be tempted to move up a spot or two or at least take one of those guys at 21?
Running back and tight end on a team that needs a lot of help from a lot of different players. So
I know, but this ain't Najee and Freiermuth. These are two.
I
these are
understand
two.
that. And if I were
game
inclined
changers.
to do it, it would be Warren, because I think he could give them something in the pass game that they really need. And having him and Pat Freiermuth together could be a really good situation. And he's almost a wide receiver. I mean, he plays the game like a wide receiver.
That's basically what, like Bowers.
Right.
Yeah.
So to me,
I
I'd
might
be
take
more
either.
inclined there. I don't know about the running back. I'm not going to go Genty that high. Just not.
They have this draft has the Steelers taking Jahdae Barron for a cornerback from Texas. Guy who blitzes a lot, lines up all over the field. It says just a game-changing type of athlete. I wouldn't mind that so much. Although I am inclined
to go. They need a cornerback. They do need more help there, and there's no question. They can get it in free agency.
Yeah, both their starting corners got failing grades from PFF. Now, you can agree or disagree with that, but I think we both would say that Joey Porter took a step back this year and that Dante Jackson, while he made some field-flipping plays, wasn't very good. Would you agree with that?
Yes, he had 5 interceptions, but there were a lot of things he left out there. Got beat a lot of times, so they need help. There's no question that. And if you get somebody that you think can be that kind of shutdown guy, I guess you go for it.
That's another place Omar Khan left him short, corner.
What would you do if they decided to trade out of the 21st pick?
What do you mean?
Move back, get more picks.
I wouldn't hate that, but I want Jackson Dart.
I know you want Jackson Dart. You're in love with Jackson Dart.
I wouldn't hate that idea.
Yeah, it just depends. It's deep in a lot of different areas, so if you can get a few second-round pick, third-round picks extra.
I'll tell you this much. If Tyler Warren gets to 18, I'm thinking about moving up. That's how good I think he is. I think he's a top 5 all-around player in this draft.
Yeah, he's a Brock Bauer kind of guy.
Do you agree with that, Limits?
100%. And, I mean, he, like Bob said, is basically a wide receiver that he has the speed, he has the agility. I would think that the Steelers, I mean, you could pair it as a 2 tight end look, but they could basically play him as like another wide receiver in their offense. If he's even 5, 6, or 7 spots, if he's still there at like 13, 14, 15, I would trade up for him.
Bob, may I interest you in lining up with Justin Fields as a running quarterback with Jaylen Warren and a young, explosive breakaway runner splitting backfield duties, with the offensive line as currently constituted, with George Pickens, Devontae Adams, Freiermuth, and Tyler Warren? Would that interest you at all?
Yeah, that would interest me. That would give me options in the pass game that I would love to have. Yes.
Tyler Warren can also be a short yardage runner, like Mark Andrews.
Absolutely could.
He can do everything.
He could be the tush pusher, or the pusher of the tush, or one of the
He could be the tush or the push.
The tush or the push, yes. So, that would intrigue me. I think they have to really address these offensive weakness areas, and I think that would be great. I don't know what it would cost to move up even 4 or 5 spots, though. Sometimes you got to give up a lot to move up.
I know. That's
that
true.
kind of leverage.
That's very true. Oh, I'm sorry, Limits. Go ahead.
Speaking of cornerback, Jonathan Jones, the lead NFL insider for CBS Sports, says that Darius Slay wants to play one more year, and his level of play dictates that he'll get a respectable offer and likely wants to go to a contender. He also interjects that Darius Slay played for Terrell Austin for 4 years in Detroit, so some sources wonder if a potential reunion in Pittsburgh could happen for Darius Slay. Bob, what would you make of that?
Well, he only wants to play one more year, so that would be, to me, an easy thing to do if he wants 1 year deal, whatever it might be. I think he would be good for them. I do. He would be helpful to them. How much does he have left as a starter over there? I'm not so sure of that. I mean, he was good for Philadelphia, but
aren't you getting tired of them picking up these guys on the tail end of their careers, Bob?
But if you're in a position where you need help in that position, you don't draft it.
I want young. And
I do too, but for 1 year, would it hurt you?
Did Patrick Peterson help you for 1 year?
No, but maybe this guy would be different.
I don't know. I respect your opinion. Mine is I pass on.
But
on
again,
this guy.
where are you going to draft this person, this cornerback? Is it the first round? And if you do,
Well, there's also other younger corners you can sign.
True, there are some you can trade for also.
Sure, this guy's played 177 games. He's been in the league since 2013.
Yeah, he's 34 years old. I know.
No, thank you. I respect him.
How about a depth guy? 1 year at a very, very nice price. Just a veteran to have out there.
No.
No? Okay.
That's Patrick Peterson, part 2.
Maybe
the Cam
with more
Sutton
success.
signing, by the way.
That was a terrible move.
We haven't been critical enough of that. This guy had obvious weaknesses here, Omar Khan. It was depth in the secondary, depth on the defensive line, and receiver. And he failed to address any of them properly, adequately. Anyway, next.
We're back. Back at the goal line, folks. Adam Schefter believes the 49ers will listen to any offers for wide receiver Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, God help us.
Who would like to repatch this potential discussion?
I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even want to say anything. I'm done. I'm done.
I'm done.
Remember Rocky Blyer and those inimitable words? Do you have that clip back there? Look it up. It's in Horse's folder. I'm done.
No, if Horse still has a folder.
We killed Horse's folder, Bob?
Horse has to have a folder, just like a horse has to have a stable.
We took Horse's folder out to the glue factory? That doesn't seem nice or right. Okay. I'm not interested. Is he coming off a broken leg or something? What happened to him last year?
Did he tear his ACL? Tore something.
Yeah, something went horribly wrong. No, is my answer to that.
Would Jalen Milroe interest you in any way as a quarterback in the middle round?
If I was going to take a middle round flyer, it would be someone with a very high ceiling, as they say, Bob. It would be like a ceiling in one of those lofts in the Strip District. You ever been in one of those?
Yeah, like 18 feet high?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have to be that high.
You could put a big Christmas tree in there.
Sure, why not? No, I'm not interested. But thank you for asking, Limits.
You're quite welcome. What about
Wait a second. Adam Schefter believes the 49ers are open to trade talks on, quote, just about anybody. May I interest you in another 49er, Bob?
Okay. Which one?
Fred Warner?
I think the Steelers are they okay at inside linebacker right now? I mean, Fred Warner is...
They're better than they've been over the last several years, I think. That's if they bring back a Landon Roberts. Is he due for a contract?
Fred Warner, yes, of course I'm interested. But that would seem to be a pretty prohibitive price for him. But yes, I would be.
Just about anybody, to me at least, reads anybody but McCaffrey and probably Warner. Maybe they're safety.
You sure about McCaffrey?
Pretty sure.
How about an aging... the Steelers are going to go with their offensive line as is. I was going to say an aging Trent Williams.
Yeah, but that costs... I wouldn't go that. I'd rather bring some... There are going to be some guys made available here in the offensive line. Veterans who are looking for opportunities.
How about Kyle Juszczyk? Go with a real fullback.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
How about Javon Hargrave? Is he a free agent?
Yes.
Would you sign him, Bob?
How old is he? I want to get younger at that position. I think he's 32 or 33, isn't he?
Yeah, 32. He had a birthday last month.
And I like him. He certainly earned a nice paycheck to go to San Francisco as a third-round pick the Steelers made, and third-round pick turned out to be a very good spot for him.
He's getting up there, too.
Yeah,
you know what I want? At all these positions, I want young, in that case, defensive line, young, destructive athletes is what I want. You know what I mean, Bob? I don't want Larry Ogunjobi Part 2. I don't. I want guys who are young, energetic, playing for something who can play.
And what happens when Cam is finally done?
Right.
I mean, they
have to address this year, their defensive line. They failed. They failed on that, too, with Loudermilk, with DeMarvin Leal, with other guys. It just hasn't been good enough. I thought Andy Weidel was coming in to fortify both lines. Is the offensive line going to be good enough? Is Broderick Jones a good pick?
Well, that's going to be the key to it all. Broderick Jones moving to the left side. He needs to be the man they envision him to be, and not one of the most allowed right tackles in the game, which he was last year. So he has to make sure that's his natural position. I expect better results there.
One more, Limits?
The Raiders have informed Gardner Minshew he will be released, and Devontae Adams is also being released by the Jets. Any interest in any of these veterans?
Adams would intrigue me, but he's going to want, he's free to negotiate whatever.
He can still play.
He still can play, but how many years will it take?
But again,
a 1-year deal?
Again, I think I would still prefer to get younger. But he's a guy I would listen on. Minshew has a hell of a mustache, and it pretty much stops there. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Thank you, Limits. That was wonderful.
Thank you for letting me indulge you with the questions.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Coming up next, the big boy is at 12:40, but Jerry Dulac's chat. Couple of questions really stood out today, Bob. And I think I have some company in terms of Jackson Dart, in terms of really liking him. I'll tell you who agrees with me. Coming up next on Pomp and Joe. First, let's talk about Gina Giampietro, shall we? Justin tried to sell his home in Wexford several years ago with a different real estate agent. Didn't get the results he wanted. When it was time again, he was a little skeptical about hiring a real estate agent. However, after some online research, he found Gina and all her 5-star reviews, and that's when he gave Gina a call. Good move, Justin. Justin said Gina's straightforward, prompt, diligent in answering any questions, and above all, she just knew how to market his home. With Gina's proven marketing plans, she was able to sell Justin's home, and he said the entire process was incredibly smooth. He highly recommends Gina anybody thinking about selling their home or buying a home. Here's the thing you can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Injury updates from Pirates Senior Director of Sports Medicine Tom Tomzik. Spencer Horwitz, with his right wrist injury, is currently taking dry swings. He is expected to start hitting off of a tee by this weekend, according to Tomzik, or potentially earlier next week, but has not resumed throwing with his right wrist. And Hunter Stratton, with a left patella tendon, is throwing a simulated game today at Pirate City, according to Tomzik, and reported by Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, there's a severe weather chance today with straight line winds being the biggest concern as individual storm cells race by. The chance for severe weather will be the highest from 4 this afternoon through 9 this evening. Before 4, your storm and rain chance will be isolated and it's looking pretty dry. I have highs hitting the mid-60s with noon temperatures in the upper 50s. Winds will be gusty, coming get out of the southwest at 10 to 20 miles an hour. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kitty Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant Daniel was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow, so you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today. 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates continue spring training action today after a 12-4 loss to the Boston Red Sox yesterday in Bradenton. Another game at Lecom Park today against the Toronto Blue Jays at 1:05 as Mitch Keller will take the mound for the Pirates. Kevin Gausman will start for Toronto. Jack Sawinski will play in right field and lead it off for the Buccos. O'Neal Cruz also in the lineup batting third. Joey Bart will catch and bat fourth. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome, one and all, to the Jackson Dart bandwagon. Limits refuses to get on. Bob refuses to get on. But I've got a couple of treats for you. You guys ready?
Is it really a bandwagon if it's a one-man crew?
It's not a one-man
apparently
crew
there are
anymore.
others about to jump on here.
All right, let's go to the Jerry Dulac chat. He's asked at 11:22 a.m., not even an hour ago by my calculations, Bob. Jerry, what are your combine updated thoughts on Jackson Dart? Dulac, I like him. Jerry can be a very cynical man. I include Jerry now on the bandwagon, but that ain't nothing compared to this. And I quote, I just got a text at 11:52 a.m., Bob, which wasn't even 20 minutes ago. Never thought I'd ever say this in my lifetime, but I agree with Starkey. That was the first part of this quote from a famous Steeler. Dart is outstanding. Great deep ball thrower. Who said that? Anyone?
Well, you got the text.
Former
I'm sure you
Steeler.
know.
Yes, I'm giving you a quiz
David
here.
DeCastro.
A famous Steeler. No, he's too busy with his marijuana dispensary.
Ramon Foster.
No, more famous than them. Anybody?
Ben Roethlisberger. No.
No, he wouldn't text me. He doesn't really like me, Bob.
I don't think you're texting AB or Le'Veon.
No, they're busy on McKnight Road as well, just like DeCastro.
I could see you texting the likes of like a Rocky Blyer.
I
or
didn't
Jerome
text
Bettis.
this person. He texted me out of the blue.
Yeah, but you had to have him in your Rolodex, right? So he's
yes,
somebody...
I do. He's a Hall of Famer.
Oh.
Wow, how about that?
Mr. Jack Ham. And I didn't include this because it would have given it away. He says, never thought I'd say this in my lifetime, but I agree with Starkey. Dart is outstanding. Penn State played against him. Great deep ball thrower. I said, can I use this? He said, yes. So he's putting the name behind the words here.
That's good.
How do you guys like this now? Huh? Let's go. Let's go.
That gives it a lot more credibility if Jack Ham likes him.
I know. How about it, Bob?
You got to like it to what degree?
How about
Do you
it, Bob?
like him to be the 21st overall pick?
I'm not putting qualifiers on it. Jack Ham says he likes him.
You could like a lot of guys.
Well, I think he likes him as more than a 6th-round pick or somebody the Steelers shouldn't take. It sounds like he likes him to the point that he can play quarterback in the
how
NFL.
about if people like him so much that he's taken ahead of Shedeur Sanders and he goes before 21?
Maybe
you're
so.
You're going to like him so much.
I'll tell you this much: he's rising in the draft to where people think that, and Shedeur is dropping right now, if you believe what you read, Bob. And I know you don't believe everything you read.
No, listen. The kid has had his moments. There's no question. He could do some nice things. He also, again, I'll go back to those games that who was talking about it earlier, where he had 11 sacks combined. His offensive line did him no favors, but he didn't do himself any favors either, holding onto the ball a little too long. I don't know. How does it translate to being an NFL player? Can you assume he's going to come right in? And if you do draft him, if Jackson Dart is the 21st overall pick, I would assume then you're going to start him, correct?
I mean, you don't have to start him this year, do you?
If you're so high on him, why wouldn't you?
I didn't say he was John Elway, and I'm going to put him on the field 2 minutes after he gets here. I think he's going to be a good NFL quarterback. Patrick Mahomes didn't play his first year.
I get that. But in this day and age, you got to get – if he's what you think he is, I would imagine you want him to start.
Eventually, yes, I do. Yeah. I didn't say day one. Neither did Jack. Let me repeat those words, Limits. Are you ready? I love this because I'm getting so much ammunition against you guys, and now I have the great Jack Ham, and both of you are afraid to defy him.
And I wish the kid luck, especially if he comes to Pittsburgh. I hope he is. But we also have the ammunition that could work reverse.
Who's in your corner that's as good as Jack Ham?
I'm saying, what if 3 years from now Jackson Dart is a pick and he just flops? We'll revisit these tapes.
No, we won't, Bob. I don't revisit Mitch Trubisky. Remember how high I was on him a couple years ago? So were you.
So was I. I thought it'd be yes.
You were first, so you were more wrong than me.
That's the thing about quarterbacks. Most of us are going to be wrong a lot more than we're going to be right.
So are they.
And so are they. I get it.
It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
Those were the days, Bob. Everything, we were young and foolish, and Mitch Trubisky had just arrived, and we thought the world was at our fingertips, right?
Yeah, it didn't work out that way.
No, it didn't.
No, so.
But we ain't getting paid to be
right. So
right.
Let me give you this. They signed Justin Fields this week, right?
Yeah.
You go into the draft.
You take Jackson Dart.
Let's say you have a really good defensive lineman, one that you think is going to be an all-pro type of player, and a cornerback or wide receiver also in those, and you're going to go with Jackson Dart over those three.
The Steelers have 100 needs, but they have one need. That is a franchise.
It's a franchise quarterback. I get it.
Right.
But if you're going to take him in the first round, you know then that he has to be that guy eventually.
Yeah, unless he's not.
Okay.
And then you start over again like the Broncos did when they mortgaged their entire franchise for Russell Wilson. Were wrong. 10 minutes later, they have Bo Nix, and they're a playoff team on the rise. By the way, they might draft Ashton Genty. A lot of people are predicting that. Can you imagine him?
I saw that, yeah.
Him with Bo?
That would be good.
No.
I think they need one guy. They kind of done it by committee over the years. So
I'm just happy to include Dulac and Jack Ham on my team.
Well, Dulac,
who do you guys have? Tell me who else you got.
All Dulac said was he liked him.
Yeah.
I like him too. That doesn't mean I want him.
You have not given the impression this week that you like Jackson Dart.
Not at 21, I don't.
Well, then how much do you think he's a starter in the NFL?
I don't know that. Do you?
Nobody knows that. Would you take him first? Do you think
21,
he's a starter?
That's my answer to you.
Then you must not like him that much.
That doesn't mean he can't emerge as one. But I'm also.
Would you take him in the second round?
If I accomplish one of my needs in the first round?
You said no earlier this week.
Okay, no.
No.
Would you?
No, not in the first round.
Second round.
I would contemplate second round, yes. I'm starting to soften on that a little bit.
So hold on a second here, because this always gets me. You guys think, or you, I'll address you.
Sure.
Oh, Limitless Wonder. The most important position in all of sports. You think he's worthy of the 52nd pick, I believe they have? Is that right? 52?
I didn't say I think he's worthy. I said I think I would start to consider it. I'm not at the point where I'd say, yeah, I would draft him in the second round. I'm starting to consider it with some more information.
Because if you would draft him 52nd, then you would draft him 21st. Because if you draft him 52nd, you think he's a quarterback in the NFL who could be pretty damn good. That's a high pick.
Right, and right now I don't think that he is.
Okay, then why did you say that?
Because I'm starting to come around a little bit. Like, my opinion can shift a little, but if you had to, put a gun to my head and say, what answer would you give? I'd say, no, I'm not drafting him.
All right, I hear you there. It's the old Mason Rudolph thing, Brady Quinn. Those were other examples where I was like, wait, the Steelers had a first-round grade on a quarterback who could be Ben's successor, but they took his teammate, James Washington, before him? What? That doesn't make sense. And then in the Brady Quinn draft, I forget who else the Browns took. I think it was a good pick first. But I'm like, if you think that Brady Quinn is worthy of a first-round pick, then you think he's your franchise quarterback, which, again, is the most important position in the world of sports. Why didn't you take him with your first-round pick? You rolled the dice that he'd be available?
You're absolutely right about that. When you're admitting that he's a first-round pick and he's still available later and you still take him and say, well, he's a first-round pick, you're saying that he should be your man moving forward, and it doesn't work always that way. But so let me give you a hypothetical. Shedeur Sanders falls.
Yeah.
He and Jackson Dart are both available at 21. If you're going to take a quarter, you're going to take him?
The Dart
What
thrower.
about you, Austin?
Yeah.
No.
I say no, too.
Wait, you take Shedeur over him?
No, I say none.
Oh, none. Okay.
Yeah.
I would take him over Shedeur. I think he adds a running element that Shedeur doesn't really to that degree. I see Bo Nix here. I see Jalen Hurts here. Potentially. I mean, you're always taking a risk. You take a guy 1 overall, you're taking a risk. Right,
yes,
Bob?
that's true. 1 overall doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, look at
I never intended
Henry Davis 1 overall, and we're 5 years into this, so you got to get answers.
I never intended for this to happen, and in some ways, I'm sorry that it did. Jackson Dart was not really on my radar, and then all of a sudden, read a little about him, see what he did at the combine. He's getting all the A grades. Then I hear from Jack Ham. Then I hear from Jerry Dulac. Then I go back and watch parts of some of their games, plus his highlights. I really am not just, trying to whip up a radio thing here. I really like this kid. I think he has a chance to be really good. And I could be very wrong, but when I see somebody, all kidding aside, when I see Jack Ham text me like that confirms what I'm seeing. Plus, it's the first time that Jack's ever agreed with me, he said.
Jack knows football. There's no doubt about that. He knows. But you see one game, you can make a conclusion based on one game. Again, there were games in his career down there that were not very good. And he had opportunities to get them into a better position in the game, and he didn't, with some interceptions and some sacks that I thought were, avoidable. So, I don't know. You could look at combine numbers, guys move up and down based on that. That's understandable. I still want to look at overall body of work. From what I've seen, it seems to me that he's a little erratic, and I'm not so sure I want to have that. But he's a talented kid.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, that much is for sure. And I thought he had a pretty good year in a tough conference. I see Bo Nix here. I do. That's what I'm seeing. Somebody made that comparison. Others have compared him to Jalen Hurts. A Cleveland radio host said that the Steelers are trying to hide their interest in Jackson Dart. Didn't they have a formal interview with him? How is that hiding your interest in him?
When you have a formal interview, you're not hiding anyone. They also had one with Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
We're not talking about him, but a lot of people I've heard are interested in him. I don't know. It's hard for me to translate how these guys do in college into the pros, just because of the level of compete and the amount of quality you see on that other side of the ball when you're a pro athlete. You got playmakers at every position, which you do not have in college.
Dart put up great numbers, 10,600 yards, 72 touchdowns, 22 picks in 3 years. He led the SEC with a 69.3 completion percentage and led the nation with a 180.7 passer rating. Why didn't you tell me this, Limits? He was first team All-SEC.
You're the man who's in love with him. Why didn't you tell us?
Bobby led the nation. You didn't tell me that either.
Stats are stats. They can make.
He led the nation.
It seems to me you've been influenced by what you've been reading of late.
Yeah, I was influenced by what I read and what I heard from various people around the league, like everybody else does, just reading different clips and podcasts and things like that, people that I really respect. And then I went and just looked for myself more often because it wasn't like I was a big Ole Miss guy. And then now it's confirmed for me with the Jack Ham endorsement. I'm on cloud 9 today, Bob. You're better than me at everything. You got to give me a little win once in a while.
No,
you have a better voice. You dress better.
Listen, you've made a case for the guy, and I understand that he is moving up. But at the beginning of this process, where was he in this whole thing? He's moved up quite a bit.
Yes.
And it seems to be based on...
He was a second or third round pick. Now they're saying maybe first.
Right.
So he was always going to be in Jalen Hurts' territory getting picked. But the combine, really helped him.
Well, we will find out. I don't see them taking a quarterback at all with 21.
Listen to this little treat, Limits. You ready for this?
And I have a treat to follow after.
Then we'll do a little bag of treats, won't we? Listen to this.
Trick or treat.
And this is Jack Ham, remember, who said Penn State played against him. Great deep ball thrower. Jack played with one of those named Terry Bradshaw. Did you know, according to PFF, that Jackson Dart led all of college football on deep passes, meaning 20-plus air yards, with 1,517 pass yards and 17 touchdowns? He's the best deep ball thrower, arguably, but at least statistically, in all of college football. Am I changing your minds, Bob?
No, because we've had these same conversations about guys like Mason Rudolph, who had one of the best deep balls going on, about others. Again, I don't know. I don't have enough information. I don't see it the way those guys see it. So all I can tell you is I don't think, based on their needs, that they're going to take a quarterback in the first round this year.
Based on their needs, they have one need. It's a quarterback.
And I think next year's class potentially could be deeper. That's just my opinion. You may disagree with it, and that's fine. You can. If they take Jackson Dart, I'll come in here and I'll bow in front of everyone to you. King Joe has decided.
What? What am I
King
called?
King Joe knows it all. Joe
no,
Starkey.
I don't. I don't know anything. I know I have a feeling about this guy. I don't know anything, Bob. You know that.
None of us do, really. I don't even think they do. How many mistakes have been made?
Of course.
With these quarterbacks over the years. So,
Limits, what's my treat?
Nick Ackridge of Pro Football Focus selects Jackson Dart to the Steelers, 85th overall in the third round in his PFF mock draft. It receives a grade of a D.
Wait a second. He picks it and then gives himself a D?
He did a Steelers mock draft, picking Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas, in the first round, followed by Darian Porter, a corner from Iowa State. Those grades received either A- or B+. And then as the simulation continues, Jackson Dart would be going in the third round to the Steelers at 85, and the PFF simulator gives it a D. He includes the weaknesses for Jackson Dart.
D for Dart.
Weaknesses, strengths after the first look, and no elite traits. His strengths are that he's a distributor and not a one-speed thrower.
What do you mean, no elite traits? He's obviously a great deep ball passer. What's this guy talking about?
When looking at quarterback prospects, scouts try to find elite traits. Does a quarterback have elite arm talent and playmaking ability?
What, are you reading from a textbook here?
I'm reading from PFF's story on him today. It was posted. Or is he an elite processor who is constantly one step ahead of the defenses? While Dart brings good qualities and shows flashes in certain areas, he doesn't really have that elite trait. Arm talent's good, but he lacks high-end velocity.
And
that report sucks.
Here's another report. Production against elite defenses. Dart's production dips noticeably against high-caliber defenses.
Because they couldn't block for him. You heard about that,
I did that,
Bob.
but he also held on to the ball too long in those situations. If you look back, you'll see some of those. But I mean, that's true.
But I also
a lot
saw,
of guys under pressure, that happens. I get it.
But I'd rather have that than the opposite of getting happy feet and getting rid of it, or running the wrong way like Pickett did, and instead of running to daylight, running to darkness, stuff like that. This guy, the first time I ever saw Aaron Rodgers play was in Pittsburgh. Remember that legendary game?
Yes.
Where it was a Mike Wallace with a last second, a walk-off touchdown. And the one thing I noticed about Aaron Rodgers is, wow, that dude is staying in the pocket and taking shots from Harrison and Woodley and those guys. And he was just delivering from the pocket. Now, I don't know what this guy is going to be. All I'm saying is that's something that I look at is this guy willing to take hits to deliver the ball?
Right. And that's
and I think he is.
You can leave and vacate, and I think a lot of quarterbacks have this problem, and maybe Justin Fields does right now too. You can leave the pocket way too early and give up on a play. And when you do that, you're missing something down the field because you feel like you got to do something with your legs. So, yeah, I mean, they all have enormous talent. You wouldn't be in this position if you didn't. But it comes down to what you do against the elite defenses coming after you, and you're in that pocket, and things are happening quickly. So does he have that? We'll see. I don't know.
He's got more talent than most. That's why, they're not all the same.
No. They all have weaknesses. Even the best people out there have weaknesses too. So no matter what you look at, you're going to find strengths and weaknesses on both of those kind of guys.
Why is Fields trending? What's going on here? Limits? Do we know?
Oh, I see that. It's trending.
I did not see anything different than...
Did the Penguins make a trade?
No.
Okay.
Somebody says, happy birthday, Justin Fields.
Yeah, it is his birthday today. How old is he? 26, 25?
I think 26.
26 today. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Coming up, the big boy, Mark Cabali. Was he at the Combine?
It was a joke.
Yeah, let's ask him. I don't think he stayed for the quarterbacks, but let's ask him what stood out from what he saw. And it sure feels like everything's coming to a head here with the Steelers quarterback situation. By the end of the week, at least they'll have maybe one of their two incumbents. That doesn't mean they won't draft the guy. Let's ask the big boy about that, shall we? Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. It's Pump and Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a 3-game losing streak now for the Penguins, who are still last place in the Metropolitan Division standings after losing 4-1 to Colorado. It was a closer game for most of the night, even though the score not that indicative of it, as Colorado scored 2 empty net goals in the last minute and a half. Rickard Rakell scored his 29th of the season for the Penguins. NHL trade deadline, 3 o'clock on Friday. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 22 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get to Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. From the outside, it's easy to look at the New York Giants and question, what is the plan? By all reports, their head coach Brian Daboll and their general manager Joe Shane are both on the hot seat, yet they are likely to be making a decision that will impact the future of the franchise. Whether it's moving up in the draft and trading away assets or signing a QB to a long-term deal, do you want people making that call when they could be gone by Christmas? I'm Maggie Gray.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale this weekend. Save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore. The ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan would like to thank everyone who attended the Fan 15 anniversary party. We look forward to continuing to bring you the best sports coverage and talk in Pittsburgh. Special shout out to our fine partners, including Boyd and Blair Vodka and Rum, East Suburban Sports Medical Center, Hampton Beer Outlet, New Flow Men's Health, Icy Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Join March for Babies on April 27th at PNC Park to improve the health of families. With your help, we can tackle America's maternal and infant health crisis. One person, one community, and one step at a time. Every step counts. Thank you to signature sponsors Highmark Whole Care, Allegheny Health Network, UPMC, and UPMC Health Plan. Register at marchforbabies.org. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, Jackson Dart is now trending.
You have the power to make him trend. You mention his name, you make a case.
Chris Sims really enjoyed interviewing Jackson Dart at the Combine and really liked his workout. Think you'll see more buzz about him as he gets closer to the draft. How about this? Man, everybody's talking about this guy. Last year, Derek Brown, I don't know who he is, but he said, last year, Jackson Dart finished in the top 12. Oh, I don't care about this crap. Those, like, deep analytics. You know what I mean, Bob?
Yeah, listen, he's got a very infectious personality, and if that is part of what he means as far as a leadership thing, I think that's a good thing. And I think that's what guys are seeing at this Combine. When they talk to him, he's got a really kind of a magnanimous personality that I like. I think in the quarterback, you better be confident.
They're also seeing him drop dimes 65 yards down the field. If I have a sore throat, I'm going to be really mad. You ever, when one starts coming on?
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, I'm one's coming on. I think I am getting the Belfont snorkel from Ryan Wilson. I think this is official now from CBS Limits.
Still haven't heard from him from yesterday?
No. Now, I always allow for the idea that something may be going on in somebody's life. I get that. But this is a guy whose profile we helped to elevate on this show. He was always a moment's notice away. I have some of these from January 11th, 2023. Ryan, can you join us tomorrow at 5:59 p.m.? At 6:08, hey, Joe, sure thing. And then I have the whole listing here. They start to get fewer and far between as we talk. Hey, I'm in Connecticut for work, and I'll be on the set most of the afternoon. Sorry about that. To which I always say, do you have a phone when you go somewhere? For some people give me the old, I'll be flying or I'll be traveling. I'll be traveling. Okay, are you taking your phone? And now nothing, Bob. Nothing from Monday morning at 8:30. I said, good morning, Ryan. Can you join us at 11 today? It's Wednesday. Nothing. This is the Belfont snorkel.
How dare he, Bob?
And you did so much to elevate his status here in Pittsburgh.
I thought so.
And so you would have thought that would be an endless supply of yeses.
This hurts. It really does. But you know what will alleviate the pain is the big boy, Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show. He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Hello, big boy.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for making me feel like the second fiddle here.
What do you mean?
Well, Ryan couldn't come on, so I guess we'll have to go to this guy.
No, you're slotted in.
That was a separate situation. He's been complaining about this ever since the snorkel started.
Yeah, this is one of the all-time Belfont snorkels. Jackson Dart, people going crazy over this guy. I don't think you saw him work out at the Combine. You had already left. But what are you hearing about him? We just got an endorsement. I got a text from Jack Ham, who loves him. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's a good quarterback, but first of all, you can't really read much into the Combine. It's just throwing on air. But what are we talking about here? We talking about first round, second round, third round?
First round. Joe wants him 21st overall.
First or second?
No, you said first. You originally had him 21st.
I want them to take him in the first round. I interpreted Mark's question as, what are we talking about here? Where would the Steelers take him?
Yeah.
Bob is very angry with me today.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying you subtly moved off of that number 1, 21st overall pick.
No, I didn't. It was the way I interpreted his question.
Why are you talking with food in your mouth?
Do you like
This is Mark Caboli. You should not be doing that.
Do you like Cliff Bars, Bob?
Yeah, I do.
So do I. Do you know they got rid of the peanut butter chocolate chip one?
That's a mistake.
I thought so. Sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
But Mark, go ahead. Where is he likely to go? And it won't be in the first round, or will it?
It could. I mean, when it comes to quarterbacks, you have to take everything into consideration of how important they get once the draft starts going. But I wouldn't take him above the Steelers. I mean, he's not a difference maker to the degree of making his team a championship caliber team, in my opinion. I think you have to fill other needs before that. So I would never. No, not first round. I mean, if he's there in the second or in third, which doesn't look like that would happen, yeah, then you have to go down that avenue and check it out. But nah, didn't we already do this about 3 or 4 years ago, Joe? Didn't we already do the Kenny Pickett, got enamored by a guy leading up to the draft because of there was a limited talent skill in the draft as a whole?
We didn't do it. They did. Mike Tomlin did,
You're going down there, too, if you want him, right? Isn't he a similar type of situation?
No, I think he's better than Kenny Pickett. Was Kenny Pickett the best deep ball passer in college football? This guy is.
Kenny Pickett was pretty doggone good for about 1.5 years, 2 years in college.
Yeah. Well, this guy's better. I didn't get any text messages from Jack Ham on Kenny Pickett, I can tell you that. Anyway. Adam Schefter says this is the week. Is it that the Steelers choose one of their internal guys, and who will it be?
What do you mean this is the week? I mean, we're literally looking at free agency starts
on Monday, right? Tampering.
That's been tampered for the past 3-4 weeks. If they don't have a good feel of where they're going right now, they're never going to have a good feel of where they're going to go. I mean, it's always been the same. I mean, you can – as we go on here in January and February, seems like something pops up every single day, but it's always the same. Justin Fields is their preference. Doesn't mean Justin Fields will end up being the guy. I mean, if he has other options, and we're not 100% sure of how true those options are or how legit they are, then you move on to the plan B. I mean, it's as simple as that. It's one or the other. It's Justin or Russell. If Justin wants to come back and they entice him to come back with probably a tad of overpayment to ensure that he comes back, he's back. If not, they move on to Russell. I mean, it's been like that for a month.
The only thing I would say, Mark, is that they've had all this time, 52 days or so, since to analyze what they have and what they want from what they have. I'm just surprised it's taken this long to get a deal done. And would they actually risk allowing guys to go into the market and find out what their value is elsewhere?
It's not up to them.
So you think this is a player saying, "Yeah, I don't want to be here, but I'm going to test my market"?
Well, you might as well wait till the last minute, right? See what you can get. See if anybody else comes down the pike right here. If you truly believe that if Justin Fields truly believes the Steelers want him, what benefit does it do right now to sign him right now, other than the fact that they did talk to agents, they did talk to the representatives around the league, and the Steelers are offering him a well above market contract to sign right now, and we know the Steelers aren't going to do that. Then why not wait? I mean, worst case scenario for Justin Fields, he hits the market and probably goes somewhere else for, a pretty decent amount of money. Now, if it was flipped around, if it was Russell, you say you want to Russell first. Now, I could see him wanting to get that done soon so he can come off the market and because they want him, but it's all setting up towards Justin Fields has somehow, for a guy that hasn't threw one pass in three months at the end of the season, has all the power, and that's all he has. He pretty much has anything he wants to do, he can do right now because the lack of quarterback talent in the draft and in free agency, which is strange.
Mark Cabali on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We're coming up on the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. Any interest? Do you think the Steelers will and should they have any interest in Devontae Adams?
I guess it depends on the options, right? Right now, I'd be a little bit hesitant, but come a week from now, and if you haven't really filled that need yet, yeah, I'd be interested right now. I mean, he's still very talented. That's a guy I don't think is going to lose his ability because his best ability is his route running over anything else right now. And I think that translates into different places, or as he's getting a little bit older. I mean, there's so many variables associated with that, quarterback-wise, money-wise, options-wise. But, yeah, I would kick the tires on him, but I wouldn't do that right away. I wouldn't make him that, coming up on Monday at 4:01, we're signing Devontae Adams. I would not do that.
Which of those free agent receivers would interest you then? There is a list, and it looks like guys who've been around for a long time. All of them have been around for a long time, and that's why they're kind of in this position they're in. But they still may have something available. Is a guy like Hollywood Brown interest you? A guy like DeAndre Hopkins interest you?
Now, Hollywood Brown is a tiny, tiny guy. I remember seeing him in the combine 4 or 5 years ago. I've never seen a guy so small in my life. So they already have a couple of those guys. I don't think they need that. I'm pretty sure that some other guys are either going to be on the market or come free here within the next couple of weeks as well. I mean, I don't think you can count on a guy like Christian Kirk. I mean, they were so interested in him last year.
Right.
At the deadline, what changes from a broken collarbone, right? So I would imagine he'd be on that list. I like a guy like Keenan Allen. I think he would fit in nicely with this offense. Wouldn't probably cost a ton of money, but there is a ton of those type of guys. If you're keeping George Pickens around to be the number one, and it sure appears to be that guy, that complementary piece to him to go with Austin and potentially Roman Wilson. I mean, I would definitely kick the tires on Keenan Allen. I think he would be able to provide a lot to this offense.
It seems pretty clear that the Steelers are going to spend a fair amount of money here, aren't they? They're going to go on a little bit of a splurge in free agency. Kind of like last year, right? When you think of Queen.
Last couple of years. I mean, the days of, as I always say, of your only free agent being Leonard Pope are well gone. I think 2012, the only free agent they signed was like Leonard Pope. They've been able to spend a decent amount of money, and they're not afraid to spend a decent amount of money over the past 4, 5, 6 years. So I won't see anything different here. I think there's going to be a guy that either comes Monday or Tuesday that they're going to be tied to, and they're going to sign. You're going to be like, wow, that's a pretty decent amount of money. Wow, that's not a bad pick. Now, where that could go, I mean, could be corner, could be defensive line, it could be a bunch of different areas, but I definitely think that they're going to spend.
Mark, how much is their draft influenced by what they do in the next week? If they decide that they're going to fill some positions with free agency, you may not have to draft that same position, at least not yet. Or do you just continue to do what you think you need to do based on that? But I often find that when you start spending money in free agency, it will change maybe your philosophy a little bit, at least in the draft.
Yeah, I don't think it should, though. I think you just make sure you have all your bases covered in free agency. If you need depth piece, you add the depth piece. I would hate to say for example, you sign or trade for or whatever, a guy like Jonathan Allen from the Commanders, my fault, the Commanders. Then all of a sudden in the first round, you got Grant sitting there from Michigan, and you're like, Nah, we got Jonathan Allen, so I'm going to pass on him. It just doesn't seem like that's good business to partake in. So I think they just have to make sure that they got all their bases covered. Maybe quarterback would be different. Maybe I don't think so. If they're able to get a guy like if you don't have Justin Fields, you don't have Russell Wilson, and say somebody does fall in the first round, then you maybe do it. But that might be the only position I would do it. I think they just have their draft board intact and just go from there and have it two separate entities, the free agency and the draft.
Bob, may I engage the big boy in a game of free association, or do you have another question you'd like to ask?
No, I'm anxious to see the free association. I think Austin did, though.
I have a question for Mark.
I was going to include that in free association.
Okay.
You'll see.
I was thinking you two are very Christmas-like today, red and green.
Yeah, we do look good, don't we?
Well,
I can't see you. What are you wearing? Our monitor doesn't work, so.
He's wearing a 412 hoodie.
Is he?
The 412.
Is Chris Mack coming over today for the podcast?
Nah, I think he's right next door to you right now, I would assume. I don't know. He doesn't give me his schedule before he leaves.
Which is why he knocked on the door and came into your house one time when we had you on. Just walked right in.
Could have been arrested.
I said, you must not be listening to Pomp and Joe then if you didn't know I was on the show.
All right, big boy. Fast questions, fast answers. Let's do a 2-minute drill here. We've been lax lately. All right, here we go. Is George
a touchdown or a field goal or what? How many timeouts?
I'm looking for a touchdown if we can score one. No timeouts. 1:30 on the clock. George Pickens, % chance he's still in Pittsburgh when the season opens.
97.
Najee Harris, % chance he re-signs here.
17.
Larry Ogunjobi's gone, yes? Will he be gone?
Is that percentage or?
No, yes or no?
Yeah, I think he'll be gone.
Cam Sutton gone, yes or no?
Yeah.
Peyton Wilson will be a full-time starter next year?
I think so, yeah.
Is the team still high on Roman Wilson?
It's hard to get any lower than last year, so I would imagine they have a little bit high.
Maybe is the team still low on Roman Wilson? Did you see where Bob Labriola reported that he never made them comfortable with his knowledge of the playbook? On a scale of 1 to 5, how concerning is that?
No, that's happened. I would say not much. A 1.
Okay.
It tends to happen a lot of times with rookies. Then they figure it out after a year, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Interest level in Darius Slay, 1 to 5 for you.
6.
You're very interested in him, huh?
I'll take anything I can get.
I mean, 1 to 5, you gave me a 6. You love Darius Slay. You want the Steelers to sign him.
I thought you said 1 to 10.
No. Did I say 1 to 5, Bob?
I think you said 1 to 10.
No, I didn't. Did I?
I think you did.
Limits, can you clip that? I don't know what I said.
I don't know.
All right, forget that.
This Belfont snorkel's got you all flustered.
I know, it does. This is what Limits was going to ask you. Christian Kirk and Tyler Lockett have been cut today. Interested in either one? Which one over the other?
I think Lockett's a little older. I'd take Christian Kirk just for the fact that, he was probably a guy that they, if he didn't break his collarbone, would have been here last year. So I would say, I would say they would kick the tires on Christian Kirk. He's still talented. I like him.
What grade would you give Patrick Queen for his season? God bless you, Bob.
Grade now. We're going from numbers to grades to percentages. B-.
How about Pat Freiermuth?
Solid B.
How about Broderick
as good
Jones?
As your teacher. Broderick Jones. See, you ever have those grades where they had the number next to you? In elementary, it would be like a C4. 4 means shows improvement. I think he showed improvement from the early season to the end, but overall probably still a C.
Thank you, big boy. I have no further questions. Bob, do you?
You never had this. You never had that in elementary school, Joe? The numbers, that you had to look up the number and see what the comment was?
Oh, yeah, we did have that, as a matter of fact. The number corresponded to the comment. It was usually I was being disturbing to myself and others, was the comment.
Yes, exactly.
No further questions. That was a good free association.
Goodbye.
And it was free. See you, Mark. Thanks for joining us.
All right, fellas and Austin.
Bye, Mark.
What a man.
He says 97% Pickens this year, which I agree with.
Yeah. I don't like, but I agree
It'll
with.
be 20% he has a new contract, though. I don't think that's going to happen.
I think 5% he has a new contract. I think.
You're
what a
probably
nice man the
closer.
big boy is, huh, Bob?
Yes. Representing 412.
He's really grown in this business.
Yes, he has. He's got all kinds of stuff going on now.
How about him working for the Pat McAfee show and for pro wrestling?
Yeah.
What does he
Spreading
do?
his wings.
Does he write about pro wrestling?
I think he does, yes.
He does. He had a story that came out today for WWE about their big event where John Cena became the bad guy on Saturday.
Boy, did he become the bad guy.
He did.
And all it took was one look at The Rock to figure that out. And then, boy.
All hell broke loose?
Yeah, pretty much.
Coming up next. Bob, we have a new segment. Are you excited for this? You
Another
don't even
new
know,
segment?
You don't know what
haven't
it is
told
yet.
me.
No. This is called Sounds of the Game. And it's going to be 3 sound bites. We're going to spring these on you randomly and get your thoughts. Rich Rod will be involved here.
Okay.
Duquesne women's basketball coach Dan Burt will be involved with Sounds of the Game. And Warren Sharp on the Steelers quarterback situation. And the show is all yours at that point, Bob. You get to riff on these 3 sound bites. Plus, let's talk a little more about these suddenly available receivers, Christian Kirk and Tyler Lockett. I think Kabali's right. The Steelers probably would have gone for Kirk last year if he wasn't hurt.
Plus, they were interested in him at the very beginning, coming out of college. So I think that could be the pick now that you're going to get, or the signing you're going to get.
Well, let's talk about that, and we'll do it next. In the meantime, yeah, the joints of my big toes hurt for a long time. I've told you that before. Misdiagnosed, said I had gout. And while I was certainly eating and drinking enough at the time to have gout, that wasn't the case. I still don't know what I had. Here's what I do know. After many years, I went and tried the Good Feet store, and the pain lessened. Lessened for me, could lessen for you. The Good Feet Foot Arch Support System is the key here. Provides pain relief, balance, and comfort, all designed, customized around your shoes. You don't have to go out and buy new shoes, anything like that. At some point, I didn't care anymore. I just wanted the pain to be reduced, and that's what happened. You can check it all out at goodfeet.com. You can go to one of their stores, whatever it is you might be suffering with. Pain in the heel, needles in the heel, plantar fasciitis, pain and burning in the balls of your feet. There's a lot that can go wrong with your feet, as you know. So goodfeet.com, or you can go to one of the stores. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Blue Jays scheduled for 1:05 will not start at that time as the tarp is still on the field. The game will begin in a rain delay. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Yeah, I need to change my oil. I want to get a full synthetic oil.
How about Pennzoil Platinum? It's the only oil made from natural gas.
Sounds great. How much for an oil filter?
Oh, that's free.
What?
The filter is free with the oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's just part of our A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid in a combo or in third-party delivery platform.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the land.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service.
Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My name is Joanne. I'm 75 years old, and I have lost 35 pounds on Awaken 180 weight loss. I was pre-diabetic. I was ready to go on cholesterol medication. My blood pressure was up even on medication. Now I have no need for cholesterol medication. My blood sugar is fine, and I actually am cutting down on my blood pressure medicine. I have knee replacements and hip replacements, and I had difficulty walking, and now I can walk without any problem. I feel lighter. I feel more energetic. It is a lifestyle that will help you to lose weight without medication.
Thanks, Joanne. Chris Muller here. Stories like Joanne's are the reason I continue to share the Awaken 180 message. The results speak for themselves, and I'm confident you'll have the same success if you let them show you how. Do what Joanne did, what I did, and what over 24,000 others have done, and choose the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL legal tampering begins on Monday. The Jacksonville Jaguars are planning to release veteran wide receiver Christian Kirk, who multiple reports had the Steelers close to trading for at the deadline last year before he was injured. And the Seattle Seahawks are releasing wide receiver Tyler Lockett. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joe.
What?
Come on, Joe. Let's go. One more hour to go.
All right, here we go. What would you like to do first, Bob? The receiver situation, or would you like to go to our new segment called Sounds of the Game?
Let's do the Sounds of the Game.
I'm excited for this.
You piqued my interest.
Yeah. You haven't heard any of these clips yet. Limits, you start us off. You're the guy who runs Sounds of the Game. These are things that have been heard on this show when Bob hasn't been here, so he deserves a chance to weigh in.
All right, Bob, let's get your thoughts on Rich Rod. We had him on Friday last week, West Virginia's old coach, now new coach, talking about Pitt being the biggest game of the year every year.
Let's stoke a little backyard brawl stuff. September 13th should be very interesting. Pitt comes to Morgantown. Now, at your introductory news conference, I believe this was, or maybe it was on the Pat McAfee show, I don't know which, you were talking about how the two worst four-letter words out there are soft and lazy, but then you said to McAfee, so I guess it was with McAfee, that you left out Pitt as a four-letter word that you didn't like too much. It won't take long to get this going, will it?
No, it's a great one of the greatest rivalries in college sports, period. It's just up the road. They don't like us. We don't like them. there's no question that the most important. Every game's important, but Pitt's the most important.
Yeah, I would expect him to say that, especially now that 13-9 is a career-changing element to his life. That once that happened, everything changed for him. So I think he's thinking about that game. Why should he? Everyone should be, and I'm glad they're doing it. They need to do it. Everybody with local college ties needs to play together. I want to see those games.
Is it the most important game on Pitt's schedule? I hope it is. I hope people view it as that.
I would look at it. Forget about the I know you want to win the conference, but when it comes to bragging rights locally and you have a chance to beat a team like this, yeah, you should elevate it in status.
What would you prefer if you could have either game every year, Penn State or West Virginia?
Penn State for me. I want to see that, yes.
Could you elaborate on that,
No,
Bob?
I want to see Penn State come here. I want to see them go there. I want to see it every year. I want to see both of these teams every year.
Why do you like Penn State over West Virginia?
Because I think it has more people around here who are buzzing about that rivalry the way it used to be, more so than West Virginia Pitt. But again, I'd like to see both.
Sometimes it's very difficult to get an answer out of Bob.
I agree with every syllable and half syllable that Bob had to say, and I will try to elaborate on that a little bit more. I feel like
Bob, he just took a subtle shot at you.
No, I said I agreed with everything.
Well, you said you try to elaborate, whereas Bob didn't.
You make it sound like I didn't give you an answer.
You didn't. I had to press on you, and then I said
Penn
why?
State, because I want to see it, because there's more buzz about that series.
Why do I always get blamed when one of you two takes a shot at each other?
Because you just said I didn't give you an answer, and I gave you an answer. My answer was Penn State.
And then I said, could you elaborate on that? And you said no. And then you did.
I didn't say no. I said, did I say no?
Go to the tape.
Bob, did you think that I wasn't taking a shot at you and insulting you?
No.
There we go.
What were you going to say, though? You were going to elaborate.
Yeah, you were going to elaborate.
Well, I feel like that rivalry look, Pitt and West Virginia is so heated, but I feel like the history around Pitt and Penn State, and it's the whole, like, Pitt and West Virginia know they're rivals, but Pitt and Penn State pretend that they're not rivals with each other. Yes, you are. Both fan bases, just admit
Wait.
Yes, you are.
Wait. How does the Pitt fan base pretend it's not a rival with Penn State? They cheer during basketball games when a Penn State football score comes up where they're losing.
And I feel like it's the same way at Penn State, too, where they say, unrivaled, and which I don't agree with that. Pitt's your rival. Ohio State is your rival. You have rivals. So maybe I'm looking at this more at a Penn State perspective than I am at a Pitt perspective. But I do feel like those two, when they play, is the most fun rivalry.
Let's play for Bob. Rich Rod on 13-9.
Oh,
that leads us into an unpleasant
Good.
memory, but one we have to broach here. December 1st, 2007. 13-9 is the final score. How many times have you replayed that night, Rich? Like what do you think went wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. You say you had to bring it up. Hell, why'd you have to bring it up?
I mean, that's the last time you were seen in Morgantown playing Pitt.
Yeah, why are you being so mean? No, it was the worst night of my professional career by far. I mean, there's nothing even comes close. It was the Titanic for my career, and we played poorly. I coached poorly. It was too conservative. We had a little bit of bad luck, whatever. We had a couple injuries here and there, but it was just whatever could go wrong went wrong. And I was the head coach, so I'm responsible for that. And we were going to play for the national championship. So that still burns. I try not to think about it. Because not so much because it brings back bad memories for our fans and all that. Just because it just brings back horrible memories for me and my staff and our players, because they had a great year and it was a great group of people, and we just had a horrible night.
The Titanic, he said.
Yeah, he said it's on Titanic. That's pretty much what happened to his career right after that. He had a chance to play in a national championship, and then they lose to a team that was a 28-point underdog. And those games are always tricky, because you know how people think about rivalries. You say, well, you're not, it's a rivalry, throw everything out the window. But yet you're a 28-point favorite over a Pitt team that had struggled.
Yeah.
And yet you allow them to hang around the longer, and then things get tense. And then he gets, as he said, a little too cautious maybe, and that's what happens. So, it changed everything in West Virginia, especially him.
I like Rich Rod.
I'm glad he's back,
you?
though. I do. I'm glad he's back.
I like him. I should qualify that. I've only talked to him a couple times in person, but he's a good villain, too, isn't he, in a rivalry? You know what I mean? He says what he thinks.
I've had him a couple of times when Dan McCann, God rest his soul, was doing the Coach's Corner luncheons. I used to MC those, and he would get guys coming up, and Rich would bring his West Virginia people with him, and it was always interesting to hear the back and forth with Pitt and West Virginia in those banquets, luncheons. And so, yeah, he's a colorful character. I'm glad he's back. I think it was probably the best choice they could have made at this point, too.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, Limits. Let's go to, you tell us what you have next for Bob.
I have 2 clips from Warren Sharp here, Bob. Warren Sharp of Sharp Football does a really good job on his site and his coverage. Said that the Steelers are making the wrong decision with Justin Fields if they decide to bring him back.
My opinion really has not changed at all. I said last year before the season started, one of these guys is going to quote unquote win the QB1 battle. But in reality, everybody is going to lose because neither of these guys is capable of actually being a legitimate QB1 that's going to take the Pittsburgh Steelers any place that really matters in the 2024 season. And that's exactly what ended up happening. Yes, they won a couple more games than I thought that they might, but overall, this team still ended up at the same location that we all pretty much thought that they would, which is not doing anything meaningful in the NFL playoffs. And unfortunately, if they take Justin Fields as QB1 into a battle in the AFC North with quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and expect to have a ton of success, I think you're kidding yourself. If they take Justin Fields then into a battle in the AFC conference in general with Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, I think you're kidding yourself if you think that this is the guy that's going to actually lead the Pittsburgh Steelers to anywhere meaningful in 2025.
I agree with him. I know you don't.
No. What he said is true. And you're not going to compete with those guys, but what other answer do they have?
Jackson
what do they
Dart.
do? Okay. Jackson Dart. So my point is, for now, they have to deal with what they have to deal with. They're chasing a quarterback ever since Roethlisberger left. They've gone through 3 years of this now, and they're still chasing. For now, Fields is the best option. Is he on the same level as Mahomes and Allen? No. And none of those guys. But can he efficiently move an offense? I think I want to see this happen, that he can, with legs and with better decisions in the pocket. And hopefully for them, a run game that actually does better than 3.9 yards per carry.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Well, how's it been so far, gentlemen? You like the sounds of the game? I think it's a wonderful segment. Limits?
It's been great so far.
Yeah.
You should ask Jack what he thinks of the Pitt-Penn State rivalry.
I will do that. We'll have Jack on within the next week, Jack Ham.
That would be great.
How do you like that? Did David DeCastro get back to you?
Not yet. Warren Sharp also basically said, Bob, that he thinks that Justin Fields is terrible.
Is night and day different, especially on early downs, how these two quarterbacks performed. The only thing really that Justin Fields did better than Russell Wilson was that he was a bit more industrious on third down. He used his legs a little bit more. He was a little bit more creative on third down and actually got the ball out a little bit quicker than Russ did on third down. But on first and second down, I mean, Justin Fields held onto the football the longest of any quarterback in the NFL. And he was terrible. He was objectively terrible on early downs, which is what you need from an offensive quarterback to keep the chains moving, stay ahead of the sticks when you do drop back to pass the football. I also believe, and I don't know for sure, but I believe that the Steelers are probably a little bit more predictable from a run perspective as well earlier on in the season when Justin Fields was their quarterback. So I just think that this is a terrible decision made by Mike Tomlin. That's not going to help the Pittsburgh Steelers win more games in 2025 and do anything postseason-wise, which is his biggest struggle.
The key there is it is Mike Tomlin's decision, as was Kenny Pickett, as was Trubisky. You know, whether you agree or disagree, there's one guy here who has more power than anybody except Art, and Art picks and chooses when he wants to step in, which means day to day, the guy who's running this organization is Mike Tomlin. It's as we've mentioned many times, the Steelers are a coach-centric organization, unlike, say, the Eagles.
But to his comment, he's not wrong about any of it, and that's what has to improve. I'm not going to rule out that Justin Fields can't become a better quarterback, can't become a better first and second down quarterback. I want to see that because I think that bodes better for them than bringing in a 37-year-old Russell Wilson or any of these other guys who are hanging around at older ages. So at this point, they're kind of fenced into what they have, I think. Short of drafting someone, they have what they have. And you have to figure out what's best for that now. And then, again, continue to find the guy who's going to be the eventual franchise quarterback.
What else do you have, Limits, for Sounds of the Game?
I have Dan Burt of Duquesne women's basketball talking about how much he loves Joe Starkey's shooting ability, and also he will not comment on mine.
Dan, I have to ask you quickly if you were impressed at all with my free throw shooting the day I came over there. I was certainly better than the guy to my left here, wasn't I?
Let me tell you, Joe, you can play. There's no question you've been down to Mellon Park back in the day. Everybody out there, Joe Starkey's a baller. That guy can ball. He got a little stiffer as we've gotten older, but you can tell that he's played a lot of basketball on the playground, whether it's Mellon Park or up at Kennard or somewhere in the suburbs. He's not just a good free throw shooter. He's got a nice quick release, and you know that he can shoot it.
You like that, Limits?
Yeah, but I wish that Dan would have seen us shoot at Pitt whenever
a second.
Biba Cummings and I beat Joe and Jalen Lowe in a free throw shooting contest. I got my revenge.
Biba Cummings being the key to that sentence. But Dan was about to review your game. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, boy.
You don't get paid to have silence, so I won't say anything about Austin.
Thanks, Coach.
Bob, what did you make of that interaction?
From what I know of you, Joe, you did have the form back in the day, a stiffer version, no doubt, as we see here every day in the studio. But, yeah, you have the form. And once you have the form, you can do it.
Then why can't I do golf?
Because
what's going wrong for me?
Your expectations are completely wrong. You think that this is an automatic, I get out there, and because I can hit a ball 230 with my 7-wood, that I'm going to immediately shoot. No. It is a long process. There are so many little nuances to the game that you have to get better at.
Does Jack Ham play golf?
I'm sure he does. I've played with a lot of those guys over the years, so I would imagine he does.
Most notably what I have to get better at?
Short game.
Yeah.
We all do. From 100 yards and in, eliminate 3 putts.
And I have to keep a cooler head.
You seem to be really into your form and your swing and the fact that you can pound it off the tee when you hit it. That's all well and good, but that's not how you win in golf.
I don't want to win in golf. I'm only competing with myself.
And you're losing.
I know that's the problem.
Why. So,
and you're losing. Limits, were you insulted by what Dan Burt said about you?
No, I was not. I knew it was a joke, and we actually talked about it afterward. He made sure I knew it was a joke. I'm curious who's the most notable person that Bob has ever golfed with.
So am I.
Well, I mean, back in the days of Mario Lemieux tournament, I've played with a lot of those guys. So
who?
Well,
Jordan?
I never played with Jordan. I've been in rooms with him where we sat and chatted and, all that stuff. Never played. Because he played, Mario Jordan would play with 2 of the highest, whoever wanted to pay money to play in those groups. And those groups had a lot of fun with those guys. They were engaging. Everything about it was good. But, I played with Ben before a couple times.
Gretzky?
Not Gretzky, no. He wasn't there as much as
Mario.
Some of those other guys. Mario played with him. In fact, Mario can still play.
I think Mario wins the prize here, don't you, Limits, so far?
Yeah, I'd say so.
He doesn't waste any time. He gets up there and smashes it and just keeps playing. And he's really good. I think if he would practice a lot more, boy, he could take it to a different level.
Where is Austin now? He's a very good golfer. What's he doing now?
Ball.
As far as golf goes?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. I know he is deep into it. He plays in a lot of Tri-State PGA events around here, and I'm not sure beyond that. I'm sure he has thoughts of getting on one of these tours. I hope he does.
Man, that's got to be tough to get on it. Once you get to a certain level in golf, I imagine you find many people right at that level. So how do you separate yourself?
Putting. It's simple. It's the whole thing. It's putting.
Really?
You make putts. Well, ask yourself the next time you play. Just look at your scorecard and specifically how many putts per hole. Okay? The guys who do well reduce that number pretty drastically. You can't have 3 putts.
I suck, Bob. The question now is, should I quit?
You go through this all the time, and the answer is no.
I went for a club fitting yesterday and was angry.
You felt pressure.
Even at the club fitting.
Felt pressure.
I can't get through a club fitting without getting angry.
That's your mistake. You're taking it too seriously. Just let it happen.
I know. Why do I do that? I can't figure it out.
You're going to have a nice round coming up down in Florida here soon with a buddy of mine who I know is going to treat you well, and he's a very good golfer. So you'll learn just by watching him.
What's his name? Alex, right?
Yep.
Seemed like a nice man when I texted him.
He's got a son who's
Think we'll go
doing
out to
very
dinner?
well in sports too. He's going to get a scholarship somewhere too. So yeah, he'll give you first class treatment.
Here's the question. When I go to Naples, I think we're going to Marco Island, Naples area, which is also Fort Myers, which is where we're landing. Do I or do I not call Ron?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes. Ask him to caddy for you.
Yeah, right.
Actually, he would love to just drink
I
beer
bet
in
you
the
he
cart.
would.
That's actually a great idea.
Yeah, tell him, hey, we can chat while I'm playing, and you can sit there and just relax, have a few, and watch.
Should I be offended that when Ron has snuck back into Pittsburgh, he hasn't called me?
Has he done that?
Yes.
He's been in Pittsburgh?
Yes, he has.
I didn't know that.
He's gone to Domenico's multiple times.
Yep.
Really? I didn't know that. I thought he might give a shout-out.
Apparently didn't text you either, did he, Bob?
Apparently not.
What should I do
He likes
about
to keep
that?
it under the wraps, I guess, his presence in Pittsburgh.
Last year when we went down there, we did see Ron. We had a nice dinner. Do you remember the photos from that dinner, Bob?
Yes. Yeah, that was very good.
I still say I've never seen a man. There's two people who spring to mind when I'm asked, when have you seen like a radical transformation? I guess other than people I know who like got off drugs and things like that. But in sports, Ron Cook and Brian Billick. Ron Cook, within a month, that was maybe 2 months after he left here, he was a completely transformed human being.
Meaning retirement life really agreed with him.
Meaning 20 less pounds, tan, smile on his face, upbeat attitude, freed of all the worry of the world, of trying to think of his next column, of pacing up and down the hallway trying to write his next column, of having to see me every day. He's on the beach in Florida with beer and, a pool at his place.
And no deadlines.
I've never seen it. I've never seen somebody look that different
Do you
that
dream
fast.
of those days also?
I've had dreams like that, yes. And then Billick, was wound tighter than a drum. And I used to see him a lot. I was covering a lot of football then. I'd go to Westminster and cover the Ravens in training camp. He was funny, remember? He was really good, but he was also highly, highly intense. Like you felt if you put your finger on his shoulder, your finger would burn, So then I see him all these years later in Latrobe at Steeler camp. Oh, it was like Jimmy Buffett. It was just like the weight of the world. It was just like he's walking around in sandals and the happiest guy on earth. And I'm like, I told him on the air, we had him on the air that day. I said, you are nothing like the human being you were when I went to Westminster. And he's like, yeah, that's what retirement will do.
Belichick's not retired, but his time away from pro football and what he's turned himself into, nobody saw that transformation coming, right? So those guys do find another life out there, and they find it to be interesting. And less pressure, less stress, all of it.
Jimmy Johnson's the classic example. In fact, Jimmy Johnson's book is, all joking aside, what inspired Ron to do what none of us thought he would do, which was leave early, retire early. And it was quality time left, QTL.
He kept saying that.
Yeah.
And I agree with that.
And now Jimmy Johnson himself is officially retired. Did
Doesn't
you see
that go through your head? Yes, that QTL. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Quality time, like how much? We don't know. Nobody knows what we have left.
And
that's why you want to do it while you can, but it's a tug of war. How long do you want to do what you do versus make time for the things you want to do really in your life beyond work?
All I want to do is play golf.
I know you do.
When's our next round, Bob? How about today?
I have to work.
Call in sick. Can you just call in sick every once in a while?
I don't do that.
You've got a lot of pull around there, and sometimes you are sick.
I am sometimes, but I still try to grind it out.
All right.
We'll
like
play,
that.
Joe. We're gonna play, but I want to hear about your round down in Florida.
I can't wait. You're going to be covering for me at that point, aren't you? Doing the show? A lot of people like it better when it's just you. In fact, almost everybody does.
That is not true.
Yeah, it is. I've gotten a lot of texts
You're the needle mover.
Effect.
I'm just here. I'm
not
your caddy. I'm your caddy.
I'm second on the marquee. Limits. Let's just be honest about it. Bob is the mover and
Joe,
shaker here.
This has been your show I'm just here 3 days a week, and that's that. And you and Austin do the rest of it, and with your guests and everything. You don't need me.
You know what I'm proud of, Bob? We're both drinking giant vats of water today. Do you see this one?
Yes, I remember that. That's a massage place.
Yeah,
right?
the Hand and Stone massage and facial spa. But I'm worried because I've had this hoarseness in my voice for 4 months. Andy Toole told me to go to a professional. I did. The guy put a camera down my nose and looked at my voice box. Said everything's okay. Lungs are okay.
Well, then don't worry about it.
I have to worry about it. It still happens every day. What's wrong with me?
Nothing.
Yes, there is.
Your mind is taken over and stress is. Don't let yourself get down that rabbit hole of stress. That's a tough thing to get out of.
Do you have it from time to time?
Yes, I do, and I'm trying. I try to not think about it. My wife is great about that. She has got the best attitude about dealing with things. She doesn't let anything bother her, and I try not to. But then sometimes it does get the better of me.
Life was easier when I was a kid, Bob. No future fears, no resentment, no guilt, and then in some ways it was easier when I drank all the time. No fears, no guilt, no
no recollection of where you are or who you are.
Exactly. And now it's just I worry about every little thing. It's like a car that has 250,000 miles. That one day you're healthy, the next day when you hit boom, one little milestone, everything changes, everything breaks, everything's different.
This is what you have to look forward to in your quote golden years. They're tarnished a little.
And I see Ron, and he looks happy as a lark. Maybe I'm jealous.
Well, you can do the same thing if you want, and you should at some point, obviously. But you know what? If you're good that way, if you know you have to know you. You have to know what you're trying to get out of the rest of your life. And happiness is defined only by you. I can't do it for you. Your wife can't do it for you. You have to do it for you.
That's profound, I think. Do you limit? I like that advice.
Yeah, I think, you always got to live in the moment and appreciate what you have and keep striving for more the best you can.
And when you see others struggle.
You just throw out more. Is it an aphorism? Is that what it is, Bob? Than Russell Wilson does on a given day. That was incredible, Limits, and thank you, too.
Is it? We're not toxic.
No, this is good. Platitudes is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
All right, Bob. There's two people that Jerry Dulac thinks the Steelers should be interested in, and these two receivers that got cut today. Let's talk about which one we prefer over the other, if we even want the Steelers to go after one of them. All right.
I wanted to ask you this, too, before I forget.
Yes.
What do you make of Barkley getting an extension when he didn't need one? He just had – and that's a lot of money to give to a running back in a time where we were told that running backs are not going to get that kind of money.
Let's bring that up next as well. I like that topic. College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season right now. New customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. Robert Morris has a big game next week, and they're going to host it. And Limits and I are going to be there. So you're looking maybe for one of these miracle teams, yes? If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app's easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Blue Jays currently in a rain delay. The Pirates have announced that the game from Bradenton in spring training action is expected to begin at approximately 2:15. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Don't look now, but there's an old guy revolution happening in the NBA. The Lakers and the Warriors are two of the hottest teams in the league. LeBron and Steph are back in the mix. The Lakers moved up to the 2 seed in the West. The Warriors are 6. The more things change in the NBA, the more they stay the same. You could argue they need a new generation of stars. Maybe. But for now, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the old guys go for another ring. I'm Andrew Perloff.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Show favorite, the Farm to Table Expo, returns with dozens of small local growers and food producers. Come sample and buy the bounty of their harvests. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan would like to thank everyone who attended the Fan 15 anniversary party. We look forward to continuing to bring you the best sports coverage and talk in Pittsburgh. Special shout out to our fine partners, including Boyd and Blair Vodka and Rum, East Suburban Sports Medical Center, Hampton Beer Outlet, New Flow Men's Health, Icy Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Join March for Babies on April 27th at PNC Park to improve the health of families. With your help, we can tackle America's maternal and infant health crisis. One person, one community, and one step at a time. Every step counts. Thank you to signature sponsors Highmark Whole Care, Allegheny Health Network, UPMC, and UPMC Health Plan. Register at marchforbabies.org. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, a faithful listener, just dropped off the January 13th, 1975 edition of the Pittsburgh Press, which is...
Steeler Parade Edition.
Yes. The Steelers had won their first Super Bowl, and the paper cost 15 cents. And the story said, Super Parade greets champs. Here, I'll hold it up on our YouTube channel. You should subscribe out there, by the way. You can see Bob's lovely outfit today.
Thank you to loyal listener Lou for bringing it in.
Thank you, Lou.
Loyal listener Lou. That's interesting. You should call.
And the great shot of Franco and Joe Green carrying off Chuck Noll. God, that gives me goosebumps. Look at that.
Hard to believe. 1975. Man.
1975. And Phil Music wrote the story here. You remember him?
Yes, I thought he was one of the best writers and columnists around.
It should be inscribed on their Super Bowl rings and on the Minnesota Vikings tombstone. Whatever it takes. Forevermore, when they hear those words, their eyes will automatically dart for the ring.
You like to say dart a lot today, I noticed.
Yeah, well, this is his writing. Whatever it takes, Chuck Noll's thought for the day, any day. If there are epitaphs for the losers in this game, a suitable one for the Vikings would be killed by a cliche. That's pretty good, Bob. Is it not?
It was really good. He's one of the best, was one of the best writers that...
Look at this guy, Pat Livingston.
I remember Pat. Bob. I remember Bruce Kyden back in the day.
Did you know Pat Livingston?
I met him a couple times. I didn't really know him. No.
Look at his mustache, Bob. Huh?
That's a good one.
And there's the Chief with Pete Rozelle.
Do you miss papers being delivered, Joe?
Oh, God, yes. I used to battle my dad for the sports page. I'm sure this very paper all across Western Pennsylvania, you had kids and their dads battling over the sports page, right?
Yes. You go to the bathroom, you go in there, you take it, it'd be in there for an hour or so.
Wow.
Read the entire thing.
The Steelers, champions of the world. That's the headline from Pat Livingston from New Orleans. How about that?
Well, brings back memories, certainly. That was quite a decade.
And there's nothing like
the first one. I can't believe it only cost 15 cents for a paper.
I know.
I wonder what everything else cost back then. I'm afraid to ask.
Fran Tarkenton conceded that the Steelers had a, quote, very aggressive line. I don't think I've had 2 passes blocked on me since I've been in the league. Never mind 2 in one game. How about that, Bob? Someone mentioned that
things change, some things remain the same. If you get pressure on a quarterback with your defensive line, it makes life easier for your defense.
Someone interrupted him, said it wasn't 2, it was 4. He said, well, 4 or 5, what's the difference? They hammered him that day. You know what Bradshaw said after the game? See, I don't know if anybody's interested, and at this point I don't care. I think they are. But I could sit here and read this. Like if Limits would let me, I would take it home and just read this from front to back. I live for this kind of stuff.
And especially now, after all these years, you forget some of the small details that went into that game.
And here's something else you forget. Whenever you're talking about, not you, everybody, Terry Bradshaw, okay, among the greatest quarterbacks, he doesn't get mentioned enough.
No.
He called his own plays. I don't know that people fathom that. It wasn't somebody in his head saying run, pass, let alone exactly what play. It was him. And he was asked after the game why he ran so much with Franco and Rocky. And he said they wanted to run. They were hungry all through the game. If a play was stopped, they'd say, come on, let's try that again. And sort of, I don't know if it's ironic or sort of counterintuitively, I guess is the word, Bradshaw was egoless when it came to that. Like he was thought of unfairly as dumb. He was actually very smart.
To call your own plays, you better be smart. You got to know the whole playbook and the circumstances going on. And I think a lot of people don't give him the due that he deserves just because of the big amount of interceptions he threw. But back then, it was just about making plays. Your defense bailed you out when you did make those interceptions, so he was more willing to risk down the field plays, which I loved.
Me too. I've often said I think he's the greatest deep ball clutch passer in the history of the league. Anyway, what am I doing here? I'm sorry for taking up all that time.
No, it's nice to go down memory lane.
Somebody held this paper. Tens of thousands of people held this very paper that day in their hands and read it with glee. There haven't been many happier sports days in the history of this town. Look at that, Bob.
Yeah, I like it. And that logo that you see up there is sort of coming back.
What do you mean?
They're using that a lot. It's a different logo. It's not the same, but I mean, it's that same thing that you'll see on some of the merchandise of the Pittsburgh Steelers these days.
Steeler fans on Liberty Avenue expressed their sentiments for the Super Bowl champs. Look at that. They got signs. They're out on Liberty Ave, Bob. Those were the days.
Those were the days.
All right, Christian Kirk or Tyler Lockett. It seems sort of anticlimactic when we're talking about that.
Or DK Metcalf has just requested a trade from the Seahawks.
Oh, wow.
According to the NFL Network.
How about let's start with old Captain Kirk here, Christian Kirk. What do we make of that possibility? Anyone?
I certainly wouldn't mind it. I think he still has a lot to give. And I think they were interested last year in him. He got injured. That fell apart. But they were interested in him even before then. So if they can do that, absolutely. They need help there. They got to do something. And if it's not in the draft, that's the thing I was mentioning earlier, Joe. If you can address some of these needs now for this year, you can still draft guys. Then you don't have the expectation of them coming right in and immediately having to contribute.
He's 28. He's had some pretty good years. He's not a great receiver. He had one 1,000-yard year where he had 8 touchdowns. That was 2022. Hurt his collarbone last year. As a number 2, yeah, why not? I'd roll the dice on him. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. How about Tyler Lockett? It feels like he's been around forever. And I was just going to say something that's false.
Forever.
He's 32 years old.
Yeah, I'd rather go for the 28-year-old.
Yeah. He was probably a better player when he was good. He had a 100-catch year.
He was. But I think those days are probably beyond him now.
Yeah.
Still good, but I'd rather go younger. And if, again, Christian Kirk's 28, that's not – he still has some good football ahead of him, I think.
How about DK Metcalf, Bob? He's only 27, and he's probably the best. Well, clearly the best of the lot.
That's a whole different dynamic. That involves a trade, which brings into a whole – bless you, Joe. Jeez.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, that involves not just money, but a player.
Ding, ding, ding. The Raiders are going to give Max Crosby a 3-year, $107 million extension, $91 million guaranteed.
Holy horse
So guess
follicles.
who's perked up after this one? That would be T.J. Watt, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, I would imagine. Plus, did you see where Max Crosby said Aaron Rodgers would be great as our quarterback?
Yeah, he's recruiting. He's doing some of that. I mean, they don't have – what options do they have, right? Aiden O'Connell and who else?
Justin Fields.
I mean, that could –
You think they'll make a play there? Russell Wilson,
I think
maybe?
the Steelers will sign one of these, and it should be Fields before Monday.
All right, Bob. It's been a wonderful show. Would you agree?
It really has. I've enjoyed going down memory lane with you, and I know what you feel about Jackson Dart. He's now somebody I'm going to pay a lot of attention to, whatever he does.
We may
forward.
do an entire Jackson Dart show tomorrow. Did you get a hold of his agent limits?
Never responded to our message.
Boy, you're having a run of Belfont snorkels.
A lot of snorkels.
He never responded to your message. I want to laud this guy on Pittsburgh radio, and his agent never gets back to us. I'm going to rip him by name tomorrow.
Don't shoot the messenger here.
I know.
I put out a message on their site. Hey, can we talk to Jackson Dart? We'd love to talk to him here in Pittsburgh, where we're from, and all the above.
Give me a phone number. I'll shred him.
I didn't get a phone number. I had to send a
you
message
should get a
on their
phone
little
number. You know what
email list.
agency he's from.
It didn't list the phone number, but I will try to find one specifically for the agent.
We have to go. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
DK Metcalf has requested a trade from the Seattle Seahawks. This on the same day that Seattle is parting ways with Tyler Lockett. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The network play of the day is Nikola Jokic to record a triple-double at -105. Jokic and the Nuggets host the Kings tonight, and the Kings will be without their star big man, Domantas Sabonis. Plus, Jokic has already posted 3 consecutive triple-doubles against the Kings, including 2 this season. I'm Chelsea Messenger from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, huh?
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Hi, I'm John Henney, 4th generation owner of Henney Jewelers in Shadyside. When it comes to shopping for a diamond engagement ring, be sure you're getting the very best value. Before you think about purchasing a ring anywhere else, please stop into Henney Jewelers to compare. Our friendly team will make you comfortable and never pressure you. We are confident we'll help you find or create your dream ring at the absolute best value. Stop into Henney today or go to HenneyJewelers.com to make an appointment. Henney Jewelers. We're your jewelers for life.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago the Petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the Petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person. Double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Suddenly,
suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Don't miss celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori and Don Engebretson, the Renegade Gardener, this weekend only. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle and stroll through a fully furnished model home by Buckhorn Showcase built right inside the Convention Center. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, 15 minutes away from a late start for the Pirates. More Grapefruit League action. They've lost 3 in a row. They host the Blue Jays today. Mitch Keller on the mound. I'm watching him warm up right now outside of Lecom Park. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, day 2 of a split squad show. I'm down in Bradenton. Pirates and Blue Jays. A rainy afternoon here, about to get underway. Malsey and Donnie are back in Green Tree. We have another show chock full of entertainment, Pirates guests galore, and tons of Steelers Palace intrigue as we inch closer to the start of free agency. We've got moves being made by every team but the Steelers, but maybe some of these moves impact and affect the Steelers, which we will get into throughout the day. Malsey, the consensus last night, Matt Capps, who put his bona fides out there as a human being who likes to eat a lot of food, said the dinner he had in Sarasota, Florida that we went for last night was the best he ever had in his life.
The best meal of his life. The best dinner of his life.
That's what he said.
Pony, how would you rank the dinner? If that's what Matt Capps, who has eaten, I would say, more high-quality meals than you, and I know you're a foodie, but Capps got to travel all over. If that was how he felt about that meal, how would you rate it?
I thought it was amazing, but I didn't want to be a prisoner of the moment, was my reaction to it.
What did you guys have? What was on the docket?
It was a Italian place in downtown Sarasota, which is beautiful, called Cafe Amici. It was an old-school Italian place where they wanted to come out and do it home style, where you share plates and stuff, including a giant T-bone steak Florentine that was meant to be for the entire table, which was probably, I would say, a $150 plate. And our sales account executive, Ernest Massa, ordered it for himself.
I mean, that is...
And it was the last one.
That is exceptionally on brand. Hey, what is everybody mad at me for?
But it was... And he did share some.
Okay, good.
But it was from the appetizers, grilled octopus, into some cold cuts, like on a charcuterie board kind of deal, into pastas and... what did you get, PJ, last night? What did you have?
The Bruschel Argente.
What the heck's that?
Oh, it's a stuffed steak.
It's a stuffed steak, Malsey.
Oh.
Spare no expense there.
PJ sounds like he's still recovering from the stuffed steak.
Did you think it was a top meal
in your life?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it was the best, but it's definitely up there in terms of Italian.
We've got some really good...
You want to know
We've got some really good Italian restaurants in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
I would say, with all due respect to those places, I would rank it ahead of any of them. It was that good.
I mean, I can't obviously say that because I wasn't there last night, but...
When you and Donnie come next year, we're going back.
Down there with the
I already got that in my calendar because I'm so sure it's going to happen.
Pony gets us on trip. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, just like... Donnie, you want to put this one in the vault? I'll read this into the record right now at 2:03. Andrew's going to say something to the effect of, guys, I can't wait till we all go to Dublin together for the Steelers game. His ass will be on a first class on a flight on like Lufthansa or whoever flies over that way. I don't know, Aer Lingus.
Qatar Airways.
Whoever, whatever it is. Yeah, Qatar Emirates Airways, right? He's going to be on a first-class trip over there. He's going to send us a picture of the bar that looks like it's out of a James Bond movie. Hey, guys, wish you were here. Don't know how this happened. But you're not. Pony, you know what the funny thing is? The best meal of my life I can remember, I kid you not, happened when I was like 7 or 8 years old. Do you know why? It's the first time I was up in Cleveland at some, like, I think it's still actually like a big time, like fancy, event restaurant up there, like, graduation type of place. It was a steakhouse. It was the first, like, truly nice meal I had ever had, like that kind of level of fancy I had ever had. It has stuck with me for almost 35 years, believe it or not.
This place is also, I would say, one of the reasons why you can't always trust what you see online.
Okay.
Because it got good reviews, but nothing about the way this restaurant was written up online in terms of stars.
It's got a
or quantity
4.2
of
stars.
reviews.
There's nothing. I see 4.2 on Google reviews. I kind of go, okay, whatever.
Right. Yeah. I thought, I saw that. Okay, we're going for a quality meal. I didn't think it was going to be life-defining.
So you got your
like
socks knocked off.
Really did.
Man,
Yeah.
you know what? Hold on. Before we go any further, we got so much time to talk Steelers, Pony. Is that not one of life's little pleasures? If you went to that place, what's the place called in California? The French Laundry, like the most famous restaurant in the United States. It can only disappoint you almost, right? Or it can meet your expectations. But you go in with such high expectations, there's almost no way it could exceed it. Is it not one of life's little pleasures to have your expectations blown out of the water?
Malsey, I'm going to do something they do on sports play-by-play broadcasts. I'm going to turn aside for a second because they're playing both anthems here.
Yeah.
So you and Donnie kibitz for about 2 minutes, and I'll be right back, okay?
Wow, okay. He's literally – oh, you know what? He's actually in the press box, Donnie, so he's got to do that. You believe this guy?
Yeah, it would look bad on his end.
Can you get a load of this guy? He's just sitting there. Oh, guys, we had steak Florentine and Ozzobusco and everything else. Yeah, it didn't look like much from the outside, but it was one of the best meals I've ever had, and Cap said it was the best. Anyway, you guys, I can't wait till you're down here. I mean, I just
will be never.
I just had a conversation with our boss, Craig. Now, it's because I'm taking a vacation, but there's another high-profile thing I'm going to be missing out on because I'll be out of town for a couple days. But, Donnie, in the spirit of this truly being the PM team, I think I'm going to the rising Mulsey tide is going to lift your personal boat here if I have anything to say about it. I think you are going to be in perhaps the most high-profile situation of your professional career because I will be indisposed on the road in Nashville in a couple of months.
Well, I appreciate that, Mulsey, if it comes to pass.
I think I'd like to believe that my request to have you pinch hit for me, so to speak, is going to be honored here. You want to play a little game while he's over there respecting the anthems of both countries? O Canada playing, obviously. I mean, I would almost stand and sing the O Canada. It's such a beautiful song. Who will be the first name of either a player who has what will be the first name he says? Player that requested a trade today or player that is now available in the open market? Does he lead with Metcalf here shortly? Yeah, I think so. That's just
because he's the best one.
That's the top of the line. Oh, now we've got fake John and Robinson saying go to Mons Venus for a good steak while he's down there. That sounds frankly like the name of a strip club. I'm being honest. And it is. It is. Fake John suggesting that Pony go to a gentleman's club. I'm glad the Spidey sense got me on that one. Pony
sounds like he's going for the steak.
Oh, definitely. Reading Playboy for the articles, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think he's going to mention DK Metcalf, though. Does this not, like, reek to you of just a catnip day for Pony? Not that you and I don't like this kind of transactional stuff. We do. But he just gets foaming at the mouth about it every time, is kind of my big Pony takeaway. This is the kind of day he lives for. He's already grokking DK Metcalf into a Steelers jersey. He probably broke the AI function on Twitter just trying to type in so many different ones of these. I'll say this to lead off. They need wide receiver help. Metcalf's great, obviously. But don't you go back to that thing we've discussed before, like they continue to be the spot where, a guy's disgruntled? Well, get him to the Steelers. They need stuff. It's different than if the Patriots are the team being mentioned, say, for example, like I'm sure New England will come up in a lot of these because they need weapons for Drake May and they have a gajillion dollars in cap space to accommodate almost anybody. if DK Metcalf were to get dealt there, for example, wouldn't you say, like, all right, that makes a young and on-the-rise team more dangerous? When the Steelers get connected to some of this stuff, like a guy like Christian Kirk who got cut loose today, it doesn't feel futile is not the right word, but it just feels like, well, they're the Steelers. They have to get mentioned here because they have no wide receivers. Like, it's not a bummer to me, but there's kind of an emptiness to the whole process when they're involved. Hi, Pony.
Could you guys hear the anthems the entire time?
No, Donnie potted it down, and then Fake John and Robinson recommended a strip club for you to go to, but because they had good steak.
Venus, we heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a member of the Pirates broadcasting team that is familiar with that place, but I'm not going to name that person because I don't want their significant others or anybody else who might know them to hear it. I just think we heard one of the worst renditions of the United States national anthem I've ever heard in my life.
Do you get embarrassed for the person singing it when that happens? Because I do.
Oh, thank you. There were giggles out here. And
giggles?
I wanted to make sure I was very respectful because...
What about their rendition of "O Canada"?
They didn't have someone sing it. They just played a recording of it.
Pony, that was Joe Naracina that sang the national anthem.
Yes.
It was his lifelong dream to sing the national anthem at a baseball game. So that's who that was.
Oh, well, congratulations on all his success.
He took advantage of it, it sounds like.
He did. He did a national
anthem. Are we talking about Carl Lewis or Roseanne?
Yes, it was like, the Greensboro single A broadcaster's voice. The guy that goes, going on. That's who he sounded like.
Oh, man.
And he was drawing out some of the lyrics like that.
Oh, no. See, when that happens on TV, Pony, I'll admit this, hand up in the air here. If somebody is just butchering it like, one verse in or like 10 seconds in, they can't really do it. I got to mute it, man. I can't sit through that. I squirm because that person's bombing on like one of the all-time everyone's watching you stages and situations.
All right, let's go around the room here and answer this question. What is the most you would give up for DK Metcalf in a trade right now? The most. You putting the 21st pick on the table?
I don't think I am. I don't. I think I'd give up a pair of seconds potentially.
A pair of seconds?
No, not a pair of seconds. I got to revive. I got to walk. I'd give up a second. I'd give up a second.
I'd go 21st pick.
Oh, man.
What's the most you'd give
sell
up?
Me on it. Well, hold on. Let Donnie sell us on it. Why would you do 21?
He's still what? He's well under 30. I don't have his age pulled up. He's like, what, 26, 27 max? The oldest he could be is 27.
I'm getting all the dirt out here on it for you, Donnie. DK Metcalf will be 28 on December 14th.
Okay,
so he'll play
end
most
of
the
season.
He'll play most of the year at 27 years old.
He could come in here and he would immediately be your best wide receiver, and whatever that does to George Pickens, so be it. The man immediately solves a major problem that you have continued to have since last year, but really even going back, I think, a little bit further where you had a bit of an identity crisis with wide receiver. If it just takes that pick, one that you were 50-50 on spending on a wide receiver anyway, then why not get one that is still young, already very well established as one of the better young ones in the game, and then you take care of the needs elsewhere.
Pony, convincing case?
Kind of. I mean, I'm not going to bury Donnie for it, but I wouldn't do it for 21. He's going to be 28. I'm guessing part of this is he wants a new contract.
He has this year left. That's it. And it's a bunch of void years.
So he wants a new deal. So he's looking for probably definitely more than Ayuk. Yeah, I think he's looking for more than
his last deal was $24 million average annual value. He's going to want 30 plus.
Between 30 and 35. That's what I'm thinking.
And he's a better receiver than Ayuk, in my opinion, but still.
I agree with that, too. So you got to give up the 21st pick and then turn around and give somebody a 4-year, let's say, $125, $130 million deal. I wouldn't do that. I would give up the second-round pick and then a pick the following year for it and do that.
Like a fourth or a third? Like, what do we – I think the pick the following year is kind of relevant.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I would do a second in a 2026.
I'd start at fourth
Probably
and make
third.
them – I'd tell them fourth and make them –
I'd do third.
I'd make them twist my arm to get me to a third next year. I mean, but this comes back really quick here to, I think, the age-old question. Are they DK Metcalf away from being like a serious big-time contender?
No, because they still don't have a quarterback.
Also,
But
would
if they
DK Metcalf coming here suddenly necessitate Russell Wilson being re-signed because those two might have a positive. Well, hold on. You laugh.
I know.
You laugh, but Russ loves to dap up DK, so suddenly it might be a package deal. Oh, you want to trade for Metcalf? Guess what? Mr. Unlimited's coming back.
Same thing we said about Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. I don't want that package, and I would not want a DK Metcalf Russell Wilson package either. If the only way you got Metcalf was that you had to re-sign Russell Wilson, then I'm out on Metcalf.
I honest to God, I don't think that would be. I don't think that would be like off the table as a possibility. He'd say, "Hey, yeah, you want to trade for me? Well, you're signing Russ again, right?" And I would be like, "You know what?" I'd just tiptoe away like Homer back into the hedge.
I told that story. I told the story involving our old boss and you, that was related to the Homer meme from our holiday party a few years ago. Do you remember that?
Oh man, do I ever! Our old boss he just was on each heel going backwards out of that
Donnie, were you
one.
there for that?
That was 2019, Pony. Donnie was not there.
Oh,
that was that's one for the record books. And I feel like, again, in that situation, much like a similar situation that played out at a golf course, Pony, I think I handled myself exquisitely in that spot.
How about PJ last night talking about hiring Donnie, Noah Hiles, and who was the third guy? And Cale Berger, and said that was my 1974 draft class right there.
Damn right.
Well, until you got to the Cale part of it, I agree with that, PJ.
No, that was Noah's line. It was a great line, though, right?
You said, yeah, that's right. You basically took credit for it.
Yeah.
The Bill Nunn.
It all worked out for the
I mean, Pony, if that's the case, then doesn't our original boss, Terry Fox, deserve a lot of credit? He technically hired Joe, you, and me, and look at us. We're still stalwarts of the station.
And Giannotti.
Right? I feel like
That was a
Giannotti
huge
was
deal.
probably handed to Terry and said, "Hey, Terry, this guy's going to host evenings here to start with."
I just saw another move that could have a huge ripple effect on the Steelers offseason. We'll tell you what that is when we come back. You can text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll do Penguins trade deadline. We'll get into the Pirates. Their main moves so far this offseason, scheduled to join us later this hour. Can't wait to do that. I'm live in Bradenton. Donnie and Malsey are back in Pittsburgh. Right now it's headline time.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Blue Jays, after an hour-plus delay, about to get underway in Bradenton. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Huge game in Raleigh tonight. That is nationally broadcast on a channel I didn't know still existed until last night, between Pitt and NC State. And if you want to bet on this game, the best place to do it is the FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now for college basketball bettors, sign up, log in, create an account, and then make at least a $5 bet. If you win that bet, you're also going to get $150 in bonus bets. Despite Pitt being in a complete tailspin, they are favored tonight against NC State. So you want action on that game, go to FanDuel and make it happen. FanDuel.com/Andrew, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 22 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dallas Cowboys freed up salary cap space by redoing their star receiver CeeDee Lamb's contract yesterday. But forgive Dallas fans, they're not too fired up. Last offseason, owner Jerry Jones said he was going all in. They did nothing. Now that they have cap space, we'll see if they actually use it. If the Cowboys act like they usually do, they'll re-sign their own guys at a hefty price tag. Just don't expect a splash move or a guy to come in from the outside anytime soon. I'm Andrew Perloff.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee, based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, 149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. 149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mike Florio is going to join us next hour. We'll tap into what he's hearing on all these NFL moves, prospective moves, possible moves. DK Metcalf demands a trade today. Christian Kirk released by the Jaguars. He was the apple of the Steelers' eye at last year's trade deadline before he got hurt, so we'll see if they revisit that. They probably might. I have a list that I will reveal later in the show. The top 5 Steelers free agent targets, with the caveat, none of them are quarterbacks. The non-quarterback edition of that. What Dulac is hearing on all that stuff, too, coming up a little bit later on in the show. He chatted today with the likes of Austin City Limits and Harry Callis.
He had a Hall of Fame level chat today, and it wasn't even questions from those guys. I mean, there were people playing jokes on Jerry that went just whooshing over his head. I appreciated a lot of it.
Breaking news, Max Crosby now is the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the NFL, which has been around for over 100 years. 3 years, $106.5 million. $91.5 million of that is guaranteed. What does that do for the TJ Watt market here? We've heard Art say TJ Watt, one helmet guy. That does not give him a lot of leverage in these negotiations because Watt knows he ain't going anywhere. And Art is beholden to these guys now, where he does not ever want to, I guess, have to envision another one of these great Steelers having to put on a Seattle Seahawks helmet like Franco. The difference is Franco's the all-time leading rusher in playoff history, and T.J. Watt's never won a playoff game. And yet he's so attached to these guys, in part because Mike Tomlin creates the illusion that the Steelers are much closer than they actually are.
Oh, I don't think he has to create an illusion to fool Art. I think Art, unfortunately, shares that belief.
So if Crosby gets 106.5 over 3 years, Chris, the way this thing works, Watt's probably going to ask for like 110.
Yeah, no thank you.
And $95 million of it guaranteed.
No thank you.
Yeah, you say no thank you, but guess what?
No,
They'll
I know.
get on their knees
No,
and kiss his feet and say, oh, thank you so much, T.J. Watt, for electing to stay here and become
Pony.
the highest paid non-quarterback in football.
You know how I'm answering this. I'm answering it knee-jerk. What would Mulsey – WWMD, right? What would Mulsey do? I would say, thanks, man. It's been real. We're going to trade you. But I'm a guy who thought they should have traded him before the start of last season and really gotten aggressive in terms of trying to rebuild their roster. The idea – it's just so backwards, man, the idea, because I think you're right. Like, I think they will react to this when he says, this is what I want, I'm a better player than Max Crosby, blah, blah, blah. It's just so backwards. You have not experienced the kind of success that you claim is your team and franchise standard with him as your defensive standard bearer. Your defense, by the way, including him, got, like, put on a milk carton by good teams down the stretch last year. He taps out of games to make sure that he is healthy for the finish, which only is a good strategy if he's crushing people in the fourth quarter, and you're going to give him more money just because that's the way the world works. Like, it's such like a rote and unimaginative and rigid way of thinking. It frustrates me, man.
I've come around to your way of thinking on this. Watt, I thought, got robbed out of the Defensive Player of the Year award in 2023 when Garrett won it. And I know he got hurt in that Philadelphia game, but the way he played down the stretch when he was on the field, he was non-existent. And for that reason, I don't give him the same amount of grace that I would in a situation like this. I do not have some emotional pang in me that's saying he absolutely has to be a Steeler for his entire life. $36 million a year. Let's say the Steelers did that with Watt over 3 years. Mm-hmm. Donnie, look this up. How many players, period, in the NFL make more money than that? If that would make him the highest paid position player in the league, how many guys, period, would make more money than him? Are there 15 quarterbacks that are making more money than that?
36?
I mean, yeah.
Spot Track, predictably, is just really moving slowly because everyone's
Your
sitting
Tua,
there.
Your Lawrence, both of those guys. Dak Prescott's at 60.
So what do you want here? Total, like cap hit, basically?
Annual salary.
Okay. Contract average. If I can actually get Spot Track to work, I'll tell you. But who do we know for sure? Goff, Dak, Jalen Hurts, technically. Tua, Lawrence.
What about Watson?
Yeah.
Yes, he does. So what do we just name? 6 right off? Here, I got it. Here we go.
6.
I got it. Here we go. The number's 36. That would be, because Crosby is now updated here at 35.5. That would make him the 17th highest paid player in the league behind the following guys. You ready? I'm going to read this in reverse order. Derek Carr, $37.5 million. Aaron Rodgers, $37.5 million. Matty Stafford, 40. Josh Allen, 43. That's a bargain right now. Patrick Mahomes, 45. Kirk Cousins, Business of Football Hall of Famer, 45. Watson, 46. Kyler, 46. Then we get into the 50 million club, and it's Hurts, Jackson, Herbert, Goff, Tua, Lawrence, Love, Burrow, Prescott.
What's going to happen with Cousins? They're really going to keep him and pay him $45 million to watch Michael Penix play quarterback?
Yeah, that I think is a pretty strange dynamic. You'd make much more sense to just sign a kind of low-cost, decent backup and let Penix sink or swim. Because if he sinks, you're back to the drawing board anyway. Cousins is a really weird insurance policy. If you were Penix, wouldn't you be like, don't you believe in me? Because that's how I would take it if I were him.
Well, if I were Cousins, I would.
Like,
well,
why are you keeping me around to do this? Basically, he would probably say, if you're keeping me around, I want to be the starter. So what are you gonna then what?
And they're probably looking at it like, well, we're going to have to pay you $45 million whether you're on our roster or somebody else's, so we might as well just have you as an insurance policy, then go play for somebody else and maybe do well.
Are you really going to be that unhappy not starting here because you're still getting that check every 2 weeks, that kind of deal? By the way, did we overshoot what it would cost to get DK Metcalf in a trade? Because he is
due what's Jefferson make?
No, I'm talking about the draft. I'm talking about the draft capital. Jefferson makes $35 million a year. I'm talking strictly the fact that we know DK Metcalf would want a new
Alan
contract
Saunders threw out a prospective deal of a first-round pick in Roman Wilson. I don't think we overshot it. If that's what he's saying.
But I'm just saying, like, think about this for a second. Take a step back from all the the foaming at the mouth of what Seattle might want. The player has requested a trade, which kneecaps a little bit of their leverage, presumably. We also know he wants a new contract that pays him a lot more money, which should, in theory, negate the amount of draft capital you have to give up because the team that trades for him knows they've got to pay him. Wouldn't it be more like a third or fourth rounder because he wants such a big raise?
No,
I would think it's going to be less than we speculated.
I disagree with you on that because I think the Steelers are ready to give up a second-round pick for Ayuk and then pay him.
No, I'm not talking about what the Steelers particularly would give up. I'm saying what the market might be looking like. I guess it's in practical terms. You're saying if you think the Steelers are desperate enough that they would pay a second, then you think we are accurate. But I guess
yes.
I'm suggesting that maybe it wouldn't cost as much as we or the Steelers think.
Look at what New England was ready to give up for Ayuk last year, and then the deal got nixed because Ayuk didn't want to play there. So if go back to what you said a few minutes ago, if Metcalf is a better player than Ayuk, then
how old was Ayuk when that was all going down last year?
I think Ayuk's a year younger than him, right, Don? I think Ayuk's 27 and
Ayuk's 26 going on 27, I thought.
And Metcalf is 27 going on 28. There's only a 1 year difference there.
How much is that worth? Anything? I mean, do you think that's negligible?
Yeah, it is, but I don't think it's to the point where okay, if Ayuk's a second, then that means Metcalf is a third or a fourth. Because Metcalf's a better player.
The fun part is I think he is going to get traded, and then we'll get to see who's closer to being correct here.
Follow us on, and the Steelers will just end up picking up Tyler Lockett. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. All right, Tyler Kennedy, just 2 days out from the Penguins and the NHL trade deadline. That's another big topic buzzing around. Does he think the Penguins will trade Rickard Rakell? He'll tell us next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops back at it tonight. The Panthers at NC State. Tip set for 7. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. You know, what we had was some food delivered to the station today. Like, it's a Wednesday. There's usually food here. There's usually hoagies here. Donnie knows this. I'm a fan of a nice cold hoagie. And it was a very good cold hoagie. And you know what? I had one. I had like a big chunk or whatever you'd want to call it. It was all cut up into pieces. I had one. I said, I'm going to have one because I enjoy it. You know why? Because with Awaken 180 weight loss, losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks and keeping it off, I don't deny myself the things I actually enjoy eating because the rest of my dietary habits, the way I interact with food, it's healthy. It's so much better than it used to be that having something I like in a nice, normal amount, not overdoing it, is not going to make a difference for me one way or the other. I mean, that's just been such a liberating thing with Awaken 180. Their approach, what they kind of teach you about food, teach you about your relationship to food. Once you're on the maintenance program like I am, you're not sitting there going, I'm going to deprive myself of this, that. No, you're eating and drinking the things you like in a much more moderate, sustainable way. And if you're like me, you're keeping that weight off. It's time for you to try the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your home hometown heroes.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. We have entered March. College basketball conference tournaments are here. And we've got Robert Morris, one of the great stories in Pittsburgh sports, a Cinderella story, if you will. They are playing in this tournament, and they are one of the favorites to win it. And they have had a tremendous year, 20-plus wins. Can they get back to the tournament, the big tournament? And you can bet on them to do it right now. Get to FanDuel, and new bettors, new customers get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything. Anything you want, including who's going to cut down the nets at the end of March. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and get in on all the college hoops and get paid instantly when you play. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Another iteration of the league's biggest rivalry this weekend as Los Angeles travels to Boston. While Boston looks to maintain their spot in the East, Los Angeles will look to make a late-season push to improve their seeding for the postseason. Led by one of the greatest to ever do it, will LA be able to pull off the upset against a young, hungry Boston team? Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guess they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all those things on Amazon. And the best part, you won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Pick up through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mr. Kennedy!
Penguin Stanley Cup champ Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. We are 2 days away from the NHL trade deadline. Penguins are free-falling. They are getting better odds by the day for the number 1 pick in this summer's draft. Losers last night in Denver against the Avalanche. Tyler, all the buzz is on Rickard Rakell right now. If you had to bet, say, $1,000 on whether or not he will get traded, yes or no, what would you go with?
No. Even though I'm probably wrong. Whenever I bet or put money down, I might as well just give it away.
I was going to say, Pony twisting the knife there, saying $1,000 bet, seeing as you and I are both in bad shape on that front right now.
I know. I don't think they're going to trade him. Like, you got to keep someone around. You know, you can't go right. Yeah, I just don't think you can strip it right to to the studs. Like I think you got to keep some supporting cast around. Obviously, Sid needs some guys to play with. You got to keep Gino a little bit happy, Tanger. But other than that, I think everyone else is for sale. But I think Raquel's probably a guy who's going to stay.
How hard is this time of year for players being this close to the deadline, particularly on a team like the Penguins that everyone knows is selling?
It's tough. Whenever you get in, losing, it's tough to come to the rink because no one's happy. Everyone knows. Everyone's kind of walking on eggshells. It's tough. The only kind of crazy thing is, you're like, wow, I got, 19 games before I start my, 4-month summer where I don't have to get on a schedule, which sucks. But, you kind of know what's coming. And going to the rink, it's a weird feeling because everyone doesn't know what's going to happen. They don't know if they're getting traded or they're staying, if coach is happy, not happy. And guys, if there's a time to go to the rink and not enjoy hockey, it's when you're losing in the NHL. It's just tough because there's pressure from the GM to the coach to the players. Practices are a lot harder. It's so much better when you're winning. You go for more team dinners. It's more relaxed. Guys are having more fun. It's just a different feel when you're in this situation.
Tyler, give me a happy trade deadline memory. Maybe it's in 08 when you guys got Hossa, or 09 when Bill Guerin came to town. Give me a reaction spot for you where you found out you guys made a big deal and you were friggin' going nuts.
Well, probably when we got Chris Kunitz and Billy Guerin in 09. You kind of knew we were going for it.
And you couldn't wait to get Whitney's ass out the door, I bet, too. Get that lunatic out of here. That probably was a great moment.
We needed leaders, and that's what we really needed.
Yep.
And bringing guys like Billy Guerin, Chris Kunitz, a guy who's already won, guys that have already won and knew how to calm us down in those high-stressed games, those high-pressure games. And Billy and Cooney were unbelievable at that. And then we had some other guys like Hal Gill and guys like that. We had such a great mix of youthfulness, veteran leadership, and all-around character guys. And then when they added those guys, we kind of knew, okay, this is our year. We're going for it. And that was exciting. That was really, really cool feeling because when you added those guys, I almost feel like as a team, we knew we can beat anyone on any given night, and we can play any game they wanted. They want to play tough. We had tough guys. Our whole half our third line and our fourth line guys can chuck them. We had some tough defensemen. You want to play skilled? We had skilled guys. We had Cooney. We had Sid. We had Melkin. We had guys that can, play any way they wanted, which was that's what was fun. That's what was really exciting when we got those guys. And, again, we just added to the character of the team.
How true are all the stories about how it was truly major important thing that when Guerin got here, he immediately just set about busting Sid's balls and loosened Sid specifically up? Because I think people have heard little stories about that. Can you speak firsthand to what that was like?
It was unbelievable. If anyone's been around a guy that comes in a room and he just fits in, he is who he is, and he doesn't. Everyone's available to get chirped with Billy. Everyone's on high alert when you go in the room. You get a new haircut, he was coming at you. Anything. And Sid was no different, and it was fun because the longer you're around the league, you just hear the best chirps, the best lines. And Billy would come in and he would just unload on Sid. And I think Sid loved it because it made Sid feel more of one of the boys instead of a superstar, which he was. But it really made Sid feel great. And even giving it back to Sid on the bench when no one really else did. Billy was a guy that would be no, F you, Sid, that's not what it's like. No, you have to do this. And that's leadership, hearing things, even for Sid that maybe he didn't want to hear. But after Sid would be, Billy would be the first guy sitting on Sid's lap trying to interview him as a joke, but that's a great team, and again, it's just like when he came in, he had that presence of like, hey boys, I'm here, I'm going to be myself, and I'm going to tell you exactly how it is. You're going to chirp me, we're going to chirp you. That's what's going to be fun about this year. So he was great, and he still is. Like, I want to touch on Billy for a little bit, but he's one of the guys, like when you think of like how the U.S. was built this year, the U.S. team, how Minnesota's played, like they have a tough team, they have a skilled team, and Billy Guerin's a guy that never forgets about his former teammates. There was a guy, obviously a former teammate that was going through some tough times, and Billy went out of his way to take care of one of these guys, and like just have the uttermost respect for Billy Guerin. He's just an all-around unbelievable guy.
Tyler, before we get you out, same question I asked you about Raquel. Is Erik Karlsson still on the Penguins roster Saturday morning?
Oh, that's a tough one. That's 50-50. Like, I just think you're going to have to retain some of that. Yeah, I just think you're going to have – it all depends how much money Kyle Dubas wants to retain with Karlsson, because I think people know the Penguins want to get him out of town, and they have some bargaining chips, and I think they're going to be like, no, we'll take him, but you're gonna have to eat quite a bit of his salary to let us take him on our team, and that's going to be tough for the Penguins because they've got a lot of money tied into guys that aren't performing at the level that maybe we all thought they could.
TK, we'll talk next week about their moves. Thanks, man.
All right, boys. Have a good day.
Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by Julian Gray Associates, SaveYourSettlement.com. Comprehensive strategies to manage their settlements or verdicts following life-altering events. Coming up, what the longest tenured Steelers insider just said about the future of Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. I'm live in Bradenton at Lecom Park. The Pirates are playing the Blue Jays. Donnie and Mulsey back in Pittsburgh. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment on the Fin.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per house.
At NGM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Start your day right with Get-Go Cafe and Market, where value meets flavor. Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more, all served on buttery croissants. It's easy to have a great morning with this delicious deal. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Penguins losers last night to the Avalanche. The trade deadline is Friday. Next stop for them, Las Vegas. For more, go to 937thefan.com. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Split squad day, day 2. I'm in Bradenton with the Pirates. Donnie and Mulsey back in Greentree. We could be getting that main move any minute now. We'll keep you abreast of that. NFL moves happening everywhere. Every time we go to break, another big signing or another big-name player gets released. The Steelers have done nothing, twiddling their thumbs. Zach Bond, who went from special teams player to defensive player of the year finalist, just like TJ Watt, has re-upped with the Eagles, will not test free agency. 3 years, $51 million. That's $10 million more than the Steelers gave Patrick Queen last year in free agency, so he's blown by Queen. And I was thinking, Chris.
Hold on, I have to say something about this Bond deal. You'll love it, too. It's going to be me looking like an idiot. I went on the sports call with Pomp last night, and we just got to the topic of the Eagles by way of having talked about the Steelers, and he wanted to talk about Barkley's deal and everything. And I said, they have a lot of guys that they've got to pay who are pending free agents, and Bond was one of the names that came up. And I said, here's a bold take, Bob. I think given Howie Roseman's focus on positional value, they'll let him test the waters and somebody else will pay him, and they'll just backfill with they'll fill up that position with somebody else despite him being a first-team All-Pro. So I said Zach Bond would not be an Eagle this coming season, looking quickly like one of my all-time worst takes.
No, not
curdling.
even close.
Look at aging like milk left out on the surface of the sun.
I thought it was going to be a Dexter Jackson or a Larry Brown situation where the guy was going to cash in on either one big game or one big season and then just revert right back to being a pedestrian player. They see it differently. You look at
Howie's breaking his mold. Howie's breaking his mold, man. He is a firm. He has always been a firm. Don't pay running backs. Don't pay off-ball backers. And now he's done both.
He's done both here. So maybe that'll lead to their demise. Although, who am I to judge the Eagles when they're in the Super Bowl 2 of the last 3 years and they just won a Super Bowl last month? It did get my brain thinking about the Steelers and their moves, and they're not in the market for any linebackers, but they still have Holcomb on their roster, who they paid 2 years ago in free agency, and he never got on the field this year. I'm not sure if he's going to play again in any capacity, and that's another guy that is just a logical candidate to get cut. You feel bad because his career got derailed by an injury, just like Sean Spence did here so many years ago as another promising linebacker. You picked up Queen and you drafted Peyton Wilson to cover your ass on that. And I just don't know why Holcomb hasn't been cut. Well, how much money would they save on that, Donnie? Do you have the number?
$6 million.
$6 million. That's a no-brainer.
If you cut Ogunjobi,
to get rid of him.
If you cut Larry O, you cut Cole Holcomb, and you cut Cordero Patterson, Pony, you're saving something like 15.8, almost $16 million bucks.
And if you just took that money and spent it on one player, you could get you'd get an upper echelon number 3 wide receiver or low end number 2 for $16 to $17 million on the
I think you get a low
market.
end. I think you get a low to mid 2.
And maybe one of those players will make it into my list later on in the show. The top 5 Steelers non-quarterback targets in free agency. Having been texting away in my Spring Hill Suites hotel room early this morning trying to get the latest on this.
Wow, working your sources.
Names. Yes. while being reminded by people that today I think is the anniversary of Syracuse losing to Vermont in the first round of the NCAA tournament, which was one of the days I punched a hole in my door at home.
TJ Sorrentine from the parking lot.
Yeah.
Taylor Coppenrath.
I miss those. I don't miss that day, but I do miss Gus Johnson on the NCAA tournament. Oh, was he phenomenal.
Audacious shot by TJ Sorrentine. One of the most audacious shots I've ever seen in terms of just.
And he was terrible in that game. He was like.
That's what made it more audacious. He hadn't had a good game, and he just launched from 30 feet.
All right, so here's the deal with Jerry Dulac in his chat today on Steelers quarterbacks. When Austin Bechtold asked a question about who would be the most likely quarterback not named Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, Jerry couldn't respond because he's so sure that it's going to be one of those two guys. He said later in the chat it will get done with Russ or Fields, and also said something's imminent between those two guys. So the most either respected or longest tenured beat writer or both, depending on how you feel about Jerry, thinks that it's still only a two-horse race, that they're really even not that serious about outside candidates, poo-pooed the idea of Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins or somebody like that coming here. Did make it seem like there was the possibility Daniel Jones could be a backup quarterback here next year, or they could use a mid-round pick on a quarterback even if one of those guys, when one of those guys signs, they can still take a Jalen Milroe, or if Jackson Dart were to fall in the draft, take him. But he's convinced it's going to be one of those two. And then he said this about money for both guys. Justin Fields, he projects to get between $12 to $15 million a year. And with Russ, he projects the deal to be 2 years, $50 million. Now, what baffles me on this is if that's really where he expects both of those deals to come in, how is it even a debate between those two guys? Like, I'm not the biggest Justin Fields guy because of the way I think the Steelers will put him in shackles and put him basically in a straitjacket. But if I can sign Justin Fields for 2 years, say $28 million, versus Russell Wilson 2 years, $50, why are they even still talking to Russ, Chris?
I don't think – I think this is very simple, this situation. Like, I after reading Jerry's chat, I do not think this is that complicated. I think they are trying to hammer out a deal with Fields, and I'm not sure Jerry might have the number exactly right. He also called the process a bit ponderous in another answer. I think they're trying to hammer out a deal with Fields. I think it's very clear that if they wanted to deal with Wilson, they'd already have one because Russ has no real other suitors, and there's at least a chance that Fields, because of his age and because of how things went here where he goes 4-2 and then gets stuck to the bench, might want to look elsewhere for an offer. But that's how I'm reading this.
But it feels like Russ still has a higher asking price that's built mainly or mostly on reputation and what he's made since his rookie deal, and still demanding that number, even though there's not another team in the NFL who would pay him that amount to be their quarterback. That's the confounding thing about it. If Russell Wilson wants 2 years and $50 million, and that's like the low end, like that's the bare minimum he'll play for, he won't play in the NFL this season. I don't think there's a team dumb enough to give him that contract.
I would hope not. I mean, I get the sense that all roads here lead back to Fields, and it's just a case of them maybe having to exit their comfort zone a little bit with what they're willing to pay him, average annual value on a 2-year deal, to get him to sign before legal tampering starts. I just don't envision a scenario where they're like seriously talking to Russ, as you said, if that's what he's actually expecting.
Given what we hear about how they feel about Fields, like he's their first priority, he's first in the pecking order, Schefter said that, all these things. If the people around the team think the most he can get in free agency is $15 a year, I just don't understand why the Steelers wouldn't say, all right, we say uncle, let's get this done and end this drama, and we'll just give you 2 years, $30 million and be done with it. Unless they have reservations on the guy. You want them to do that.
I wish they would. I'd be fine with that because you probably are going to load up the deal such that the second year isn't actually going to be, it's not going to be like an even 15-15 split in terms of cap hit. He's there for 2 years. He's your bridge quarterback. He maybe starts the first chunk of 2026. And then you presumably have drafted a guy, at least I'll cross my fingers that you've drafted a guy that you intend to be your next quarterback for 10 to 12 years. I just cannot, my brain, I try to do the analytical stuff here, Pony. I try to run it through every reasonable filter that I can. And all I come back to is Russ is just being held off to the side as like the, in case of emergency, sigh heavily and break this glass. But I think they should be motivated, even if they have to overpay by a couple million in the aggregate. Get Fields signed. It's clearly, didn't you take it from all of Jerry's answers about it that it seems like it's Fields that they want more? He talked about, somebody asked him, hey, will Fields sign on his birthday? Because I guess today is Justin Fields' birthday. He goes, no.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday, Justin Fields. He goes, no, but maybe a belated gift. Like, all answers were pointing towards Fields.
But if Fields elects for free agency,
well, then they're screwed.
And then they're going to sign Russ, is the way that Jerry makes it out. Like, all right,
but
okay,
they don't want to have to do that.
Dry.
But it's so weird. They don't want to have to sign Russ, but they also clearly have like a certain ceiling on what they're willing to do with Fields. This is kind of what happens. Hold on, this is kind of what happens, Pony, when you don't really have a quarterback. You bring in two guys who are the man elsewhere. One of them goes 4-2, but you decide to go to the other guy anyway, and then it looks like a good move until he just completely has all the wheels fall off and loses 5 straight, and then you end up in this sort of limbo. Anyway.
Donnie, if all that Fields wants is somewhere between $12 and $15 million, why is it so hard to get a deal done with him?
The deal should have been signed yesterday or several days ago, whatever you want to use there. This deal should have been done long ago if that's all the guy wants. Like, at this point, I'm just thinking his mentality will be, well, I'm going to wait to see what else is out there for me in the open market. And it really does seem like Russell Wilson's just that true fallback plan. Like, if we heard people trying to connect the dots of Russell Wilson to Vegas because of Pete Carroll, a little bit about Russell Wilson and the New York Giants, but have we really heard teams be serious about Russell Wilson? Whereas I think there's a lot more fire to the Justin Fields stuff on the open market.
Jerry said in that chat he doesn't think Fields will draw any interest as a starting quarterback from any other team out there. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that either. Exactly.
I also just wonder if
Jerry's by that, actually.
I wonder if Jerry's $12 to $15 million figure for him is really accurate, because it's just we keep coming back to how could it not be done already if that's what he wants. I just wonder if that's low.
Well, I had heard that when there were preliminary discussions about this, that I don't know if it's either they expected or from conversations with both agents, they just assumed that Russ was going to be more expensive than Fields.
Well, I still think that's correct to assume that. I think Russ views himself a very specific way.
But he's also said things like he wants to play football until he's in his mid-40s.
Well, yes, I think Russ is also delusional.
Right. So is he over money? Is he going to retire from the NFL out of spite? Like, oh, no one in the league thinks I'm worth what I think I'm worth. I guess I'll just take my ball, go home, and
I do absolutely think, it could
happily
be
ever after with Sierra.
I do absolutely think it could be just a rude shock to his system, and he doesn't really have a way to handle it. Yes.
He doesn't seem like a guy that can easily turn it off and just retire. Like, I feel like his whole being is based on the fact that he gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning and puts on his gold cleats and his black Steelers t-shirt and shorts and goes out and does drills for 8 hours and keeps telling himself that he's one day closer to winning another championship. Like, I don't see him going quiet. I don't know. I mean, does he get the rude awakening and at some point say, all right, I guess I'll settle, and if this is the only way I can be a starting quarterback in the NFL, I'll take less money just to continue my NFL career.
You don't mean with the Steelers, you mean with somebody else.
With anybody, Steelers or otherwise. Maybe he's locked in a game of chicken with them, where they think by the time we get to Monday or thereafter, he might just drop his price a ton.
Do you think
'cause there's
Russ
no
would
other
be?
offers out
Do you
there.
think he would be lobbying this hard? I love the Steelers. I want to be with the Steelers. If he really felt like there were other teams out there, he wouldn't. I just don't think there would be a ton that would be gained by talking about how much you love the Steelers if your people had kind of surveyed the market for you and said, there's actually some teams out there who really want you, Russ.
But I also think that's just the way he's wired, where if he just played for a team and he wants to be there, even if he might like other places, he's going to talk and act like that's the greatest thing that could happen to him is playing for that team beyond that season. I don't know.
How could he want to feel that way about the Steelers? He lost 5 games in a row, and by the end of it, was turned into a laughing stock for telling Cam, let's go win 4, let's go win 4, after he blew the game, and Cam was playing with, the death flu.
And also had multiple reporters say that the coaching staff put him in his place over audibles and game plan.
And also had a story leak out that he and the offensive coordinator quite literally just do not see eye to eye. Yes, sounds like the exact place you'd want to play if you thought you had options elsewhere.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The gambling markets, they correctly predicted last year that the Steelers would sign Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. DK Metcalf has requested a trade, and another wide receiver was released today. And yet the gambling markets think there's a good chance the Steelers land one of 2 big-name free agent wide receivers. We'll tell you who they are next. Quick timeout, then we're right back. I'm in Bradenton. Donnie and Chris back in Greentree. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bottom 3 in Bradenton. Toronto leading 1-0 over the Buccos. A night game tomorrow. Pirates and Orioles at 6 p.m. You can listen to that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I don't know if it's the best free agency move ever, but it's on the short list. Saquon Barkley allowed to leave the Giants, lands in Philadelphia, and wins the Super Bowl while running for 2,500 yards overall. And now he signs a 2-year extension that makes him the first running back to average over $20 million a season. The Barkley business is booming. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture. 2 great divisions in one great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with the Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You think it's just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Already seeing a delay on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're backed up from the Bend of Bates into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
In 10 minutes, Mike Florio is going to tell us what to expect from the Steelers at quarterback and in free agency. I'm live in Bradenton. Pirates and Blue Jays playing behind me here at Lecom. Donnie and Mulsey back in Pittsburgh. I'll tell you what, something about being around baseball just makes you want to eat sunflower seeds all day. We got bags of Donnie and Mulsey. Giant brand has taken over. They've knocked David off as the head honcho.
So Goliath, in the sense, is beating David in this one? If they're called Giant brand?
Yep. And they have made a comeback on David, who had the market cornered for years. Listen to these flavors. Dill pickle, KC-style barbecue, sweet Thai chili. They're changing the game, man. These sunflower seed flavors have exploded. When I was a kid playing Little League, they had 3 kinds. They had original, they had ranch, and they had barbecue. And
correct.
That was it.
There was, and I always thought ranch were nasty. I was an original guy. Did you know anyone that just ate the seed casing, or did everybody you know, like, I think there was 3 ways to do it. The sicko way, which I knew people who would chew them up and just swallow them, like people who swallow dip. Then the people who would actually work to crack open the shell and eat the seed. And then people who didn't do any of that and just kind of had the seeds in until the flavor went away, and then they spit them all out.
I got news for you. I've been doing that for the last 5 minutes. Just eating the seed with the
shell on. That should be interesting later when you have to go to the bathroom.
Mulsey, we're joined by a guest right now. He is one of our favorites. He's been on our show multiple times. He told us about his new contract and celebrating it with, I think, a Domino's pizza, or was it Pizza Hut, Mitch?
Oh, Domino's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Mitch Keller here with us. How'd you do out there today? What'd you think?
Good. Besides the solo homer, that was just a terrible slider right down the middle. But other than that, it was really good. Felt good about it. Yeah.
I saw the whole fam here today. I saw your brother.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a normal thing where everyone's down here to watch you pitch in spring training?
Oh, no, they're over in Orlando at Disney World, so they just thought they'd come over for the day and watch me pitch. It just kind of lined up.
So are you going to take part in the Disney World insanity and get a break, or?
No.
I didn't think so.
I wish. There's no breaks in spring training, no.
Have you ever drank around the world at Epcot?
Oh,
I've done
man.
It.
I have done not around the world. I just stopped at a few places.
Okay.
That was enough for me.
You gotta, I was gonna say, you gotta like really be committed to it. You know, it's like going the distance in a baseball game. Managers got to tell you beforehand, I need all 9 innings out of you when you want to drink around the world at Epcot.
I got sick on a ride before.
Which one? Do you remember?
I think it was Everest, the one that goes backwards.
Oh.
In the dark, so then I had to go take a nap in the first aid room, and then I rebounded, and I was good. So that's probably why I didn't drink around the world.
Mitch,
that's the Sorry, Chris. I'm bad at the simulator rides. I don't know if that's, the ones that you feel like you're actually just in a room and they're moving you around, but you're not actually.
No, yeah, those are my favorite.
You like those?
Yeah, I love that one.
Interesting.
Pony, I had a ride ruined for me. So what is it? Space Mountain there at Disney World's like the one still like one that everyone wants to go on regardless of ages. Somebody did like one of those YouTube tours with all the lights on, and I was like, man. This is just there's nothing to this thing. They got to keep that ride in the dark at all times. They should protect that. Like they should never let that be shown publicly. If you ever go down there again, Pony, you're going to because your daughter's going to grow up to be the age soon where she wants to go all the time.
She's got Disney on Ice this weekend.
Right, man.
That's a big one for her. Big
horrible job by them putting Space Mountain out there with the lights on.
My wife and I just had one, yeah.
Congrats.
He's a month old. So,
month old. What's that like?
It's been fun, yeah. Spring training's definitely been different. I don't have time to go golf or anything, but it's been... It's been great.
How is the sleeping situation right now? Like, you getting enough shut-eye?
Oh, yeah. My wife's been great. She's been getting up with them in the middle of the night, so I've got no complaints on the sleep.
So the infant's been thrust into the Disney World chaos then?
No, not my kid.
Okay.
No.
All right, cool.
Absolutely not.
Baseball in the crib already, Mitch? Like, did you do one of those bits where it's like, all right, here's a baseball, like...
No, not yet. I'm going to wait a few years for that.
When did you really get serious about baseball in life?
Man, I would say, so I have an older brother. He's 3.5 years older than I am. So once I saw him kind of go through like the recruiting process for college, and then he ended up getting drafted out of high school, and then I kind of realized, I was like, dang, I'm kind of trending the same way that he was. So I'd say probably like sophomore year of high school when I really realized I was throwing harder than most kids and doing things that most kids weren't doing. So I think that was kind of the point where I realized, baseball is probably my thing.
Were you a kid that played every sport growing up? And if you did you drop everything else to specialize in baseball at a point in time?
Yeah, I played everything, really. Played baseball, basketball. I didn't play football, though. I played flag football, but as soon as they put the pads on, I was like, yeah, I'll go play some golf. I grew up, my grandparents had a driving range growing up, so.
Really?
I grew up out there. Yeah, I grew up out there.
Was that your
in high
first
school,
love,
I played baseball, basketball, and golf.
Was baseball always like not only the sport you were best at and had the most potential in, but also your favorite? Or was it one of those deals where, yeah, I love this sport more, but I know my future is over here?
I just loved every sport, I liked playing baseball. I loved playing golf. I loved playing basketball, too. It just kind of came to, like, that time, and, we got the perfect game, fall showcases and stuff, and our golf season was in fall, so I was like, I kind of have to.
Who's your biggest golf rival on the Pirates? Like, guy that you're going out and playing with, and you guys are having some intense matches on off days, maybe?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Honestly, not many guys on the team play during the season. I would say probably Radley Haddad, one of our coaches. Me and him are playing a lot. He's pretty good. I know there's a bunch of other guys that play, but like,
how good are you? What's the handicap,
not like during
if you
the
don't
season.
mind?
Oh man, on my GHIN app, I am 5, I think, 4 or 5.
So you guys got to get out there together. Ballsy again, open.
But I mean, that's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe it. I'd say I'm more of like an 8.
So I'm bringing that up for a reason, Mitch. I have the Gin app open right now, and so I was trying to figure out, like, all right, let me scroll through the Kellers because it's weird, and you got to search with your last name.
Search it it's in Iowa. So
I think it's this one that says 3.9. Here's why I bring all this up.
Yeah, that's
you.
I don't know. I don't believe that. That's me, but I don't believe that.
I don't want to dime out the golf course or anything and have people mobbing you at the course or something like that. But I just saw a Scotty Scheffler video, and I'm an 11, and this is the best I've ever been. I had like my best year bringing my handicap down last year. I just see a Scheffler video where he goes, yeah, it's really fun playing with your friends. I have a friend who's a 10 handicap. He's not a very good golfer, and he just beat me because of the handicap system. You want to talk about, like, a kick in the mouth right there. I'm an 11 thinking, I am trending in the right direction, and here's the best player on earth going, yeah, he's a 10. He kind of stinks.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, just keep practicing. You get better.
Did you jump out of your chair when Cooper DeJean had that pick six in the Super Bowl? Do you still live vicariously through the Iowa guys?
Honestly, I was driving to spring training, so I was not watching the game. I was watching it on my phone. Well, I had it on in the car. I was listening to it. I wasn't watching it. But I kind of freaked out, a little bit. I thought that was really cool. Just an Iowa kid doing his thing out there, and then just growing up watching Iowa football.
On his birthday?
Yeah, on his birthday.
How about that?
Wild. That's honestly wild.
Hey, Mitch, thanks so much for swinging by.
Yeah.
Best of luck this season.
Absolutely.
I'm sure we'll talk again soon, dude.
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Mitch Kill, everybody. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We've got Mike Florio and more coming up. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt at North Carolina State tonight. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. 7 p.m. tip. Pregame at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 22 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take the Terps in Ann Arbor tonight. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Michigan a short home favorite against Maryland after getting blown out at home on Sunday. The Wolverines need a win to stay alive for the Big Ten championship, but Maryland has nearly a top 10 defense and Michigan turns it over 20% of the time. Terps plus 2.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, back here in Bradenton. Andrew Filipponi here. Chris Muller and Donnie Football are back in Pittsburgh. Mike Florio in 20 minutes, moving him back. He'll get you the latest on what the Steelers are going to do at quarterback and what other free agent moves might be on the table. Sitting across from me right now, Spencer Horwitz. Played for the Blue Jays and had a great career with the Guardians, man. That was tremendous.
Yeah,
do you have a favorite moment from your time there before you got traded here?
I got a great phone call from.
What's that like? Hey, we traded for you. An hour later, we traded you again,
and then you're gone. Yeah, it was a whirlwind of an hour, if that.
Did your agent tell you, hey, don't go looking for
real
estate in
Northeast
Ohio? Yeah.
No. The Blue Jays actually are the ones that were telling me, like, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but you're going to Cleveland. So I was like up in the air about it, and I didn't really know. And then,
man, that's a weird thing to say on a trade call.
Yeah, it was weird, but it worked out that I'm down in Bradenton and Pittsburgh now. How are you feeling right now, Spencer? Like, just physically, how are you doing with the wrist and everything else, and just what's your outlook right now? Yeah, obviously not the way I wanted to start my Pirate career, but we're doing great. Rehab's going really well. Working with the staff here, and they've been awesome. I'd say we're on schedule, and body feels great. I'm doing defense every day, doing my one-handed swings, two-handed swings when I'm allowed to, and
yeah, I'm really excited to get back on the field.
I feel like that would drive me nuts if I were, like, I'm thinking back to me playing baseball as a kid and being told, well, because you're rehabbing something, you really got to only do the defensive drills. That would drive me nuts. It's like, I want to get in the box and swing.
Yeah, I've definitely always leaned towards hitting, but yeah, I'm getting extra reps on defense right now, so who knows? Maybe I'll become a defensive specialist too.
One of your teammates, I'm not going to dime them out. We're obviously big Steelers fans, but I grew up a Giants fan. And he showed me that you had a shirt in your locker room, or in your locker, of when the Ravens beat the Giants in the Super Bowl 34-7 here in Tampa.
Yeah,
that was a horrible night for me. I'm guessing it has some meaning for you then, if that's...
Yeah, that was... I was spoiled as a Ravens fan. Sorry for everyone listening, but that's home. And, yeah, I do love the Ravens, and I remember that was one of my first memories I've ever had. I remember jumping up and down on the coffee table. We had all our family over, and then, again, watching them beat the 49ers when Beyonce performed and had the lights go out. I'll never forget those two Super Bowls. And
there was a Ray Lewis antler spray.
Yeah.
You remember that, Spencer?
We're talking about controversies now. Okay. I got it.
So wait, you remember? Hold on, this is like wild to me. You remember a Super Bowl that was played when you were what, 3.5, 4 years old? Not even.
Yeah.
Oh, that is wild, man.
I remember. Yeah, I remember. My dad was really sick. He had the flu, but he was upstairs, and all his brothers and sisters, my cousins, my aunts and uncles came over. And I remember running around the backyard after we won, all excited. And the defense didn't give up that touchdown either. It was the best defense I've ever.
That was a Ron Dixon return, and then Lewis took it back the very next play, unfortunately.
Not that you kept that with you, Pony, over the years and thought
when
about
you say when you say you love the Ravens, is it to the point where, and again, I hate to bring up bad memories. Just kidding, I don't. But when Mark Andrews dropped that ball, were you was it like a visceral anger? Was it like a depression that set in? Was it, you know what, we'll get him next year? Like, take me through the range of emotions there in that moment for you.
It was more just like shock. Yeah, it was. I was coming back from Pirate Fest, actually, and I was watching on the plane, and I was just pure shock.
Oh, you had to watch? They go through that on a plane?
Yeah. And,
no!
Yeah, it was.
But were you going back to Baltimore?
No, I spent the offseason in Charlotte. So
you're not even around people that are able to, like, empathize with your situation.
No, I was on the flight with Kyle Nichols, and he was, like the aisle over for me. And
you're like, I got it, buddy. He dropped it.
Yeah, I was like, trust me, I saw it. But, yeah, it was. Mark's been amazing for us the last, almost probably decade now.
I can tell you're a true fan when you just say great for us. The us and the we stuff is true fan things. But you know what? I just thought of this while you were telling that story. It's got to be a little different for you as a professional athlete yourself. Like, you have a capacity to put yourself in that guy's shoes, albeit in a different sport, like the disappointment you feel. We all experience it from the outside. We're fans, we're media, what he might be going through. Like, you're in a different sport, but you can probably put yourself in a position where you might have struck out or something, or had something you didn't want to have happen, go through that and kind of know, maybe better than most, Spencer, what he would be feeling in that kind of moment.
Yeah, I honestly felt really bad for him.
Like almost like a professional empathy or sympathy, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he trains, I assume, harder than 99% of the world. And he made a mistake in a really big moment, and that's one play. And that one play doesn't define who he is as a player, and it won't, because he's an unbelievable player. And I'm so lucky that we have him on our team. But, yeah, I had a really, really tough strikeout. I'll never forget when I got called up in September in 2023. First game being called up, and I struck out with the bases loaded, 2 outs, down 1. And I'll never forget that feeling of, I felt like I let the team down. I let down Toronto, and it was a terrible feeling. And I'm sure he felt even worse because that's in a playoff game. So, yeah.
How long? You said you'll never forget it, but how long does it take somebody like you to get over something like that?
Well, I homered the next day, so.
There you go. That helps. Congratulations on all your success.
Yeah, no, that was. It was actually I wasn't supposed to play, and Belt was a late scratch, and I was so excited to get back in and just be able to play again.
Brandon Belt.
Yeah, and yeah, that was how I got my first career home run.
Who does Spencer Horwitz model his game after at the plate? Who are you?
Good question.
You're thinking you're growing up, you're probably emulating players, but who is the guy you've tried to take, your approach and kind of model anything you do maybe after a little bit of what this guy does, a little bit of what that guy does?
Yeah, it's evolved over the years. Being from Baltimore, Brian Roberts and Manny Machado were two guys I loved watching play, but as I got older and started like really studying guys' swings and them hitting, I hate striking out, and I love Michael Brantley, the way he played, the way he swung. It was simple, it was easy. And then his dad is the cherry on top when you see him in the stands showing Michael how to hit when he's in the big leagues. Yeah, I love that whole dynamic too.
When you go back to Baltimore, do you have a spot where you tell people, okay, you think this place has good crab cakes, but this is actually the place where you should go, where like all the true crab cake knowers know where to go?
Yeah, so we get catered Jimmy's Seafood most of the time when we go there, and Jimmy's is great. But I'm biased towards closer to home in the county, so I go to Papa's, and that's by far my favorite crab cake, and you get Maryland soup there too.
What's Maryland soup?
So I really do the half and half. So it's cream of crab soup and Maryland soup put together. So Maryland soup's like a tomato base, and then cream of crab is more of like a cream base.
Is it almost like a clam chowder thing? But
with crab. Okay. Exactly. So
Spencer,
you put half and half, and it's great.
So I'm a huge food guy, and like Pony and our producer Donnie have told me I'm insane. They've never heard of this. Everyone knows Maryland and Baltimore and everything for crab cakes. Is pit beef a thing there? Am I making that up, that there's like some sort of like way that beef sandwiches are made around Baltimore that's like hugely popular there too? You can tell me if I'm completely out of my mind here.
Yeah, I'd say probably the best pit beef I've had is the one in the stadium in Camden Yards is Boog's.
Boog's Barbecue.
Yeah,
Boog
really
Powell.
good pit beef sandwich.
Boog Powell, man.
Powell. Yeah, and he's always there too, signing. And it's a really
That's
good
a great place to see a game, by the way.
Yeah, I was spoiled as a kid going there. I've never played or I went to PNC for Fan Fest, but I haven't seen a game. But everyone says they're very similar, and they're awesome.
I would agree with that. Did you grow up and go to a lot of Orioles games then?
Yeah, I was leaving school early, going to opening days. I was spoiled as a kid. My dad grew up a huge Orioles fan, and when he was growing up, it was some really, really good Orioles teams. And unfortunately for me, not till I got till high school, they didn't make the playoffs. But yeah, I didn't get to go to those playoff games, but it was so much fun going to the park.
You mentioned you hit your first home. Was it your first home run the day
First
after?
career homer, yeah.
So what happened to that ball? What's the story there? Do you have it?
I landed in the bullpen, and I gave it to my brother. My brother's my best friend and my ride or die, and he's going to be in Pittsburgh all the time.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
What is that your major league moment that you look back on and say, like, if there was a career highlight reel for Spencer Horwitz, this would be like the number one players, or something else where you're like, this is my apex moment as a major league, big league player?
I think that'd be the first one. But I think I got called up last year, and I ended up playing a lot of second base. And I didn't do that in my professional career much. And I think it was about my fifth or sixth game. And I made a diving play on Jose Ramirez and made top 10. Not known to be a defensive guy, and making a diving play at second base on Jose Ramirez, who gives you a high five running off the field.
Really?
That's pretty special,
awesome.
Yeah. And then I hit 2 home runs in that game, too.
That's a
so that was people say the home runs. I was like, yeah, but you see the defense there.
Maybe that's why Cleveland decided to trade you. They were like, you know what? We're ticked off at this guy.
Yeah. How foreign were you to playing second base when that happened?
I did it in high school. I was a catcher, shortstop, second base in high school. But, yeah, didn't play second base. I think I played 6 games before last year in my professional career. It was just like we needed a guy, and I would go do it. But consistently doing it, last year was my first time doing it.
Man,
what's it like for a guy who grows up, by the way, Spencer, rooting for the Orioles, leaving school early to go to games at Camden Yards, and then your first 2 professional seasons are spent in the division against, on the opponent, on the Blue Jays. You've got to go try to beat your childhood team. Like, are you retaining Orioles fandom when you're not playing them? Like, how's that? I always wondered how that worked.
Yeah, I definitely get some more cheers when I'm in Camden Yards. But, yeah, I mean, my high school brought a bus of students down. My high school buddies came down, family, over 40.
And they're rooting for you, to be very clear, for that day only. They're rooting, like, I hope Spencer hits 2 home runs and the Orioles lose because he played a great game, correct?
I don't know if they're even rooting for the Blue Jays to win. I think they're rooting for me to have success, but the Orioles to have more.
Oh, boy.
But, yeah, going home and playing in front of friends and family is special, and something I got to do for the first time last year, and it it was a lot, and I'm really grateful I got to do it.
Spencer, let's get you back healthy, and we look forward to seeing you in Pittsburgh this year, man.
Sounds good to me.
We'll do this chat again soon. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Quick timeout, then we'll be back with Mike Florio. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, showers with an isolated storm possible and temperatures in the low to mid 60s. Tomorrow morning, low temperatures right around freezing with the chance of rain and snow showers. Snow showers through the day on Thursday and windy with highs in the mid 30s and mostly cloudy Thursday night with lows in the upper 20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1230.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where TurboTax Expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
T-Mobile Home Internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You gotta talk fast.
T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile Home Internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I used precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over.
We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual.
Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Don't miss celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori and Don Engebretson, the Renegade Gardener, this weekend only. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle and stroll through a fully furnished model home by Buckhorn Showcase built right inside the Convention Center. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center, downtown.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. We have entered March. College basketball conference tournaments are here. And we've got Robert Morris, one of the great stories in Pittsburgh sports, a Cinderella story, if you will. They are playing in this tournament, and they are one of the favorites to win it. And they have had a tremendous year, 20-plus wins. Can they get back to the tournament, the big tournament? And you can bet on them to do it right now. Get to FanDuel, and new bettors, new customers get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything, anything you want, including who's going to cut down the nets at the end of March. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and get in on all the college hoops and get paid instantly when you play. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Things are starting to back up on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll see delays from 2nd Avenue through the tunnels to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins losing last night to the Avalanche. They now head to Vegas. The trade deadline is Friday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I'm down in Bradenton with the Pirates, Mulsey and Donnie back in Green Tree. NFL free agency really starts on Monday with legal tampering. All the biggest deals will get announced then. Teams trying to lock up their own players in advance. We've seen Zach Bond sign back with the Eagles. We've also seen DK Metcalf request a trade today, and Christian Kirk, who the Steelers wanted at the trade deadline last year before he got injured, was sent packing by the Jaguars. For more on that, we go back to the hotline and welcome in Mike Florio, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, ProFootballTalk.com, our guest. All right, Mike, what do you think at quarterback here? Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, or somebody else?
Well, I like the report that Justin Fields is more likely to be the guy than Russell Wilson. I just think that Wilson would be, all due respect to him and everything he's accomplished in his career, yada, yada, check the boxes, show the respect, a mistake for the Steelers in 2025. Between Wilson and Fields, I think Fields is the better choice. The question is, who else is out there? And I could get behind pairing Fields with one of the rookies that might slip in around 2 or 3. Usually we see guys taken around 1, and then it's like several rounds until other guys are taken. This year there could be some decent options that are available in round 2 or round 3. The Steelers could then try to develop them without that pressure of, oh, you got to play him, he's a first-round pick. Let Fields have a year. Let the young guy get his feet wet. Evaluate whether or not he'd be the option. You need to do a short-term deal with Fields to make that work. But I'm more comfortable with that, I think, than the other options available. All the other veterans are available for a reason. They've shown no interest in Aaron Rodgers, and it's possible they just don't want to have another veteran quarterback who potentially sucks all the air out of the organization like Wilson might have done last year. So, I said all along Rodgers was the most sensible choice, but if they're not interested in him, he ain't going to be the choice. So Fields with a rookie, I like that approach at a time when there aren't many great ones staring us in the face.
Mike, as far as Wilson goes, I could at least conceive that if Fields hits free agency, there will be some teams interested in him as a bridge quarterback type of player. Do you get the sense there's any real interest in Wilson outside whatever interest the Steelers might have as far as him as a starting quarterback next year? Is the rest of the league moved on from this guy?
The most obvious dot connecting has always pointed to a reunion with Pete Carroll in Las Vegas, but it was not the most seamless exit for Wilson from Seattle. There was a report from Tyler Dunn, who was with Bleacher Report at the time, I believe. He might have already left, but regardless, there was a report that Wilson wanted Carroll to be fired. So how do you get that? That minor little awkwardness in the rearview mirror if Russell Wilson becomes the guy in Las Vegas. And at this point, it's a one-club golf bag. It's the moon ball, and that's it. He doesn't have the speed to run away from pressure. There aren't a lot of other throws that he does well. That moon ball looks great, and it can be effective, but it can't be the full complement of your arsenal. And the thing with Russell Wilson, I don't think – now, look at Joe Flacco. He's hanging around the NFL for as long as he can. He loves football so much, he will gladly humble himself and hold a clipboard and wait. That's rare. Most guys who were once upon a time the highest paid player in the NFL are not willing to take on that role. Russell Wilson does not strike me as a guy who will take league minimum to not play. And so, and I also think that Wilson's personality makes it unlikely the team says, this is our ideal backup. So it's either starting job, in my view, or nothing for Russell Wilson. Yeah, who's going to give him a starting job? And he may have to wait and see where all the other chairs fill up when the music stops. And then if there's a team left and he's the best option or only option, that may be when the deal gets done.
Mike, what do you think happens to DK Metcalf?
Well, I was surprised that he has to be traded. I was surprised that the Seahawks said they do it. We asked John Schneider, the GM of the team, last week about it, and he downplayed it. Of course, that's the way the game is played. If you want to get maximum trade compensation, you got to act like you don't want to trade the guy. The Packers had been linked to him last week. There were conflicting reports coming out of India as to whether or not the Packers and the Seahawks have had trade discussions, but he's in play. Now, this is different from Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel's got about $17.5 million he's due next year. There's no indication he's going to Washington with an expectation that they give him a new deal on the way through the door. I got a feeling DK is going to want something to replace the $18 million he's due to make this year, the last year of his second contract with the Seattle Seahawks. That's going to be part of this. So you're going to have to, I'm believing, figure out how to make the Seahawks happy and figure out how to make Metcalf happy. And the reality is, the more you give up to trade for him, the less you're going to be willing to pay. The more you have to pay him, the less you're willing to give up in trade. So this is going to be a more complicated process than simply throwing a fifth-round pick to the 49ers for Deebo Samuel's contract.
What do you think is probably the sweet spot specifically on draft compensation? It stands to reason he's going to want like $30 million plus DK Metcalf, but if that is his ask, Mike, what do you think that would do in terms of draft compensation that a team would have to give up to get him?
Gut tells me a 3 or a 4, and maybe, I'm a big believer. Teams don't like to tie up future draft picks this way, and the Seahawks might want something this year. Maybe there's something this year and then something next year based upon what he does in the 2025 season. But when you start tying up multiple rounds of picks and you limit your options with those picks because you have to hold on to all of them then, if it's, a 4 that could become a 3, that could become a 2, teams aren't thrilled about that. That's always the most fair way. Hey, we'll give you something based upon what he does for us or what the team does this year. I'm sure the Jets wish they had done something like that when they traded for Davante Adams, where they gave up a third-round pick for 11 games, and they went 3-8 with Davante Adams on the roster. I'm a big believer in a fair back-end measurement based upon what the player and or the team does with that player on the field.
Mike, Kirk Cousins, is he actually going to stay in Atlanta? Is he a possible fallback option if Russell Wilson wants more money than the Steelers are willing to pay him, or they just lose out on the Justin Fields sweepstakes?
This is an intriguing game of chicken between Cousins and the Falcons because Cousins is getting $27.5 million this year, fully guaranteed from the Falcons, minus whatever he would make somewhere else. The challenge is, do the Falcons dump him before another $10 million next year becomes fully guaranteed? So they're already on the hook for $27.5. They could be on the hook for $10 million more. And Cousins has a no-trade clause. All he has to do is stand back and use my favorite line from Goodfellas that gets used like 3 or 4 times in a 20-second bite that ends with pay me. So if he wants to play, he's going to have to accept a trade. And if he just gets cut, this isn't as simple as it was last year with Russell Wilson, who made $39 million from the Broncos minus the $1.2 million that he got from the Steelers, which made him a very attractive option for Pittsburgh. If Cousins is available, is there a team out there that's going to pay him more than $27.5? And then the Falcons save everything. So I don't know how this is going to play out. A lot of it is really going to be determined by the Falcons' expectation of what the open market would be for Cousins. If he's not going to waive his no-trade clause, and the Falcons think that there's another team out there that would pay him more than $27.5 this year, the Falcons might find a way to wiggle out from under all of this. So they got a big decision to make, and Cousins has a big decision to make. The Falcons would love to trade him because if there's a team that would pay more than $27.5, they would gladly trade for his contract. But Cousins won't waive his no-trade clause. So this is a strange one, and I don't think enough people understand that this isn't nearly as simple as last year, where we're just going to cut him and he's going to go somewhere for the league minimum.
Mike, to what extent, if at all, do you think the Saquon Barkley extension from the Eagles is going to affect the market and the potential earning power of a guy like Najee Harris?
I think that the ultimate lesson from last year with the running back position, it's not that, hey, the running back is back. I think that the league has finally pivoted from the idea that you can find a running back anywhere and everywhere. Every major college in America produces a guy who in theory could play at the NFL level at the running back position. They all have a stud running back. And if you block for him, if he can hold on to the football when he's hit in a way that he's never been hit before, and if you can trust him to pick up blitzers, he can be your guy. But there's a difference between those interchangeable parts at running back and special running backs. And special running backs are going to get paid. Not special running backs, I think, are going to continue to not get paid. Now, agents will argue that as the market goes up, then all other running backs should get paid too. But that's where teams are going to say, wait a minute. You want $10 million for Najee Harris? We'll just draft a guy. Or we'll find a guy undrafted to do what we think Najee Harris can do. So I think the next step is understanding there's a dividing line, a know-it-when-you-see-it difference between Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, and everybody else.
Mike, among this gaggle of wide receivers, who do you think would be the most likely to get signed or acquired by the Steelers? Cooper Kupp, Chris Godwin, Amari Cooper, or Davante Adams?
Well, I would want a guy who's healthy more than anything else, and a guy who has a history of being healthy. So, Cooper Kupp, hey, he would have had a 1,000-yard season every year since 2021 if he'd been healthy, but he wasn't healthy. And you're assuming the risk that he's going to have health issues. So I want a guy that I am confident is going to be healthy. I think Devontae Adams is the best of the bunch right now, but the question is, how much is he going to want? Free agent for the first time in his career, but I want a guy who's going to come in and is a proven competitor, who's going to produce, and who has a history of being healthy.
Mike, what do you think the Max Crosby extension does? Same kind of question about Najee Harris I just asked. What do you think that does to T.J. Watt's future negotiations?
Well, anytime you get a great pass rusher who raises the bar, highest paid player at the position, highest paid non-quarterback in the league, that just bumps it higher and higher. And that's the way it goes. When the salary cap's going up $20 million plus per year per team, all these contracts are going to end up being the greatest ever, and at some point T.J. Watt's going to get paid again. It's unusual for non-quarterbacks to get two big bites at the major contract apple, but when you have the kind of sustained success that we've seen from T.J. Watt, at some point another decision's got to be made by the Steelers. Are we going to pay him again, or are we going to move on? This is a team that for how many years, when the elite pass rusher became a free agent, they just let him go and plug in somebody else, and that guy becomes the elite pass rusher. But I think Watt's the guy you want to keep for as long as you think he's still able to deliver at the level he has.
What's going to happen to big-time players on rival teams, Mike? T. Higgins and Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett has not said much lately. I think I don't know, but his silence tells me he's possibly accepting the fact that he needs a strategy other than saying publicly and timing it very perfectly he wants out of Cleveland like he did the Monday of Super Bowl week, because the Browns, by all appearances, aren't going to give in to the fact that they have him under contract and they don't want to trade him. So I don't know how that one's going to go. I have a feeling he's going to have to decide, do I hold out? Do I show up and not be happy? And I don't think he would act like Terrell Owens did back in 2005 with the Eagles, but is it a disruption having a guy who doesn't want to be there present for the Browns? And with T. Higgins, tagging him is the easy part. The hard part now is turning that into a long-term contract, because on one hand, he's got $26.16 million that he'll make this year, and as a practical matter, a straight shot to free agency a year from now. So the Bengals have to offer him a long-term deal that gets him to trade that in. So they got to offer him a lot more than $26 million fully guaranteed at signing. The Bengals don't like to do guarantees beyond the first year of a contract. Well, then T. Higgins isn't going to give up his ability to make 26 and then become a free agent and go to the highest bidder. So it's going to be hard. And the guy who's watching all of this is Joe Burrow. And I think the most intriguing wrinkle in all of this for Steelers fans, do the Bengals do enough to convince Joe Burrow that he shouldn't do a Carson Palmer? Because I don't rule that out at this point. Palmer ultimately decided the Bengals were more interested in money than they were in winning. And the stuff that Burrow's been saying this offseason, I believe, is calculated to send a message to the Bengals that if you all don't start keeping some of these good players, I'm going to want out of here.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Mike, thanks for joining us a little bit later on than usual. We can't wait to see what happens Monday. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See you.
There you go, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Jared Triolo just sat down here down in Bradenton, Chris. Jared, how are you, buddy? We can't hear him, PJ. Can we get his mic up here, if you don't mind? There it is.
You got me now?
Yep.
There it is. How are we doing?
Great. First question for me is, where's the gold glove? Do you have it in a special place? Is it on a mantle? Is it next to your bed? Is it in the closet? Is it in a man cave?
I know.
Where is it?
People keep asking me this question, but it's a lame answer. I haven't gotten it yet. I think I get it the first month or two of the season, so I got to wait a little bit for it.
I'm wondering, just looking at it, how heavy is that thing? Now, it's a very dumb guy question that I'm asking, but, I have no concept of how heavy that thing would be to actually get, the gold glove, itself.
It's really heavy. The thing it stands on is probably, 20 pounds, and then there's a real glove on top of it, so it's really sick.
When you won the gold glove, the first person you thought about as the influence or the instrumental person in making you the elite defensive player that you are?
Yeah, the teammates around me. I mean, I watched Cabrian win his, and I was really sick at third base, and then we traded for IKF, and he came over, and he talks defense a lot, so he's a guy to talk ball with.
Were you always a great defensive player from the second you started playing baseball?
I wouldn't say so. I think, especially, moving around the diamond, I think that adds a twist to it too. But no, I think it's just credit to the coaches going out and getting me ground balls and feeling comfortable.
I think most kids when they're playing growing up at teenagers, whatever, Jared, like in Little League, everyone wants to hit. Were you a guy that when you were growing up you liked playing defense, like that was a part of the game you enjoyed as much as most people enjoy hitting and getting in there, or was that an acquired love of that part of baseball?
It's both. I think I played shortstop in high school, and you really like making plays for pitchers when they acknowledge you, for your good plays. So I think that's a cool aspect of the game. But not much better than influencing the game with the bat as well. So
golfers go out and they hit 1 million golf balls. I don't know what the exact number is, but I'm sure the pros spend hit hundreds in a day. How many ground balls does Jared Triolo take a day when he's getting ready to play 162 games?
Yeah, it really depends. Where I'm playing. If I'm, a bench option. If I'm thinking, here or there. It's a lot of ground balls at a lot of different positions. There's no number on it, but it's.
But you're taking ground balls every day, basically.
Yeah, that's kind of my routine. Day games, night games, it doesn't really matter. So.
How tough is it? Like, people always think or say with baseball, it's tough to be a great pinch hitter. You come in cold. You've got to try to get warmed up as best you can. Then you've got to go in and maybe stare down 98 or 99-mile-an-hour fastballs. How hard is it to come in as a late-inning defensive replacement if that's your role in a given game? And game's one-run game, Jared. It's close, and you've got to come in after having only gotten warmed up a little bit. Like, what kind of challenge does that present?
Yeah, that was something that I was working with last year and the year before too. But it's preparation, and then as soon as you get in the game, you just gotta slow it down as best as you can. And I can tell you, watching Pilo hit walk-off homers, in late in the games, that's pretty challenging as well. So,
do you have a favorite web gem moment from your career so far as a defensive player? Like your favorite?
Yeah, if I had to say one, there's a play, I want to say it was in 23 on Mookie Betts in L.A. Just a ball, running in, backhand, I believe, and, got him barely. But, good runner, tough play. I thought that one was really cool.
Does he come over to you running off like, hey, man, that's a hell of a play? Is there a little bit of recognizing game in a situation like that?
There wasn't on that day, but it's definitely happened before, so that's a cool feeling as well.
All right, I got one that I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit, but maybe you've thought about this before. I'm asking you to start the best 1 through 9, the best in the field guys. Obviously, the pitcher's not going to hit anymore. I'm asking you to start a roster, and the whole focus is it's the best defensive roster you can put together all time.
Ooh.
Who is your first pick for the best defensive 9 you could put out there?
Wow.
And you can't say, unbelievable pitcher who's just going to strike everybody out as, a loophole here. Can't be like Randy Johnson in his prime. It's got to be a guy who's actually playing defense.
Okay. For the position, I know it's not a valuable position, but Brandon Phillips, I think he might have made plays look more showy than they were supposed to be, but
he definitely did.
He had some hot sauce on him for sure, man. He would put hot sauce on him.
Oh yeah, I think he's my first pick for sure.
So he would be at second base?
Yeah.
Who's the shortstop that you watched throughout the years, who you thought was the gold standard playing defense there?
Growing up, I grew up in San Diego, so I watched Khalil Green for the Padres make
with the long blonde hair out of his cap.
He made some sick plays.
Ballsy did. Wasn't he born in Butler? You might have to look.
He was.
Up.
I have Baseball Reference up. Butler, PA, and went to Key West High. You want to talk about a guy who, where he was born and where he went to high school, could not be two more different places. Butler and Key West, Florida.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. How about third base? Other than Key Brian Hayes, let's leave him out of it because we don't want to just pick the hometown guy, even though he's great at it.
Taking him out of it, I liked watching Chris Bryant play third. Growing up, I think that's kind of who I modeled my game after.
Big body.
I'll pick him. First base. I can't even think of any incredible first baseman off the top of my head.
Is first base harder
Wasn't
than people think it is?
Wasn't JT Snow one of the great first basemen
Yes,
on defense?
he was.
Tony?
So was Keith Hernandez back in the day. Both of those guys. Is first base hard to pick up?
It's more challenging than people make it look. I mean, I know they say stick a guy over there and he'll be fine, but I mean, you get up there in BP and you stand at first base and let O'Neal Cruz, hook some balls at you. I mean, that's an experience.
Jared, thanks for stopping by, man. Congrats on your Gold Glove again last year, and we'll be watching you all season.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
You bet. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll go all access with Didi next. Her thoughts on Steelers free agency. I'm live in Bradenton. Mulsey and Donnie are back in Pittsburgh. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt at NC State tonight at 7. Listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now about Universal Windows Direct. You know why I want to tell you about Universal Windows Direct? Because I want your house to be more comfortable, more energy efficient. I want your energy bills to be lower. That means I want you to take advantage of Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale. It's going on right now. You can save big and make your home more comfortable, more energy efficient. Right now, it's buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit. Need 20, you're only going to pay for 10. Need 30, you're going to pay for 15. That's how it works. Plus, pay no interest until, are you sitting down? 2030. Yes, 2030. No interest until 2030. And then this month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. Universal Windows Direct's exclusive Super Spacer technology makes their windows perform better and last longer. Right now is the time. Give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kinkawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kevin Durant can tell us that his kerfuffle with Mike Budenholzer is a whole bunch of nothing. But the reality is that the Phoenix Suns are a dumpster fire. And their only path forward to try to fix their situation, and Durant's only path forward to try to play winning, meaningful basketball again, is an exit. Look for Kevin Durant to be anywhere other than Phoenix next year, regardless of what he says now. I'm Bill Ryder.
Tonight, rain mixed with snow, later on the low 30.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Outbound side of the Parkway East, you'll see back up to about Technology Drive. Outbound Parkway West is moving slowly from 2nd Avenue to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This report brought to you by Popeyes.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's been a busy day in the NFL. Players getting released, guys asking for trades, still waiting on major decisions from the Steelers. It's time to go all access with Aditi Kinkawala from the NFL on CBS. Aditi, are you extremely confident right now that Justin Fields will be the Steelers' Week 1 starting quarterback?
Not extremely. I'll say exactly what I said to you. I feel like it's been a month now, or at least a few weeks, and
yes, but things are very fluid.
Yes, they are. But I think that what I told you several weeks ago, if not a month ago, is that the strongest sentiment inside the building is that Justin Fields is a quarterback to move forward with. There are a lot of supporters of Justin Fields in that building, and that there are people that really believe that he has a chance to be very good. But as I told you, there's going to be a market for him. I mean, last week I talked to several general managers of quarterback-needy teams who are definitely saying that Justin Fields is in the mix for them. So again, it's, I just had this conversation actually with an executive today where in my mind, it would make a lot of sense for Justin Fields to come back to the Steelers. He's coming back to an offense that he's familiar with. He's coming back to a staff that believes in him and that believes he can take another step and that wants to help him take another step. And that ultimately is worth maybe an extra $1 or $2 million that you could get someplace else, because it would just put him in better position for a bigger payday a year from now. So if he is getting indeed a show-me deal, then why not try to show who you are at a place where they believe in you and where you're comfortable? It makes a lot of sense. But again, there are a lot of quarterback-needy teams out there. I had a GM tell me last week that he wished that quarterbacks could grow on trees because the situation is so desperate right now that you never know.
Aditi, tell me if this logic holds up to you about the other quarterback involved here, Russell Wilson. If they wanted internally, if there was a true consensus around, no, we should bring Russell Wilson back, they would already have a deal done with him right now, because I sense two things. He genuinely wants to be back in Pittsburgh, and on some level, he and his people might be well aware that there just is not a market for him elsewhere.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying.
That's good, because I just wanted I just needed some good confirmation from somebody I trust.
But you know what? That's also what I said. Again, I hate to be like, I told you this, but this is what I said a month ago.
We do that all the time, Aditi. You can crow about this.
Yes, that's sports talk radio at its core.
Is that like laying down with the dogs and coming up with fleas if I do
that's
that?
A little bit more harsh, but I mean, fine if you want to go that route.
No, but that's exactly what I said. Yes, it's very obvious that he knows that his market is not nearly as robust as he would like it to be. And if the Steelers were really so gung-ho on him, then yes, it would have happened. But as I told you, I've been told. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, if not the Steelers, where do you think Fields is most likely to play in 2025, Aditi? Who's their biggest competitor for his services, in your opinion?
I think biggest competitor is hard because I think that there are several. Ooh. And
can you name?
But again, I don't feel comfortable doing so because there are two teams that I actually spoke to about him, and so now I would, on the top of my head, have to come up with six so that I don't say which are the two that I spoke to. Sorry, I'm sitting in the orthodontist office, and someone just walked in who I know. So this is always what happens.
All right, well, I'll give you a
Aditi, hold on. Hold on really quick, Aditi, before Pony goes into this. If there are two teams, I said this on Monday, if there are other teams, at least two, that would be interested in him, aren't the Steelers playing a pretty dangerous game of chicken if they are letting this draw closer to the beginning of legal tampering? I'm well aware that actual illegal tampering goes on constantly in the NFL. But I would be pretty motivated if I were the Steelers and I thought there was a real market for the guy to get some sort of legitimate show-me deal done for him to make sure you weren't going to go groveling back to Russell Wilson and saying, well, I guess it's 145 at the bar and it's last call. I guess we're going to have to make something work. We have to go in with a quarterback next year. It makes me nervous.
Again, I don't disagree with you, but remember, that's only one party. There's a second party here, and how motivated is Justin Fields to see what else is out there? How motivated, how driven is Justin Fields to see what that market is? Remember, this is a player who was a first-round pick who – go ahead.
Do you know ballpark what you think he's looking for in free agency as far as money goes?
I can't tell you what he's looking for. I don't want to say that. But I can tell you that I've heard from several teams that something similar to the Sam Darnold deal, let's say 1 year, 10, 11, 12, $13 million is something that could be reasonable.
God, if that's what he wants, I'm going to go to the Steelers offices. I'm going to grab everybody involved there by the shoulders or by the upper arms and shake them and go, just make that deal, please, for the love of God.
True, but again, remember, right now there are a lot of teams that really need a quarterback. The New York Giants need to win this year, but they also need a bridge. They need a one-year guy. That's a team. The Raiders, they clearly need to bring somebody in there. And even though Max Crosby is sitting here talking about Aaron Rodgers, the Raiders are kicking the tires on quarterbacks. I mean, this is you can't fault a player for wanting to know what the market is the first time that he has the opportunity to be free. So at the end of the day, it all works out if he does ultimately come back to the Steelers, and if he comes back on a one-year $12 million deal or $13 million deal, whatever it is, great. But he'll feel better about that if he's seen what the rest of the options are as well. So then everyone wins.
When you were in Indy, did you get the sense that there is a quarterback in this draft that if he falls to the Steelers in the second or even the third round that they would be interested in taking?
Yes.
Oh.
I mean, I talked to several quarterbacks who are not first-round picks that the Steelers were doing their due diligence on, that they were having conversations with. I've told you that almost every executive that I've ever spoken to has said that it's a good idea every few years to be drafting a quarterback. And that's great. You know, I just heard Florio say this, and I agree with him. You know, if you bring back Justin Fields and you have a one-year deal and you see what he can do, but you also have a young guy who can grow and develop, and there's not this massive spotlight or bullseye on this player, and then you see what you have when the dust settles a year from now.
Can you give us any insight on Jalen Milroe hand size gate, where his hands apparently grew by 5/8 of an inch between the Senior Bowl and the Combine? This is seismic stuff, Aditi.
I didn't shake his hand, and now I feel so bad that I did not go out of my way to do that. But apparently you can do some sort of exercise.
Kenny was doing them, and he did not gain a half-inch of hand size. Like, this guy...
But he had a double-jointed thumb. Kenny Pickett had double-jointed thumbs.
What does that do?
That a bad thing?
Would that allow him to
I don't know. There was something about the double jointedness in his fingers that you just weren't going to grow that the way that they make that measurement.
I'm astounded that a guy's hands can literally measure over a half-inch off or a half-inch different.
It does seem a little crazy, doesn't it?
In the span of 28 days,
it's
like he put his arm or his hands on the torture rack and just stretched them out.
Aditi, Jeff has said on our station a few times that he knows the Steelers have interest in Nick Chubb. What do you think of that potential relationship brewing?
One of my all-time favorite people in the National Football League ever. He is the antithesis, however, of several other players on offense in the Steelers locker room, or at least one notable player in the Steelers locker room.
That would be good. Let's balance it out. Need more guys like that. Need more team-first guys.
Man, it's really hard. Really hard to figure out which player that might be that he's the polar opposite of when I watch Nick Chubb.
You think he still got some...
I do.
Still got juice?
You know what? I do. I don't. It's hard because, he put forth superhuman effort to come back last year, and it wasn't necessarily really fair to throw him out there. That line was a mess. The run design was a mess. The whole offense was.
Do you think the Browns are motivated to bring him back, Aditi? Like, I see Njoku posting that you got to keep him a Cleveland Brown. Like, he's sort of a DNA of the franchise guy. He's what they want to be up there. So how motivated do you think they are to actually bring him back with all that in mind?
I think if they can make a reasonable deal, then yes, because that's how much he means not just to the organization, but to the city. If you haven't read his Players Tribune piece from last season, I would really encourage you. Yes. But any of our listeners, if you haven't read it, even though he is a Cleveland Brown, I would highly, highly, highly exhort you to go and find that Players Tribune piece.
Oh, Didi, I think he's the guy on the Browns that if he came to the Steelers as a free agent would instantly be a massive selling jersey. Like, I think his popularity here would be overwhelming if he had anything left in the tank.
Aditi, where do you think
he epitomizes what the Steelers want to be. Where do I think Metcalf ends up?
Yes.
I could see a reunion with Coach Carroll. I don't know if that's where he ends up, but I could see it.
And
I don't want to hear this.
2018 Seattle Seahawks.
No, it's so funny. I will tell you that somebody in that division actually said to me, "Oh, maybe Pete will go get Russ," and I was like, "Really? You don't think that he knows how that ended?"
Russ tried to get him
that's
fired.
not happening.
Russ
exactly.
wanted him kicked out in Seattle.
Exactly.
Give us a name of a free agent that you think you've either heard or just your opinion is that this guy would make a lot of sense for the Steelers next week.
Oh gosh, you're putting me on the spot, and honestly, you know what? I can't.
Yes, I always do that. That's the whole point.
I know.
That's literally Pony's entire strategy. He does it to us too, and we co-host with him.
I'm blank. I'm blank.
Milton Williams.
Aditi, you've been.
You know what? Milton Williams. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can finish that Milton
No,
Williams.
he's a superstar. Superstar.
Aditi, I got to run because Pirates catcher Joey Bart just sat down with me. So thank you.
All right.
We'll talk again
Please
next
tell
week.
Joey I say thank you for bailing me out.
Wait, there's a story. Oh, no, you just don't want to answer this question.
She doesn't want to talk to you and me anymore, Pony.
Bye, guys.
Joey Bart, what's up, man? Andrew Filipponi. We got Chris Muller and Donnie Football back in Pittsburgh. You've got family that has been in Pittsburgh for a while, huh?
I do, yeah. Around the area. Some within an hour, you know what I mean? Around the river in Ohio there, and then all the way Butler, pops from Lower Borough, so yeah.
Are they, put a terrible towel and frame it in the bar downstairs type Pittsburghers?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, all my uncles, cousins, everybody is diehard, man. It's diehard Steelers. When I was a kid, my first jersey was Big Ben jersey. My pops, he's watching every Steeler game, and my uncle's critiquing everybody. You know? So
you got a Big Ben jersey. So
yeah.
Are you old enough to remember the last time they won the Super Bowl against Arizona?
What was that? Was that 2010?
That was Super Bowl 43. That would have been 2009. That would have been February of 2009.
I remember for sure, but gosh, it's been so long. I don't watch a ton. I don't watch enough. Sundays at the house, I'm usually outside doing something. So.
Oh, you're a weekends go out and do stuff.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Not just veg out on the couch and watch sports time.
No, I don't. Honestly, in the off season, I stay away from a lot of it. I not because I don't enjoy it. I just have other things.
Well, I feel like I was going to say, what's the holy trinity? I feel like it's either golf, hunt, fish, or maybe all three.
Yeah. You can leave golf out of there. I'm not good at that. I guess I haven't given myself a chance, but. Yeah, I like to tournament bass fish. Me and my brothers, we grew up on a lake back home in north of Atlanta. So that's kind of like what all my buddies and all we did growing up. We were right there at the lake. We always grew up on the water and, do a lot of that.
What's bass fishing compared to tournament bass fishing? What's
just competing. You know what I mean? It's just competition.
How do you win? Is it how many you catch? Is
Heaviest,
it the biggest
right?
fish? How's that work?
Best five. So they'll do your biggest 5 fish. Obviously, it's usually like $100, $80, like a buy-in. You know what I mean? You fish with 2 people. Usually, me and my brother fish. And
is there a strategy to it?
Yeah, what's the art to that? Because I would just think, you got to put the lure in the water.
I'm intrigued
hope
by
it happens
this now.
here.
No, it's way more technical. I mean, it's actually gotten crazy. The electronics, like finding the spots, figuring out where they're at, where they're going, how to catch them. You know where they are, but they won't bite. How do you make them bite? What's the cloud? Is the wind blowing? There's so much strategy into fishing, catching those things. And like I said, it's just something I did growing up, and that's all we ever really did. We played sports, we stayed outside, we fished, and that's why people all the time ask me about movies and like clips of stuff like that, or like
they go over
quotes, and I have no idea where they're coming from.
Tell me if I'm crazy here, or if I was hallucinating reading this story. I could have sworn, just like randomly perusing the internet, seeing a story about a big bass fishing controversy where somebody was putting weights in the fish.
Terrible. I mean, those people are fishing now. It sounds crazy, but people are fishing for, it could be $150,000, $200,000, that weekend. So,
damn.
But how do you sneak weights into a fish? That's what I can't. You need to help me understand how you can snooker somebody into thinking, I caught this bass. No, there's not a big weight in the bottom of it.
Well, the thing is, everybody, we fish all the time. We can look at a fish and tell how much it weighs.
Right.
I mean, we've caught so many of them. We're like, oh wow, you can see when people roll their fish into the basket, wow, they got a big, a big sack of fish. And then it's like when you look at those fish and you're like, huh, why is that weigh so much? Something's not right to that, and that's probably what happened, And the thing is, those guys have been doing that for weeks and weeks, and they've won hundreds of thousands of dollars doing it, and it's honestly terrible. I mean, I always laugh because I got buddies that fish the big tours and bass fishing, some of my best friends, and it's like nobody knows bass fishing unless you're like from where we're from or like other places. Like bass fishing is not really a thing like globally.
Who's the Michael Jordan of bass fishing?
It is, but it isn't. Oh gosh. Of my generation, probably Kevin Van Dam.
I've heard that name, believe it or not. Like you said that, and I was like, all right, that sounds familiar.
So you said it could be very competitive, but is it still a relaxing thing for you? Or because I think most people associate fishing with, I'm just going to go out there, toss the line in, crack open a few beers, and just chill. And that doesn't sound like that's what you guys are doing at all.
It's straight competition. I mean, we know it's cool because we you grow with a group of people and you grow up in the same area and like, oh, so-and-so's here. They've been kicking everybody's butt. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be it's competition. That's literally all it is. I mean, you get to know people, you get to hang out with a lot of people that share the same things, and we see each other on the water all the time, and it's just something that we do.
And you got to learn how to drive the boat at a pretty early age if you want to be doing this a lot, right? Like I would imagine a young Joey Bart's pretty handy as far as using a power boat, right?
Oh yeah, I can run anything. I mean, that's all.
Like, at what age are you starting to like? It's not just the adults and your parents or uncles or whoever. Like, hey, okay, you can drive the boat for like 100 yards here. At what age are they like saying, okay, you want to learn this? It's time to learn this.
I think I would just shove my dad out of the way because he was driving too slow. I'm like, let me take it, man. Let's go. We need to get moving. I don't know, maybe like.
Like I'm imagining honestly like a 10-year-old Joey Bart being like, "All right, Dad, let me drive this damn thing. Come on here."
Yeah, I know for a while there I had older brothers, so they kind of did it before me, obviously, and I would tag along with them. But at a certain point, I mean, yeah, there's nothing like riding down the lake, a blast off against 100 boats, like getting out, like driving way too fast. That's a different feeling.
Did your brothers and dad push you towards baseball?
No, I mean, honestly, we played football. I mean, my brother played football in college. My dad played baseball. My oldest brother played football. Like, I kind of thought football was my thing, growing up. I come from, like, a title town, like, legendary high school in Georgia where winning was everything and everybody.
Who's the most famous football player from that school?
You know what's crazy? We don't have not a ton of guys made it, like famous into the NFL. A lot of times it seems like a lot of guys really maximize their potential out of high school. The kid that actually just called out the 40 record, though, I don't know if y'all saw that, Isaiah Bond from Texas, how he said he was going to break the record and
then didn't.
And didn't. Yeah, he went to my high school.
Okay.
We've had a ton. I mean, I graduated high school. 17 kids out of my senior class went Division I.
So you originally thought you were going to be a football guy?
Totally, yeah.
Were you good buddies with Brandon Marsh, by the way, at Buford High School?
Marshy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Marshy's my boy. My mom and his mom played tennis together, and all the time, keeping up.
So when did that shift happen? Then we were like, okay, I guess I'm going to be a professional baseball player.
So I think maybe early in high school I started getting offers in baseball, and there was this kind of aura around this travel ball team in Cobb County that was kind of like the team. If you made it, you were going to play like Division I. Like it was like the highest standard, really across the country. I mean, we beat everybody, and that's all we did. And I had an opportunity to make the team.
Sorry to interrupt you. So Matt Capps told me he was on one of those teams.
Yeah.
And he rattled off like 6 or 7 names of dudes that all are well-known.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all playing together at 15, 16 years old. It's like we're beating Team Canada in like whole states with this team.
So Cappy, he at the end of his career, I was catching him in his bullpens for scouts.
Oh, wow.
When I was 17 years old, he was throwing over he's tied with James Beavers to the East Cobb Yankees, and very close to his house. And he was coming over there, like he was trying to figure out if he was still doing it. He was giving it a last shot, and I was catching him when I was in high school.
Small world stuff.
I've known him since I was 16 years old.
Man,
so
that was doing your games. That's
exactly.
Cool.
You're catching him in that situation. You're 16, and you know this guy has been a closer at the major league level, right? So he's gotten out some like very famous people with his stuff. As you're catching it, is there a realization on your part, like, yeah, I can hit this? Like, I'm not going to say that to him, but he's not throwing stuff that if I were standing in there trying to hit it, I would be intimidated by. Not to like diss him, but more, you're realizing, hey, I think I could do this from the hitting perspective long term here.
You know, you say that. I never thought of it that way. The only thing I remembered was how pinpoint he was and when I would catch him, like he was so focused and he was throwing the ball exactly where he wanted it. And I was sitting there thinking, like, wow, these are what the pros do. They know how to control the ball. Obviously, nowadays, there is still some of that, but it's definitely, the game's changed, you know. A lot of guys are just throwing harder and aiming at spots and letting their stuff work. But what I took away from catching Capsy was just pro. You know, I've never seen guys like, hey, here's a cutter away, and there it was. You know, here's a sinker in, there it was. So I think that's probably what I took away from. I never thought about if I could, like, take him.
Joey, hold on, Pony. I wanted to throw this one in just because it's kind of like a companion question there real quick. One pitcher from all time, not a guy maybe who's active right now, one pitcher from history, kind of in that vein, like a guy who had just total command or was like a total pro that you would have loved to have caught just to see what it was like to be on the receiving end of what they were throwing?
Oh, I would say Maddox. I mean, growing up in Atlanta, that guy was putting it where he wanted it.
I mean, the stories about him are insane. The stories about him are wild, dude.
Yeah, he was, you know, you think about that stuff and you're like, that would never exist in today's game, like giving signs like with your, you know,
how
with
he
your
would
hat
catch,
or,
how
like,
he
the
would
way
catch
you
the
looked
ball.
at the catcher,
I think
how he would catch the ball.
Henry Blanco told stories that if he caught the ball a certain way on the throw back, that was the pitch he was throwing next, or he would tell Leo Mazzoni, like, I'm going to get this guy to pop out the third on the third pitch of the at bat.
Chris, didn't he say in that Maddox documentary that he gave up a home run to Bagwell on purpose in the regular season?
Yes, he gave
him out in the playoffs.
Correct. He gave up a meaningless home run to Bagwell just to get him out on like a setup pitch. And then he, like everybody else, Joey, said, yeah, I tried to do the same stuff to Barry Bonds and it didn't work nearly as well.
Oh gosh.
Did you ever meet him playing out in San Francisco?
Oh yeah.
What was that like?
I know Barry well. He's intense. You know, Barry's. He's intense. He was in the cage all the time. He would come in and sit with us in the meetings and stuff. Really, yeah, the last 2 years, different mind, man. Way ahead of everybody. Just master of his craft. Everything he speaks about is real. You know what I mean? And that's what he was focusing on. You know, he wasn't so much focused on the pitcher. He was focused on his body, how he was moving, the mechanics of his swing. He knew when if he was set up in the cage doing the right things before the game, that his chances were pretty good.
Joey, I don't know if really quick on that Bonds thing, if you've seen these videos of he and Maddox talking about their at bats, it's kind of
I've
crazy.
watched it many times.
Bonds like remembers it down to like they both remember it without looking because I think they got quizzed before they looked at the tablet.
That was crazy.
They both remember every pitch, like where they were and what was trying. And they cut to Maddox. He's like, "Well, I was going to try to sneak a fastball inside after that." And Bonds goes, "Yeah, I thought he was probably going to try to sneak a fastball inside." So I was sitting like. That
He's
just
a step ahead.
That feels
the change up, the spit on the changeup away was just like total. I'm owning you right now.
That chess match is crazy.
That feels like there's levels on levels on levels, even among pros, man.
Yeah, he's on. We were actually just talking about him in the dugout. He's on another level. I don't think a level that'll ever be attained. You know, and I mean he would tell us sometimes. I mean, he would. Very rarely, but I've seen it once or twice, he would show us, and he would say, put the iPads, put your phones, put everything away, and he would get in there and he would hit off that machine that was firing baseballs at us in his blue jeans and his polo. And absolutely, the first one he made, he might have like was off time, and then after that, it was the most honest to God incredible thing at his age.
He's got to be in his 50s.
Hitting rockets right back to the net every swing. I mean, on these fastballs that we're like trying to hit. You know what I mean? Like,
so did you see the dude tweet out from San Francisco? He's like the Giants. This was last year. The Giants had signed him to a one-day contract and have him pinch hit one time, and that would restart his Hall of Fame clock.
Oh wow!
And we talked about this. And we're like, I actually think in that at bat, even now he'd give it a go.
Might take somebody deep.
Serious at bat.
I mean, he's probably definitely going to walk. He's not going to chase anything. You know what I mean? He would. He's in a different league, man. Everybody knows that, and yeah, it was intense. I mean, I have a million stories about Barry, and everything was just. I mean, you just couldn't help but watch and just kind of like.
He was like beating the Marlins players as they were doing home run derbies when he was in his 50s, and you're hearing these stories like, oh yeah, Barry. It was off camera, but Barry was beating all these guys. Like no disrespect.
He jumped in there
anybody.
with Stanton, I think.
Right, yeah.
I think he jumped in with young Stanton.
They had Stanton, Yelich, and Ozuna on that team, I think, and he was still beating them
like
in
no disrespect to any
contests.
player today. I think until he got maybe into it, like early 50s, Joey, I'm convinced if he had been able to ramp up, I think he could have hit a couple over the fence still, like as a 52-year-old guy. Like I just think the skills were so obscenely ahead of their time. I feel like he still would have hit 10, 15 home runs and probably walked 200 times.
Exactly. He is who he is.
Joey, hey, thanks so much for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Good luck again this season. You killed it in your first year here, and we look forward to watching you again, brother.
Yeah, thank you guys for checking in.
You bet. We'll come back with a debrief. We're live, or I am down in Bradenton. Donnie and Chris back in Pittsburgh. Here's Donnie with a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Avalanche beat the Pens 4-1 last night. Ricard Raquel had the lone goal for Pittsburgh, his 29th of the season. Pens in Vegas on Friday night. Puck drop set for 10 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 22 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard, so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code IDEA25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code IDEA25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code IDEA25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football here thinking I did something spectacular, dropping 45 pounds. But then Steve pops in and he dropped a whopping 150 with a Wake and 180 weight loss.
I got started because I was sick and tired of just being sick and tired all the time. Wanted more from life, and I knew that at my size, I wasn't being who I could be, who I want to be for not only myself, but for my wife. And I just like, something has got to change and it's got to start soon. I mean, the program is so easy. Everything is really written down for you on your first day. Having someone there to help you and also keep you accountable, just having that someone to talk to, and even the fact that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life is amazing because our lives change on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And sometimes you need help figuring it out because keeping the weight off is a lifetime commitment.
A lifetime commitment is what you'll receive with Awaken 180. 45 pounds to lose like I did or over 100 pounds like Steve, Awaken 180 can get you there and keep you there. Free support for life online, awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Boyd and Blair Vodka. Let's go. We do have a nice producer, or a nice sponsor on the program to support Donnie here. And they were a proud sponsor of the Fan 15th anniversary birthday party that we had earlier this month, which was a rousing success. Donnie, a lot going on in football, so to narrow it down here for the Donnie Football Debrief, not an easy task.
The debrief, March 5, 2025. The big stories today have all been around wide receivers, and potentially, we still don't know if this case is solved, but a guy we think is a Steelers wide receiver on Twitter tweeted a couple of emojis earlier. Michael Brewerly putting out the little smirk face on Twitter. The man that some think, maybe many think, could be the man that wears number 14 for the Steelers.
I guess his one-issue day yesterday tweet, by the way, that everyone reacted to is his birthday yesterday.
I don't think it's out of the question that he asks for a trade, and I'm not saying that with any knowledge of the situation or having talked to anybody, but if he knows he's not going to get an extension with the Steelers this offseason, and I would bet every dollar in Stella's college fund that he's not going to get an extension from the Steelers until he plays a season of headache-free football for them, I think he might preemptively say, okay, well, if you won't do it, there might be another team out there that looks at my talent and will pay me so I don't have to wait. So I'm going to go to them and ask for a trade. Now, I don't think that teams would be in a rush to give him that money. However, what his agent might tell him is, look, yeah, it sucks that you'd have to play the 2025 season without new guaranteed dough, but maybe I can get you traded to a team where your numbers will be better, which will make 2026 free agency a more robust market with way more money out there than where you currently stand at the moment. So a trade, unlike Metcalf, where Florio said last hour with us, he thinks Metcalf has to get paid as part of the trade. Maybe Pickens tries to get himself traded to a place where he can put up better numbers to get the big contract, Mulsey.
I don't think it's out of the question that he and his people would want to move him in that regard, but I do think what's going to hamstring that effort a little bit is, if he undertakes it, would be the fact that, as we have detailed many times, several teams had him just completely red flagged on their draft boards, and I don't think anything he's done through 3 years with the Steelers as far as causing those headaches that you speak of has ingratiated him to any of those teams, and it's probably taken more teams off the board of eligibles who would actually want to deal with him. I mean, and that's not limited by the way, hold on, to just like, I guess I should say that also is a bad thing for him, because a lot of it is, you said one of the two teams, at least that we know of in the Super Bowl this year, didn't have him on their draft board. So, like, you're taking good quality franchises off the board when you say stuff like that. Like, you say the Raiders might want him.
I think the Raiders, this is not me having talked to anybody, but think about Pete Carroll as a coach. Think about Mark Davis and his dad's penchant for talented players, even if they had a screw loose or a little bit of a checkered past. And the other thing, and I think this maybe might surprise people hearing me say it, I could see Brady being in favor of it. Brady thinking, Well, Randy Moss is the all-time example of a guy that was recalcitrant or kind of loafing, and then I got him to New England, and he focused, and he recommitted to football, and that's part of the reason why we brought Pete Carroll here, because he might not be the taskmaster like Bill Belichick, but his personality is to make guys feel better about themselves.
Who's the Tom Brady that's going to be throwing him the ball? Because it wasn't the Bill Belichick taskmaster. It was, I am the all-time greatest quarterback throwing you the football. Right. I think you'll be in line for that. So who's the Tom Brady for the Raiders? That's my point.
Is it Justin Fields?
No. And that's why, by the way, I think the fact that at least one of the two teams that made it to the Super Bowl didn't have him on their board is relevant here. I think probably you can do a sliding scale or an inverse relationship. The better the team, I would argue probably the less interested they are in George Pickens, because they'd feel like we don't have to introduce a guy who might cause us some headaches into our program here. We can probably get a lesser talented receiver but get similar results and not have to deal with any of the other stuff that has become tiresome to people in this city.
Donnie, do you think if George Pickens requested a trade, Tomlin would use his "we want volunteers, not hostages" policy to trade him? Or do you think he'd make him stick it out here because their wide receiver depth blows ass?
Yeah, that would have to be something that comes at a later date, because if it happened right now before there is anybody else on the roster, that really puts them between a rock and a hard place.
Because God, how hurt would Tomlin be if he asked for a trade? That would be like a direct shot. I don't want to play for you anymore.
We were expecting last year, don't worry, they will fill their void, for the second wide receiver. They never did. They played a whole season without a true wide receiver 2. That was basically filled by a group that consisted of Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, who I do think had a nice season, but he's never going to be a top-tier receiver. Just some random dudes thrown in there.
I wonder if this year in free agency, like last year, where, with all due respect to my future Hall of Fame podcast partner, Patrick Peterson, he played the entire year and then didn't sign in free agency, and Mason Cole was the Steelers' starting center and never got a sniff in free agency. I could see Mike Williams and Van Jefferson being completely out of the NFL this upcoming season. And guys who logged either critical snaps or started for the Steelers just having the rest of the league say, it doesn't matter that you played a lot for a playoff team last year. We think you stink. Goodbye.
It's just the Steelers are like, somebody said, Monday, Donnie, people were calling the Steelers the NFL's retirement home anymore.
And here is my prediction in the debrief. Your next Kansas City Chiefs starting left tackle, Daniel Moore Jr.
God.
DMJ. Watch him go there and he somehow turns into friggin' Anthony Munoz.
Yeah, I was going to say, turns into Joe Thomas wrapped up in Anthony Munoz with a dash of like Orlando Pace. Do you know how pissed off I will be?
Coming up next, I will give you my list of the top 5 Steelers free agent targets who don't play quarterback. Quick timeout, and then a long commercial-free segment. I'm in Bradenton, where the Pirates are playing the Blue Jays right now. Malsey and Donnie back in Pittsburgh. Quick timeout, and we're right back on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price